express our appreciation and gratitude to our esteemed partners who have made this Rising Bharat Summit possible. Our co-presenting partner, Dream Sports, associate partners, Max Estates, Vikram Solar, Samtel and Reliance Industries Limited. Workspace partner, IndyCube, our exchange partner, National Stock Exchange, logistics partner, DTDC, energy partner, Crown LNG, our insurance partner, Insurance Dekho, and state partners, Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh partners. Your collaboration and cooperation is crucial to the success of this event. So many thanks once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off day 2 with enthusiasm and purpose. Together, we're helping create a Bharat that rises higher every single day. Let's get started on that note while we witness some very fascinating ideas and thoughts on artificial intelligence on day 1. It's now time to take that conversation forward and more specifically explore AI's role in shaping the future of India. So we're honored to have with us today Arvind Srinivas, the CEO and founder of Perplexity AI. In this session, we'll explore how AI is not just a global trend, but also a powerful tool for addressing India's unique challenges and opportunities alike. My colleague Chandra takes this conversation forward as Mr. Srinivas joins us live from the United States. Can we have a huge round of applause, though?
Good morning, everyone. Very, very excited to have one of the hottest AI startups in the world joining us live at the Rising Bharat Summit. Can we bring up Arvind Srinivas, please? Hi, Arvind. Good morning. Good evening to you. I believe it's around 10:15 p.m. at your place.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Great to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Arvind, for joining us after, I'm sure, what was a very hectic work day. Thank you for making it at the Rising Bharat Summit. And we hope you can be with us in person very soon for our next event. But, it's going to be nearly 3 years since you launched Perplexity. And this was a period that sort of coincided with the rapid rise in AI around the world. Give us a sense of the state of play in AI today, because every day when I open my Twitter feed or when I open any news website, it's just so overwhelming, the pace of creation, disruption. As someone who's sitting right there in the hot seat in the valley, give us a sense of the state of play, Arvind.
I think you're right. Like the last 2-3 months have been pretty insane in terms of the speed of progress. I would say, the industry moved faster in the last 3 months for me than my first 2 years of starting Perplexity. And that should say something, because I actually considered Perplexity to be pretty fast moving. And I don't think we've moved ever faster than ever before in the last 3 months. So I think that is being like accelerated partially by the entry of China and DeepSeek and many other models from China, like Alibaba's QN models and so on. So that definitely like put open source ahead of the closed models for the first time. And so that caused all the foundation model labs in the United States, which do not open source these models, but they still want to compete for being the best model in the market, to start releasing their stuff even faster and make the API pricing even cheaper and do a lot more things in a speed that was never seen before. So because of this, all these new capabilities are possible now, especially on reasoning, where the models can think and answer for harder questions. And also the models can go through a long chain of thought process before executing a very complicated workflow, like doing the work of an analyst, doing the work of a research analyst or like a professional researcher, doing background research or diligence research or anything. All these things earlier would require very sophisticated workflows, but now essentially get compressed to a very long-running chain of thought process with good orchestration of the LLMs and a bunch of tools and data providers and APIs and things like that. So that's creating all these new kind of products like deep research that was never possible before. And it's also going to lead to creation of things like agents, right? It's the workflows that actually execute tasks for us. And so that's going to change our impression of AIs from just chatbots and answer engines and research agents to like assistants and potentially vertical and horizontal. So that's why like this year is very exciting.
Are you having sleepless nights though? Because the pace at which this disruption, it's so intense that it's taking days for a rival to launch a competing product and out-execute an incumbent. So how do you keep up with it?
Well, there's no substitute to hard work. So we work pretty hard. That's why I'm like, after your call, I'm still going to go back to work. This particular that moment in AI is something that you just cannot miss. It's if you probably take a break and come back after 3 months, it'll look like the world has changed completely. Just to make sense of what I said, like imagine you were, end of December or early January, and if I told you there would be DeepSeek, there would be deep research, there would be O3 Mini, and like all these different models and like agents and like all, image generation, all these things that happen in the first 3 months of the year, you would be like, come on, I know AI is moving fast, but this sounds too much. But that's literally what happened, right? And so if anything, we should expect things to move even faster for the rest of the year.
So are you clocking 90 hours a week, Arvind, 100 hours a week? Have you stopped?
I don't know. I try to work all my waking hour. And there's this quote of Jensen Huang, like I wake up, I work, and even when I'm not working, I think about work. I think that's basically what's happening, what's going on, and I really don't think anyone actually in the arena like actually like doing stuff right now. I don't think they're doing anything different from me. This seems like the bare minimum expectation right now.
Right. So Perplexity, which began as this answer engine just under 3 years ago, the answer to Google as we knew it, you've recently crossed $100 million in ARR. Cursor, another AI-enabled coding platform, has also crossed 100 million in ARR in just 21 months. And Midjourney, reached 200 million in ARR with just 11 employees. And Bolt crossed 30 million in ARR with just 20 employees. Arvind, earlier, every funding round for a startup used to coincide with this huge demand for engineers, full stack developers, mean stack developers. Their salaries would boom, at least, till 2-3 years ago, every time there was a funding round for a startup. But now we are seeing this new trend where you're able to build 10x better AI products with very few engineers, right? What does that mean for the future of engineering jobs, especially in a country like India, which produces millions of engineers every year? All of you are able to achieve so much without throwing, people at problems.
Yeah, I think it's a very important question. I would just say, at this point, like, if you're not using AIs when you're writing code, you're essentially stagnating yourself. By sticking with the old workflow and old tooling, and people who do use AIs to write code are getting work done way faster. We see that internally, even at Perplexity. There are some engineers who are like very good at using these AIs for writing code, no matter whether it's in their editor, like in the form of GitHub Copilot or Cursor, or if it's like an end-to-end deployment app like Replit or Bolt. Or if it's something that's just a separate standalone app like Perplexity or ChatGPT, whoever is using AIs, they're getting work that's meant to be done in weeks and days, and they're able to fix bugs way faster. When somebody points out a feedback like, "Oh, can we move this button here? Can we change the UI to do something like this?" A designer can actually just look at that, come up with a new mock-up, and then just like ask AI to write the code in Swift if it's a Apple ecosystem product, and just like actually ship it, deploy it, emulate it, and see if it works, and then ship it to production, and then a new version of the app is pushed to the App Store. So earlier, this process would take weeks to write code and like go through some testing and all that stuff. Now that's being done in days. And so at the end of a year, like whatever app you have is just so much better with just very few engineers. So I think the solution I would say is like engineers in India, like they definitely should start using AIs as much as possible to write code and write software. And then definitely you're going to need fewer people to do the same amount of work. That doesn't mean that you don't need the other people, but you're just going to find a lot more projects. And so we can get like a lot more software projects done. There can be a lot of competing products doing the same category of products, or there can be so many different new category of products that don't exist in India yet. And then it could also mean that like, people with a lot of creative taste no longer need to feel like code monkeys if they want to like just get paid for something, right? They have an AI to do all that for them now, so they can truly be liberated, have all the freedom to go push new ideas into production themselves, own the users, build businesses on their own, potentially get to like $1 million in revenue annual recurring with just like a 1-person company or 2-person company. And that can lead to a completely different kind of economy too, where people publish all these apps that they made for themselves or their friends, and a few others find it interesting and pay for that. It's going to lead to a new kind of app store. So I see endless possibilities. At the same time, I'm not like going to say everything's looking good. There's going to be a transition time, and people who don't adapt definitely are going to face some difficulties. So I would say more awareness on this topic is essential.
Right. Arvind, you spoke about what engineers should be doing, but what do you think all of us should be doing? Anyone in the room who wants to experiment with AI, learn about AI, use it in their daily lives, how should they go about it? Where should they start?
I think you should start literally from everything. And by the way, this applies to me. It doesn't mean people who are running AI companies know how to use AI is better. In fact, like I still check emails in the same kind of way, or I'm still like moving around meetings and calendar appointments in the same kind of ways I used to do before. And now I've been thinking, okay, well, shouldn't you ideally be asking an AI to do these things for you? And preparing ahead of a meeting. Suppose you're going to meet somebody, or like you're going to meet like 5 people in a meeting, getting their bios ahead of time. Like you can enter anybody's name on Perplexity now and get a pretty good bio. You can enter 5 people's names together and it'll still do that for you. Automatically annotating your day ahead of time, being even more prepared. Sometimes you're going to a sell call, you're trying to sell your product to somebody. Precisely doing your research on what that person likes to hear and catering your message according to that. These are kind of things I used to do manually before. I just use AIs for it now. Similarly, like when I'm trying to like ask new questions about a topic I don't understand, whatever is going on in the global economy right now, I'm not that financially or economically literate, so I can learn about a new topic as soon as something happens, without needing access to any expert. And I feel like that's a completely different future we're living in. So this is all like every common day-to-day person, all the research, making sense of the world. Everything can be done with AIs now. And then you can also customize it to your profession if you're a product manager or like a business development professional, coming up with strategies to getting better at one particular task you're doing. A lot of our product managers have to use our products themselves to get a taste for like what to improve there. Consolidating customer support, like all the feedback people give about the product on so many different platforms. And AI can actually read all of that and like triage into the right set of issues based on the frequency of complaints better than a human can today. So you got to take advantage of all these tools.
Right. Arvind, we are at the Rising Bharat Forum. We had Prime Minister Modi with us yesterday. He made a very rousing speech. I want to understand about what you think India should do to improve its research prowess in AI. Last week, for instance, we had Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal comparing India with China, where he said, it's very well that we are one of the largest startup ecosystems in the world, but we are building delivery apps, we are building, we are making fancy ice creams and cookies, but where is the hard innovation and hard technology that China has been able to do, whether in semiconductors or EVs? So what would your, reading be? How can we build a perplexity out of India? I mean, you studied in IIT Madras, you went to Berkeley and then built perplexity out of the US. It's now going to be valued, I think, at $18 billion on your next funding round. Why can't we build a world-beating product out of India? What will it take?
I certainly think we can. Just to comment on the quote, I think it's a very positively provocative comment, and generally those comments are meant to instigate, like, okay, let me come and show that I can do it, sort of a reaction. So I hope that's what it leads to. Just to make it clear, China went through this trajectory too. Whatever India is doing right now, of like trying to build clones of apps that already exist, but for the Indian market, China did that for a long time. In fact, there's a whole joke in the TV show Silicon Valley about it, of how like every single startup, you just prefix a new to it and then you do it in China. That's how like the new Pied Piper. I think that's essentially what happened for a while there, and they built all that muscle to like ship products pretty quickly and iterate, and like and only then they started building new products that did not exist, and captured a global audience beyond the Chinese market, like TikTok, for example, right? And so India can certainly produce its own like TikTok, or which again is not deep tech, but it's still one product that would get the global audience rather than just the Indian audience. It's certainly possible, and like I was with in a podcast with Nikhil Kamath. I think he was discussing the same question with me of like, what would it take for India to build an Instagram rival? And I think all these questions should be explored, like that more people should be encouraged to try these ideas. And venture capital scene is very essential. Like I think VCs in India are still very risk averse, and they like to invest in things that they wouldn't lose money on, rather than investing in things they would potentially make a lot of money on, but are okay losing some money in some incorrect bets. So the mindset should be like, okay, 95% of my investments will fail, but 5% of my investments would return me like 100 or 1000x. That the 95% that failed doesn't matter. I think that mindset doesn't quite exist in Indian venture capital right now. So if that changes, and like more people from IITs are convinced to like raise venture capital money and like found companies there and try to take on like the big tech, start with the Indian market and then expand to the rest of the world, there are some unique things that come out of it. So you take study products like YouTube or WhatsApp or Chrome. All these are products that grew a lot in India in the beginning, like YouTube offline downloads, for example, WhatsApp particularly. Chrome, the browser, couldn't really beat like Internet Explorer or Safari in the United States for a long time, but they captured the mind share and market share in India. So certainly, like, that sort of trajectory is possible for new products too.
Right. Final couple of questions before I let you go, Arvind. You had announced hiring plans to expand your operations in India a few months ago. How is that progressing? Any numbers that you can share on, your adoption in the India market? Because OpenAI recently said that this is the fastest growing market for ChatGPT. So if you can give us a sense of how India is shaping up for you. You're also focusing a lot on cricket content of late. So has that helped you?
So India is in the top 10 countries for us right now, probably even close to the top 5 in terms of revenue already. I'm not even talking about usage, just even revenue, which has really pleasantly surprised me because our product is priced pretty expensively right now for the Indian market.
Right?
Sorry?
It's still $20, right? So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's $20. It's pretty expensive. But I've pleasantly been surprised of the willingness to pay for the product. A lot of people are using the deep research agent that we have. Our Pro Search is being used by a lot of people too. And it's definitely, in terms of daily query traffic too, it's in the top 5 or top 4 for us. So it's a pretty important market, and and I think like we've also been very pleasantly surprised by how fast it's growing. I'm sure that OpenAI is sharing similar statistics. And I did my research on this in terms of enterprise like knowledge worker adoption. India is quite far ahead of like even countries like the United Kingdom, according to some research that's been done. And so a lot of people who are like digital knowledge workers, professionals, they're heavy adopters of generative AI, and they're big users of Perplexity and other products in this market. As for our hiring, I think it's honestly gone slower than I would have liked. We haven't actually hired that one person to really grow our business in India yet. We've got tons of applications. I definitely went through some of them, but to be fair, like we couldn't like go through the entire list. It was pretty complicated, and I would have to spend a little more time on this, because the expectation was only people with like some amount of experience with like general manager or like business development would apply. But basically, the interest was so big that wide array of people with different set of skills applied, and so many referrals from people I know as well. So it got overwhelming to a point where I decided I would wait for a while and make sense of like what we really need there before expanding. And yes, like focusing on cricket is very important. There are lots of searches on cricket that are already happening on Perplexity, and we want to keep growing that. And we plan to also incorporate other content that's interesting to Indian audience, like entertainment, TV shows, movies, all local results, better support for languages. All these things need to be there for the product to be widely useful to the Indian audience.
Right. India-specific pricing coming, Arvind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know the number yet, but we're definitely thinking about it. Yeah.
So we can expect a lower number to subscribe to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's the right strategy. Many other consumer subscription apps have done this, like Netflix, Amazon. So definitely that's the way to go. Obviously, our inference is expensive. We don't want to like put a lower tier quality product just for like saving costs there. So we are trying to figure out a way to distill some of the open source models, make it more efficient, and what should be in the lower tier plan and what should be in the higher tier plan. Like we're trying to think about it.
Right. Last question before I let you go. What's the one piece of advice in the AI industry that you deliberately ignore?
I think I can say two things. One is people often want to plan ahead, right? People want to have a strategy and a plan for 1 year or 2 years and stick to it no matter what happens in the world. I think that used to be a fine strategy when the world was moving a lot slower. It doesn't hold true anymore. Like everything changes pretty fast. Whatever you think doesn't work well, and so you kind of build around that. You're just like flummoxed when something happens in like reasoning, for example. So if you assume agents don't work and then agents start working, like what do you do? And similarly, if you assume something's really going to work and speed of progress is like slow there, what do you do? So you have to be pretty flexible and fast moving. And so I don't actually plan the company for more than 3 months right now. This is not the best way to run any company, but in AI, it happens to be like a perfect strategy for us. The second thing I would say is a lot of people try to work backwards from what the user wants, narrow down the problem into like a very specific set of things, and build for one particular demographic or vertical. It's a very established advice in any kind of company, be it consumer or enterprise. The problem with AI, though, is you're building with a generic piece of technology. It's so hard to bake in custom constraints into it, and the more custom you try to make it, the more it loses its magic of generality, which is what people love about using AIs. And so without actually having an end user or like an end demographic or vertical in mind, it's so hard to actually build anything. as a product builder, but you kind of have to figure out the sweet spot of still being useful for a particular set of users, but making the product as general and horizontal as possible. And I think these are the two main reasons I would say a lot of people struggle to build AI native products in companies, but it's absolutely essential.
Great. On that note, Arvind, thank you very much for joining us. You can get back to your work, but thank you very, very much for joining us at Rising Bharat. A huge round of applause, everyone, for Arvind Srinivas of Perplexity.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arvind.
Well, what an insightful session, isn't it? A huge thank you once again to Mr. Srinivas for sharing his expertise and vision on how AI is shaping the future of this country. And ladies and gentlemen, up next in the forum, we discuss a topic that has taken the world by storm over the past few weeks. The television series Adolescence, which has undoubtedly sparked a much-needed conversation about the complexities and realities of growing up in the modern world, especially in the digital age. And for those who are not quite familiar with what the series is all about, it portrays the lives of teenagers navigating their social, emotional, and digital landscapes. The show has opened a window into the struggles and pressures that many adolescents and their parents face today. The limited OTT series has created space for an open and honest conversation about what it really means to be a parent in the current digital times, and how together we can equip ourselves with the tools, strategies, and perspectives that are needed to navigate this ever-evolving era for the young, for the current generation. So we welcome our esteemed panelists for this session, Mr. Harpreet Singh Grover, founder, The Curious Parent, along with the Dr. Amit Sen, Director, Senior Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Children First, and Sonal Mehrotra joins them and takes this conversation ahead. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
All right then, we are making quite a pivot now. You heard from the people who are making AI and turning it into really complex ideas, providing solution, talking about jobs. But here we are to talk about the flip side. So can I, before I begin, get a quick raise of hands on how many sitting here are actually parents? Quite a few, all right. Have you guys seen the latest series, Adolescence? Okay, you have. Okay, the gentleman is very convinced and is raising his hand while recording as well. Okay, so there is a lot of conversation of late. Actually, we didn't really need that series to get started about our conversation on what social media is doing. But for a minute, for everybody here, I want you to imagine a scenario. Imagine a scenario where your kid's best friend, closest confidant, and also the go-to person is not you, but somebody who can fit in your kid's pocket. Imagine a world where the kid is not coming to you for answers, pacifying, or any sort of reassurance, but going to an app. I'm sure you're going to think, oh, hello, Sonal, you don't have to imagine, it's already happening. So yes, that is the truth today. We are in times when an entire generation is growing up along with AI. And neither do they or we, to be honest, understand what it means and what it can do. So over the next couple of minutes, I am joined by these really sweet and really knowledgeable gentlemen who will help us understand a couple of questions. Number one, is social media really the culprit? Number two, is social media parenting our kids? Number three, at what age should you then give your phone to your child. And number 5, if your child at home, your kid, boy or a girl, acts out and says, there is peer pressure, what to do? Everybody has a phone, everybody's on WhatsApp, why can't you give it to me? What should you do? All right? So that should set the context a little bit. Let me just begin straight away. Dr. Sen, I'm going to begin with you. So much has been said about what social media is really doing to our kids. Do you think today it's the single largest reason for distraction, disassociation, anxiety, and several other development issues that we are seeing not just in Gen Z, but also Gen Alpha?
Thank you, Sonal, for the question and also for having me here. There's no question that over the last decade or two, there's an exponential rise in anxiety, depression, substance misuse, developmental concerns like inattention, difficulty focusing, not being able to complete tasks that are expected of them, and so on. And perhaps there are more than one reason to it. Social media and the digital world, no doubt, has contributed to it. But I think it's naive and irresponsible to just shift the blame and say it's social media. Who has brought social media after all? Who has given the kids all the digital space? Who has created it, right? What kind of control do we have? Yeah, and the other questions that you asked as to what age do we introduce them to it? And also other big questions as to what kind of role as adults do we play in our children's lives? What kind of agency or responsibility that we have over there, right? So to shift the blame and say social media it is, and all the digital gadgets that they have surrounded, they are surrounded with, that I think is a little callous.
Okay. I was expecting Dr. Sen to say that and push the needle towards parents, saying, "Aap hi to phone de rahe hain. So, fix yourself. Why are you blaming social media?" I was expecting him to say that. He's done exactly that. But here we have another voice of parents. Harpreet is here. Harpreet, social media is both a device for endless possibilities, but also a Pandora's box of absolute risks. How much of it is actually only the parents' fault? And I want you to be a little kind towards all the parents sitting here in the audience today, who are hardworking parents, who are double income households, where the mother and the father both go to work. Largely most of the work at home is the add-on that the mother has to do. In that time, to put the blame solely on them, is that really correct?
So I would say two things. First, the show is about a 13-year-old who kills a girl, okay? And that is what the show is about and how that has happened. And what struck me about the show was that this entire family seems normal. It's a hard-working father, a mother who really cares. एक बच्चा भी नहीं है, 2 बच्चे हैं घर में, so they have
the mother is stay at home.
Sorry?
The mother is stay at home.
The mother is stay at home and
full-time mom.
And she genuinely cares. All of them care. Like the father and the mother, in the end, they're talking and saying, could we have done something different? Like that is their conversation. Like where did we go wrong? And I think, like you said, today we are busy as parents. And this is the story of each and every home, right? And I want to take and like all of us are good parents, but sadly, being good parents, having good intentions about our child is not good enough now. And I want to take a step back to history on why this has happened. If we go so human beings are 2 million years old, industrial level, and always babies have grown alongside parents. Look, for these 2 million years old. About 300 years ago, when the industrial revolution happened, the first time parents were separated physically from a child's life. So they had to now go to factories and the child had to be sent somewhere. Okay, so the child could no longer be the parent. That is the first thing that happened. Wo bhi theek hai, that was also okay. The second thing that happened was when technology came, parents start to use it. Then we have some time with the child, but we are mentally absent. Yeah, so that was the second blow. And the third blow that happens is when the child also uses the same technology. Now, all of this happens with a tired parent who's going to work to earn enough for the house, for the home, a mother who's also tired. Everything happening with good intentions. So let me go back. This is the first time in history that this is happening. Being a good parent is no longer good enough. One needs to understand a little bit about what constant screen can done to a child. For example, a 2-year-old, when they see screen for too long, they will not learn to speak. They will actually not learn to speak. And a child at the age of, like what happens in the series, can kill somebody just because they are not emotionally regulated and they are not connected to their parents.
So, guys, did you notice what happened here? My first question was on, can you blame social media? The answer was no. My second question was, can you blame parents? The answer was again no. What are you guys saying? No, who is to be fixed here? Dr. Sen first, yeah.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, so there's social media, there are parents, there's school and education system. There are other things that are happening out in the world which affect children, in the playground, amongst the peer group. There is a kind of socio-political climate that cascades into the school atmosphere, into homes. So it's not one thing that you can blame. I think the stakeholders are many, and that's what we need to understand, that parenting or bringing up children is a complex issue today because of all these. It's a village. So, for instance, it's a village, yeah. And for instance, even in the TV show, if you look at the atmosphere in school, there's palpable aggression and violence that is happening. Verbal, physical, the kind of language that is used, the othering and the bullying that goes on the basis of race, on the basis of language, on the basis of, one, young person with a certain color being called a monkey and getting mimicked right in class. All of that is happening, isn't it? Where is it coming from? It's coming from the society that we've built around our children. And that's why it's getting into school, isn't it? Right? Yeah. And then, of course, there are these other things that we know exists in our world, such as neglect and abuse. It happens rampantly. And in fact, unfortunately, in India, we have one of the highest rates of physical sexual abuse in children. So how do you, draw a line or circumscribe it and say, this is the problem? It is not a linear cause and effect relationship. It's circular, it's dynamic, and all these things contribute to it. And that's what we have to be mindful of. That just being a good parent, as you're saying, is not going to cut it. We have to be mindful of all that is happening in the world around them, to be able to protect them, to be able to have...
I disagree, absolutely. I disagree with the way you have framed the question, in the sense of who is to blame here. Like, if somebody was to say you are to blame, I wouldn't like it. If I tell the parent you are to blame, social media is to blame, I don't think it fixes stuff, right? In the series, there is a place where the child is being interrogated by a psychiatrist, psychologist, and at the end, the 13-year-old asks, do you like me? Like, at the end of the conversation, there's the fourth visit, the final visit, the child asks, do you like me? And I think that is so profound that, so social media wants our children to be consumers. Social media wants our child to believe that happiness is external. As parents, we want our children to be creators. It is a responsibility for a child to feel that happiness ghar mein hai. It is internal. I was at the beach on Sunday, and we took my daughter, a few other kids, and there were 3 teenage girls who came, around 16 years old. They were well dressed. 3 hours we were on the beach, 3 hours they were on the beach. They did not step into the water. The only thing they did was click pictures. All 3 of them. And I'm not saying this from an angle of judgment. I am saying life is an experiencing. But for them, life is in some way in taking a picture, putting it online and saying we had a fun time. They're at the beach. They did not go into the beach, into the water. No water sports, nothing.
So hold that thought then. Hold that thought. When you say kids are finding validation, finding quality time on social media, since you didn't like me saying who's to blame, where is this coming from? Because we all know kids are sponge. They absorb. They do what they see. They never do what you tell them to do. But they only do what they see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
please.
Yeah. So, yes, indeed. Kids require a lot of attention. They require to be seen, to be validated, to be recognized in the way they are, right? So kids are different. They're wired differently, and they will do or choose to do different things if given an opportunity. If they do not get the validation from the sources that you would naturally expect them to, which could be sometimes parents, it could be from the schooling system, it could be from other social spaces which recognizes these differences in children, what their talents are like. If they do not get it, they have to fulfill it from somewhere. And increasingly, that is the case. In fact, we as a system are failing them in a way, all of these people, the stakeholders, in a way where the only source of this validation, therefore, comes from the selfies and the likes they get. Isn't it? And that's so dangerous because it's so fragile. It'll change overnight, isn't it? Every morning, the first thing they'll go is reach out to the phone and see how many likes their Instagram post got. And that is the beginning of the day, isn't it? And the other thing that happens, of course, due to social media and gadgets is that it never leaves you. See, earlier on when we did not have all this, then kids perhaps had a bad day in school, but they would come home and get a nurturing environment. When they went out to the playground, there would be another environment. They could leave all that angst, that comparison behind.
That
Here,
requires
it follows
a bit
them
of a
into
nuance,
their
Dr.
bedrooms,
Sen.
their
That
toilets
requires
and bathrooms.
that requires a bit of a nuance, because it's not like bullying in schools was not happening before social media.
Yeah.
It's not like sexual abuse in school was not happening before social media. It's not like people had a lower sense of self or a more magnanimous sense of self before social media. All these problems prevailed.
The social media amplifies it and takes it into their lives every minute, every hour of their waking hours, perhaps in the dreams as well.
You know, I want to take two examples of this. If a child is crying and you give them screen, they suddenly stop crying. If a child is not eating and you give them screen, they suddenly stop eating. It's like a magic fix-all for a child not to learn to navigate their own emotions. But whenever they're feeling uncomfortable, just before frustration arrives, a screen solves it, right? That is something to avoid. And you said an interesting thing, which is that validation. I want to take a small example of it. That when a young child trips, okay, before crying, the child actually looks up to the adult. If the adult is worried, if there's worry on the adult's face, the child starts to cry. If the adult is smiling, the child picks themselves up and walks away. Children learn to regulate their emotions, how they should behave from adults around them. If they start learning it from social media, there is an issue there.
Yeah. I'm very glad you brought that example, because I want to move towards some solutions here. I think a lot of people are nodding their head in the audience because they absolutely agree with a lot of these scenarios going on at home. So do I. All three of us are parents, and we all have gone through this phase, including Harpreet. He might not look it, and providing answers to all other parents as well. I'm sure you've had your share of experiences as well. So how do we solve this problem? Because I'll tell you how it starts. It starts with the mother or the parent. They're also human, not being able to sort of control the child, getting tired. And it's just that one song of Coco Melon. It's just wheels on the bus. It's just round, round, round. It's so innocent. It starts with that one screen. Are you saying we've got to clip it at the source? Are you saying we've got to ensure that if we want to safeguard our kids from any kind of social media abuse, distraction, we've got to clip it there and put a deadline? Do what other countries have done. 13 countries I counted yesterday in my research have now said that there will be no social media until 13. Are you saying we've got to cut the umbilical cord right there? Harpreet first and then Doctor.
Social media cord, 100%. There is no doubt about that. Till the age of 13, maybe even couple
No
of...
phones. No smartphones
Okay,
to 13.
so I'm saying, I'll tell you. The parent will say, but the school gives homework on phone, right? Or the parent will say, my child goes out. Let me take an example. A 13-year-old actually said, my father does not allow me to go to tuitions alone. वो बोलते हैं किसी को साथ में लेके जाओ. And we have always been so worried about the child's physical security that, but we have forgotten about this mental security about the child, right? So replace the smartphone with a feature phone. Give the child a smartwatch. I'm saying both of these are enough from a safety perspective. Give the child a laptop. Ensure the child understands that their history and etc., all of that are open to you. There is no question of privacy on internet for a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old. There is no such question. For a child to say, this is mine, you cannot see, that doesn't work because their brain is still not developed.
Not in India, but clearly in other places.
I'm saying so many of
Even
us
in
are...
India.
So far.
You know, and the last thing I want to say is that it is important to remember that when we give our child a smartphone, we not only give our child access to the world, we give the world access to our child. And who will access our child is something that as parents we should know. And having simple rules in the house can just help everything. Like in our case, screen time, our daughter's 9.5, is on weekends, 1 hour each. That's it. That's the screen time.
Okay. I'm saying this also because there are movements now going across the globe on smartphone-free childhood. People are signing up, celebrities in Hollywood, etc., are all signing up to say, boss, this can't happen. You've got to ensure and prevent your kids. Since you said in your opening remark that just taking the phone off is not enough, I want to understand then what do we do? We've discussed this in the past when if there is an age for drinking, there is an age for driving, should there now be an age to actually use social media?
Oh, absolutely.
And is that practical enough? Like, is that even possible in the age of AI? Don't you think the kids will find a solution anyhow?
Yes, absolutely. So, and they will. In fact, if you actually be too punitive or harsh about it, if you become a strict parent who's putting their foot down without actually negotiating with kids, especially once they've become 10, 11, 12, then they'll find their way. They'll go to their grandparents, they'll go to their older sibling or a cousin or borrow it from their friend. So it's very important that we factor that in. So gadgets and the digital world is not all social media. There are many other things that happen on it. And as Harpreet was saying, that we can be mindful of what we give to the child and the discussions that we have. I'm absolutely, I would object to the idea of giving smartphones and tablets to 2, 3-year-olds, which parents often do. But once they come into primary school, perhaps once they're 5 or 6, indeed there is a lot of learning that is happening. You know, and schools are giving homework there. They're giving projects and there are activities, including creative activities that are happening there. So we have to divide the time that kids, use the digital space with. For instance, we can divide it into education. We can divide it into social connections, including friends and family, where you do video calls and chats. Then there is social media. And finally, entertainment. There's entertainment as well, isn't it? Yeah? And you can't get away from that. And there are various gadgets that are fulfilling it. Now,
does that regulation really work, Dr. Sen?
No. So the thing is, it's important for us to define it and to help and to get into those conversations from a very early age, from the beginning.
You said a very beautiful word earlier. You said if you negotiate with your child.
Yes. Yes.
Can you expand on that?
Yes, absolutely. So the negotiation can start. So in the beginning, when children are very little, you can still have a conversation, but you're a custodian and you can put your foot down and say, this is a boundary. Yeah, like you have half an hour of any gadget in the weekdays and maybe 1 hour in the weekends, and that's that. That's all you'll get, right? But once they begin to get into tweens, as they call it now, and all their peers are doing it, right, and they're watching it, they'll come and fight with you about it, right? That's when the negotiation starts. That's when asking questions about, so what do you think the screen is doing to you? What do you need it for? What are these different categories that you use the screen for? And that's when you can together collaboratively establish boundaries. As children grow up, when they become 13, 14, they will have their say. And it's important to respect it. So as long as we are able to make these decisions through negotiation and collaborative, then chances are that they will not do it behind your back. And if they have indeed crossed the boundary, they might come and tell you. You have to have the relationship first. And in fact, your question was, how do we deal with it? The first thing you deal with is how do you build on your relationship. It keeps changing. It's a very dynamic process. Your relationship with a baby to a toddler to, tweens and then to teenagers is entirely different. And how do you negotiate through that is another big question. Many times I find, if I can just finish with one last thing, many times I've found that parents, when, children become teenagers, say that, is going to completely take over their lives, and parents will have little to contribute then.
I loved what you said about negotiating. I find it so beautiful and so hard. So, Harpreet, what's the toolkit? What's the magic mantra here? Like we were discussing earlier, a perfect parent, do they even exist in today's world? And is there a code to achieving that? I know a lot of it is mirroring, and I know a lot of it is what they see in their own surroundings. But when social media, when you think that your child is in your house, under your care, in their room, even then they're not alone now. They are with the gadget. And no matter, like Dr. Sen also said, no matter how hard you try, they will find a way. So what do we do? What is the way out here?
Can I take an example? Can I read out something? Is that okay? I'll read out a little bit few lines. But I'm saying I met a husband and wife with a 15-year-old, and we were sitting on the grass, and I meet less parents generally, but they had requested, and we met. And they said, our daughter is completely into her smartphone. She keeps ordering stuff from Amazon and keeps taking pictures and putting them online. We are worried that she's not serious about her 10th exams. What do we do? And they were very intense about it. And so I asked that,
आपने नहीं पूछा कि आप कितना time spend करते हैं social
you know,
media?
I think it is okay for adults to see smartphones. I genuinely feel it is okay. Our brain is developed. We can self-regulate. I don't think I think when a child says, आप देख रहे हो मैं क्यों नहीं देख सकता, I don't think that's a valid question. I would say to the child, आपकी height बड़ी नहीं हो रही है, आपकी height बड़ी हो रही है, मेरी नहीं हो रही है. So I can see because my brain is developed, your brain is still developing, you can't see. Like, I have no shame in saying it. You can see only for 30 minutes, I can see for 4 hours. That is how it is. And I think that we don't need to be apologetic to our children for it. So I asked this 15-year-old that, do you see phone for so long? Is it hard for you to resist? She said, yes. And so I told the family that you are such a wonderful family, that your child has actually come with you, is sitting with you, is agreeing with this, what this is happening. So, you know, you have a connection that is very apparent. And I think that is the magic thing, that your child is more, even though child is not able to resist the phone, they have more connection with the parent than with the mobile. And you know, when I saw Adolescence, the series, at the end of it, I wrote something. And it was that what I wrote was lessons from adolescence. And I said that I will not let my child below the age of 16 have access to social media. I will replace my child's smartphone with a feature phone, with a smart watch, with a laptop. I will not be bullied by my own guilt when my child says everyone has it. I will not think to myself, oh, I am giving it for studying. If my child feels left out of groups because he is unable to chat with his friend after school, I will explain to my child why that is okay. If my child is quiet, I will not think of that as okay. I will not think kids nowadays are like that only. I will find time for my child, time to connect, time to chat. I will not work with my imaginary child. I don't want a child who's good at what I want them to be good at, like boxing, football. I will see what my child enjoys doing. I will see my real child, not my imaginary child. I am responsible for my child. I love my child.
Beautiful, beautiful.
You know,
huge round of applause, please. Harpreet, that is very, very thoughtful. Very, very nicely said. I have to wrap up, but not before asking this last question. To be a more present parent today requires work.
It requires work.
It requires a lot of work. It requires building up a lot of other skills as well. What my worry is that in order to do that, more and more women will have to take the lead, and more women will then lead to outside of the workforce. Is the key here then to try and not just talk about parenting, but try and talk about fatherhood first?
Yes, and why is it that the women have to take the time off? Not at all. It's a responsibility of both the parents. And I can say that, vouch for it from my own experience, that I think that both of us, me and my wife, have been working parents all through. And we have, given our capabilities, our interests, the connect that we share with our child, we have divided responsibility. And it is an equal duty and responsibility of both parents to find the mind space, to find the resources within and in their immediate vicinity to be able to give to their child. And it definitely takes work. It has to have investment of your energy, of your mind, and other resources that you have. And you have to prioritize parenting as one of the top things that you do. Indeed, in my opinion, if you are engaged with your children as they grow, you grow as parents, as human beings. And that is the most wonderful thing, actually. It's challenging. And of course, I'll wait to hear from you, Harpreet, as your kid becomes a teenager, and how many of these plans work, because sometimes they don't. And you have to work on, you have to constantly think on your feet. And that is what challenges you as a human being,
Yeah.
And you're constantly growing. You're constantly confronting the realities in the world. But one of the things that you said really touched me was seeing your child as who they are. Understand that every child is wired differently, and my child is also different, unique, and we'll welcome and accept them just the way they are.
I think these are complex questions with very nuanced answers. And like I said, a perfect parent does not exist, but the journey towards reaching that is somewhat beautiful. Thank you both for joining us. I'm very glad we could have this chat as we're talking about youthful aspirations right here on Rising Bharat. Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Harpreet and Dr. Amit Sen, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What an engaging and insightful discussion that was. And I think everyone here must make a promise today. Parents, future parents, to take all of these lessons back home and continue to have these open discussions in our homes, communities, and beyond. A special thank you once again to our speakers for sharing their expertise and for bringing with them all those thoughtful insights. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're fortunate to have with us Swapan Kataria, the co-founder and CEO of Crown LNG. Swapan is a very visionary leader who has been at the forefront of empowering young minds, driving innovation and creating a more dynamic future for India. So let's grab this opportunity to learn from one of the leading voices in this space and get inspired by Mr. Swapan's perspective on what it truly means to have an empowered youth and an energized nation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kataria to the stage. I would also like to call on stage Palki Sharma, who will be taking this conversation forward.
Namaskar, good morning, and welcome to this session. Joining me as introduced is Mr. Swapan Kataria, co-founder and CEO of Crown LNG, and we will talk about energy security, and how it can help empower India's growth. Mr. Kataria, first of all, thank you for being here. And India is the world's most populous country, also among the youngest. So the energy need is only going to grow, and yet energy poverty is very real in our country. How do we bridge this gap between the demographic dividend and this lack of access, equitable access to energy? And how does LNG fit into the picture?
Palki, first of all, thanks for having me. And energy is a very complex subject. I don't disagree with you. I think India needs to address it on every front. For 1.4 billion people and growing, we need every kind of energy that is out there. LNG is only one aspect of it. We have coal. Everybody, I'm sure, has heard about solar and wind. I don't think there's anybody in the world who hasn't thought of being green. But at the end of the day, I think one of the major players in the future that I see in India is nuclear power. So if you mix all of them, and the new technologies that we haven't even seen yet would probably come out mostly in storage that I see, I think added together, India needs to grow on every front. It should not be that, oh, we have solar growing and not focusing on LNG, LNG growing and not focusing on coal, coal growing and not focusing on nuclear. I think all of them have to move forward together if we really want to grow.
Right, but there's so much talk and focus, talk more than focus on renewable energy. Yet you're talking about LNG. So is LNG, according to you, a bridge fuel, or is that a long-term bet that we'll have to make?
I think it's the latter, in my belief. I probably sound biased because I'm from the industry, but at the end of the day, in my 30-year career, I've seen solar and wind grow a lot, and they're here to stay. I'm not saying we're taking anything away from that. But at the end of the day, for India, we need on-demand power. You cannot grow jobs and help the youth without industry, and you cannot build industry without on-demand power. And for the capabilities that nature has in its own hands, you cannot guarantee that with solar and wind, unfortunately. So you have to look at coal, you have to look at LNG, and you have to look at nuclear.
Right, and for a country like India, where the demand is so big, where we have, at a policy level, committed to sustainable development, and yet at the same time we have a very ambitious growth target. It's not an easy balance to have. 75% of our energy comes from coal. Do you think that in the near future it would be possible for India to decouple from coal?
I don't think so. An honest acceptance. Of course, we have to work responsibility to grow less, and I think we have to focus on technologies like carbon capture. If you wanted to run a diesel-fired plant in the mountainous region, or you do a coal-fired plant, if you were capturing every ounce of that carbon coming out, not creating any atmospheric carbon at all, that could be a huge solution. I don't see India working towards carbon capture at all. No, I shouldn't say at all, but not at the pace it should be. Maybe that is a different aspect that we should think about, just from a different angle.
Right. And you mentioned nuclear energy, and that is something that a lot of countries are increasingly turning to. How do you see India in that space, and what sort of progress, according to you, have we made, and what are the points that we need to focus on?
So I think if you ask me from the outside, I'm not a nuclear physicist or something, but I have a simple logic because I've been in the industry for so long. I think India's dependence on nuclear is limited because of the participation of uranium, which India does not have, and it's very difficult to enrich it. So you're ultimately going to be dependent on the US or Russia or Canada, whoever has that uranium. But India does have thorium. So there are nuclear technologies out there which India can develop indigenously, and I don't think there's enough focus doing it, honestly. I think there should be. The other thing that I see where you say transition fuel for LNG, I think nuclear plants take a long time to happen, and they're not that simple to just create overnight. So is LNG going to play a role over the next 10, 20, maybe even 30 years? I see it 100% yes.
Energy security, of course, is an economic issue, an imperative. It's also a geopolitical issue. There's a reason why we call it a strategic asset. And geopolitics is changing at a rapid pace. How do countries like India, which are dependent on energy sources from outside in a big way, ensure that while their demands are met, their sovereignty is not compromised?
Very difficult question to answer, but let me try. So when we think about energy security, we always use energy security as two words in the same sentence, but security could be in different aspects. You need a tank, you need a plane, you need defense, you need missiles, you need so many other things for defense. Energy, on the other hand, adds value to security from a geopolitical standpoint. It helps you kind of, keep working with your friends rather than your enemies. And then once you get dependent on them, it's very difficult to pick a fight with them. It's like getting married. It's not easy to take a divorce. And when you do, it always leaves a trauma. So I think India will have to choose its LNG partners or coal partners or nuclear partners very carefully. But I still feel coal and nuclear, India can do it on its own. LNG is something it cannot. But it has to be a part of that energy mix. Because there are specific requirements where every industry will be needing different kind of fuel. Because if you wanted to do something in Kashmir, for example, it's very difficult to take a gas pipeline there in the mountains. So you would need a different kind of electricity plant or a power generation unit in Kashmir as compared to something closer to the shore, where you can develop larger industry, which will need maybe coal or gas. So it will be very region specific. and demand specific. So if, let's say, Assam comes along and says, oh, I need to grow industry in Assam, or Kashmir comes along, I don't think it's easy for them to get gas. So we're not focusing on targeting our marketing there, for example, but the nuclear would be great if it can work there.
That was the premise of globalization, one of the many, that if you have money at stake, if you are linked to each other through businesses, then you will not pick a fight. But we've seen that being uprooted over the past few years, first between Ukraine and Russia, and energy was what linked them, Ukraine, Russia and Europe, more like. And then we're seeing what we're seeing in terms of the tariffs that are being imposed across the world. This is a particularly complicated matter because you cannot build these supply lines overnight. You cannot even end them overnight. It takes years of investment and effort to do it. In this current scenario of flux, what would be your advice to policymakers?
I think, as I said earlier, indigenous technologies need to be grown. Like even for us, if we're in the LNG business and we operate in various countries in Asia and Africa and South America and Europe, and we see that, India is not doing enough to grow its own technology. So if I had to make a plant, I need a compressor, I need a power plant, I need some special alloys which can take minus 165 degrees of, liquid, which is LNG. So they're not available in India. So I think the industry is not being able to grow. If it was available in India and Indian government was doing enough to create those patented technologies within India, it would certainly have less dependence on overseas.
Indeed. Let's talk jobs now. How can LNG and the broader energy sector become engines of employment for the Indian youth? And we need a lot of jobs in this country.
Actually, it just baffles my mind. Most of the kids that I meet, they want to go into IT. They want to move their keyboards. And the real jobs are in the energy sector, in the oil and gas sector. People don't find that working for an oil and gas company maybe is that, glamorous. I think that the mindset has to change. Even if you look at most of the colleges and universities, they have petroleum courses, very limited universities have them. I think that skill set development has to be there because we are having, power plants which don't have skill set available for people to run it today because there are not that many youngsters going into that field. So I don't think the government can do it alone though. I think the private sector and the government have to work together to get that skill set up. And I think there are tons of jobs. This is one of the biggest booming sectors for jobs, and the young people should be training themselves into nuclear, into gas, into coal, into power sector, into ancillary industries which can operate on these, related to these energy industries.
Is that a conversation that you've initiated as a leader in this space? Because from what I understand, the current government has put a lot of focus on skill development. We've had a ministry in place for more than a decade now, and you think that there's a skill gap to engage the Indian youth in the energy sector. Is that a conversation that's even happening?
We are trying to rock the boat wherever we can. I don't think we get too many responses, but if we shake 10 trees, we might be seeing maybe 1 or 2 of them move. But I think 9 of them should be moving actually.
I agree. Is there room for the Indian youth to innovate? Because the buzzword is startups now. Everyone's talking about a startup. But this seems like a very capital-intensive, legacy sort of a business or an industry to be in. Is there an opportunity for a young person who comes with, like you said, homegrown solutions or technology or in the startup space? Can people do stuff here?
I think the youth of India is the most powerful youth that I've seen anywhere in the world. Not that I might be biased because I'm from India, but at the end of the day, when I come back, I see that, if I had been born 10, 20 years later, it would have been much better. Because you get an ecosystem of so much energy in people and in kids these days. And I think they don't have that support mechanism, which they need to grow. Because it's easy to say that there is a startup community in India, but it has to be nurtured. Right? Not just nurtured by helping them get orders, getting them also trade finance. And I think one of the biggest missing pieces that I see between startup and realization into commercial activities is the capital aspect of it. And I don't think there's enough capital being spent. There are few people that I've seen in the private sector doing whatever they can in their own world, but I don't think that's enough. I think there has to be a centered focus on startups from the government, where, let's say, if I were to be an investment office, for example, give me a tax rebate. I'll invest it in there. So I don't know if there's enough being done to nurture those startups. Yes, they're being given a huge promise that, okay, do it, you get a 5-year tax rebate. But I don't think after that there's anybody hand-holding them to make them into an industry.
Yeah, so you're saying we need more mentorship, and we need more incentives, of course, but more mentorship.
100%.
Right. When we talk about infrastructure or policy making, one of the challenges that we see in countries like India is the urban-rural divide, and that applies to energy as well. Energy access. We are heading into a summer that looks, by all indications, is going to be a punishing summer. How do we bridge this divide in the energy space?
I think the only way to bridge it is having better planning. This summer is not happening this year alone, Palki. It's been happening for years. And the bureaucracy is still thinking, oh, we can't move this because that has not happened, and that cannot happen because this guy didn't say anything. We have to give up those excuses and just take a call. And somebody up there has to put its foot down and say, okay, enough is enough. We've looked at this for 10 regular years. The summer's growing. It's getting tougher. We take every kind of energy at whatever cost we get at the end of the day in an emergency. It almost is an emergency situation. But if we planned 10 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation today. But if we don't do something today, we'll be in this situation tomorrow.
And okay, I'll go back a few questions. You were talking about young people entering the space. We have a reasonably young audience as well here. Why don't you share your story with us, and why did you decide to go into the energy business of all things, and what has your journey been like?
I think I was actually living in Russia when I entered the energy space back in 1993. And I was in the trading business, and I fell into a trading contract which was related to trading crude oil. And it was very profitable. And I never looked back after that. But that being said, I think if there was one thing that people should think, that energy sector is not just crude. It has such a vast footprint in our daily lives. It's not funny. You have to actually take a moment. A lot of people don't spend the time to look at oil and gas sector because, as I said, they don't consider that glamorous. I don't know, maybe, if I was in the oil sector, would I get a better date? Maybe that would be the way to look at it for the younger person. But I think from a stability and a job perspective, energy projects are very good. They have a long gestation period, and when they operate 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So I don't think there's any other industry which offers a better job security than the oil and gas industry.
I think that's a strong pitch.
Yeah. I have supported that. I've seen it. For me, it was looking at, okay, how much it's time to money. Okay, the IT sector looks very fancy because, everybody thinks that, there's a Silicon Valley out there. But this is day to day. You may need this every day. This is not services industry. It is actual products being made which affect and get utilized in our daily lives.
And like you said, you've traveled the world. You've worked with different countries, companies, and of course you've worked very closely with players and partners in India. How have you seen the landscape change in India over the last decade when it comes to building better supply lines, ensuring more energy security for the people of the country?
In simple words, I think there is improvement. But if I expand on it, I don't think there's improvement enough. And I'll give you an example, and I hate doing it because I don't think I ever want to compare ourselves with China. But China had the similar kind of population, and they already knew they're in the same situation. They don't have oil and they don't have gas. At least not enough to cater to their own people. In fact, I think India has more gas than China. But what they did was they went out and started buying gas fields globally. So they started investing into those gas fields so they can control the volatility of price for their consumers in their country. It doesn't matter if you have it, right? So when I was brought up with only, a little bit of thinking from my father. It doesn't matter if you have it today or not. What did you do today to have it tomorrow? So I don't think we're doing enough today to have it tomorrow either. That's my biggest worry from my perspective.
Even now?
Even now. I think we are trying to do contracts for buying. We are trying to discuss long-term contracts with countries which have it. We are trying to do very good diplomatic relationships with those countries. I don't think we're investing enough. We should not be giving our product requirements into the hands of other people. We should go and buy it ourselves. We should control the value chain. We're not doing enough to control the value chain.
We are looking, or we've set ourselves a target to become an energy secure country by 2047 as part of our larger Viksit Bharat dream. Do you think we'll get there? Is that a very tall target to have set?
So I think I'll be blunt about that as well. Doing what we are doing now, we won't get there. But given the time frame between now and 2047, we have the ability to do it. But the steps have to be taken now.
So you're saying that the gap is at the policy level?
That's what I see.
Right. I hope the policymakers pay heed to advice from you and others like you. I was reading about what you've said in the past, and I understand that you've been a big champion of artificial intelligence in the energy space. How do the two sort of come together?
Actually, they came together because of the demand in electricity, and ultimately the gas fills that electricity requirement. So we started, because we had access to, or we have access. So when you look at India and you want to bring LNG into the country, you have to go through a very rigorous process which has been put together by the Indian government to actually go and enlist and get approved for a license to import product into India. So at the moment, Crown LNG is establishing a project in Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh, which is 7.2 million tons per annum, and which is approximately 10 to 11% of India's total import licenses available today. So when the larger, hyperscalers, they wanted to put these things here, they approached us and said, hey, we need access to on-demand power. We cannot survive on solar and wind, because what if there's no electricity? Then it's not like we cannot operate our data center. So that is how we started our first conversations with them, and we realized that how important on-demand power is. And it's not just about running a data center. Then we started getting into complexities that, does your data center have double redundancy, a triple redundancy, or a quadruple redundancy? So now, not only that, if you need a 200 megawatts power plant, for example, they want you to build 600 or 800 megawatts of power for it. They'll use only 200, but the other one should be standby. If the one, conks off, the second one starts working. So when you start thinking of that much of built-in optionality, you start thinking about that kind of a cost infrastructure. We felt that it's something which we can certainly support. And that's what got us into the AI.
That's very interesting, actually. And the way you put it, one would have thought that that's common sense and most people would do it, but I'm surprised that it's not happening.
I thought the same before I got into it.
Right. Swapan Kataria, thank you very much for your insights and for your policy prescriptions that we hope reach the right people and trigger the changes that need to be made.
Well, I'm always here to help if they need me.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being such a fabulous audience.
Thank you, everybody, for listening.
A huge thank you to Mr. Kataria once again for this very incredible session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Palki. And to all of you for being such an engaged audience as we continue to build an environment where our youth are not only inspired but given the tools and the opportunities to make a lasting impact. And with that, let's transition to something that's turned into a hot topic, not now, since quite some time. In recent years, though, weight loss has become a popular subject that has drawn great interest with the rise of various diet trends, fitness regimens, and of course, weight loss medications. Today, a select panel of experts will help us unravel the complexities of weight loss medications, from understanding how these drugs work to exploring their effectiveness and potential side effects, we will be covering a range of important topics and issues to guide anyone looking to better understand this trending topic of discussion and debate. So without further delay, let's dive into this crucial conversation. Please join me in welcoming Winslow Tucker, President and General Manager, Eli Lilly and Company, India, and Dr. Chandrakant Laharia, Public Health Policy Strategist. May I also invite Sonal to once again take this conversation forward.
All right, almost good afternoon there, and we are back, this time with another fascinating chat. I think if there's one thing that connects us all in this room, no matter your age, no matter your gender, no matter your nationality, is our health. And it is so important to sort of address that at the Rising Bharat Summit here, where we're talking about youthful aspirations. I'm so thrilled to have our panelists here with us on stage who've taken out the time to discuss about this topic, which a lot of people are talking about, but very few know about. There is a lot of information, not so much that is true. So over the next few minutes, the idea is to decode the science behind weight loss drugs. The idea is also to understand who is it for. And the idea is also to get a better grip on how to approach this as a society, as a nation. So let me take the first question to Dr. Laharia then. Dr. Laharia, we are the obesity capital in so many ways. Our numbers are almost there in the top 3. At this time, when weight loss drugs should in a way be, like if it were any other disease, it would be celebrated, that finally there is a cure. Why is it that we are looking at these drugs as you're not sure what is it for or what's happening? So can you begin by first defining what have we understood wrong about obesity in general?
Thank you very much. So one of the important development in last decade has been, or last decade and more so in the last few years, has been that we have started recognizing obesity is a health issue, a health condition or disease which require treatment, care, management. And these are important conversations because if we go by the numbers, in 1 in every 4 adults in India is either overweight or obese. And there are other ways to look at it. For example, if we talk about generalized obesity, that is 1 in every 4 adults, but abdominal obesity, which is an important risk factor and parameter to measure obesity, is 1 in every 3rd adult. And another approach to look at it, which has implications in terms of heart disease and other, is dyslipidemia. So the level of cholesterol and lipids are deranged in 1 in every 5 adults. So these numbers are worrying, and they all come from extra fat in the body. So first point, if we talk about the important part is that we have lately started recognizing that obesity is something which requires care.
But if Dr. Laharia, you could tell us the difference between being fat and being obese.
Well, that's a very interesting point, and that's why I gave a longish introduction. So the point is that there are a range of definitions for obesity, and for long, the approach which was used as a body mass index. So WHO said that more than 25 is overweight, more than 30 of body mass index is obesity. But over a period of time, this definition has changed, and they are contextual also. For example, Asian Indians, there is a concept called thin fat Indian, which means for the same body mass level as of European, Indians and Asian population has a higher body fat. And the composition of body fat is a major factor in it. So the definition keeps changing. For India, the definition was always lower, BMI. But more recently, some of the Indian definition has come, which say that anyone who has a body mass index more than 23 is obese, which is stage 1 or stage 2 obesity. That definition has come. But I want to delve briefly into this. So there are new other parameters to look at obesity. For example, your waist circumference. For the male, it should not be more than 90 centimeter. For female, it should not be more than 80 centimeter. There are other approach to waist circumference to height ratio. The waist circumference in the centimeter, if you divide height in centimeter, should be less than 0.5. So multiple parameters are coming up, and now globally there is a discourse going on that it should be preclinical and clinical obesity. But finally, coming to the key part, I am really pleasantly happy as a medical doctor and public policy specialist that the societal norm which normalized obesity as just a well-fed individual is changing. We people across India and policy making have started recognizing that obesity or overweight is a health condition, which is a risk factor in itself, but also a disease condition. And final point I would like to make is that this discourse is really important because that's where we can start making difference.
I'm glad you brought it up because I think we are finally at that stage where the education or perhaps the definition is becoming more nuanced. Is no longer somebody just looking a particular type fit. Being lean does not mean being fit. Similarly, being fat does not mean that you are so-called unfit. But a lot of people struggle with other issues as well. I'll come to that in a bit. Let me bring in Mr. Thakur there. Then, when it comes to weight loss drugs, I think the most pertinent issue is that people see it as a magic pill. What is it that they are missing here?
So I think first it's important to note that it's not a magic pill, right? It's also not for lifestyle. It's not for a vanity tool. These are medications that are approved for use with a prescription, and therefore a chronic disease, which is obesity, right? We had the definition of obesity, and I think it's important to note that when someone is overweight or obese, their body is set a new level of weight. We call that like a set point. And so the body wants to maintain that set point. And when we think about these medications, they operate on two different levels, right? They target incretin hormones, and there are two, GLP-1 and GIP. And so they either target those individually or both at the same time. And what they do is they work on a brain level to regulate appetite, regulate hormones, regulate metabolism. And so over time, the body then perceives hunger differently, food intake differently, which allows patients to lose weight. But importantly, over time, it also resets that weight set point so that the body's not working against the patient and that they can actually maintain long-term weight reduction. Now, it's also important to note that they also impact glucose control, which is sometimes dysregulated in patients who have obesity. And so there are metabolic benefits as well that go beyond just weight loss. And so, once again, they are prescription products that work best when they are used with lifestyle changes as well as under medical supervision, and they need to be tailored for the individual patient. But once again, not a magic pill, but part of a comprehensive weight management program.
A comprehensive weight management program. Dr. Lahiriya, then I want to understand from you, then who is it for? The question I think in the audience is going to be, can everybody take it? Can only diabetics take it? How does it work?
Well, I would go overall holistic approach for weight management. And let's understand, let's put a human face to it. That while we keep talking about overweight and obesity in adults, but if we go by the numbers, when it comes to children, India has one of the fastest rising burden of obesity in children, like one of the fastest in the means top 3 countries are the Namibia and Vietnam are other 2, and this has increased rapidly. But let's put a human face to it. I often engage with some of the senior medical doctors as a researcher. And I was hearing one of the senior doctors who said that 3 decades ago when they were trying to conduct a survey in school children, it was very difficult to find overweight and obese children 3 decades ago. So they were wondering whether they would be able to complete the study. And now in these times, if someone wished to do study in school children, you find many school children who are unhealthy. I work closely with certain number of schools, and I was talking to some principals, and they said that these days parents send such an unhealthy food or other things in the school tiffin for the kids, which is resulting in this rising obesity. I know that there is one of the discussion panel in this session was about screen time and exposure to social media, and all of this is bringing reduced physical activity in kids. So the play time is reduced. So essentially, these narration indicate that if we want to take control of obesity, we need to follow a holistic approach. This requires three-pronged approach minimum. And this is what I tell for all the lifestyle diseases, all the health conditions, not just obesity. Any condition, health condition which is lifestyle originated has three treatment or interventions. One is increased physical activity. Second is a dietary modification. And third is medication. Even if a medication is available, that is not the solution unless we pay attention on the first two. And these 3 points are important because if the moment we start thinking of any available medication, which is important because if science is there, research is there, we need to keep developing newer intervention and medications to ensure that people who are not getting benefit from the first two will benefit from it. But all three together makes an good care. And Sonalji, that's where I want to highlight that we often keep focusing on treatment, which is important part. Medical advance should benefit everyone, but we should also keep looking at holistically. Increase physical activity, improve dietary pattern, and then available medication for all the patients. This final point here is that this essentially makes that often people argue that obesity is an individual issue. They believe that, okay, if someone is overweight, obese, it's their fault. I believe that this is a societal issue because there is a higher economic burden of obesity. If as a society people are overweight or obese, that has an economic cost in the terms of healthcare. It has a cost in the reduced workforce capacity in the terms of sick time or absence from the work. And there are estimates available in 2019, this World Obesity Federation data. In 2019, around 1% of India's GDP was equivalent, was loss on the obesity-related challenges, absence from work. So it is worthwhile to invest in every intervention, including medication, increasing physical activity, dietary intervention. This will help economic growth, and this will help in any country becoming a developing or prosperous nation. Yeah. So obesity has multiple dimensions, and I can keep talking about these.
Yeah, we let you. That's the whole point of this discussion. But I'm so glad you brought that up. Because I think, and Mr. Tucker, if you can take that question, in a society where physical transformation has to be more led by work and hard work, and natural transformation is glorified so much, what role and what larger role are weight loss drugs then, sort of playing there?
So one thing that I want to start with is saying is that, I'm actually very happy that we're having this conversation and that obesity is starting to get the attention that it deserves in India, right? We want to provide gratitude to the Prime Minister and also to media for raising this because it's a critically important issue. Now, weight loss drugs overall are part, as you said, of that overall management. And I think that we have to change the narrative around weight loss if we really want to address it. You're right, it is around not just lifestyle, it's around lifestyle and a comprehensive approach. But we also have to recognize that there is a bit of a stigma on weight loss, and that patients who have obesity or who are living with overweight every day are addressing this stigma. And until we start to change that, we're not going to actually have patients or individuals who are living with obesity actually seeking some of these treatments. Now, where I think that these medicines can change that is it's starting to change the view of how we think about obesity. It's not just about blame, it's really about biology, right? We know that there's a different way you need to address this, and I think that's critically important. I think also that, as you talked about, we have to be really cognizant that this is part of that comprehensive approach, and that if we do that over time, we'll start to see patients come forward and feel more comfortable in seeking treatment.
I'm very glad you brought that up, because the follow-up to that, Mr. Tucker, is that what is the biology of obesity? Yeah. I think the needle needs to shift on not just what is weight loss, but first we need to be very clear on what is obesity. Yeah. And how do we tackle that? So what is the biology there?
So I'm not the medical expert, so I'm not going to talk about the biology specifically. What I can tell you of how these medicines actually impact that biology, okay? So as I started to talk about earlier, we know that a lot of things change when a patient is obese, right? How they perceive their satiety, how they perceive their appetite, their body is working against them, so they continue to increase. What these products do is they act both on the mental side, so they change how you perceive being full, they change how you perceive that your appetite, and so that reduces. It also works on the level of slowing their gastric emptying as well. So what that means is you feel full sooner and for longer, and so therefore your appetite changes as well, right? The last point, which I think is really important, is that it kind of changes that set point. I keep talking about the set point because your body's working against you. After you lose weight, your body wants to gain weight. This helps your body to kind of be at that next level where you can continue over time. And we have to recognize, to your point, that's why it's so important, that it's part of this comprehensive piece, because you have to have lifestyle changes and along with the medicine to have the best outcome. Last thing I will say is this one thing about this, which I think is really important. We talked a lot about obesity, and you were saying, like, how is it different? I think we want to change the conversation from just obesity to better health, right? Because ultimately, these products will help patients to not progress to some of those long-term complications like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, dyslipidemia, that really impact their overall health and cost to the system. And so I think if we start to change that stigma, we can actually have a broader
I think that's
impact.
very important, and I'm glad you brought it up. But just to expand on that, and if Dr. Lahiriya can also come in on this biology of obesity and how it works here, because a lot of people still feel that, oh, just take these injections and that's it. That's all you got to do. I don't need to hit the gym. I don't need to put in that extra hours. It'll control my appetite, and that's that. Can you sort of drop some truth bombs there?
See, across the world, and most of the guidelines from Endocrinology Society, other society, categorically say that the first line of management is a dietary modification and lifestyle changes, increased physical activity. And one of the component in that is anti-obesity medication. So these are definitely entire gamut of things, but not the first line. That's part one. Second part is that these are prescription-only medicines which are provided by a medical doctor based upon individual case-to-case discussion with the patient. There are standard laid down approaches and guidelines that who is the fit right person for getting these medications. So my suggestion would be, please, anyone thinking of these medications, consult your physician or provider. This is not something, I know it's available for some people without prescription, but this is not what should be done. It should be prescription-only approach that should be followed. Going back to your previous question, and often people complain that, oh, we have tried increasing physical activity or dietary modification, it is not working. Shall we go for it? Possibly yes, but consult a physician. That will be my advice. Part of this, I would like to briefly reflect about biology of it. So as we know that our body has essential roles of hunger and satiety. There are hormones which are released from intestine or your brain when you are hungry, and then once you start eating, there are hormones which are released from intestine which send the message that your satiety status has reached. But what has happened, and some of this is genetic and biological, but what has happened in today's lifestyle, when you eat very fast, so there is not enough time in your intestine and brain to register that message that you have eaten this much, and then you keep eating. So changing in the lifestyle is one of the factors. Of course, there are people, for example, I would say that there are people who have tried all of these things. There are some excess weight, like BMI, certain BMI threshold which is crossed. For them, if a prescriber suggests, and these are the medications which can wonder, and we know that we now have medications which can reduce 15 to 20% of the weight over a period of 3 to 6 months. But I'm again warning that this is something, a doctor-based, prescription-based approach which need to be followed. And even if you are being prescribed medications, there is definitive role of lifestyle modification, physical activity, and other aspects.
But let's look at the other side of the spectrum then. And I want to understand the struggle. So many people I know today are struggling to shed weight. So many people I know today are trying everything. They lose weight, but then it comes back. How should they be approaching this? Dr. Nehria, to you first.
This would be, again, an individual one-to-one question, but often...
I say this, you know why? Just to sort of build in a context here. Because we as a society shame people who don't look a particular way. We as a society want that perfect Instagram filtered face and body. So how are we to approach that problem?
So I'm going to talk about some certain approaches. For example, when we talk about a medical provider about improving dietary habits, essentially for me, when I talk to my patients, I say that diet has a three component. One is a quantity. If you are overweight, obese, definitely you are taking more calorie than you need. So reduce the quantity of that meal. That's a part one of the meal, and that's often people discuss. But then second component of that is a quality of the meal. If you are taking high sugars, packaged food, ultra-processed food, that's a problematic. And if you have extra oil and fat, that is problematic. So you need to alter quality of the meal, which essentially means reduce fat, reduce carbohydrate, and increase protein. So first part was reduce quantity. Second is improve quality of a meal. Third is the sequencing of meal also, the way you eat, how quickly and how slowly you eat. So I just give you an example of that, how the same meal or same approach which they are following, but bringing the nuance to it. Another approach to it is, for example, there are many patients who are overweight and obese. Definitely, in very likelihood, they would have a fatty liver. Now, what people do not understand that why fat is a problem. I tell them, and this is the unscientific reason, that anything which should not be somewhere, if it's there, it is problematic. So when your body has extra fat, it gets deposited in liver, viscera, other organs, and other places. And since it should not be, for example, it should not be in the liver, and it is a fat there, then your liver starts recognizing that's a foreign antigen. So it starts inflammation. And inflammation means your immune system gets activated, your antibodies start forming, and this results in damage to that organ. So obesity or overweight is an inflammatory condition which activates immune system, which makes you prone to multiple diseases. And that's why one of the recent Lancet paper on endocrinology and metabolism had talked about that obesity or overweight can essentially affect all the organs. But I bring you a good part of this thing. Whatever mechanism you follow, anti-obesity medication, physical activity, lifestyle, or dietary modification, if anyone, no matter what is the weight of that person, if that person can reduce 7 to 10%, let's not go to 10%. If 7% weight reduction, the first place where fat is deposited in liver, first place from where the fat will disappear is liver. And you will control many other conditions. In this round, I would say, please, once you go back, you read a common soil hypothesis. There is a scientific hypothesis which says that obesity results in many conditions, but it is a soil for a diabetes. Because if you have extra fat in your body, especially liver, the insulin which is produced in your body will not be able to reach to liver cells and muscle cells, and then insulin resistance will develop. You will develop diabetes. So obesity is a harbinger of many health conditions. Diabetes is one of those.
Yeah. So we've established that obesity is a chronic problem. We've established also perhaps that weight loss drugs, however, seem to be in this blanket of secrecy. There is still a very strong stigma attached to it. It's perhaps changing in the West. In India, the narrative is still different. Mr. Tucker, why do you think that is? And what can organizations like Eli Lilly do to move the needle on this conversation and this narrative?
I think that's a great point. I think that first, to my point before, first let's address the stigma of obesity itself, because I think that is keeping patients from actually seeking treatment. And as you said, this has to be a comprehensive approach. Diet, exercise, and also weight loss medications can be part of that. So I think that's the first thing. First, let's address that. And in addressing it, we have to be really cognizant that, obesity today is viewed as a personal responsibility or a lack of personal responsibility, right? That diet, exercise alone might treat that, which for some it may, but there is also
People think you're fat because you're lazy.
Correct, which is totally wrong. And then if you get past that and you start to say, can we make it safe for people to explore treatment? Because many people are embarrassed to talk about obesity, and so they don't even explore what the treatment options out there. Once we start doing that, then we can start to talk about where do weight loss medicines fit in, right? My hope is that as we start to look at where weight loss medicines fit in as a prescription drug with physician supervision, that more patients will feel free to get these products. We will see the impact of these products. We know that over time, many patients who have taken these products have gotten to a weight level and been able to maintain that. There are obviously side effects that we have to be cognizant of, but that will allow people to figure out where these can fit in and how they can help impact overall health of patients as well.
Right. So as we come towards the end of this session, I also want to address some misconceptions.
Sure.
And I'll go to Dr. Laheria first and Ms. Thakur right after. Dr. Laheria, what are some of the misconceptions, if you were to state? You can give me your top 3 on weight loss drugs.
What is the misconception of weight loss drug?
Yeah.
I think one of the misconceptions is that weight loss drugs are magic remedies. As already said, that they are one of the tools available in hand, and they are important tools which we should use as per medical society and government responsibility. Everyone need to play a role in this approach. For example, if someone advised that you do physical activity, but that requires school should have a playground, that requires city should have a space for bike ride and other things. So it requires intervention on multiple levels. I think I've done 3.
Yeah. Your top 3.
I think the first one would be that there's a myth that weight loss is due to not would say personal responsibility as much. Yes, personal responsibility, but also it's a choice, right? That you choose to be obese. And I think that's totally incorrect, right? We know that. I think there's another one that everyone loses weight the same way. We know that's not true. It's an individual response, and therefore it has to be tailored to them individually. The last misconception, I think, is a big one, which is that obesity is not a disease. But in reality, we know that globally it is recognized as a disease that is progressive, relapsing, and needs a comprehensive approach, of which medical treatment can be a significant part.
Right. Last comments then, and Mr. Akka, I'll begin with you. What is your hope then with weight loss drugs in the Indian context on what they can do for the medical fraternity on the whole and this entire, on the medical infrastructure on the whole?
I think, as I think about India and this vision of a healthy India, I think that these weight loss drugs hopefully change the conversation around just obesity and weight more to health, and how we can improve health so that individuals can achieve their best level of health. And I think that is a comprehensive approach. It is addressing the fundamental cause of obesity, which these drugs go to, the hormonal cause, the metabolic pieces that drive the disease, and not just the symptoms. And that we make it safe for people to talk about obesity and seek treatment, particularly with lifestyle changes, medical intervention as well, so that patients can achieve their highest level of health, and we can improve society and also reduce health costs.
That's quite lovely. Dr. Laheria, then, I was going to ask you the same question, but with a different lens. We are looking at India, which is very aware now. This generation is talking about health more than ever. We also have the government coming out with initiatives which are taking and putting health at the forefront. You've got the Fit India movement. The Prime Minister talked about it in his Mann Ki Baat as well. So we seem to be moving in the right direction, or so it seems, when it comes to this entire conversation on staying fit. But what is the roadblock? What do you see as something holding us back? What I'm essentially asking you is, if the Prime Minister was listening to you right now, what would you tell him to do that can unlock the potential of how much we have developed both in the mindset and medical science on fitness?
Let me answer this in two parts. One is what we are talking about, weight loss drugs or anti-obesity medications are essentially anti-diabetes and also have a multi-organ benefits in terms of kidney health, liver health, heart health. So they are really useful medication, and that it boils down to that if you reduce weight, no matter whether by physical activity, dietary modification or anti-obesity medication, it is going to work in multiple ways, keeping you fit. Second part on what are the roadblocks. I would flip the question. I would say there are 7 P's approach which we can do. One is that we need to focus upon preventive aspect of health. Second is we need to bring attention on promotive health. Third is prompt treatment. If you are required treatment, you go for a prompt treatment. Fourth is a policy approach. We need to have that kind of policies which support all these interventions. Fifth is everything should be done as per the need of people, people centricity in this approach. Sixth is programmatic intervention, which essentially means just do not focus upon one isolated intervention, but make it a holistic programmatic. And seventh is a partnership between public and private sector for a public purpose. So we need, if we do 7 P's, prevent, promote, prompt treatment, policy research, people centricity, programmatic approach and partnership, it will take care of a holistic approach on our different components. Otherwise, simply focusing on medication or increasing physical activity or reducing oil is not going to work. We need to give it a shape of that where all the components are taken care of.
I think that's very well said. Thank you both for joining us on this very, very fascinating discussion. I think personally, we are at the cusp of really understanding and unlocking health and wellness in the country. And this is going to be a very, very critical piece of understanding how we approach it. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. Taka and Dr. Laheria. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Sonal. This conversation indeed was a reminder of how any journey to losing weight must be undertaken in a healthy way. And now we get down to discussing two genius minds present amongst us here in the audience. Youngsters who have captured the imagination of scholars and mathematicians around the world. We're in for an incredible session today as we are about to hear from two extraordinary young minds who are redefining the boundaries of intellectual achievement. First, we have amongst us Vishwa Rajkumar, a 20-year-old memory champion who recently won the prestigious Memory League World Championship. Vishwa has set new benchmarks for whatever is possible in the world of memory sports. And joining him is Aryan Shukla, a 14-year-old prodigy known as the human calculator, and we'll hear more from him. But he has amazed audiences worldwide with his lightning-fast mental arithmetic skills. Let's get ready to be inspired by two masterminds who are joining us here. And welcome. Let's welcome Vishwa Rajkumar and Aryan Shukla to the stage. Toya Singh, my colleague, will be taking this conversation forward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, lovely to have you here. We have two young men with us, and the reason we're standing is because we're going to spend the first few minutes actually showing you something. Then we'll do the discussion we're going to do. Let me just tell our audiences, we told everyone about your achievements, but I just want to introduce them once again to our audiences. Right here we have Aryan. Aryan, you're just going to be showing us some mathematics. He's the person who we said was a human calculator. I don't know if you like that description or not, so we'll talk about that in a second. And right after that, we'll go over to Vishwa. And Vishwa is the person who is incredible at remembering things. So we're actually going to show you both of their skills first. Sabko thoda jaga denge with these really, really cool skills. And after that, we're going to ask you some more questions. Okay? So first, we're both going to sit down, Vishwa, and Aryan, please go ahead.
So, screen.
We're going to actually pull it up on the screen behind.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So basically this subject is called Flash Anzan, where numbers will flash on the screen and we have to add them. So basically this is a demo of it. So now these are the three parameters. First one is the digits. So basically how many digits would flash? Like there is one digit, that means it will be 1, 2 till 9. There is the duration in seconds for per number. So here it's 1.0. That means one number, 1 second, means for in 1 second, one number. And third is the problem numbers, means how many numbers will flash.
What is the problem number? Just
Means,
explain.
how many numbers will flash, like
Okay.
10 numbers, 100.
Okay.
So now this thing should be tried by everyone in the audience on the stage. So and tell the answers after it. So let's start.
So we have to remember those numbers, add them, subtract them. He's concentrating.
Yeah. So had anyone got the answer? Yeah.
Love it.
So 57. Yeah. So that's what, right? Now we will
We're going to get more tough.
Huh?
We're going to get more tough.
Yeah, we will go one by one. So now we have decreased here the duration, means 0.3 per number. In 1 second there will be more than 3 numbers. So now we will do it again. So has anyone got? 55. Yeah. So now we will increase the digits. Means now there will be 2 digits like 10, 11 till 99. So let's start. The answer is 6, 7, 1. Yeah. Now we will again increase the digits and keep the speed and the problem number same. Let's start. The answer is 4990. Let's compare. Yeah. So now we will show. So now we will again increase the digits, and here we will, instead of doing 10, we will do 100. So let's try. The answer is 5, 5, 2, 0, 8, 9. Let's compare. Again.
Still close? Yeah.
The answer is 560158.
Wow.
Yes.
Can I ask you to sit now? And Aryan, I have to tell you, it's so cool to watch everyone just looking at the stage and trying to calculate, and all of us realizing that your brain is just leagues ahead of all
Thank
of us.
you.
Now, someone who can, I don't want to say give you competition, because this is not a competition at all. But Vishwa, if we could now also see your skill, because it's a different set of skills. And then we're going to come back to both of you with more questions on how all of this works. And we're also, if anyone in the audience is blown away and has a question or two, we're going to try to leave some time for that. But Vishwa, please, if we could ask you first to also show, because Vishwa's skills are memory-based. So do you want to show us how your skills work?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, let's go ahead. We're just going to pull up something on the screen right now. Okay, so on the screen, let me just check if they're ready. We're going to be pulling up a sequence of numbers.
Wait, one second. Can you stand?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Do what makes you comfortable.
So before starting, I'm asking, how many digits can a person memorize within a minute or so?
Shout out a number.
Can you memorize anyone here 100 digits by just seeing them once? No, right? Okay. So as I'm on stage, I'll try to do a bit slow. But still, I hope it would impress everyone. Okay. Can we start? Yeah, okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I memorized them. So I'm going to recite them in order. You can check it. 3729, 6135, 7515, 1467, 4520, 0867, 3618, 1954, 8153, 1144, 5672, 9961, 4955, 6473, 1343, 1988, 2567, 0925, 3398, 7810, 7173, 4540, 5175, 4303, 8429. Thank you. I did it a bit slow, but my personal record, which I broke in World Championship, which happened online, I memorized 80 random digits in just 13 seconds, which is almost like 6 digits per second. Thank you.
So, you know how our parents always tell us ki pani piyo? So one very crucial part of your process is drinking water. So you'll always see Vishwa with a can of water next to him or a bottle of water. You've talked about how being hydrated is important. A reminder to everyone, there are jars of water on your table. Piyo, pani. Let's go ahead. All right. So the other thing we thought we would do very quickly is I'll very quickly give Vishwa a list of words. Oh, we can hear the satisfying snap of cans of water opening right now. But I thought we'd give you a list of words. Because what he just did was with numbers, but he can also do this with words. So we're going to give him 20 words. And we're not going to ask him to repeat them to us till this conversation is done. Okay? So we're going to ask him lots of deep questions. And let's see uske baad remember karte ya nahi. You're ready, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the list of words, and I am a normal human, so I could not remember them. I hope that's all right. Is dog.
Dog.
Grass.
Grass.
Helix.
Heels.
Helix. Like a DNA helix.
Yeah, okay. Helix.
Yeah. Chewing gum.
Chewing gum.
Rocket.
Rocket.
Flamingo.
Flamingo.
54.
54.
Boys.
Boys.
Crease.
Grease.
Chips.
Chips.
Filibuster.
Filibuster. Okay, filibuster. Okay.
Swimsuit.
Swimsuit.
Bus.
Bus.
Saliva.
Saliva.
Continuum.
What does it mean?
Continuum.
Continuing.
Pagdi.
Bakri.
Pagdi. जो सर पे पहनते हैं ना पगड़ी.
Okay.
You're okay with the different language there?
No.
Okay. We'll discover.
Yeah. Okay.
Lemon.
Lemon.
Disappointment.
Disappointment.
Cadbury's.
Cadbury's.
And fiscal stimulus.
What is the last word?
Fiscal stimulus.
I don't understand what is it.
Should we just go with fiscal?
Fiscal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fiscal is, I wanted to mix up the different categories of words. So let's see. ठीक है? अभी नहीं, at the end of this conversation. So we'll come back to him at the end. So let's come to both of you and ask you a little bit more. Now, Arun, if we could come to you first to ask you a little bit about the technique that you use. So you couldn't see this, but he was turned there and he was actually moving his hands. And it looked like you were moving an abacus. Is that, an abacus is that wooden thing with beads on it. Is that what you were doing? Am I making, because I often see people in these championships moving their hands. Is that what's going on?
Yes. So basically in Flash Azan, we generally use abacus techniques.
Flash Azan is what it's called. I
Yes.
just wanted to repeat that. What
Yeah.
is that? Why is it called that?
Flash means numbers flashing,
of course.
and Azan means numbers.
Huh.
So it flash numbers. So it's in different language.
In Arabic, Azan means numbers in Arabic. What language?
Azan, Turkish.
Okay.
So this basically abacus technique is used to solve Flash Azan. Also, there are many techniques from Vedic maths and mathematics which are used to solve other subjects, which we'll be discussing about, like multiplication, square roots, division, calendar, and more.
So tell me a little bit more about the Vedic maths. I want to double click on that. In the last few years, so by last few years, I mean a decade and a half, India, you have tuition centers, for example, that will teach Kumon, which is one method. You have Vedic maths that's kind of re-entered into public life. Of all of these techniques, what's your process been to discovering them? So both your parents are here today. Did one of them guide you through that process? How did you decide ye karna hai? Because I just want to tell everyone here, he's 14 years old. So how old were you when you decided this is what I want to do?
So from childhood, I love to play with numbers. So when I was of age of 6, I started doing mental calculations, learning mental calculations. So I started to learn these techniques. Means my parents taught me, or we searched about the many sources. Like these methods are easily available on many sources. So I started learning them, and then I learned and get a mastery, means not mastery, but started getting good at it. And then we searched about more competitions and the programs which happen, and then I started to take part in them, participate in that competitions. From 2018 I started doing that.
Right, and you've also, so we haven't talked about what you've won, and you've been winning for a few years now.
Yes.
Let me just come back to you in a second. Vishwa, you have a very different, obviously what you're doing is a different skill, it's memorization. And he does something really cool. If I can give our audiences a breakdown, वैसे तो आपसे आना चाहिए. I'm not giving you a chance to speak. But what he does is he imagines a room or a house rather.
Yeah.
And in different rooms of that house, he stores different words. So मान लो आप याद कर रहे हो, and then it's like you're walking through the house. Veranda में कोई चीजें हैं.
Yeah.
Pathway में कोई चीजें हैं. That's how you remember the words. Is that a correct, like a map that you make in your brain?
Yeah, exactly. So I can tell that if you're watching a film, will you ever forget what happened in the film? You won't be forgetting, right? So the same thing if you read, even if you read the same story in a history book, you'll be forgetting that easier. That's because you're visualizing the movie. So that's the reason you're able to remember that. That's because of your imagination. So whatever I memorize, I imagine them, make a story out of it, and then visualize in whatever place I want. I mean, I feel comfortable. Let's say my home. So that, let's say my home. So you told me 20 words, right? I imagined everything in my home. So that's how I remember.
Okay, so here's my question. Our audience today that's sitting, if they asked you, how do we use this technique in our day-to-day? So let me give an example. Say I want to remember someone's birthday. Say their birthday is, I was thinking of Mahatma Gandhi's birthday for some reason automatically, but that's too easy for our audiences. Let's go with the 11th of October.
11th October.
1963.
1963.
Walk our audiences through how they can get better at remembering.
Okay. So I would say 11 looks like 1-1, right? So we can imagine 2 pencils. Imagine 2 pencils is kept here. And October is 10th month. So whom do we remember when we hear the number 10? Sachin Tendulkar.
Oh, love it. Okay.
Sachin is coming and picking up the pencils. 1963. So what do you remember when you hear the number 19?
A young person about to become a 20-year-old.
Okay. So I'm 21 right now. So I won my world championship when I was 20. So maybe let's consider me. So I was speaking to Sachin.
Oh.
Yeah. 63. I'm not getting anything related to 63, but I imagine a cooking set when I hear the number 63. So
why a cooking set?
I'm not sure, but when I started practicing, I used that. So imagine I was speaking to Sachin about starting a restaurant or something. So 2 pencils, 11 October 1963.
But ek cheez batao, when you're turning towards the screen and remembering all those sets of numbers, what you were doing was coming up with different scenes that quickly?
Yeah.
Okay, that's incredible. I don't know if we feel like we can actually do that in our day-to-day. I hope we're feeling a little empowered because that was tricky to hear. I'll be honest with you. Tell me one thing. Do you ever have areas in your life that are hard to remember? I always find this interesting with geniuses, and I hope it's all right that I'm calling both of you a little bit, you both are young geniuses. Are there areas of your life that are actually trickier than a normal human would find them, for example?
No, I don't feel anything harder to remember. I feel everything easier.
Like it's not like anything is hard to remember?
Yeah, anything is easier.
Wow. And what about for you, Aryan? When it comes to doing maths, is it that maths comes easily and maybe there's another area, in the sciences or the social sciences that doesn't? Because before this we were talking, you love social sciences, which is very surprising to me. I was like, wow, so your brain works both ways. But is there an area where you find difficulty more than maybe your classmates?
Yeah, means it happens like whenever, like for months I don't write like language or any language I don't study. So it happens that you cannot write properly and like. So generally it don't happens in school, but in mental maths it happens that in particular subject, once it happens that for 6 months I was not getting right. So
in mental maths, you said?
Particular subject. So errors happen, but we just
it was really cool actually when that wrong number came up there, how much you took it in your stride. You pointed out something's wrong and then you just went on. And that brings us actually very quickly to my semi-last question. I want to ask both of you, because you've both been doing this for years. We haven't talked enough about your story. We're almost done with our time, but I do want to ask, for our audiences, both of these young men in front of us have been working on these skills for years. And Aryan, I just want to ask you first, and Vishwa, I'll come to you after that. Yeah, okay. Aryan, tell me a little bit about when it's been harder for you. So walk us through maybe the months when you're doing the sums, you're not getting them right again and again.
Yes.
I want to know, amid that frustration, how do you reset your mental pattern? What does the mind of a winner sound like?
So I would say the most difficult time was the COVID time, because there were no competitions. For 2 years, there were no competitions. So keeping that fire under us to win, and that was very much tough. Practicing for 2 years with, like, there was no prescribed competition or any schedule that competition is going to come. So it was important to not give up. So I would say that was the most tough.
What was your secret to your perseverance in that time?
My secret is like not giving up, I would say, and have a passion for what you do. Yeah, so my passion for mental mathematics keep me going.
Yeah, it's been very cool to speak to both of you and realize that you both really love what you're doing. And I think it's a love for it that fuels more than anything else.
Yes.
Right? And that's really cool. Can I ask you, Vishwa, a little bit about what it's been like for you? So you're older. You're about 6 years older. I think that's fair to say. You're 6 years older. You've been also doing this for the last few years.
Yeah.
Your parents are not here today, but I'm sure they really, really support this and think it's really cool. But what have the difficult times looked like for you? With memorization, it's a different set of skills altogether.
Yeah.
Are there days where things are just not sticking? I want to know if, you're going through something emotionally turbulent.
Yeah. It's there.
Does it become harder for you?
Yeah,
What does that look like?
Yeah, I started my training in the year of 2021 myself. I just bought my laptop and started logging into the Memory League website and trained myself. So that's how I started. When I started, I trained like 10 hours a day. But later, I stopped my training because I couldn't focus. I don't know what happened. I couldn't focus, so I just stopped my training. But I was participating in every competitions consistently, but not training. What happened, like in the year 2024, when I was in a competition, I'm about to win it. It's happening online. But there was a sudden mental fog. But I started losing every point and I just got eliminated. I realized at the moment I'm going to quit the sport. But what happened? Before quitting the sport, I accidentally registered for another competition, which is happening next month.
Yeah.
So I just thought to myself, before quitting, I'm going to participate there. Even I'm going to lose, I'm not going to bother. I just trained 10 days before the competition. You won't believe, I won the competition. It's an international slam. And after winning, the next year, the World Championship is happening. It was also online, which happened in 2025 January. People were telling that the top 2 players of the world was Alex Molan. He is 6-time world memory champion from America.
Yeah.
And another person was Matteo Silo. He's from Italy. And these 2 guys are like too amazing in sports of memory. And none of them spoke about me. They just telling that the final is going to happen between these 2 guys. I got emotionally sad. I started practicing a lot. And you won't believe that in the finals, they both didn't appear. Instead, me and my friend Nasser Ali, he is from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
We both are same age. He too got emotionally sad, and we both practiced really hard for 2 months in the month of November and December. And in January, Alex and Matteo just got lost to 2 persons.
Was it you and him?
Yeah.
Lovely,
No one thought that this is going to happen because a lower ranked player from nowhere, we both came to the top, and I won the world championship. He came as a runner-up.
This is such a sexy India story. You know what I mean? In the sense that so many times we hear about young people like both of you. I just want to tell our audiences also, you're 20 and he has a New York Times profile about him. So if you search him, you'll get this whole article about your memory techniques, which I just think is so cool. Okay, we're going to have to wrap up, and I want to thank both of you. But before we do, we have a list to ask of him. So we're going to do that.
Yeah, okay.
I hope you're ready, Vishwa, for your moment of truth. Let's go. Do you want to start from the top and tell us?
Dog, grass, helix, chewing gum, rocket, flamingo, 54 boys, grease, chips, flimbuster, swimsuit, bus, saliva, continuing, bugdy, lemon, disappointment, Cadbury's, and fish skull.
Yeah, this is the fiscal stimulus. All right. It's been lovely to speak to both of you. And I think I saw a hand up in the audience. You're going to have to be very quick. We just have a minute left. Please go ahead. Okay, boys, you just have a minute. What's your source of energy? Your source of inspiration?
So I practice Surge Yoga meditation which helps me to be calm and be mindful, and it also increases concentration power, as we have seen that in flash and you need to be very much concentrated or else the number will be missed.
So meditation, you said,
Yes.
is yours. And what about you?
I'm not a focused guy, but what I do, whenever I go to a competition, I watch Virat Kohli's videos, so I get motivated from that. I was a bit aggressive myself. Before every competition, I watch his videos like 2 to 3 hours. I just get that mindset to myself, and I won't be giving up in any competition.
So you get in the zone watching
Yeah.
Kohli. That's incredible to hear. Both of you, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
It's so lovely to have your young energy, and just both of you are so confident, and that's what's been so inspiring to watch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, to say that everyone was mind blown would be an understatement. Thank you so much, Vishwa and Arya. A bright future for you ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we pause here for a while. I would request all of you all to proceed to Business Hall 4 for lunch, but 30 minutes is all you have. Something.
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much for joining us at the Rising Bharat Summit. You've come here every time we've had a Rising Bharat Summit, so this is your 3rd edition here. But I want to start off with something significant which some of our audiences may also be interested in knowing. It is the number 2,140. Does that hold any special significance for you? I shall enlighten our audience and maybe even enlighten you. That's the number of days that...
This sounds like one of Elon Musk's tweets.
That's the number of days he's been External Affairs Minister. He's the longest serving External Affairs Minister of India since Nehru. So we can have a round of applause for that. And what a time to be in charge of India's foreign policy. You look back at the last 5 years and 10 months now, it's going to be almost 6 years. What do you think has been Indian foreign policy's singular achievement in these last 6 years? One thing if you were to name, with the mic, sir.
I would say, this is Bharat rising. So how do you manage the process of rise under extremely turbulent conditions? Because managing a process of rise is tough enough, but countries normally hope that you get a very conducive environment. We've got as tough an environment as anybody could sort of. No, not hope for.
Not hope for.
Anybody could actually
imagine.
Imagine. And I think getting through that, just look at these last 6 years from a foreign policy perspective. You've had Ukraine, you've had the Middle East, you've had the whole Indo-Pacific turbulence, you had Afghanistan, you've had Myanmar, you've had COVID, you've had meltdown of various kinds, political changes in our neighbors. Actually the stresses and it's not just change. There have been big events, there have been fractures, there have been stresses, there have been surprises. So it's been as turbulent as it could have been.
I do want to, so since you said it's been challenging circumstances, it's beyond what anyone could have imagined, let's address the elephant in the room, and that is the tariffs that have kicked in today. That's what our business editors have been telling us. The reciprocal tariffs have kicked in today. And first of all, I'd like to understand from you, what is your assessment, what is your reading of, what is going to be the impact of these reciprocal tariffs on India? What is India's strategy to try and deal with the fallout of it? If you could sort of, elucidate what your views are.
I don't think it's possible to speak about what would be the impact because we don't know. What is our strategy. I think that's pretty clear. We decided that we will engage the Trump administration early on this set of issues. And we were very open with them, very constructive with them, as they were with us. And what we agreed to do was to try to negotiate a bilateral trade agreement by fall of this year. To the best of my knowledge, and I could be corrected here, I think we are the only country after President Trump has assumed presidency the second time, which has actually reached such an understanding in principle. So I don't know, every country, because every country is tariffed, okay? So every country in the world today is fashioning its own strategy of dealing with the United States. In our case, our strategy has a goal, and the goal is to see whether it's possible to actually deal with this situation by concluding a bilateral trade agreement. And I should add that in an interesting way, this has long been our objective. The present situation may have created the circumstances for such a serious conversation. But if you look at President Trump's first term, we were actually negotiating a trade deal which could not fructify. And if one looks even at Biden's administration, we discussed trade possibilities, and we ended up with the IPEF initiative. They were very averse to doing a bilateral agreement. So from the Indian perspective, actually doing, working out something bilaterally with the United States is not at all a sort of a negative or a sort of unwanted situation. On the contrary, it is something which has long been our objective.
But tell me, Dr. Jaishankar, as you take a moment to drink water, you've been part of many bilateral negotiations, trade negotiations in the past. These things take time. You said we're hopeful that the BTA will be wrapped up by the fall. Two things. What happens if it doesn't, and if it takes longer than that? And two, how confident are you that you can actually wrap it up by the fall?
Well, I've always wondered why it takes such a long time. Frankly, I've never figured it out.
You tell us.
No, I've never figured it out because, I see, we have trade negotiations which have been going on for decades. And the negotiators meet, I think, every 6 months or 3 months or 4 months. And I wonder why. I mean, if I were doing a negotiation, I'd be at it till I got the job done. And I think today, when I look back at the last, since the Prime Minister's visit, I'd say mid-Feb, so we're about 6 weeks since then, we've actually had multiple rounds in this period. I think we've had more periods, discussions with the Americans in the last 6 weeks than I suspect we've had with the Europeans in the last 2 years.
Wow. More discussions with the US in the last 6 weeks than what you've had with Europe in 2 years. But you're also sort of accelerating the FTA talks with EU, with UK and so on. Do you think that, this is a 35,000 feet view question, do you reckon that Mr. Trump, by doing what he's doing, is forcing other countries to, start trading more with each other and start, processing these FTAs in a quicker fashion?
Look, you are attributing everything in a way to President Trump. Mm-hmm. I understand why. But I want you to look at it for a moment from an Indian perspective.
Sure.
Okay? Let us say, since the beginning of reform, 1990s, in 30 years, what are your FTA agreements? They're largely to the economies east of India, with the ASEAN, with ASEAN members, with Japan, with Korea, Australia, which is not the same. Now, where are actually your many of these are competitive economies.
Yeah.
Okay? In fact, with most of these countries, we are running today trade deficits. Now, where is the natural growth potential for our exports? It's to the countries west of us. You know, it's in the Gulf, it's in Europe, it's in the UK, it's in the United States, possibly in Latin America. And actually those are the agreements which have lagged behind. So it's been our endeavor, I can tell you. I mean, from 2014, for example, we've been pressing the Europeans saying, look, can we re-engage, because we had stopped engaging. Then after Brexit, we responded very quickly to the UK's interest in reaching an agreement. And, you know, we see an opportunity, I mean, in the current situation vis-a-vis the United States. These are, to me, really the priorities which we should be doing. We should be doing it in our own interest, not because some other president of another country says, he's created a situation.
I want to talk a little bit about Europe, because you had sort of become a bit of a lightning rod for them about talking about oil imports from Russia, saying how can you import from a country that's gone into war and invaded and so on. And you've laid out very articulately for India and for the rest of the world what India's position is. Now the same Europeans are scampering for an FTA with India. You know, do you see a double standard there? Or
No. I think you're being unfair to Europe. Yes, you're being unfair to Europe. I think the Europeans were serious about an FTA earlier. It's just we haven't seen that kind of urgency. You know, maybe their way of working is different. So I can't expect everybody to be the same. So they take, you know, typically they have taken much longer periods between interacting with each other. My point is that, look, Europe today, I think, realizes the importance of deeper ties with India and the relevance of the FTA for that purpose. We had in the end of February 21 European commissioners led by President von der Leyen visiting India, very unique happening. Not just for India, even for them. They don't normally do that. I think there's a very serious message coming out of Europe saying we want to move forward on this. We welcome it, we reciprocate it, and I'm pretty confident that just as we are seeing a very intense engagement with the United States, and by the way with the UK as well, I expect the pace to pick up with Europe. We have an aspirational goal. We'd like to close out the FTA this year. But, you know, when we get there, we'll see.
I want to talk about the neighborhood. Last time you were here at the summit, you know, the big concern, the big talking point was the relationship with China, and you had said that the relationship is not normal. And, you know, we need to deal with the situation at the border for the relationship to become normal. Now, there's been a disengagement process. The Prime Minister has met with the Chinese President. You've met with your counterpart, I think, on a couple of occasions since then. How would you describe the state of the relationship with China? How far away from normal is it?
Well, it's obviously better than the last time I was here. Sure. I think the disengagement, particularly the Depsang-Temchok, was important. We are now addressing, to some extent, issues on the border because there's been a force build-up over a period of years. But there were many other things which also happened during this period. You know, some of it was a collateral of the situation. Some of it was actually a carryover from the COVID era. For example, our flights, direct flights, stopped during COVID. They were not resumed. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra stopped during COVID. It did not again resume. So I think there is work to be done. We are at it. We are, sort of trying to see whether a lot of this post-COVID and, parallel to the border tension, the combination of these issues, how much we can progress on this. We are looking at it because at the end of the day, we have always maintained that the situation which we saw between 2020 and 2024 was not in the interest of either country. It was not in the interest of our relationship. And I think there is a recognition of that now.
So it's on the road to being normal again?
Well, I think we are moving in a positive direction. The problem with your profession is you want instantaneous transformation. The challenge of my profession is it's a very arduous and painstaking one.
I'm glad that we are sticking to each other's respective professions. But, because there's so much talk around trade and because President Trump has made that the point of conversation, you referred to, we have trade imbalances with a lot of countries to the east, right? Is this, you reckon, an opportunity, again, academically speaking, an opportunity for India to look at some of those trade relationships and say that, these imbalances cannot sustain, just like America is saying that, an imbalanced trade relationship is not working for them?
Well, we've had concerns. We have articulated those concerns. This is not my direct remit, but I have a visibility into it, and we work as a team within the government. I think one of the issues for us, for example, has been the review of the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, ITIGA, which we believe has been unnecessarily prolonged. I think it's important for all countries today to realize that the nature of the global discourse on trade is changing. There are new parameters, there are new metrics of judgment. I think countries will do what they need to do to protect their businesses, to protect their labor, to protect their societies. We cannot be an exception to it. So I think we have concerns with many of the countries east of us, countries with whom we have FTA arrangements, and also countries with whom we don't.
Prime Minister was recently at the BIMSTEC summit. You were there with him. It's the first time that he met with the new interim leader of Bangladesh, Professor Yunus. There's been a lot of concerns here in India about some of the statements that have been made by the leadership there. Some of the goings-on the ground, whether it's attacks on minorities, so on and so forth. From within whatever you can divulge in the public domain, what did the Prime Minister tell Professor Yunus, particularly on this comment about India's northeast being landlocked and, Bangladesh being the gateway to the ocean, and also on the attacks on minorities, on both those issues?
No, look, I think the main messages from our side, which came out at the meeting, one, that our relationship with Bangladesh, for historical reasons, is a very unique relationship. It's a very fundamentally a people-to-people connect, much more so perhaps than any other relationship than I can think of. And that's something we need to recognize. So, it's not necessarily one of the government of the day. Secondly, we have concerns. We have concerns about the rhetoric which is coming out of people in Bangladesh. We have concerns about radicalizing tendencies we see. We have concerns about the attacks on minorities. And I think we were very, open about sharing those concerns. Again, as a country which, no country wishes Bangladesh well more than us. That's in our, I would say almost in our DNA, if you can say that. And as a well-wisher, as a friend, I think we hope that, they make go the right way and do the right things. And as a country with a, which has a democratic tradition, democracies require elections. That's how mandates are given and mandates are renewed. So, we hope that they go down that path.
From well-wishers to not-so-well-wishers, I want to talk about Pakistan. Two questions. One, because this news just came this morning, the Tahir Rana, who's the convict in the 26/11 attacks, is likely to be extradited perhaps in the next 24 to 48 hours. So I want your comment on that. And second, this whole thing, Balochistan seems to be in a bit of a flux, and Pakistan has resorted to its old, copybook that, India is doing this, so on and so forth. So on both those issues, I would like your
there's nothing really new that I can say on the Tahir Rana issue. I mean, obviously, we welcome the decision of the American legal process. On the Balochistan issue, look, I don't want to say anything. I mean, there is clearly a very disturbed situation there. People are suffering there. And if I say something, there'll be finger pointing. So I don't want to say it.
But just on the principle that, every time India says there is terrorism emanating from Pakistan targeting India, you're met with a stone wall.
Look, Zaka, I don't have to say it. It's visible. Even they say it. But it's not like I'm making an accusation and everybody in Pakistan is there saying, no, this is completely untrue. You have people in Pakistan who openly declare that they are doing terrorist activities in India. So this is not an argument. This is not a hypothesis. This is something they proudly claim. So I think, we've always maintained, not just us, all sensible people have maintained that if you start a terrorism industry, you will be consumed by it. And that is exactly what we are seeing today in Pakistan.
So at a time when, there's an acceleration for regional partnerships and so on, you don't see any future for SARC, given if Pakistan does not change its tack and does not use or employ terror as an instrument of state policy?
Well, let me pose that question to you. Would you be okay if we were nice to each other in the morning and I come and attack your house at night?
Certainly not.
Would you live with it?
Certainly not.
Then why would you even ask me that question?
No, just in the context of SARC. Let me also come to last few questions. The relationship with Canada. We've had a pretty, certain issues that plague the relationship in the last couple of years. There's going to be an election there soon in the next few weeks. Are you considering reinstating the Indian High Commissioner in Ottawa? Is there anything moving in that direction post the election?
Look, again, I'm very cautious in anything I would say publicly about Canada. They're heading for elections. I don't want a remark become an issue out there in their politics. For us, the direction in which ties have gone is something which, again, we believe has not served the interests of Canada. The kind of latitude that was given to people espousing extremism, secessionism, violence, if you import such people and encourage such people, it's going to have consequences in your own landscape. And, what we were saying, in a way, the cautions we were uttering inside the room, unfortunately, played out outside the room as well. So we would like certainly to see, after all, it's a big country, Commonwealth country with whom we've had, generally good relations. Yes, things, again, for almost exactly the same reasons had happened in the 80s. So to the extent that, we see them recognizing the problem and, not giving that kind of political space to such forces, if we would then naturally take that into account. I have no gain by having bad relations with Canada. I would like them, actually, I would like both sides to mend the relationship. But I would also like people to recognize that there's a real problem out there. And the problem is, the kind of space given to these forces.
One final question. We're anticipating President Putin of Russia to visit India at some point this year. In this new emerging global order where, President Trump wants to end the war, he's talking directly to both Russia and Ukraine, how does India figure in this emerging matrix? Because India is one of the few countries, yesterday the Prime Minister was here, India is one of the few countries that can speak to both Russia and Ukraine and has good relations with both.
We've had a very, I would say, both a sensible position and a helpful position. Sensible in terms of very early on, we took the view publicly that this conflict cannot be resolved on the battlefield, that it was necessary for a return to dialogue and diplomacy, that it was important for the parties concerned to talk to each other, because that was not happening. And there was actually a view at that time that everybody else would gather together and somehow produce a solution, and the other party, in this case Russia, would be confronted with that as a choice. Now, much of what we held in 2022, 23, 24 has actually come to pass. And you know, there's no vindication in it. I mean, in fact, if anything, there is regret that, you know, so many lives have been lost, so much time has gone, so much damage has been done, not only to the countries, but to the global society and to the international economy. But, okay, now there is a greater understanding that we need, appreciation that we need to actually, they need to engage each other. So, to the extent we can sort of motivate that, foster that, encourage that, we would do that. And you know, again, I maintain that we've always, you know, what we said in Moscow was not different than what we said in Kiev and what we said in third places. And we've tried to, you know, have conversations here, take those there with the approval of each party. And so that's one part of what we've tried to do. The other is, you know, there have been different dimensions of this conflict which have popped up from time to time. Different countries have weighed in, and I think it's such a really serious issue. It's natural. It's not a single or a small number of countries. We approve of all of that. I think anything which any country can do or any group of countries can do to help, we welcome that. We've tried to do a few things ourselves. We weighed in with other people. You know, it could be some of the nuclear-related issues, or it could be grain corridor, or whatever it is. But we have, the objective is to help. The objective is not to put yourself ahead. I mean, we're not, you know, actively searching for a role. But if, you know, either of the parties or any other country comes and says, look, can you help out on this? We'd be open to doing it.
All right, and I'll wrap up. I know you like cricket a lot, so these 2,140 days as the longest-serving foreign minister post-Nehru, you look at it as a test match, as a T20, as a one-dayer, or this is your career with an asterisk, not out. S. Jaishankar batting at 2-1-4-0, not out.
No, I think on this one, look, it's been, again, it's been a very interesting heading to 6 years as foreign minister, but I treat it to some degree as a continuum of what I was doing earlier. In a way, I think the next few years will be extraordinarily challenging. It'll be challenging for the world. It'll be challenging for us as a country, precisely because we have to keep rising through all this clutter, through all these tensions. And to be associated with that process, to be given responsibility of that process, I think is a great honor, it's a great responsibility, and I'm very, very, you know, grateful for it.
We have the best batsman batting at not out on that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India. So Justice Chandrachud, one of the longest-serving Chief Justices of India, thank you very much and welcome to Rising Bharat. My colleague Ananya is with me and will be asking you a few questions. Let's start with the theme of Rising Bharat this year, which is Youthful Aspirations. There's a crowd of young people here. What would you tell young people, you know, who want to get into your profession particularly, at a time when, let's face it, you know, there's a challenge of technology in your profession, there is entry barriers, all kinds of things. People are saying lawyers won't be required anymore. What would you say to young people who want to make law their profession?
The most important thing about the law is that it signifies a commitment to public service. Because the law is all about societal service. Of course, lawyers do service to themselves as well when they earn fees from their clients, but that's a small part of the story. The essence of law is realizing rights and in the process of realizing the rights of others to bring about a wider social transformation. So in that sense, I would encourage young people to join the law. It's a profession which is breaking glass ceilings, it's breaking feudal barriers, it's breaking patriarchal barriers. You asked me about, AI, and will AI take the place of lawyers or possibly judges? Well, there's lots that AI can do, as we will possibly discuss, but there's one thing which AI cannot substitute, and that's compassion, a sense of love, a sense of respect, a sense of dignity, and that only humans can bring to the process.
But the profession still has a lot of entry barriers, right? I mean, you talked about feudal barriers, gender barriers. How do you make the profession a lot more egalitarian, if you will, for people who are wanting to enter it and make a career out of it, particularly in the context of women? Again, it's something that you've taken a great interest in when you were a judge and then later on CJI. Do you think this is a level playing field?
Well, there are two segments of the profession that we must deal with. One, which is purely in the private realm, which is unregulated, namely lawyers entering into courts. And then you have the more structured part of the legal profession, where young lawyers join the judiciary right at the inception. And there you find that because the process of recruitment to the Indian judiciary at the lowest levels is structured, it's based on competitive examinations, on interviews, where there's a level playing field, particularly for women, you'd find that that's the place where the social barriers are being broken down. Because a young person across the realm, irrespective of their command over English, because as you know, the local language, the regional language is the language of the courts. These young people are now entering into the legal profession. They're all first-generation judges. So quite contrary to what is portrayed very often in the media, these are people without any background who aspire for nothing but the best. The second thing that is happening is that so many young women are entering into the Indian judiciary at the lowest levels. You asked me about women, and should we deal with that briefly right now itself? I mean, I'll leave it to you, because there's something very important that, we need to focus on about women. The issue about creating a level playing field for women is not just an issue of the legal profession. It's an issue which has a broader social content. Take a very simple case where both spouses work and you have a child. There's a parents-teachers meeting in this class. Who goes to those parent-teachers meetings? The mother? If the child falls sick, is down with measles for 2 weeks, who stays home? The mother? Who stays home when the woman is expecting a child and she's in an advanced stage of pregnancy? Obviously, the person who is carrying the child. Now, what happens as a result of these societal inhibitions and barriers? The woman also has a very disproportionate responsibility for looking after the elderly in the family, parents, in-laws, the aged in the family. So, if a woman drops out of the workforce at an early stage, it becomes extremely difficult to get back. Now, take the case of the Indian judiciary. If a woman has, say, had a break for 3 years or 5 years when the children were young, it becomes extremely difficult then to get back at the same level as a male counterpart would be at. For the reason when we are recruiting judges to the High Court, we look at how many judgments do you have? What's the volume of cases that you have dealt with? A woman who has faced this break in career is basically not able to compete at the same level. So first and foremost, we will have to therefore lower, in a certain respect, the entry barriers or the entry standards to have more women entering into the higher judiciary, which is not to say that you are lowering quality, but you are lowering these barriers, conscious of the fact that women face these disproportionate social burdens which men do not necessarily face. But as I said, Zaka, this is not really so much an issue of the legal profession as a broader social issue. In the legal profession, there are certain peculiar things which women have to combat. One of them, for instance, is that, the high mobility at the workplace. You don't go to one job or one desk and sit there the whole day, right? Going to your office is only a very small part of a woman's or a man's role in the legal profession. You're working in the court all day long, but your work doesn't come to an end after court hours are over. You go back to your office, you're meeting clients, you're traveling cities. So in a sense, these particular constraints of the legal profession have a disproportionate impact on women in our society. And really speaking, therefore, there has to be a broader societal response to ensure that more and more women enter into the workplace. But as I said, India is changing. I mean, you just look at the audience in a court and you will find an overwhelmingly large number of young women today in our courtrooms, which is just a sign of the changing times.
But at the same point, while we have a lot of women entering into this profession, but at the same point of time, they exit too soon as well. So because, we have seen how delicate the washrooms in the trial courts would be, they're into very bad shape, they cannot go. And there are a lot of infrastructural issues also. Do you think that if they are addressed or some other things are adjusted, there could be better workplace management for women, and there might be a chance that more and more women could actually stay in the profession for a longer time itself?
Well, of course, I completely agree with you. For instance, in the district judiciary, we have very standard and well-established rules which allow for maternity leave, for leave at different stages of a woman's career. When a child is, say, for instance, appearing for a 10th board examination or a 12th board examination. So where you have structured rules which provide for a level playing field for women, women are able to really respond to the challenges of the profession. The problem arises in the unstructured market-based system, which is the private space in the legal profession, where you have individual lawyers recruiting juniors. There's no overall structure, in the sense that there is no overall regulation on how you will treat women in the workplace, because you don't have one large corporate entity like a big law firm only employing women. So where you find that, the interface of women in the legal profession is with a structural organization like the judiciary or law firms, there you would find that more and more women are extremely, successful. On the other hand, when it comes to solo practitioners, how much will you pay? Will you stop paying a woman because she's on leave for 3 months in your chamber? She's gone on leave for 3 months because a parent is seriously unwell. A woman has gone on leave for 3 months because she has a child coming up to deliver. How do we ensure that, you have a more socially responsible and socially responsive legal profession? And that's therefore something which the law can do only to a certain extent. The law is not an answer to everything. The change has to come through and it has to take place within society.
Chief Justice, there's a lot of talk around judicial reform of late, and I know we don't want to get into the specifics of anything because, some things could be still under investigation, some matters could be sub judice. I just want your 35,000 feet view on judicial reform. Is it a good time to have this debate in this country? You were part of, various judgments which talked about judicial reform. There is a view that, something needs to be done. I want your 35,000 feet view on whether it is an apt time to have that debate in this country about whether some certain things need to be reformed in the higher judiciary.
35,000 feet above sea level, when you have an air pocket, the pilot tells the passengers to fasten their seat belts and navigates that air pocket. Now, there is something to learn from that. And that's something which I have learned over, years of being in the judiciary and before that as a lawyer, which is never take decisions which are reactionary. When you have a problem on hand, deal with that problem on hand. Allow the dust to settle. Have a broad stakeholder consultation, a broad reflection on what needs to be done, and then take decisions which will be in the interests of the institution and the nation. Never take decisions on the spot because you may be reacting to a situation and your decision would be a decision which may not be well thought of. Talking of judicial reform, I think reform has to begin at the very base of the pyramid, namely the district judiciary, because that's where common people come into contact with the judicial system. A young couple which has a matrimonial dispute, where do they go to? They don't go to the High Court or the Supreme Court as a matter of first instance. They go to the family court. Now you see that in the family courts, there's a huge backlog of cases for the reason that we have used the adversarial system for resolving family disputes, which is so completely incorrect. Family disputes have to be resolved by applying non-adversarial systems because you have a child. If the couple has a child, there are issues of child custody, of child welfare. So we have to adopt a more non-adversarial system at the level of the district judiciary. The second important reform which we need to focus on is the huge vacancies in the district judiciary. Recruitment to the Indian district judiciary takes place in the states. It's never at the national level. I am a proponent of at least some national deliberation taking place on should we have an all India judicial service in India. In other words, we must make some effort to attract the best into the Indian judiciary at the district judiciary level, apply reservations. Now, the states do have some concerns because we are a federal nation. So will having an all India judicial service impact on the responsibilities, the authorities, the constitutional role of the states? That has to be obviously thought of, and I don't discount the concerns of the states. But having said that, we can at least have a national level examination and then allow for recruitment by the states on the basis of the merit list in the national examination, applying reservations in relation to each state, whether for the SCs, the STs, or the OBCs, as the case may be. So that reform has to take place at the lowest level. Just one final word on this question, which is that the government, the state, is the largest litigator in Indian courts. The largest volume of litigation into Indian courts comes from the government. Now, I think the government has to rethink its policy on litigation and reduce the amount of litigation which governmental agencies take resort to. If that is done, you will find that more and more efficient means of resolving disputes take place. Unfortunately, we live in a culture of distrust where, the ordinary feeling is of every officer, say at the middle level or a senior level in government, go to court. If the court tells us to do it, well, we are protected because the court decided in a particular way. I think we have to answer that and allow for less and less disputes to go to litigation and allow for less and less disputes to go to trial. I saw, for instance, in the Supreme Court that every case goes to an oral hearing. Even a case where, say, 3 courts are in agreement with each other. We are probably one of the few Supreme Courts in the world where oral arguments are the predominant method of resolving disputes. Should we have reliance on oral arguments to that extent? Because they place a burden on the productive time of the courts. Then which are those cases where you should have oral arguments? Which are those cases where you should not have oral arguments? Some serious conversations across the nation on these aspects is necessary because we now have gathered experience over 75 years of the functioning of the judiciary. And there has to be a broader national dialogue on these critical issues which face the Indian judiciary to make it a more efficient judiciary, because unless we do so, the judiciary will not really, in that sense, be able to be a critical component in the advancement and the development of the nation. The judiciary is a very key aspect of rule of law. So when you speak, for instance, of getting more business into India, investment into India, what does investment need? What does global investment need or domestic investment need? Global or domestic investment needs a climate where the law is certain, the law is objective, the law is applied in a transparent manner, and disputes can be resolved efficiently. So, reforming the judicial system in that sense is going to be a key element in the overall progress of the nation to being truly a developed nation, both economically and socially.
You know, judiciary often walks down the tightrope between activism and restraint. So how do you feel? You've been the Chief Justice, you've been a judge of the Supreme Court for, years long. How do you feel that that delicate balance can actually be maintained, or things do not go either this way or that way?
I don't think that the dichotomy or the conflict is between judicial activism and judicial restraint. The choice is between judicial responsibility or judicial abdication. Take a very simple case like COVID vaccinations. The government initially was not a proponent of the policy that vaccinations should be supplied free of charge to all Indians. Now, the case came up before the Supreme Court of India. We were in a lockdown. We were all doing the case through a video conferencing platform situated within our own homes. And we asked some critical questions to the government. We said, is it not your duty to ensure that public health is prioritized over everything else at this particular point of time? Now, at a certain level, whether vaccination should be distributed free of charge or on a paid basis, it's a question of policy, right? But is it a question of policy when you are dealing with the right to life of our citizens? And the answer would be no. So it ultimately you're looking at the perspective of the problem. And I gave you this particular case because I believe the Supreme Court had a very important role in getting the government to agree to a policy where free vaccinations would be distributed across the nation. And as we know, we were a success story, not just domestically, but across the world where, our vaccinations reached out to different parts of the globe, including nations which are not developed nations or which lack resources, where we provided vaccinations to them. So courts, coming back to your question, apply standards which are laid down in the law. They apply standards which are laid down by the Constitution. Take a case of the environment and development. To what extent should you protect the environment? To what extent do you allow for development by, say, setting up a greenfield airport or highways in hilly areas, which are necessary for national security? So courts constantly are applying legal standards. And therefore to say that, courts are activist is, I think, not a very correct appreciation of the way work takes place in the courts. The courts have a responsibility under the Constitution. If they were not to fulfill that responsibility, it would amount to abdication. And therefore I said the question is of responsibility versus abdication and not really activism versus restraint.
So I just wanted to follow up on that. You say that the choice between activism versus restraint is a false one. It's more responsibility versus abdication. There's also the balance that needs to be found between judicial, the right to fair reputation of a judge versus the right to transparency of the public to know what the judge holds, right? There is now a new move that your successor has made that all judges have to declare their assets. I know it started under you, and at the last time we met, I think you said 30 out of 35 judges have already declared their assets and put it on the website. Now he's made it mandatory for everyone. Do you feel there is a need in this country to restore full faith in the judiciary when it comes to the question of assets, when it comes to the debate that we're having about judicial reform, etc.? And how do you speak to that need?
It's important to understand that right from, I believe, 2009, there was a resolution of the full court of the Supreme Court that all judges must declare their assets. Now, as you know, all of us as citizens have to declare our assets for the purposes of income tax. And all judges are like individual citizens. Income tax pays. So when you file your returns, you necessarily have to disclose your assets, which are dealt with, in certain cases audited. Now, the resolution which was passed by the Supreme Court of India was that declaration of assets by all judges, including the Chief Justice of India, is mandatory. Whether they should be put on the website should be left to each individual judge. Because there is more to be said on both sides of the picture. Should you have judges' assets declared on a website so that just anybody can scrutinize what kind of assets which you have? Or should this be subject to some level of responsible institutional mechanisms? What is the purpose of declaring your assets? To identify whether a judge has recorded a sudden spurt in the assets during the course of the judicial career. Now, does putting that on the website necessarily pursue the aim of transparency? Or does it only give an opportunity to social media to pick up a judge and target a judge, not knowing where those assets came from? You have judges, for instance, let me share with you. You have judges who have come to the Supreme Court from the district judiciary who have been salaried employees from the first day of their joining the judiciary. On the other hand, you have lawyers who have been extremely successful, lawyers who have been recruited directly from the Supreme Court, bar, to become judges of the Supreme Court. Their asset base would be very different. Then you have people like me, who were lawyers for a while. I practiced for 20 years and then became a judge of the High Court in 2000. So there is a broad diversity within the Indian judiciary itself, in the higher judiciary. So far as the district judiciary is concerned, again, there are very stringent rules which apply across the states, which requires for a disclosure of assets. So yes, I completely understand and I support the decision which has been taken. I support the decision which was taken by my predecessors a decade ago on the declaration of assets. To what extent should you have transparency? That's a very important question, and that's a more vexed question. We shouldn't, in the name of transparency, be doing something which will prevent genuinely competent people from entering into the institution of the judiciary. And that's the one danger which we have to balance out.
You know, while we speak of institutional transparency, we are in a stage of live streaming where we have regional judgments now coming in. What more steps do you feel that, can come in as far as institutional transparency, either the Supreme Court or the district judiciary is concerned, so that everybody can actually access the law, everybody can know how court proceedings go on? Because already we have steps. You had initiated, live streaming. You had a robust system of live streaming, simplified judgment. What more can be put in as far as, increasing this institutional transparency is concerned?
Let us begin with legislation, the process of forming laws. Now, a very welcome step which was taken by Parliament and therefore by the government while it moved the Finance Bill of 2025 was to simplify the Income Tax Act. And just to give the viewers some figures, there were 47 chapters in the Income Tax Act which have been brought down to 23. There were 819 sections which have been brought down to 536. There were 5.12 lakh words in the Income Tax Act which have been brought down to 2.60 lakh words. There were 1,200 provisos, the provisos in legislation, provided that and provided that and provided further that. So these 1,200 provisos have been removed. There were 900 explanations which have been removed. So the first step, I think, and I'm not being critical, it's just a process of evolution. It's important that we simplify laws. Say a law meant for maintenance of senior citizens. The senior citizens must be able to understand the law. A law meant to protect women against domestic violence. That law must be understood by those women who are going to seek access to justice. The law is not meant for judges and lawyers alone, right? It's meant for citizens. One problem which you perceive in the law, and I'm sure so many of the audience would also agree with me, is that there is a disconnect between the spoken version of our regional languages and the official version of our regional languages. For instance, my mother tongue is Marathi, but I'm very fluent in Hindi, and I know several other Indian languages. Now, spoken Marathi at home or spoken Hindi is very different from official Marathi or official Hindi. Now, how does a citizen understand official Marathi or official Hindi, or that, for that matter, official Tamil or Malayalam or Telugu or Bangla or Gujarati or Punjabi? So we have to bridge this gap between the way laws are drafted in the official text and the laws as they should be understood in the language which citizens speak. So the first step is, of course, the Saral movement. Make laws more Saral, make them more simplified. The second, insofar as what the judiciary should do. Now, I must share with you one of our initiatives when I was Chief Justice of India. We began a monthly newsletter through the Center for Research and Planning, and every judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court, the judgment may be 50 pages, it may be 500 pages, we would put into a small paragraph in very simple terms what that judgment decides, so that the common citizen must know what is it that this judgment has done for me. That is something which we have done. Almost all the important judgments from independence, we tried to pick up the most important among them, simplify them, and to put them on the website of the Supreme Court for allowing for citizens to understand what the content of the judgment is. Because, and the third and final thing, which is that the language of judgments has to also be simplified. You know, legal language is extremely complex. It's all jargon. There's so much of Latin, audi alterum partem, or, nemo judex insua causa. Good heavens. Citizens are not concerned with, Latin of some bygone age. Or you have words like thereunder and whereunder and heretofore and hereinafter. Stop using these kind of words. I think we need to simplify the way we write, because who do we write for? You write for citizens. And therefore, language has to be a lot more simple. It's extremely difficult to be simple. It's very easy to be complex. So, that's one thing that we need to do. Final thing, live streaming. Live streaming, I think, has been a very critical part of our outreach to citizens. Live streaming of court proceedings has taken the work of particularly the Supreme Court and the High Courts to the homes of Indian citizens. It's also, democratized access to justice. A citizen across India, a citizen sitting in Meghalaya, can appear and watch proceedings before the Supreme Court. When we had the Lok Adalat, we had citizens all over India watching what we were doing in the Lok Adalat. So it sort of allows for citizens to participate in the work of the courts.
I do want to ask you, the Supreme Court recently delivered a judgment, upholding the right to freedom of expression, particularly in the context of comedians and poetry and satire and so on. So you have that on the one hand, and then you have, and earlier on in one of the answers you talked about how judges are at the receiving end of social media criticism, right? And you have been a victim of that as well. One day you're celebrated as a poster boy of liberalism, the other day you're criticized because somebody didn't like a judgment that you wrote. How does one balance the two? The larger debate about freedom of expression and, should it be absolute or not? And two, what do judges do when you're this is the day and age that you live in. You are, whether you like it or not, subject to social media scrutiny. There are things you cannot say, but, your image gets tarnished. So how does one draw the balance?
Speaking for myself, free speech and a marketplace of ideas is critical to Indian democracy. And that's why the framers of our Constitution incorporated Article 19(1)(a) into the Constitution. Freedom of speech and expression is non-negotiable. And that's why we are here today on this platform, because our society, our Constitution allows for this discourse. Now, when you have discourse, that discourse is not going to be as civilized as, say, the discourse in a rational forum. Sometimes the discourse can be very pungent. But my own take is that so be it. Let people decide. If you don't like a movie, don't watch it. You don't like a book, don't read it. Nobody compels you to watch a movie. Nobody compels you to read the book. The danger arises when you have prior censorship. And that is the danger to the freedom of speech and expression, which you had, for instance, in the emergency. But having said that, we have robust law. We have robust law in India which deals with issues such as obscenity, defamation, causing hatred between religious groups or religious communities. And our laws, I believe, are robust. Now, the process of creating the infrastructure for implementing the laws is a different thing. And that needs to be strengthened to make these laws more effective. You have cases of excess. Some of them we have been seeing in the recent past. But then how do you deal with, say, someone who abuses the right to free speech? I think that is more vexed. And my take is that allow the existing law to deal with these cases if there's a breach of law. Let's not get unduly sensitive about someone who says something which is perhaps not appropriate. And speaking for judges, what should they do for all the criticism which they have to encounter? Should I tell you my genuine answer?
Yes, please.
The answer is perhaps a little, it's symbolic. Judges just need to use the gym more often and to have a better workout. Why? You must have robust shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on Rising Bharat. Thank you.
Hi, Arvind. Good morning. Good evening to you. I believe it's around 10:15 p.m. at your place.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Great to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Arvind, for joining us after, I'm sure, what was a very hectic work day. Thank you for making it at the Rising Bharat Summit. And we hope you can be with us in person very soon for our next event. But, it's going to be nearly 3 years since you launched Perplexity. And this was a period that sort of coincided with the rapid rise in AI around the world. Give us a sense of the state of play in AI today, because every day when I open my Twitter feed or when I open any news website, it's just so overwhelming, the pace of creation, disruption. As someone who's sitting right there in the hot seat in the valley, give us a sense of the state of play, Arvind.
I think you're right. Like the last 2-3 months have been pretty insane in terms of the speed of progress. I would say, the industry moved faster in the last 3 months for me than my first 2 years of starting Perplexity. And that should say something, because I actually considered Perplexity to be pretty fast moving. And I don't think we've moved ever faster than ever before in the last 3 months. So I think that is being accelerated partially by the entry of China and DeepSeek and many other models from China.
I hope that all of your stomachs are full after a lovely lunch meal. And before the break, we were looking at a very different set of discussions. So we had with us 2 young boys who showed us some of their mental magic. Before that, we talked about weight loss. It was a very, very different topography. Now we're going to be shifting the focus and the pace slightly in the next few hours. On the second day of Rising India Summit, we're going to be kicking off everything that's going to be taking place with something very, very topical, the Waqf reform. It concerns the management and the oversight of Muslim religious and charitable endowments, and in the last few days, it's become a huge point of scrutiny, particularly around the broader issue of political appeasement, whether it is, whether it isn't. So last night, at this very venue, the Prime Minister emphasized the need for policies that transcend appeasement. These were his words.
He said we need to all work together towards the betterment of all communities while also ensuring transparency and accountability in the management of Waqf properties. Now, that statement was part of a larger discussion, but it has ignited a bit of a larger conversation, and we thought this afternoon was the perfect opportunity to take that forward. So, join us this afternoon to debate the broader points that were raised by the Prime Minister. On stage in just a few minutes from now, we're going to have Shehzad Poonawala. He's the national spokesperson for the BJP. We're going to have Dr. Shoaib Jamai. He's the Delhi president of the AIMIM, and Rajkumar Bhatti of the Samajwadi Party. I'd invite all of you onto the stage, and to moderate this entire discussion, let's welcome Aman Chopra.
तो देखिए, कल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने वक्फ पर चर्चा करते हुए एक बात कही। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि जब भारत आजाद हुआ तो भारत के साथ, भारत से पहले, भारत के बाद कई देश आजाद हुए, लेकिन भारत को आजादी बंटवारे के साथ मिली। ये प्रधानमंत्री के शब्द थे कल। उन्होंने इसके पीछे वजह बताई कि तुष्टीकरण का बीज आजादी के वक्त ही बो दिया गया था। लेकिन जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात शहजाद उन्होंने कही, वो ये कही कि आम मुसलमान अलग देश के पक्ष में नहीं था। आम मुसलमान अलग देश के पक्ष में नहीं था। कुछ कट्टरपंथी सोच वाले लोग थे जो देश के सीने पर बंटवारे की लकीर खींचना चाहते थे। कांग्रेस ने उस कट्टरपंथी सोच को खाद पानी देने का काम किया। वही तुष्टीकरण की नीति को प्रधानमंत्री ने जोड़ा वक्फ से, और फिर उन्होंने जो कहा वो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कि उस तुष्टीकरण की बात कर लीजिए या आज वक्फ की बात कर लीजिए, दोनों में फायदा उस वक्त एक पार्टी को सत्ता मिली और आज कुछ मौलानाओं को या कुछ अतिवादी नेताओं को संपत्ति, दौलत, शोहरत मिली, लेकिन आम मुसलमान को न तब कुछ मिला था न आज कुछ मिला। शहजाद पूनावाला, एक बार जोरदार तालियों से प्लीज स्वागत कीजिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता राजकुमार भाटी समाजवादी पार्टी से, और ऑल इंडिया एमआईएम के दिल्ली अध्यक्ष हैं। आप दिल्ली का ओवैसी भी कह सकते हैं इनको। शोएब जमई हमारे साथ है। पहले शहजाद भाई, मैं आपसे शुरू कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि मैं तो आज भी देख रहा हूं, आज भी ममता बनर्जी ने बोल दिया हम नहीं मानेंगे।
देखिए, वक्फ हमेशा से मैंने कहा है कि वक्फ बहाना है, आग लगाना है, दंगे भड़काना है और वोट बैंक की दुकान सजाना है। आप देख लीजिए, पश्चिम बंगाल में रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा निकालने के लिए तो आपको हाई कोर्ट जाना पड़ता है परमिशन लेने के लिए, पर जो कानून दोनों सदनों से पारित होकर संवैधानिक तरीके से प्रेसिडेंट का हस्ताक्षर उस पर लग चुका है, उसके खिलाफ प्रदर्शन करते वक्त वहां पर जो जमा हुई जमात है वो कहती है मैं संविधान नहीं मानूंगा। आगजनी करते हैं, पुलिस पर पथराव करते हैं, और आज भी उनका बयान आते वक्त मैंने देखा है, एक ने कहा है कि ऐसा डंक मारेंगे आपको कि आप सभी लोगों को भगा देंगे इस देश से। डंक मारेंगे। अच्छा। अब पता नहीं कि वो अपने आप को सांप से अपनी तुलना कर रहे हैं या किसी और जहरीले प्राणी प्रजाति से अपनी तुलना कर रहे हैं, परंतु ये बीज बोने की जो भावना है विभाजन के। अब देखिए, वक्फ में वैसे तो ये दोनों लोग कहते हैं संविधान की बात है, तो वक्फ में जो अतिक्रमणकारी ताकत है कि जो संपत्ति आपको ठीक लगे, अपनी लगे, तो उसको डिक्लेयर कर देना वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी सेक्शन 40 में। फिर सेक्शन 6 में केवल ट्राइब्यूनल तक ही जा सकते, उसके बाद अपील ना हो। और जो संपत्ति पे दावा करते हैं वो दावा करने वाले को नहीं, जिसकी संपत्ति है दरअसल उसको प्रूव करना है कि ये वक्फ की संपत्ति नहीं है। अब ये संविधान के खिलाफ है, ये संविधान के साथ है। दूसरी बात, वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी पूरे देश में 8 लाख से अधिक, 9 लाख से अधिक प्रॉपर्टीज है। कुल मिलाकर 37-38 लाख एकड़ प्रॉपर्टी है। इसकी इनकम, रेवेन्यू जनरेशन, इनकम मतलब रेवेन्यू जनरेशन है 166 करोड़। इसका मतलब है प्रति एकड़ 444 रुपीज। अगर मैं खेती करता हूं,
प्रति एकड़ कितना?
444 रुपीज।
444 रुपए।
444 रुपीज पर ईयर एक एकड़ पे वक्फ की संपत्ति का रिटर्न है, रेवेन्यू का। और अगर आप किसानी की देख ले या अगर आप अर्बन एरिया में कोई लैंड की पार्सल देख लीजिए जिसको डेवलप किया जाए, तो मिनिमम 1 लाख से 5 लाख रुपए प्रति एकड़ आता है। तो इसका मतलब क्या है? अभी देखिए, हम लोगों ने नवरात्र भी मनाए, तो नवरात्र में आपने देखा होगा माँ कात्यायनी के हाथ में, एक हाथ में
प्रतीक होता है, कमल चिन्ह होता है, और दूसरे में हथियार भी होता है। तो एक तो ये संपन्नता का और सामाजिक न्याय का एक हथियार है कि जो गरीब, पसमानदा मुसलमान, जो बेवा है, जो यतीम है, जो अनाथ है, जो आगा खानी है, बोरा है, दरगाह के लोग हैं जिनके अधिकार मारे जा रहे थे, उनको अधिकार सुनिश्चित करेगा। ये स से संविधान की सुरक्षा, जैसे मां हत्यारों से सुरक्षा करती है, वैसे स से संविधान की सुरक्षा का हथियार है, और स से सुशासन का एक औजार है जिससे कि भ्रष्टाचार बंद होगा। तो स से सामाजिक न्याय, संविधान और सुशासन के खिलाफ, ठीक है, ये क्यों लोग कहते हैं स से शाहीन बाग बना देंगे और फिर बोलते हैं हम संविधान वाले हैं।
नहीं, लेकिन एक बात जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कल एक और बात करी, उन्होंने कहा कि भाटी जी, मैं सवाल आपसे ले रहा हूं। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि इस जो भू माफिया या आक्रमणकारी नीतियां, ये प्रधानमंत्री की नहीं है, मेरे शब्द है, लेकिन उन्होंने आगे कहा कि केरल में ईसाइयों की जमीन पर कब्जा, हरियाणा में सिखों के गुरुद्वारों पर कब्जा, सिख ईसाई हिंदुओं के मंदिर, वो तो आप मेरे से बेहतर जानते, तमिलनाडु में 1500 साल पुराना मंदिर, वो हमारा, पार्लियामेंट हमारा, संसद हमारा, ये हमारा, वो हमारा। तो आपको नहीं लगता कि कुछ क्रियाकलाप ही इस तरह के थे कि बदलाव लाना बहुत अनिवार्य, अपरिहार्य हो गया था, लाना ही पड़ता? जो किरण रिजिजू ने कहा कि ये नहीं आता संशोधन, तो साहब पार्लियामेंट भी शायद वक्फ का होता। राजकुमार भाटी जी,
क्या क्या बदलेंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी? इतिहास बदलेंगे, भूगोल बदलेंगे, समाज विज्ञान बदलेंगे, संविधान बदलेंगे, देश की लोकतंत्र को बदलेंगे, देश की सोच को बदलेंगे। असल में जो असली समस्या है वो ये है अमन जी कि राष्ट्र निर्माण में, राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन में, राष्ट्र की आज़ादी में इन संगठनों का और इस विचारधारा का कोई योगदान रहा नहीं है जिससे प्रधानमंत्री जी आते हैं। तो इनके पास बताने के लिए, गर्व करने के लिए कुछ बातें हैं नहीं। आपने कहावत सुनी होगी कि किसी लाइन को छोटा करने के 2 तरीके होते हैं, उसके बराबर में बड़ी लाइन खींच दो या उस लाइन को मिटा दो। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी लाइनें मिटाने की प्रयास करते हैं, बड़ी लाइन उनसे खींची नहीं जाती। अब वो कह रहे हैं कि देश के बंटवारे को हवा दी कांग्रेस ने। अब जिस व्यक्ति ने इतिहास पढ़ा होगा, अभी तो बहुत लोग ऐसे जीवित हैं इस देश में जो 1947 के समय मौजूद थे, या नहीं भी थे तो उस समय के अखबार हैं, उस समय के रिकॉर्ड हैं। देश की आजादी की जब लड़ाई चल रही थी 1857 के बाद ही अंग्रेज इस बात को समझ गए थे कि भारतीयों को बांटे बिना हम इस देश पर शासन नहीं कर सकते। तो उन्होंने डिवाइड एंड रूल की पॉलिसी अपनाई, हिंदू मुसलमान को आपस में लड़ाओ। तो अंग्रेजों ने ही मुस्लिम लीग का गठन कराया, मुस्लिम लीग को वही फाइनेंस करते थे, और हिंदू महासभा को भी अंग्रेज ही फाइनेंस करते थे। हिंदू महासभा का गठन भी उन्होंने ही कराया। कोई मुझे जवाब दे दे, शहजाद भाई दे दें कि सावरकर को 60 रुपये महीना किस बात का देते थे अंग्रेज? और 60 रुपया जब देते थे जब प्राइमरी के टीचर की सैलरी 15 रुपए महीना होती थी। आज प्राइमरी के टीचर की सैलरी 50,000 रुपए है, यानी कि आज का 2 लाख रुपया देते थे अंग्रेज। किस बात के लिए देते थे? जिन्ना से कहते थे हिंदुओं के खिलाफ बोलो, और सावरकर से कहते थे मुसलमानों के खिलाफ बोलो। इन दोनों के बयानों ने, इन दोनों की नफरत ने, इन दोनों के 2 राष्ट्रवाद के सिद्धांत ने भारत का बंटवारा किया। कांग्रेस कभी भारत के बंटवारे के पक्ष में नहीं थी। गांधी, अंबेडकर, पटेल, नेहरू कभी बंटवारे के पक्ष में नहीं थे। दुर्भाग्यजनक बंटवारा हुआ, उसका सबको दुख है, पूरे भारत को दुख है। हमारा एक हिस्सा कटा, लेकिन उसके लिए आज ये कह देना कि प्रधानमंत्री कहेंगे तो कौन विश्वास करेगा कि कांग्रेस ने हवा दी थी और ये नहीं चाहते थे बंटवारा। इस देश में 2 राष्ट्र की सबसे पहला जो सिद्धांत दिया वो सावरकर ने दिया। 2 राष्ट्रवाद की बात पहली बार की सावरकर ने की। सावरकर का आप हिंदुत्व वाली किताब उठा के पढ़ लें या गोलवलकर की आप बंच ऑफ थॉट्स पढ़ लें, वो कहते हैं कि ये देश हिंदुओं का देश है।
अभी ना भाटी जी, जब मैं डिबेट में आ रहा था, तो जो मेरे गेस्ट कॉर्ड में सेतु हितेश हैं, वो कह रहे थे कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता नहीं है। मैं कहा कमी नहीं महसूस होगी, आपने मुझे सही साबित कर दिया। बहरहाल मैं एक बार अब शोर में हो गया ना, मैंने बोला ही नहीं कुछ। आपकी दोस्ती इतनी गाड़ी है कांग्रेस के साथ, कांग्रेस पूछ नहीं रही है आपको, और आप कांग्रेस के बचाव में आप ऐसा मैदान में उतरे हैं प्रभु, कांग्रेस के सम्मान में आप ऐसा मैदान में उतरे हैं कि कांग्रेस भी कहेगी इतना तो हम अच्छे नहीं जितना भाटी जी बता रहे हैं। बहरहाल एक बार शोएब जमाई, कानून तो मानना पड़ेगा शोएब भाई, कानून तो मानना पड़ेगा ना। ममता बनर्जी कह रही है हम नहीं मानेंगे, आप भी शायद कहते हैं हम नहीं। कानून तो, संविधान से ऊपर तो कोई नहीं है ना शोएब, संविधान से ऊपर तो कोई नहीं है ना।
देखिए ऐसा है कि झूठ को जो है ना भव्यता मिल गई है, द लाई हैज बीन ग्लोरिफाइड, और दुर्भाग्य से हमारे टीवी चैनल और मीडिया भी उसी को एजेंडा को चलाते रहते हैं। और जनमानस के दिमाग में आ जाते कि अच्छा ऐसा है, वक्फ बोर्ड ऐसे कब्जा कर लेता है और ये कर लेता है। एक बात बताइए, वक्फ बोर्ड कोई मुसलमानों की स्वायत्त संस्था है, ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है, या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा एक रिकमेंडेड, बल्कि उनके अंडर में, जिसमें स्टेट के सेक्रेटरी, जिले का डीएम, चीफ मिनिस्टर के द्वारा अपॉइंटेड लोग, उसके ही द्वारा यहाँ से अपॉइंटेड जज उसके ट्रिब्यूनल में होते हैं, बल्कि एक कानून के तहत वो एक बॉडी होती है किसी भी स्टेट में। और किसी भी जमीन पर जो रजिस्ट्रेशन एज अ वक्फ होता है या कोई वक्फ करता है, वो बिना सर्वे के नहीं होता। सर्वेयर भी गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, अगर बीजेपी की सरकार है या कांग्रेस की भी सरकार है, सर्वेयर उसको सर्वे करके रिपोर्ट देता है, डीएम उसको सही पाता है, तो ही वो वक्फ में रजिस्टर हो। अब इतने तमाम प्रोसेस से कोई चीज गुजर के आती है तो आप कहेंगे कि अरे मुसलमान तो वक्फ बोर्ड के नाम पे कब्जा कर रहा है। अरे तो कब्जा कर रहा है, अगर किसी गांव में, तमिलनाडु के किसी गांव में किसी ने गलत क्लेम कर दिया, किसी सर्वेयर ने गलत रिपोर्ट दी या किसी डीएम ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया, इसमें मुस्लिम समाज का क्या दोष? नंबर 1, ये झूठ फैलाया। अब दूसरा कि वक्फ बोर्ड के पास जो है ना तीसरी सबसे ज्यादा जमीन है।
पहली होगी
रेलवे और ठीक है, ये
रेलवे और रक्षा तो देश की है ना, ये निजी है, इसलिए पहली है दुनिया में सबसे अमीर। जी,
अभी एक डेटा, एक आंकड़ा उठा के देखिए, जो हिंदू इंडोनमेंट बोर्ड है, हर देश में, हर समाज के पास, हर धर्म का एक एक बोर्ड है। जैसे हिंदुओं में हिंदू इंडोनमेंट बोर्ड है, गुरुद्वारा प्रबंधक कमेटी है, क्रिश्चियन की एक अपनी इंडोनमेंट बोर्ड है। उसी तरीके से देवी स्थानम बोर्ड है, हिंदू इंडोनमेंट बोर्ड है। उसमें सिर्फ 4 राज्य, तमिलनाडु, उड़ीसा और आंध्र प्रदेश और तेलंगाना, इन 4 राज्यों के आंकड़े उठा के देखेंगे तो लगभग 12 लाख एकड़ जमीनें जो है वो सिर्फ ये 4 राज्यों में है। फिर आप क्यों झूठ बोलते हैं कि इतनी जमीनें हैं इनकी? अगर जमीनें हैं भी तो जिन्होंने वक्फुल औलाद किया या जो कुछ भी जिन्होंने डोनेट किया, उन्होंने अपनी प्रॉपर्टी की है। भाई मेरी प्रॉपर्टी है, मैं किसी को डोनेट करना चाहता हूँ, वक्फ करना चाहता हूँ, इट शुड बी गो अंडर अ प्रोसेस।
ये अच्छी चीज है।
अब सुनिए,
एक मिनट आप कंप्लीट करिएगा। ये अच्छी चीज है, यानी कि 9.4 लाख एकड़ जमीन डोनेटेड है।
इसमें वक्फ बाय यूजर भी है।
नहीं, मैंने पूछा हाँ या ना। 9.4 लाख एकड़ जमीन डोनेटेड है, सिर्फ
डोनेटेड है,
ये सिर्फ डोनेटेड है। तो आप तो कहते हैं मुसलमान इतना पिछड़ा हुआ है, इतनी जमीन,
ये तो बात है ना।
गरीब मुसलमान, पिछड़ा मुसलमान, जमीन 10 लाख एकड़।
इस बात को
मोदी राज में अच्छी तरक्की हुई है। नहीं,
मैं इस बात को लेकर कभी नहीं कहता कि वक्फ बोर्ड के अंदर करप्शन नहीं था। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की निगरानी में, चाहे बीजेपी की सरकार हो या कांग्रेस की हो या किसी अन्य पार्टी, हर राज्य सरकार के अंदर जो भी वक्फ बोर्ड रहा है उसके अंदर करप्शन हुए हैं, उसमें सबने फायदा उठाया, सभी पार्टियों ने, ये मैंने। लेकिन सुधार के नाम पर आप और उसको बिगाड़ रहे हैं। क्या कि देखिए, इनका कानून इन्होंने बनाया कि भाई आप अगर वक्फ करना चाहते हैं तो यू शुड बी प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम फॉर दी एटलीस्ट 5 years। प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम का क्या क्राइटेरिया होगा? दाढ़ी टोपी होगी तब। उसके घर में नमाज पढ़ते हैं नहीं पढ़ते आप कैसे देखेंगे? लेकिन प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम होना जरूरी है वक्फ करने के लिए। लेकिन आप वक्फ बोर्ड में, सेंट्रल काउंसिल में 2 नॉन मुस्लिम अनिवार्य हो सकते। कोई हिंदू वक्फ नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन बोर्ड मेंबर में होंगे और स्टेट में होंगे। ये गजब का कानून। अच्छा, इसी बात को 1955 में और 1995 में जो संशोधन हुए थे उसमें ये था कि वक्फ बोर्ड में सिर्फ मुस्लिम ही वक्फ कर सकते। लेकिन 2013 में एक संशोधन आया था जिसके बाद ये तय हुआ था कि नॉन मुस्लिम भी वक्फ कर सकते हैं, डोनेट कर सकते। और उसको कौन समर्थन किया था? लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी, सुषमा स्वराज जी। बीजेपी ने ओवरवेलमिंग ये से जो है सपोर्ट किया था। आज इनको लगता है कि शहजाद पूनावाला आप उनसे बड़े नेता हैं, मोदी जी, योगी जी, क्या आडवाणी जी से और सुषमा स्वराज जी से बड़े नेता हैं? अरे तय कीजिए ना भाई, झूठ कर रहे हैं। तो मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि लाई हैज बीन ग्लोरिफाइड। झूठ ये जो जनमानस के दिमाग में लाया गया।
शोएब कॉन्क्लेव है, एक एक करके बोलेंगे। आपने अपनी बात रखी,
आप अपनी बात का मामला नहीं है।
बिल्कुल, मतलब हिंदुओं से जमीन लेने में दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन हिंदुओं को बोर्ड में शामिल लेने से प्रॉब्लम है। बस हो गया। अब शहजाद बोलेंगे एक एक करके, प्लीज। शहजाद,
वक्फ के अतिक्रमण को हटाने के लिए
एक एक करके बोलेंगे।
वक्फ के अतिक्रमण को हटाने के लिए तो कानून है, डिबेट में अतिक्रमण कोई कर ले तो बेचारा पसमानदा कहाँ चला जाए। तो मुझे लगता है इसके लिए भी डिबेट अतिक्रमण कानून भी लाना पड़ेगा। अब सुनिए, एक एक करके मैं जवाब देना चाहता हूँ। दोनों विद्वान प्रवक्ता हैं। राजकुमार भाटी जी ने पहले शुरुआत कर ली कि सावरकर जी ने 2 नेशन थ्योरी की कल्पना की थी। भाटी जी वैसे इतिहास का बहुत ज्ञान रखते हैं, पर सबसे पहले ये बात सर सैयद अहमद खान ने कही थी। दूसरी बात, सावरकर जी अगर इतने ही बड़े देशद्रोही थे तो इंदिरा गांधी ने 1970s में उनके नाम पर पोस्टेज स्टैंप निकालकर उनको ग्रेटेस्ट सन ऑफ इंडिया बोला। मतलब इंदिरा गांधी भी देश के बंटवारे करने वाले के साथ थी। और बंटवारा क्या सावरकर ने किया? सावरकर 47 में सत्ता में थे या नेहरू थे? अब दूसरी बात, इन्होंने कहा कि देखिए हम तो चाहते हैं कि देश का बंटवारा ना हो, हम एकता चाहते हैं। बहुत अच्छी बात कही है भाटी जी ने, इससे सुंदर बात क्या हो सकती है? एक ही तो चीज है जो एकता लाएगी, एक यूसीसी का समर्थन कर देंगे। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड मतलब कि अलग अलग जो धर्म है उनके पर्सनल लॉ क्यों होने चाहिए? जैसे यूनिफॉर्म क्रिमिनल कोड है। ऐसा तो नहीं है कि अमन ने गुनाह किया तो उनके लिए अलग सजा है और शोएब ने किया तो शोएब के हाथ काटे जाएंगे। दोनों के लिए एक क्रिमिनल कोड है। तो बोलो कि अब इन्होंने एकता की बात की है तो बोलिए कि यूसीसी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के साथ खड़े है कि नहीं खड़े। अब आते हैं शोएब जमाई की बात पर। शोएब जमाई जी, पहले तो आप काफी ज्ञान रखते हैं इस पूरे मसले पर और आपने इस पर स्टडी भी की है, ये अच्छी बात है। परंतु वक्फ बाय यूजर का कॉन्सेप्ट 95 के कानून में आया और 95 के कानून का हमने विरोध किया था। दूसरी बात, इस्लाम के नजरिए से अगर देखेंगे तो आप एक चीज कल्पना कीजिए, अमन जी आप मक्का मदीना जा सकते हैं इबादत करने? नहीं। हज में जा सकते हैं? अमन की इबादत कबूल नहीं है पर अमन की जायदाद कबूल होनी चाहिए।
जाना नहीं है, मेरी इबादत क्यों करवा रहे हो?
सुनिए ना मेरी बात, अमन की इबादत नहीं लेनी है पर अमन की जायदाद लेनी है। अमन की सर मैंने आपके
बीच में नहीं प्लीज।
अमन की दुआ कबूल नहीं है परंतु अमन का दान कबूल करना है। ये तो इस्लामिक दृष्टि से हम इस्लाम का सम्मान कर रहे हैं ये कहकर कि केवल और केवल मुस्लिम और प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम जो है वो दान दे सकता है। ये तो इस्लाम का सम्मान है। आप लोग इस्लाम के खिलाफ जाकर काम कर रहे थे। और दूसरी बात, इन्होंने कहा 5 साल के मुस्लिम होने की जरूरत है। यह प्रावधान कोई मोदी जी अमित शाह जी सोचकर नहीं आए। वक्फ बाय यूजर 95 में कॉन्सेप्ट आया, उससे पहले यही स्थिति थी कानून की, उसी को रिस्टोर किया। आप बताइए कांग्रेस वाले जो थे वो कैसे चेक कर रहे थे कि आप प्रैक्टिसिंग मुसलमान हैं? आप वही प्रैक्टिसिंग मुसलमान वैसे ही तय होगा। अब आखिरी बात करते हैं। अब इन्होंने
कह रहे कि तय कैसे? मैं सवाल ले रहा हूं, बीच में एक सवाल, ये सारी पार्टियों ने पूछा। ये संसद में मैंने डिबेट सुनी, जो शोएब का कष्ट है वैसे ही सबका कांग्रेस का सबका कष्ट है, इमरान मसूद का। पूरा सवाल लेने दीजिए कि कोई प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम है 5 साल, कैसे पहचानेंगे? कैसे? कौन तय करेगा? क्या पैरामीटर होगा? कौन तय करेगा? ये ऐसा है कि अगर आप 18 के ऊपर होंगे एज आपकी, तभी आप कोई प्रॉपर्टी को दान करने का अधिकार रखेंगे, वरना तो आप माइनर है। 18 की उम्र से ऊपर होंगे तो इसका मतलब आप बर्थ से मुस्लिम हैं, तो 5 साल तो वैसे ही हो गए, तो आप मुस्लिम ही पैदा हुए हैं। हाँ, पर जो कन्वर्ट किए हैं, अब ये क्यों चाहते हैं कि कन्वर्जन केवल दान के लिए हो? आप तो चाहते हैं कि अगर कोई कन्वर्ट करे इस्लाम में तो उसको तो इस्लाम के सारे फायदे मिले ना। तो आप केवल कन्वर्जन करवाना चाहते हैं जायदाद लेने के लिए, वरना वो क्यों अप्रोच करते हैं इस प्रावधान का जो प्रावधान कांग्रेस ने बनाया? दूसरी बात, अब मैं आना चाहता हूं, उन्होंने टेम्पल बोर्ड की बात की। 30 सेकेंड। टेम्पल बोर्ड की बात करने वाले लोग बताएं कि टेम्पल तो टैक्स भी देता है इस देश में। टेम्पल ट्रस्ट भी चलाते हैं अपने अलग से, जिसमें कि हॉस्पिटल और एजुकेशन संस्थाएं चलती है। आप वक्फ के नाम पर कितनी चल रही है जहां पे फ्री ट्रीटमेंट या फ्री एजुकेशन, 10 ऐसे संस्थान के नाम बता देना। परंतु टेम्पल ये ट्रस्ट चलाने के बाद टैक्स भी सरकार को भरता है। और आप बताइए कि यहां पर ये वक्फ बाय यूजर चाहते हैं, मतलब हिंदू की प्रॉपर्टी चाहते हैं, पर वक्फ जो कि एक स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है, उसमें हिंदू नहीं चाहते और फिर बोलते हैं एकता की बात। एक चीज कह रहा हूं मैं, एक मिनट भाटी, एक मिनट में एक कमेंट लूंगा शोएब। मैं एक चीज कह रहा हूं, यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं, आप लोग हमेशा संविधान 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 की बात करते हैं, वो अच्छी चीज है, वो करनी चाहिए। मेरी नजर में ये सारी डिबेट संसद में पूरे देश में हो चुकी है। अब तो राष्ट्रपति के हस्ताक्षर हो गए, चैप्टर क्लोज, मानना पड़ेगा, है ना। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि संविधान से ऊपर या देश के कानून से ऊपर तो आप भी नहीं है, ना मैं हूं, ना मेरा धर्म है, कुछ भी नहीं है। संविधान सबसे सुप्रीम। अमूल आ रहे हैं ना, है या नहीं है? बताइए ना। संविधान बड़ा है शरिया? अच्छा मैं गलत बोल गया कुछ। संविधान बड़ा है शरिया? संविधान है ना सुप्रीम?
सवाल पूरे कर लीजिए।
अच्छा ये सवाल, एक मिनट रुकिए पहले। मेरी नजर में मेरा धर्म छोटा है, संविधान बड़ा है। आपकी नजर में संविधान बड़ा है शरिया?
संविधान ही हमें यहाँ से अपने धर्म को फॉलो करने की इजाजत देता है।
तो संविधान बड़ा है?
संविधान ही, आप संविधान को मानते हैं ना? तो
संविधान बड़ा है, शरिया इतना मुश्किल सवाल नहीं। मैं माफी चाहूंगा, मैं गलत सवाल पूछ रहा हूं। आपके लिए शरिया बड़ा है,
संविधान को मानते हैं?
संविधान बड़ा है, शरिया
नहीं, आप पहले भले, अरे चलिए मैं आपका जवाब दे दूंगा।
आप नहीं बोल रहे हैं।
संविधान मानते हैं?
जिनके लिए शरिया बढ़िया था 47 में चले गए वो,
हमने
क्या हो गया आपको? आपके लिए देश तिरंगा पहले है।
संविधान और देश से बड़ा कुछ नहीं है ना।
हाँ, आपके लिए नहीं, मुझे पता, मेरे लिए तो है, आपके लिए
संविधान और देश से बड़ा कुछ नहीं है।
धर्म भी नहीं है,
आपके लिए भी नहीं है।
अरे संविधान बड़ा है, शरिया।
अब मैंने जवाब दिया।
आप
संविधान मानते हैं ना?
मैं आर्टिकल 40 की बात करना चाह रहा था।
संविधान मानते नहीं मानते आप?
जी
मानते हैं।
उसके बिना
तो संविधान ने जो है 1937 का शरिया एक्ट भी अपनाया था, उसको मानते हैं आप?
ठीक है,
नहीं मानते, पूछिए।
कौन? मैं क्यों मानूंगा भैया? आप मानेंगे शरिया, मैं क्यों मानूंगा?
संविधान का हिस्सा है।
शरिया आप मानेंगे, मैं क्यों मानूंगा?
संविधान का हिस्सा है।
अरे तो
हो गए ना,
तो संविधान बड़ा है, शरिया।
कभी जो है ना, कभी होशियारी गड़बड़ हो जाती है। मानिए अगर आप मानते हैं तो 1937 का शरिया एक्ट भी मानिए, जो
सर कानून तो सब पर लागू
गया है। बताइए
शोएब, एक चीज
मानिए,
जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा ना,
क्यों फिर विरोध करते हैं?
देखिए मैं बहस नहीं, हम एक एक करके बोलेंगे। शोएब,
शरिया कोड का
शोएब एक एक करके,
वो तो संविधान का हिस्सा है।
शोएब एक एक करके,
पर्सनल लॉ संविधान का हिस्सा है।
शोएब
है ना?
शोएब एक आराम। मैं बस ये जानना चाह रहा हूं, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि कुछ सवाल ओवरराइडिंग पास दी गई इस कानून में, जो सेक्शन 40 है, आप भी जानते हैं, दी गई। हमारी कोई प्रॉपर्टी का मामला होगा, हम कोर्ट जाएंगे, न्यायालय जाएंगे, आप में वक्फ ट्राइब्यूनल जाएंगे। 2013 में जो अमित शाह ने बताया 99% चांस है ही नहीं कि आप ऊपरी अदालत में स्पेशल रिव्यू पिटीशन लगती है, वो आप मेरे से बेहतर जानते हैं। तो संविधान से ऊपर एक पर्सनल लॉ को रख देना, क्या ये संविधान सम्मत है? बस इतना सा सवाल है। शोएब,
ये फिर एक झूठ कि भाई कोई मुस्लिम जो है वो ट्रिब्यूनल में तय कर देते हैं और ऐसे ऐसे जो है जजमेंट हो जाती है पास। इनको पता ही नहीं है ट्रिब्यूनल में कौन होता है। ट्रिब्यूनल में रिटायर्ड हाई कोर्ट के जज होते हैं, हाई कोर्ट के जज, डीएम होते हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं, जो इस्लामिक कानून के भी एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं, वक्फ के भी एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं, रिटायर्ड हाई कोर्ट के जज होते हैं ट्रिब्यूनल में। और ट्रिब्यूनल के बाद भी कई केसेस इस कानून से आने से पहले भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट में लगातार चल रहे हैं। उसको यहां से लिया गया, उन केसेस को अपील में लिया गया है। ये कहना,
एक उदाहरण दीजिए, ट्राइब्यूनल का फैसला कोर्ट ने पलटा।
बहुत सारे
एक उदाहरण दे दीजिए। मैं सर आप भी जानते हैं झूठ नहीं, एक उदाहरण। ट्राइब्यूनल के फैसले को ऊपरी अदालत में चुनौती दी गई और ऊपरी अदालत ने ट्राइब्यूनल के फैसले को पलट दिया। एक उदाहरण।
हमारे यहाँ झारखंड में एक दुमका में एक केस था, ठीक, वो मेरे ख्याल में 2008 का केस है। उसमें ट्राइब्यूनल का वो दरगाह की, यहाँ से दरगाह वहां पे थी और उसके बगल की जमीन थी जहां पे कुछ कमर्शियल एक्टिविटीज भी होती थी। उसको चैलेंज किया गया, हिंदू समाज को वहां पे उसको वापस किया। इवन कि ट्राइब्यूनल के फैसले को, झारखंड वक्फ बोर्ड के ट्राइब्यूनल के फैसले को यहां से हाई कोर्ट ने पलट दिया। ये आप जाके देखिए वहां पे। अभी
चैलेंज हो ही नहीं सकता है सर। 2013 के बाद आप भी जानते हैं सेक्शन 40।
अमन जी, एक वाक्य।
अच्छा एक मिनट,
एक वाक्य, केवल एक वाक्य।
ट्राइब्यूनल जो है, पहले सुनिए ना जी
भाटी, पहले शोएब कंप्लीट कर ले।
मैं इसको कंप्लीट कर दूं,
मैं इसको कंप्लीट कर दूं। सवाल उठाए थे
जी, एक मिनट भाटी जी, वो 30 सेकंड 30 सेकंड में कंप्लीट करेंगे, फिर भाटी जी
टाइम आपका खत्म हो रहा है।
नहीं बिल्कुल
मैं इसको कंप्लीट कर देता हूं बस।
नहीं
30 सेकंड भाटी जी,
प्लीज प्लीज।
कुल मिलाकर
सबसे पहली बात
बहुत कम टाइम मिल
कि अभी जो है बहुत सारे पर्दाफाश भी हुए, लेकिन ये इतिहास में भी जाते हैं। मैं ये कहता हूं कि आप कानून बना रहे हैं, कानून में संशोधन किए, जिन पर यहां से हम केस लड़ रहे हैं, जिसमें हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, अभी हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भी गए, पार्टी भी गई, वहां उसकी डिस्कशन होगी और सारी चीजें खुल के आएंगी। लेकिन जो इतिहास की बात इन्होंने की, मैं चूंकि वाइंड अप कर रहा हूं, इन्होंने इतिहास की बात की कि भाई इतिहास बदलना है, और इतिहास वही बदलने की कोशिश करते हैं जिनका अतीत या इतिहास गौरवशाली ना रहा हो। हमारा इतिहास, हमारे आबा अजदाद का इतिहास गौरवशाली रहा है, चाहे 1857 की क्रांति हो या भारत की स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में हमारे आबा अजदाद की कुर्बानियां हो। जो लोग के इतिहास गौरवशाली है, शोएब जमई को इतिहास बदलने या पलटने या उसको एनसीईआरटी किताबों से हटाने की जरूरत नहीं है। जिन विचारधारा का इतिहास गौरवशाली नहीं है, वही इतिहास को बदलने की बात करते हैं।
मैं इसलिए बोलना चाह रहा था कि
रजाकारों का इतिहास ना बता दे। हाँ भाटी जी आप बोलिए।
तो वक्फ बिल को लेकर और एक यूसीसी को लेकर दो बातें कही थी, उस पर मैं थोड़ा सा स्पष्टीकरण देना चाह रहा था। वक्फ बिल पे तो जिस दिन से ये विषय शुरू हुआ, जिस दिन से बहस चल रही है, मेरे दिल और दिमाग में बड़ा भयंकर विरोधाभास चल रहा है जी, युद्ध चल रहा है अंदर अंदर।
मेरा दिल तो कहता है कि मैं मोदी जी की बात मान लूं, बीजेपी के मित्रों की बात मान लूं कि ये मुसलमानों के भले के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं कानून। मुसलमानों से इन्हें बहुत प्रेम है, ये गरीब मुसलमानों की मदद करना चाहते हैं, गरीब महिलाओं की, बेवाओं की मदद करना चाहते हैं, ये वक्फ की आय बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, ये वक्फ को बहुत ऊंचाई तक ले जाना चाहते हैं। दिल मेरा ही कहता है कि मैं मान लूं, लेकिन दिमाग काम शुरू कर देता है। दिमाग कहता है ये तो वही लोग हैं जो कहते हैं सारे आतंकवादी मुसलमान होते हैं, ये तो कहते हैं या तो जय श्री राम बोलो नहीं पाकिस्तान चले जाओ, ये तो कहते हैं कि होली तो यहीं मनेगी, घर से मत निकलना अगर तुम रंग से डर लगता है तो। इनके तो सारे जलूस मस्जिद के सामने जाकर रुकते हैं, वहीं पर जाकर फिर भद्दे भद्दे नारे लगाते हैं। इनका तो सर्वोच्च नेता चुनाव में जाके कहता है अगर हम चुनाव हार गए तो ये आएंगे तुम्हारी भैंस छीन लेंगे, मंगलसूत्र छीन लेंगे, 4 कमरे का मकान है तो 2 ले जाएंगे। तो फिर दिमाग कहता है कि यार इनकी नीयत पर विश्वास तो नहीं किया जा सकता।
ठीक है,
अगर मुसलमानों के लिए इनके मन में दया और रहम होती तो ये कुछ और करते। ये वक्फ बोर्ड का कानून केवल वक्फ की जमीन कब्जाने के लिए लाया गया है। जिस तरह अयोध्या में सेना की जमीन इन्होंने अपने पूंजीपति मित्रों को दे दी है, ये वक्फ की जमीनें भी दे देंगे, ये इनकी नीयत है।
ठीक,
दूसरा इन्होंने यूसीसी का जिक्र किया
30 सेकंड में।
अमन जी ये तो बहुत ज्यादा
बोलिए।
मैं तो इनके आधे समय भी नहीं बोला
सर। 2 वर्सेस 1 है ना, 2 वर्सेस 1 है, वो अकेले पड़ गए प्लीज। हाँ,
यूसीसी का जहां तक सवाल है, देखिए पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि भारत एक विभिन्नताओं वाला देश है। यहाँ कोस कोस पे पानी बदला, 4 कोस पे पानी। यहाँ ऐसे लोग भी हैं जिनके 2 सगे भाइयों के बच्चों की आपस में शादी हो जाती है, एक भाई की बेटी एक भाई का बेटा। यहाँ ऐसे लोग भी रहते हैं, ऐसे समाज भी हैं जो अपने मामा के बेटी से शादी करते हैं। और यहाँ ऐसा समाज भी है जिसमें मैं भी आता हूं, मैं भी जिस समाज से आता हूं, मामा की बेटी से शादी करना या चाचा की बेटी से शादी करना पाप माना जाता है, अपराध माना जाता है। तो ये देश विभिन्नताओं का देश है। हमारे परिवारों में एक सगा भाई सनातनी होता है जो मूर्ति पूजा करता है, शिव जी की मूर्ति पर दूध चढ़ाता है।
ठीक है,
दूसरा भाई आर्य समाजी हो जाता है।
लेकिन भाटी जी मेरा वो
नहीं, आप अन्याय कर रहे हैं मेरे से। मैं 2 ही वाक बोल रहा हूँ, बस खत्म कर
प्लीज।
क्योंकि कोई बात वो मूर्ति पूजा को पाप मानता है, मूर्ति में लात मारता है। कैसे यूसीसी लाओगे? उन दोनों भाइयों में से कौन से की बात मानोगे? कोई बुत परस्ती करता है, कोई बुत सिकन है।
भाटी जी लेकिन एक चीज को समझिए ना, धर्म आधारित कानून तो नहीं होगा ना।
कानून अब भी एक है,
धर्म आधारित
अगर
कानून।
तो आप मारपीट करोगे तो वही धारा आप पे लागू होगी, वही मुझ पे लागू होगी, वही मुसलमान पे, वही जाटों पे, वही ब्राह्मण पे। तो कहाँ कानून अलग है?
मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड क्या है?
अमन जी जवाब देने का
मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड क्या है?
अपने धर्म का पालन करने की आजादी हमारा संविधान देता है। अपनी धार्मिक संपत्ति
तो पॉलीगैमी क्या है?
बंधन करने की
ठीक है,
आजादी हमारा संविधान देता है, उसे छीनने का प्रयास मत करिए।
अब ऐसा है, सुनिए, अब देखिए मैंने दोनों वक्ताओं को बहुत धैर्य से सुना और बीच में कोई नहीं बोलेगा। अभी इन्होंने क्या बोला कि यूसीसी आ जाएगा, एक बुत परस्ती करता है, एक जो है मूर्ति को नहीं मानता है। क्या पूजा पद्धति तय होती है यूसीसी से? अगर ऐसा है तो यूसीसी लाने वाले तो नेहरू जी और आंबेडकर जी थे संविधान में। यूसीसी को पहली बार इंप्लीमेंट किया गोवा में तो कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वकालत की। यूसीसी का पूजा पद्धति से कोई लेना देना नहीं। आपको अपनी बहन से शादी करनी है, कीजिए, पर हाँ अगर आपकी बहन 15 साल से कम उम्र की होगी और आप 60 साल के होंगे तो अगर हिंदू को सजा होगी तो दूसरे वर्ग को भी होगी सजा।
सुन लीजिए, जानबूझ के प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, गाली गलौज बीजेपी के लोगों के
बीच में
नहीं बोला। शादी नहीं करता हूँ, अपनी जुबान को लगाम दीजिए
आराम से। अच्छा,
ये जानबूझ के इस तरह की बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं। अपनी बहन से शादी आप लोग करते हैं, मैं नहीं करता।
नहीं, आपके लिए नहीं बोला,
मैंने आपके लिए बोला नहीं। ये शब्द का क्या मतलब?
मैंने जनरली बोला
आपको अपनी बहन से शादी करनी है,
किसी को भी,
जानबूझ के
किसी को भी। भाटी जी
इनके पास मसाला होता नहीं।
अच्छा ठीक है,
इनके पास तर्क होता नहीं।
अच्छा ठीक है,
इनके पास ज्ञान होता नहीं, तो बदतमीजी पे उतर आएंगे।
ठीक है, हो गया भाटी जी।
और फिर ये बेइज्जत
नहीं, आप बोल दीजिए, आपने उनके लिए नहीं कहा, नहीं कहा उनके लिए, हो गया।
ऐसा
भाटी जी उन्होंने आपके लिए नहीं कहा।
बड़ी महफिलों में बेइज्जत करके निकाले गए हैं।
अरे बस ऐसे भाटी जी प्लीज।
इन्हें तो आदत पड़ी हुई है।
राजकुमार भाटी, उन्होंने आपकी फैमिली के लिए नहीं कहा। वो क्या आपने कहा है? शहजाद बोल दीजिए, आपने कहा है? आपने नहीं कहा।
मैं कहा तो तालियां क्यों बजती है?
नहीं,
और वो मुझे
मैंने कहा कि खामखा का ड्रामा
मैं बोल रहा हूँ,
मैंने कहा
आपको मेरे पे है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैं नहीं अलाउ करूंगा, बस बात खत्म।
ये जो चैनल आजकल चला रहे हैं कि बीजेपी
उन्होंने आपकी फैमिली के लिए नहीं बोला है, उन्होंने बोला कोई भी अगर करना चाहता है परिवार में।
एक दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए एक चैनल पर बैठ के गाली दे रही है, एंकर ने नहीं टोका। ऐसे एंकरों को भी बेनकाब करना पड़ेगा। ये एंकरिंग नहीं है, ये गुलामगिरी है, ये नौकरी है किसी पार्टी।
शहजाद ठीक है,
माफी मांगी आप इसके लिए?
नहीं बोला।
क्या आपने अब शब्द बोले?
के लिए नहीं बोला।
नहीं
बोल दीजिए, एक मिनट बोल रहे हैं।
इन्होंने कहा कि आप अपनी बहन से शादी कर सकते हैं।
अरे कोई आप प्लीज क्लैरिफाई, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, फैमिली पे नहीं। मैं भी बोल रहा हूँ नहीं बोलना होगा फैमिली पे। मैं भी आई ऑल्सो।
आप इतने अब शब्द बोलेंगे?
चलिए हाँ प्लीज एक मिनट।
ऐसा है, सुनिए। और शर्म नहीं आती?
अरे वो बोल रहे हैं भाटी जी,
शो में बेइज्जत हो
लेट
चुके
हिम
हैं।
स्पीक, लेट हिम स्पीक।
कभी A1 A2 B2 पता नहीं क्या करते हैं, कभी कुछ करते हैं।
भाटी जी लेट हिम स्पीक,
बैठिए,
लेट हिम स्पीक। भाटी जी बोलने दीजिए,
माफी मांगे,
बोलने दीजिए, उसके लिए बोलना होगा उनको।
माफी चाहता हूँ
अगर हाँ, अगर आपको हाँ प्लीज शहजाद प्लीज, अब बीच में नहीं प्लीज।
ऐसा है,
भाटी जी प्लीज।
अगर मैंने किसी
मैं भी बोल रहा हूँ परिवार पे नहीं
कुछ
होगा।
इसके अलावा कोई शब्द नहीं होगा कि मैंने गलत बोला। मैं
अरे
माफी
भाटी जी
चाहता
आप,
हूँ।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना
यही
परिवार पे
बात
नहीं, परिवार पे नहीं बोला है। मैं बोल रहा हूँ नहीं, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है। मैं बोल रहा हूँ किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है। भाटी जी आई रिस्पेक्ट यू।
पूछ लीजिए क्या मैंने इनके परिवार पे बोला है। आप एक बार बोल दीजिए, देख लीजिए, यहाँ पे देख लीजिए, यहाँ पे देख लीजिए। मतलब कि डिबेट को डिलेट करना है। आते हैं ये, इन्हें सब जानते हैं हम।
ठीक है,
ये जो
क्लोजिंग कमेंट। अच्छा क्लोजिंग कमेंट प्लीज, हो गया भाटी जी।
सारे RSS मुख्यालय,
भाटी जी
RSS मुख्यालय बताइए। ये इनको बोल दिया RSS के, ये ठीक है। 3-4 आदमी ने फंड लहराया, ये बताइए। केवल 3-4 आदमी ने फंड लहराया है। ये 3-4 आदमी RSS मुख्यालय से।
चलिए हो गया भाटी जी।
RSS मुख्यालय से सब लोग बताइए। कह रहा हूँ नहीं कह रहा। RSS मुख्यालय से आप लोग RSS से मुख्यालय से आए क्या? अरे ये फंड वाले RSS के मुख्यालय।
अरे बस भाटी जी, भाटी जी
पूछ लो, बुला के आ जाओ। इनका पर्चे पूछ।
राजकुमार भाटी,
वहाँ से बैठ कर।
राजकुमार भाटी प्लीज।
आप अपना नाम
अच्छा
बताइए।
प्लीज 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 प्लीज।
आपने नहीं
अच्छा
सुना,
मुझे वाइंड
इन्होंने
अप
कहा
वाइंड
था।
अप वाइंड अप वाइंड अप
आपने
वाइंड
नहीं
अप
सुना।
वाइंड अप वाइंड अप प्लीज
इन्होंने
प्लीज।
कहा था अपनी बहन से शादी करिए।
बस
नहीं,
चलिए
आपने
वाइंड अप
नहीं सुना,
वाइंड अप
आपके कान में रुई
वाइंड अप
थी।
वाइंड अप वाइंड अप।
आपके कान में रुई थे क्या?
जी जी हो गया भाटी जी।
नहीं सुना क्या आपने?
चलिए हो गया भाटी जी प्लीज प्लीज।
यार बदतमीजी के लिए बुलाए जाते हैं।
नहीं
गाली
बस
सुनने के
मैंने
लिए
बोला
बुलाए
ना
जाते हैं।
उनको। चलिए एक बस कंक्लूडिंग कमेंट है। शहजाद प्लीज चलिए आप प्लीज। शहजाद खत्म कर रहे हैं हम। अब आप ही बोलेंगे।
नहीं, या तो माफी मांगे वरना मैं बोलने
मुझे
नहीं
वाइंड अप
दूंगा।
करना पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं होता।
आपने बहुत अपमानजनक
भाटी जी
शब्द
ऐसे
कहे हैं।
गुंडागर्दी नहीं।
आपने मुझसे कहा कि आप अपनी बहन से शादी करिए, इसके लिए आपको माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी। नहीं मांगोगे तो मैं बोलने नहीं दूंगा, इस शो में तो बोलने नहीं दूंगा। करना करिए। गुंडागर्दी किसकी आदत है, किसकी फितरत है, समझ में? ये वाक बोला था या नहीं बोला था? नहीं बोला।
आपने क्या बोला था एक बार क्लैरिफाई कर दीजिए। ठीक, आप बोल रहे हैं,
आप अपनी
आप
बहन
ऐसे
से
पास
चाहे
मत
तो शादी
आइए।
कर सकते हैं,
चलिए
ये इन्होंने बोला
आप
था।
चलिए मुझे वाइंड अप करना होगा। ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। शुक्रिया आप सबका। शुक्रिया
आप
सोहेल
सुनिए
भाई
उसे
आपका,
repeat करके।
भाटी जी आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हाँ प्लीज आप बोल लीजिए। एक मिनट भाटी जी, एक मिनट बैठ जाइए।
देखिए,
इस
ऐसा
कंप्लीटिंग
है।
1 मिनट प्लीज, 1 मिनट।
ये नहीं चलेगा।
चलिए ठीक है ओके,
माफी चाहता हूँ।
ठीक है
तो लेकर
शुक्रिया
जाओ।
शुक्रिया आप
फोन में
सबका।
जा ही नहीं
शुक्रिया।
रहा।
शुक्रिया
मैं
धन्यवाद।
शहजाद पूना वाला, आप मेरी इतनी बेइज्जती करोगे?
चलिए धन्यवाद
मैं
शुक्रिया
यार एक स्वाभिमानी आदमी
शुक्रिया
हूं, मैं अपनी इज्जत की रक्षा
शुक्रिया
करना जानता हूँ।
थैंक यू।
માટે CNBC બજાર વિશેષજ્ઞોના વિશ્લેષણ, બજારની હર ચાલ પર નજર અને હંમેશા બે કદમ આગળ. અમે છીએ CNBC બજાર, બિઝનેસની માતૃભાષા.
All right, so we're doing this for the 3rd year.
Don't think anyone's ever achieved this before.
And we're on top all the time, no breaks.
No, this is not clear. But one thing is clear, and let's get this straight. CNN News 18 is the #1 English news channel for 3 years running.
Because in a world that is experiencing groundbreaking shifts,
we keep our eye on the ball and the whole world. Pursuing the facts.
Making sense of them.
And cutting through the confusion to offer clarity.
Because when we chase the news, we are
authentic,
credible,
objective.
CNN News 18, the undisputed leader of English news for 3 whole years and counting.
Hello,
namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Bharat ke logon ko meri namaste.
Typically in a month, we have viewers up to 150 million. That's more than twice the population of France. This special edition of Vantage, live from the White House. Numbers came in thick and fast and Donald Trump was soon declared the winner. This Trump hat, it says, President Trump save America. But this hat is made in China. As G7 leaders gather in southern Italy, Vantage is taking you to the heart of the action. We're on our way to Tel Aviv and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas. Good afternoon, Prime Minister Lakshman.
Good afternoon.
Greeting you with aloha and namaste. Do you think that Ukraine is at its weakest position?
This war is not about Ukraine.
We're trying to bring down the current government in Syria.
Today, First Post has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world. China is still the biggest security challenge. President De Silva, welcome to First Post. Welcome to First Post.
Detailed analysis on the stories that matter the most to you.
We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus. Today we begin in Asia. Indian Prime Minister.
Phones on. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will begin shortly. You are requested to keep your mobile phones on silent mode.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a lot to ask of you after the last few minutes, but I'm going to ask you to sit down quietly for a little while. There's a lot to discuss, I know. All right. We'll just give everyone a few minutes. Right from the back where people have stood up. Sit down, sit down. We'll just wait for all the chairs to be filled. Okay, you're going to have to bear with me as we wait for some little bit of running. Okay. So we've decided to switch tracks. The temperature was so high after that. Now we're going to take a little while before we get into political discussions once again. So, shifting focus, we're going to move to a topic everyone thinks about all the time, which is money. We're going to return to politics after that. So don't worry, we're not going too far. But let's shift our focus very quickly to money. We're diving into a topic that is absolutely critical in today's fast-paced, consumer-driven world. We're talking about financial literacy, the importance of saving, especially for the younger generation. So whenever we talk about building wealth, the one thing that financial analysts will tell you is it's not about earning more. So it's not about navigating a higher salary. It's also about making smart choices with the money that you are earning every day, creating habits that will pay off in the long term. So our next discussion is for you, whether you are a student, there are some students today in the crowd, whether you're a mid-career professional, you're in your 40s, your 50s, you're trying to look at early retirement. This session is going to walk you through everything, and we're just going to welcome onto the stage in a few seconds all of our guests. But our goal is to discuss financial future and set the stage for what a life of financial freedom and security actually looks like. So as I told you earlier, we are shifting focus. We expect as much focus and attention in this next discussion too. Let's invite onto the stage our guests. Dhirendra Kumar, founder of Value Research, Prableen Bajpai, the founder of FinFix Research, and Rajul Kotari, the partner of Capital League. They're all going to be joining us. You can come onto the stage. And we're also going to have Shivani Baz with us on the stage in a second to actually conduct and ask all of the questions. Shivani Baz is walking here in a second. Come. All right.
Thank you so much, Toya, for that. And thank you so much to the panelists. And thank you to the audience as well. I know it has been a heated discussion before this. We'll try to calm everybody down and welcome to Rising Bharat Summit and this particular important conversation that we are going to have. And as Toya mentioned, that, there has been a rising concern about the fall and the dip in the savings in this nation, especially from the young people. But, there is a dichotomy of sorts, Dhirendra, that we are seeing that a lot of interest among young people who want to invest more, get into stock markets more, want instant gratification, want instant results, returns. And, the most important question and the most asked question that I personally have whenever I speak to young people, people who are 19 years old, 22 years old, is that, which fund gives the maximum returns? Is there a fund which gives 50% returns? Dhirendra, and I know that on value research, there are questions like that every day. So, is savings mindset more important? Let me just, begin by asking you that question. As a country, are we looking at a time where that is going to be very important, because we are seeing that young people now in India are not investing and saving that much?
Yes, your investing journey doesn't start till you save. So you can't borrow money and save. You will get bankrupt without having the money. But more importantly, there is a significant change in something that has happened, which was not available when I was growing up. My parents, or most parents in my surrounding, in the vicinity, they had a fairly regular, predictable income for life, which is unlikely. Ever since I started, I was very unsure that, I might be growing, I might be declining, I might be, languishing, but I don't think I got into a career which was a job for a life or any such thing. Then the instant gratification bit. In my times, the waiting time for getting a scooter was 8 years for my father. And for me in Delhi, when I set up value research, the waiting time for getting a telephone connection was 9 years from MTNL. If you actually refer to all this, and today if you wish something, you get it. So, this is instant gratification is the new default. Then people are, these are very significant societal changes which we have seen in the last 20, 30 years, which is, lifestyle inflation is considered normal. If you are growing in life, then you are spending your way to demonstrate growth. Otherwise, you are not good enough. You are not prospering. You are not doing. So, that is one. That is another. Third is that, fear of missing out is something real. A lot of people are very upset, very disappointed with themselves. It actually hurts their confidence. If they are not able to demonstrate that they have really achieved it, they are not left out, they are not in the backstage. Then comes spending is visible, savings is not. You can't demonstrate that, you are a thoughtful guy who has a reasonable thing, and if you lose your job, you can take care of yourself, your dependents can bank on it. So that is thing, and then financial discipline, is a life skill which is not being told. I grew up in a family where my parents, I was unable to discover, or know when I was graduating that whether my parents are well off, poor or rich, because for different things their reaction will be very different. I wouldn't know that. That is not the case. Today it is getting demonstrated. Then comes, schools teach you algebra. They don't teach you affordability. So that's a very significant, so I would not say that, today youth is reckless. I think they are, completely, what to call it, they are untrained in risk. They are, they're unaware of it.
Well, I think that is a very important point, Dhirendra, and I would want to go to you, ma'am, with that point particularly, because the world has changed and the teachings and the learnings that kids should have about financial discipline, about investments, about savings probably are not moving as fast as we are seeing the world move. You were absolutely right. There is a social media generation out there which believes that if you have 1 lakh rupees, you should show that you have 1 lakh rupees, right? So that is sort of, there is a sort of gap that exists between that. How do you think financial literacy can be brought as early as possible? Also, how do we use that literacy, that discipline, to make a new generation of youth who are more into savings, into investment, and more thoughtful when it comes to spending?
So you're very right. I mean, from the time, like Dheeraj said, we grew up in a situation of scarcity, and now our kids are in a situation of abundance. So that very thought that they have to think twice before buying something or before spending on something, that thoughtfulness is missing. Now, to your question as to how early we can inculcate such kind of habits, I think society on various fronts has to deal with it as a collective force. So first stop is obviously the parents, because kids spend a lot of time with their parents. They learn by example. And I would give my personal example that at home I have two boys, 27 and 20. And from a very young age, I opened their bank accounts. I would, anything they would win or, some competition, good marks, you deposit a small amount in their bank account. And then when it would collect to, let's say, like a 5,000, 10,000 kind of an amount, you invest in it. When they would get the portfolio, you sit with them, you show them how your money is growing. That, I gave you a gift of 1,000 and now look, it's looking like, 1,000 something. Similarly, with pocket money, we can teach them budgeting. We can put like a condition that you need to save something from your pocket money. We can reward if they save at the end of the year by giving them some kind of an extra money, which acts like a return. So those kind of steps could be formed in early age. As we grow up, simultaneously, the school is also teaching them something about such things, like if they have a school picnic, then, if there is a budget, then how would the kids like to spend? So in a classroom setting, if they can be explained or, given responsibility, that also it has to be fun. It can't be boring. The moment it becomes boring, the mind tunes off, right? So these are habits which unknowingly then they inculcate of thoughtfulness before spending. And why savings is important? It is linked to sacrificing the current gratification, the consumption, the pleasure you get out of spending your money now. On the other hand, saving it for a future where you can fulfill your ambitions with it. So that is the key, point they
so
need to
basically,
understand.
it shouldn't be how we were taught taxation, because all of us learnt it in school clearly, but when the tax season arrives, we are all looking for help. So probably on that note, I would want to come to you. There is all talk about how we can inculcate this habit, what we should do, what parents should do, what schools should do. But in a generation which is constantly looking at their friends buying bigger cars, buying bigger houses, buying fancy clothes, going abroad, having bigger brands, how do we make it fun, like she said? How do we make it approachable and, aspirational, in a sense that, I invest money or I save money, that's supposed to be something that is good about it. That feeling, I believe, is missing these days. It's more on how much you spend. It's more on what brands do you wear, what car do you drive. How do you strike that kind of a balance?
I think one of the most scary trends which I feel is there in the society today is the growing comfort with credit and loans. Because most of our pictures that we post, that have gone on a foreign trip is probably out of a personal loan that the person has taken. I know somebody, in fact, my RM from the bank, he came and he said, "Ma'am, kuch bata do, mere finances theek karo." And I said, "Where do you invest, how much and all?" I said, "Start with 5,000, you're getting 25, 30, kuch shuru karo." He said, "Nahi ma'am, maine shaadi ke liye personal loan liya tha, abhi main wo pura kar raha hu." So an event like marriage, where your budget can be probably from 10,000 to 10 crores to, further figure. Anything. You have to put a capping. And Shivani, वो जो पुराने टाइम पे कहते थे, जितनी चादर है आपको उतना ही पैर पसारना है. So basically, you need to limit yourself. You have to have a budget. And it's not that you shouldn't buy a fancy handbag or you shouldn't go on a foreign trip, but you should plan for it. And it's really hard in today's world because everything is so instant. So on nature, it doesn't work. So it's like if you plant a tree, it'll take those 5-10 years to grow. and creating wealth is something similar. And unless and until we learn to keep that patience, become a little uncomfortable with the growing comfort with credit debts, because we don't see affordability with, can I afford a 1 crore home? We see, okay, maybe I can afford a 1 lakh EMI. So the way we check affordability has changed. So at the end of the day, I think it's so important that, you start with the basic, simple exercise of tracking your expenses, where what is spent, see what can, the leakages are always there in your home budget, you're spending. Put a capping to it. Try and put some money aside in the beginning of the month. Please just usko gayab kar do. Put it in a different bank account. You have to save at least 20-25% of your income. Otherwise, 30 years later, you would repent. A small example, a person, because a lot of young kids are sitting here, a 10,000 SIP started today. Sounds boring, 10,000, 30 years, who's seen 30 years? But let's say you're 25 and you invest till 55. With a 10,000 SIP, you can create about 3.5 crores, which is quite good. If you
now that's a calculation people want to hear,
yeah.
So go on.
If you do a 10% step up, so if you're just increasing your SIP with 10% each year, you can create 8.7 crores, which is not bad. Now let's say another person says, I'm not starting at 25 because I will earn more when I'm older. Because we tend to overestimate our earning capacity and kind of underestimate our future expenditure. That person, let's say, starts 20 years later, has to retire at 55. So starting at 45, 10 years to go. Now when you start with 10,000, you can only create 23 lakhs in those 10 years. Now you'll say, no, but I can do more. Okay, so let's do a 50% step up. Even a 50% step up will give you 1.8 crores. So what that person needs to do is save about 16 times. So 1,60,000 during that tenure to reach that basic 3.5 crore mark, which the person A was able to do with that 10,000 SIP. But that patience has to be there, Shivani, and it cannot be, it's not something that you can borrow. You need to practice it. It's like meditation. So you have to invest, practice, and I think then only it can happen. Otherwise, we won't have a very healthy financial well-being kind of the youth of today, they won't have that kind of a wellness tomorrow.
Absolutely. Two things that the youth of today wants and needs, meditation and investing patiently. So you touched upon both of them. I would want to come to you, Dhiren, with 2 points that Prableen made. One, the easy access to credit. Is it a boon or a bane? It seems to me like, this becomes a problem while, as she said, now affordability is looked at with the kind of EMI that you can actually afford on a monthly basis and not on the entire sum of money that you are doing. So even though it's very important, it's something that puts money in the hands of people, but where do you think the lag is? What needs to be fixed in this scenario?
No, very little needs to be fixed in this because, it is good to have available credit, but it is not at all good to avail that credit for unnecessary things. It was a great deprivation for the whole generation for the first, 20, 30 years of post-independence that there was no credit available. People could not borrow money. Today we have gone to, so I think, the real problem lies in basic understanding of arithmetic, appreciation of magic of compounding. Financial literacy should start, or, understanding or comprehending that should start in a more visual way, because most of the people who are troubled by their missteps are the guys who are unable to comprehend, what is it? When you go to a Apple store and when he tells you that, here is this great iPhone 16 and this can do all the magic, and it is extremely tempting. In fact, it has designed to tempt you. Amazing, a store which is very difficult to get out of, and, it is displayed, and there is a whole science and psychology and behavior and design to it. And then when he tells you that, this is not 1.5 lakh rupees, this is 4,300 rupees per month. And you actually forget asking that whether it is for 5 years, 3 years, or 7 years. This is financial illiteracy of an unusual kind. So I think, the root lies in some very basic comprehension of arithmetic. And these values are not built. You will have great apps, you will have great facilitation, and the whole, about financial services, I have my feeling, not feeling, a deep belief that everybody is out there to get you. And if you are not, you have to really start with the premise that what all can go wrong? How will I lose money? Because people lose principle in the first place. In fact, the bigger problem is not this. The bigger problem is before borrowing. Of course, this is one thing which will hold you back, but you still have a different pleasure of at least not being stupid. I think in this country, everybody starts with a life insurance policy at a very young age, when you have virtually no dependents, when you don't need the life insurance. And it is actually, it is an investment plan, substantially, which is packaged as an insurance policy, which people are so committed, and people have such deep belief in it. And people end up earning for their longest term, for their longest term investment, committed investment. The average return on a LIC policy, endowment policy, will be about 3.5%. You lose 2/3 of your, you are unable to beat inflation with this investment for the longest term committed disciplined investment. Then comes, in this country, everybody who gets into the organized sector starts with his EPF account. That is mandatory for the employer to open it. You will have one.
I do.
And that is where, the longest term investment happens to be substantially fixed income. And which means that whatever you are left with, most people are unable to get, they don't have any, beyond this mandatory savings. A good part of the population is unable to save in the initial 5-10 years. That is the design of the finance. That is the design of the career. That in our early phases of our career, while you are setting up home, you are getting married, you are having children, you are trying to put together the down payment for the house, but what are you left with? And the only thing which is going is not actually able to demonstrate to you that, magic happens with your investment, because it's not getting. So the longest term investment that we make is into fixed income. Then we end up with, some opportunistic investment in equity, and that is why we end up being a speculator with our equity investments. And that is why you get this question that, how to make quick money with this which fund. In fact, the which fund is a gentleman. The real commandos are actually, getting into F&O, and, they're
F&O.
92% of the population is actually losing money in a guaranteed way.
So there seems to be then a lack of understanding of the financial world as a whole. As you said, you have to get into this space thinking everybody is out there to get you. And then even if you lose any sort of opportunity to make money, at least you're like, I was not a fool. This could have been worse. So I made a smart decision. I'll come back to you, Rajul, with this, that, this financial discipline is a secondary thing. First, there should be an awareness. One thing that I've personally realized and understood with my friends and family whenever I've told them to go to a financial advisor is the first step whenever they come to me, as you said, whoever meets says where to invest, what to do, how to get 50%, is the very fact that we don't have that kind of money that we go to a financial advisor. What is that about? How do we fix this mindset that I'll have to have at least 1 lakh rupees in my account to go to an advisor to start my investments? How do we deal with that situation? How do you deal with that situation?
So actually, that is a very reasonable question, given India's population and the number of financial advisors out there. Obviously, it is not possible to provide customized solutions for each one of them, and nobody today has that time also, these individuals who would like to invest. There comes in the role of these fintech platforms where they have been investing, but these have no guardrails in place. You can open an account on any fintech and link it to your bank account and just start investing. There is no framework, there is no structure that unless you do your risk profile, unless you figure out what is my time horizon, what are my goals, for which purpose I'm investing, you can straight away choose a stock, an IPO, a mutual fund, and with very little, thinking, thoughtfulness, again, I would say, it is done in a very, very ad hoc manner. So for these fintechs, I don't want to blame them. It is a game changer, actually, because they can reach millions of people in one go with a very, very standard solution, which will actually work for a lot of people. If you just say that, my time horizon is 5 years, 10 years, I want to save for my child's education, they can create a plan for you. But most people do not avail of it. And there is nothing which debars them from not investing in a stock without going through this process.
So basically, just to interrupt you in between, these fintechs, the fintech revolution that we are seeing is not actually that great without the financial awareness that we must have,
That is true.
is what you're saying. Please continue, ma'am.
So yes, so first comes awareness, thoughtfulness, and the same platforms can be, leveraged to create that awareness. At the same time, I think it is the responsibility of institutions like banks, AMCs. Today, what are the youngsters most influenced by? Even when they're buying something, consuming something, they're influenced by these so-called influencers on social media that, which, sneakers or which dress or which even makeup stuff I should buy. And they will watch reels endlessly and be driven by purchases based on that. Similarly, why don't we leverage similar influencers to create that financial literacy? Let's try, rather than teaching it through the typical book method, which these people do not, this generation would not so, openly listen to. Get them where they listen, where they're present, where they're applying their mind. So today there are a few financial influencers, but it is like a drop in the ocean. For every 1,000 influencers whom these millions of brands use to influence their sales, you have a handful of financial influencers. So we would need more of them. People like us can cater to a very, very small segment, and that is difficult to replicate without the use of technology. And since there is a phone now in everybody's hand, why not use it for, creating that literacy as well as making your thoughtful, mindful decisions which are linked to your risk appetite, which are linked to your goals, and giving them enough sense of what are the risks there.
But that's the point. How many young people do understand the risk profile? Because unless the market falls, nobody is scared of anything. Everybody thinks they're going to make money. Prableen, how do you think about it? You deal with a lot of young people. Until last month, everybody thought that they're going to be millionaires by the end of this year. And today, everybody's sort of asking the same question again. Should we stop our SIPs right now? Is this the right time? How do you deal with these questions? And what is the right answer for that, for the benefit of the audience sitting over here?
So ideally, we should be clubbing ourselves as a risk-averse, moderate risk, or a high-risk investor. But interestingly, our risk profile keeps changing with the markets. So when the markets are doing well, we're all okay with a small cap, and we want those 104% returns because we're all smitten by the recency bias because we see what has been there in the recent past 6 months and 1 year data. And that should not be the case, of course, Shivani. So what we really need is that you have to know what your risk appetite is, and you only get to know or realize it when the markets are in times like we are in at present. So I think in the last 6 months, a lot of people, 7 months, must have realized that, okay, maybe I'm not okay with a 20% fall or a 25, 30% fall in my portfolio. So I think you sometimes need these hard times in the markets to realize what your actual risk appetite is. It is it's a calculation, it's a process actually through questions which you should be answering and coming to your risk profile. But if you haven't done well, then the natural way of learning is, markets teach you then during such times. But ideally, if you're investing in the markets, then you can't be a fair weather friend. दुख सुख दोनों में आपको साथ देना है मार्केट का, and then only the markets आपका साथ देंगी. So if you are continuing with your SIPs when the markets are going up, you have to continue with your SIPs when the markets are down, and you have to complete that cycle. So that's the point really, of the SIP. Really important.
The SIP is based on the premise of rupee cost averaging, which we borrowed from dollar cost averaging. How do you average? You have to buy, like she says, when markets are going up and when markets are going down. If you only invest in while the markets are going up and stop when the markets fall, then actually you are at a loss. You've invested in a rising market.
You know, in a very easy manner, when my friends ask me, I say, when do you go to a mall to buy more stuff? When there is a sale. So, you know, we all have to look at it like there's a sale in the market, so you put more money. We are running out of time, but I'm going to put the last question to the entire panel. I'm going to start with you, Dhiren. UPI has been a game changer in this country, and I would want to ask you, in a precise, concise way, what do you think will it take for the country's youth to move from UPI to SIP? Just like we are enthusiastic about quick sending money, how do we do that with the SIP?
No, I think, you know, the kind of thing that has happened with SIP, I don't think it is difficult. People have to go through this cycle. And there's a growing awareness. And I think we will have the next generation of apps which will nudge you on every spend. You know, your UPI spending can well be a point of nudging you that, okay, what will be the worth of this in 10 years' time? And, you know, depending on the kind of, because there are necessary spending being done through UPI. And then there are not so important, and if there is an app which is enabling that, which is telling you that, okay, you are having this pizza, but do you know this will be worth your dental treatment when you turn 60? Then I think you'll get little, you know, it could be a natural, technology is not a solution. It can only enable you.
From a positive reinforcement, what we need now, the next generation, is a negative reinforcement. Rajul, from UPI to SIP, how do you think SIP can become the new next boom?
You know, there are already some ideas out there. So I know of a company called, I think, Change Jar. What it does is that every time you spend and whatever is the change, you round it off and that amount is invested in gold. And there are a couple more like that where, you know, you can round it up, top it up. And there, you know, when you collect it, I mean, after 6 months, you see, oh, you have, you know, collected a substantial sum. Nudging is another thing, like you said. Even, I mean, just think of it. These days, we have so much coffee, which we never had, the older generation. And each coffee mug at the Starbucks costs $300-400. Assuming we are having 2 cups a week, even if we give a 1, in 5 years, if you invest that money at 12%, that will be a good amount, like a 1.5 lakhs.
Absolutely.
And you could fulfill a bigger dream with that kind of money. So we need to learn to sacrifice a little bit, but on the tech platform, it will go hand in hand. If you go to a Paytm and, you know, it says you've made some payment, it says you've saved so much. Even on, let's say, something like Milk Basket, that you buy vegetables, you've saved 100 rupees today because of discounts. Can it ask you a question that, would you like to invest this money, what you've saved? And if you click yes, it should be very easy that it goes into some index fund, for example. Very basic, simple.
Yeah, so basically the consonants of apps. We are really now, you know, going into the fintech world. Probably in your last thoughts about how do we, you know, make the youth of this country focus and, you know, how do we make aspirational the thought of investing and saving?
At the end of the day, you know, we can use all the help apps, financial literacy, knowledge, but it has to come from within, Shivani. There has to be the realization you have to sacrifice. It's not going to be easy. So even if I decide that, you know, we decide that I need to lose 1 kg or 2 kgs, you know, we all struggle with weight issues. There is a sacrifice which goes into it. You have to diet or you need to exercise. So wealth creation or any sort of future financial saving cannot be done without sacrificing something today. So there has to be some sacrifice and then only it can happen. But as, you know, because we're talking about SIP, I think the youth of today, the example of Chinese bamboo, you sow it for 2, 3, 4 years also, there is no crop on the surface. By the 5th year is when you see the bamboo grow up and like about 80 feet. So that is something which the youth needs to remember, that aap karte raho, you keep doing your SIPs and for an amount, Shivani, which can be kept aside. You know, after you have the contingency fund, so you don't break your SIP. And then that patience that has to be learned. Without that, I don't think we can achieve anything.
So basically the end thought is that we need to save before we consume rather than consuming and then thinking about saving investment. Thank you so much, Dhiren, Rajul and Prableen. Thank you so much to our audience.
Thank you,
there was a lot of insight today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening, you guys.
Okay, all right. Let's move on now from that conversation about finances. A little while earlier, we had a political conversation. This one is slightly different from that. Let's talk about India's future. So in this audience, towards the back are some young faces. This next conversation is for you. In a world where the pace of transformation is faster than ever, young leaders are emerging right at the forefront of politics, of activism, and of social causes. They are questioning the status quo, innovating new solutions, and advocating for inclusive, sustainable progress. In just a few minutes from now, we're going to have a panel on the stage. And these are dynamic young leaders who are going to share their challenges and their visions for India's future. So let's dive into this very exciting conversation. Let's gain a deeper understanding of how young leaders are influencing the world today and paving the way for a better tomorrow. So we're going to invite onto the stage Anand Narasimhan to take this conversation forward. And joining him on that panel, let me just introduce you to all of our speakers. We have Ghanshyam Tiwari. He's the national spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party. Priyanka Kakkar, she's the national spokesperson for the Aam Aadmi Party. Varun Kumar, he's joining us from the Telugu Desam Party. And Siddharth Yadav, he's the national spokesperson for the BJP. A lot of Bonhomie love back there. Anand, do come onto the stage to carry this conversation forward.
Namaste. Oh, if you can always smile like this with each other, like so if political discourses and debates were like the conversation that we were having at the table off, it'll be fantastic. But there are two, let's congratulate them and put their hands together. Siddharth Yadav just recently got married, so congratulations there. Varun is into his third year, so just out of his honeymoon period of marriage. So, and it's his first time as on a national platform as spokesperson of the TDP. So he's a Yuva and he needs some encouragement. So, long honeymoon then. जो शादीशुदा उनको पता है 2 साल बाद क्या होता है, अब तो अभी तो शुरू हुई है कहानी. Anyway, Priyanka ji, you are the dynamic. अब वक्त क्या?
You'll have to give the context since she said that young dynamic leaders. So I looked at him, I said, I'm dynamic, you are young. And that is what he's referring to.
And Ghanshyam, I met him as an educationist. And he's traversed the politics of UP, Bihar, UP, and then national politics. And we've had a lot of run-ins on debates, but I always hold him dear to my heart because he's doing some phenomenal work in the field of education. So as a politician, he's also doing some great work as an educationist. So welcome everybody. So we're going to traverse the length and breadth of your own personal journeys into politics, and then of course some real politics. But first, let's start with you, Priyanka ji. How did AAP happen? How did politics happen? And what were you before you turned politician?
Well, I am and I was a lawyer besides being in politics, and I'm very grateful to the Aam Aadmi Party, to Arvind Kejriwal ji, who collected us very passionate young people and gave us the freedom to grow and taught us how to question without offending people. And you will see Aam Aadmi Party, I can with great pride say, is the only party which has no parivarvad. You know, it was all us people from no political backgrounds. We got such a platform. I know he wants to jump in on this one, but you will have to be better behaved than Shehzad Poonawala. So, that is my journey. I'm also a lawyer alongside being in politics. I'm very swayed by the idea of everyone getting good quality education in the country. I'm very swayed by the fact that everyone should have access to affordable healthcare, because like my leader Arvind Kejriwal ji says, the middle class is one hospital bill away from poverty. I will not agree with any aankadas he will give, because I read his notes secretly, so I can already tell you. And besides that, I mean, that's the little about myself, and I do want to come to the political part because that is more.
No, but what is this with lawyers and politics?
I think
हर political party में आप मानेंगे ना?
ये भी lawyer हैं.
हाँ वही तो.
ये भी lawyer हैं. Basically, I think it just allows us to question without much fear or fervor. I would think it also gives us an analytical bent of mind and see both sides of the coin, more perspective. I mean, I'm glad to be a lawyer. I can argue either way, I would say.
No, but I don't know, where the political bug bites you or you...
No, actually, you know what happens in the court? You see so many cases. You see the injustice. You see what is happening with the country in a more broader perspective than what the media influences you through. Sorry, I don't mean it in a negative way.
No, sure.
It's just
Again,
that the problems
there is a dynamic and there is a perspective.
Yeah, the problems there are manifold. And then you get to read about them, indulge in them, you get to know the perspective. It's a much broader field which gives you...
Kabhi aisa hua, you had a run in a heated debate with another spokesperson and next day you are on the same side arguing in court, or you got to work together on a particular case?
Yes, it has happened. And I think that is the beauty of a democracy, where I can fight with Siddharth Yadav currently and maybe have a cup of coffee thereafter.
You think that happens even today? Okay,
Not
because
so
a lot of seasoned politicians say ki wo zamana aur
Not
tha.
so much. I agree. Not so much. It used to happen, but not so much anymore, which is sad.
Why is that, Ghanshyam, as we get into your journey into politics?
Thank you so much for this stage. My journey into politics, my father served Air Force. I grew up studying in Kendriya Vidyalayas, became passionate about social sector, traveled the country from Punjab to Tamil Nadu to Maharashtra to UP, Rajasthan, studied in Karnataka, became a semiconductor engineer. Worked in Bangalore, now semiconductor is a buzzword, worked in Bangalore with Texas Instruments and Intel. But eventually my fascination to enter social sector motivated me to pursue higher education. So went to IIM Bangalore, Kellogg, some of these good institutions, Harvard. Eventually came to Patna after the education and worked with Nitish Kumarji for around 6 years in Bihar on various ideas from politics to communications, and began a education startup in Delhi in 2016. Akhilesh ji invited me to be a national spokesperson for the party, and here I am. I think to your question that why is it divisive now, I think we have too many people thinking that they will sit on a sofa in their drawing room and decide who's nationalistic, who's Hindu, who's not Hindu, rather than traveling across the country, living in our beautiful villages, towns. I think when you travel the country, from village to town to city, across the nation, you realize that nobody is wanting anybody to give anyone certificate of nationalism, or certificate of Hinduism, or certificate of Islam. I think it's a handful of people who want to paint the entire country in one way, and that is why things are becoming divisive.
True, but you can also fight on television or argue, fight on the floor of parliament. You have a political difference, but you can still be friends. Have you not seen, as a tech guy yourself and someone who understands, people unfriending people on Facebook, on platforms because you hold a political ideology? How did that happen? How can you unfriend a friend because there's a political difference? You may oppose Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he may support Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You may oppose the BJP, you may support the Samajwadi Party, he may oppose the Samajwadi. But that doesn't stop the two of you from being friends, right? Why do you unfriend people based on their political... Vishnu Jain is in the house. Big round of applause for him. Namaste. Yeah.
Let me append that question with the thought that we are in the age and era of AI. Just in the previous panel, they spoke about how technology can nudge you based on your various habits. You will be in a time when you can speak to your phone and it will talk to you in a conversational AI in any language about your account, the habits, the kind of scams you can be exposed to, the kind of investment you can make. Similarly, you take Siddharth's phone, you take everyone's phone here, Anand's phone, my phone, right? And you ask the phone in due course, based on the messages on my phone, am I a hateful person? Do I get everyday messages of hate? And you will know the answer. If your phone tells you, it's not Ghanshyam Tiwari or Priyanka Kakkar or Anand, it's not Modi ji. If your phone tells you that based on the history of your messages on your phone, you are a hateful person or you're not a hateful person, you get so many messages related to hate. It could be related to any community. But if your phone is telling you that for 10 years, your message history tells you you've been a hateful person, then there's no way you can sit across the table for a cup of coffee with somebody who thinks differently. Fundamentally, we have to decide for the youth and for the future, whether it is through television, through YouTube, we're talking about adolescents as well. Are technologies, messages, this continuing barrage of painted, single-minded narratives making us hateful or not? If we don't decide, technology will decide for us. One final point. When you get a call, those of you who have Truecaller on your phone, if the number says it's a spam, you'll probably not pick up. So before you knew that person, technology has already marked that person as spam. In due course, the same technology, if somebody is speaking, Siddharth is speaking, I am speaking, and a bottom ticker, which is AI generated, says that this person is hateful, you may not listen to him.
But there's a fundamental difference in the comparison that you make, and I hope the audience appreciates that. When you unfriend a person, that person is already your friend. It's not technology or a number. A number is spam. A person is not. And I said you're unfriending people. I'm not saying you are befriending people or deciding not to accept it. Hanji, ji. And then we'll get Varun
one
and
has to agree
Siddharth
and admit that what has happened in today's time is it's my way or the highway. So if you don't, it's the government has imposed it such. You have a different view. You are an anti-national. The area and space for discussion, that has become very narrow. And that is one thing which percolates from the top, you know, when it trickles down from the top and we also think similarly, and then the person will unfriend you. This is what I think.
No, I'll tell you one thing. Let me ask you. There are political parties who have, I will tell you personal experience, who have decided not to come on my show because they believe this person's point of view is not akin to us or whatever their position. All right, that's your professional position as a politician. Does that mean you will not come and sit and have a coffee and have a conversation offline? There's a difference there. Why is it that what is your political position is deciding your personal life and how you will behave and interact with it as people? Sorry, I'll get Varun in. Yes, Varun. And as an ally, as somebody that is a TDP, which was part of the NDA, then moved out of the NDA, and I was back thick in the NDA and propping it up largely, you know, along with the JDU. What is your point of view? And as a youngster, you must have got into politics in the last 8-10 years, correct?
16 plus.
All right.
So I have a cycle party along with me. Our symbol is also a cycle. I have an ally already, so I have 3 friends already on the stage. So 3 things, Anandji. In politics, there are no permanent friends and permanent enemies. First thing, let's get that right. Second thing, in social media, you add friends, you don't make friends. Okay, friends are made outside and you add them on social media. Please don't get confused. We have a tendency of feeling people as friends on social media, they are just your contact list. That's what is my personal opinion. Third thing is that we have come over from a transition phase wherein believing politicians, so for example, if I'm a politician, if Mr. Ghanshyam is also a politician from another party, we've forgotten the fact he is my rival or competitor, but he's not my enemy. Okay, we have now come with an agenda where you are from another party, you are my enemy. I know you for 10 years, 20 years, I know your personal affiliations, etc. No. You are my enemy, no matter what. If that's the case, then nothing can change us. They say ideology is thicker than blood. So friendship has to be thicker than ideology if you have to get out of this. So anybody who comes with that mindset of unfriending someone, even in personal life, not social media, even in personal life, because he believes in a different ideology, I think that has to be evolved at a personal level. It has to come from the inner side. So if you believe ideology is thicker than blood, then keep friendship is thicker than ideology or relationship is thicker than ideology.
Very well said there. In fact, someone told me those who are unfriending you because you hold a particular view, then perhaps were never your friends because they never understood all of you. Now, that's one perspective. The other perspective is, listen, if I disagree with this person, I don't want this person in my life. So that's another point of view. We all have to individually decide where we are. Siddharth Yadav, where are you? And how about this foray into politics? Lawyer, you're doing very well. Badhiya practice. Why get into politics?
Thank you, Anand, for having me on your show. About my journey, I think I come from a defense background. I have most people in my family, I think more than 30, who are either serving or have served in the armed forces. I lost my father in the Kargil war, and I think I was very young then. I was just 4 years old. And I think that was when I first thought that there is some service that I need to do. I need to choose the way, I need to choose the platform. But there is something that I have to do for this country. I wanted to join the services, but as one would understand, the family who goes through this is never keen for another person joining the forces again, and I had to just fill my NDA form and not go for the examination. But, having said that, I joined the Delhi University. I got into the SRCC college. I then went on to do law. I became a student activist. I worked as a student activist with Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad for 10 years. Working in the ABVP, I served on various positions. The zeal was continuous. We have to do something for the country wherever we are. And then, I'm very grateful that the largest party, as we say, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the one in government, gave a chance to such a young person to represent the thoughts of the party on national television. And being the youngest on the panel as well, I think, all contributions and all attribution of that has to be given to the party. But when it comes down to the question that you're asking, I think that's more important than my story today. Because the time that we are in, it's a different time. And I'll explain you why, what is my understanding, why we think that there is so much animosity, or, why friends are unfriending friends, and why all of this is happening. I feel personally that we are in an uncomfortable political space today. That uncomfortable political space is because the comfort in this country of a political space was when one party ruled the country for 50 years. Now system is challenged. New people came in. The entire atmosphere is changed. When one party was ruling this country for 55 years, things were very different. Probably we were always in the opposition. We knew how to be in the opposition. Probably we only knew how to be in the opposition. We had never even dreamt of, how do we do if we get into power. But in the past 10, 11 years, when the people of this country gave a solid mandate, a government after government, a clean majority, choosing one leader, backing one leader, transformations happening, a lot of systems are challenged. When that happens, and when we stand at that juncture, it is difficult to accept, and I'm not, blaming anybody or any political party that they cannot accept the defeat or they cannot accept the change. But it is difficult to accept that this can also happen. Now in India, we are in power from past 11 years, and we accept that we are not going to be in power probably for the next 100 years, next 50, 55 years. But the reality is that governments can come and governments can go. The reality is that the people are backing ideologies. If a Congress will go, no unstable governments will come. If a Congress will go, stable governments will come. If one thought which was there, which was prevailing in the country, if that goes away, there is this thought which is challenging what we were told and taught for so many years. When that happens, I think, these differences grow up. And it also becomes so. And I'm going to make a political point now, which probably will have to be answered, because I think this session should not be like the last one, and also not should be like the previous one. But I'm going to make a political point. When a prime minister in this country is elected by the people, an official campaign by the party which ruled this country for 55, 60 years is that Chaukidar chor hai. Ye Prime Minister chor hai. If I have to speak for Priyanka ji, in 2015, his party leader made a tweet कि PM Modi is a coward and a psychopath. If we say such things, if top leaders say such things, अब मैं और प्रियंका जी उसके बाद बैठ करके कॉफी भी पिएंगे अगर, और मैं इनको बोलूंगा कि आपके लीडर ने गलत बात बोली, she is bound to defend what.
No, I'll tell you.
I think if we, I just conclude in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
I think if we go beyond that, and we as young politicians, I think, because all of us are young, if we start to draw that line and say कि नहीं चलो ये चीज मेरी पार्टी ने गलत करी या आपकी पार्टी की ठीक थी, I think कि वो unfriending वाला काम कम हो जाएगा और we can have more coffees.
I'll say just one quick thing. I think when the language of the Prime Minister and the culture that Prime Minister communicates will be visible in the language of anchors, will be visible in language of spokespersons, will be visible in the language of members of parliament in the debates. And because our debates in parliament are visible to everybody, you can see the language of debates. It was not long ago that a Delhi MP abused openly in the parliament and not one BJP MP stood up against it. In fact, senior leaders were laughing and cheering him. So I think As far as language of the Prime Minister is concerned and things that has been said up to the Prime Minister, whether it is Chandrababu Naidu ji, he has said, I think this is the new normal that has been set up. But we are here to discuss what is the newer normal that is possible for the youth. My worry is that when the top leadership demonstrates poor language, we're talking about protests from Samajwadi Party on the language of Delhi Chief Minister, then the language of society goes for a toss. And when there's a barrage of hateful messages that are sent to mobile phones of the largest party in the country, then there's a problem. I'm going to make one final point, which is not political.
So, Ghanshyam,
one final point.
Okay.
I think today in our country, some things which have become very important have stopped being political. For example, you look at the newspaper, you will read 3 lakh Indian students. I studied abroad. 3 lakh Indian students are at the risk of losing their OPT. Has anyone in the government, raise your hand if you have heard anyone, Mr. Jaishankar or anybody else, speak up for them? These are people, we just spoke about wealth, young and wealthy. These are people who took loans like me, went abroad with a promise of a certain kind of future for them, and then their family holds them as social trophies. Why should the government not talk about it? Why should the government not talk about tariffs? These are things that matter to the future of our country. Suddenly, we are in a phase where this is not political, but Aurangzeb is political. Something that happened 500 years ago is political, but what is happening 5 minutes ago is not political.
Right. No,
Can I respond to that?
No. I tell you what. We can always have this political bashing, and one can bash the other at all points in time, and it's very convenient to do. The point is that the conversation around Aurangzeb came from somebody from the Samajwadi Party. The utterances of Prime Minister Narendra Modi can be criticized, but the utterances of leaders of the Samajwadi Party or other people across this one are not very to be colored in glory. The point I'm trying to make is not the political scoring point. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, you may disagree with the Prime Minister, but all political parties need fresh infusion into their political parties. So if there is a whole vision of 1 lakh fresh faces into politics, non-dynastic people into politics. Now, the PM did not say they're going to join the BJP, right? The PM said, we need at least 1 lakh people over the next 20 years joining politics, so that there is fresh infusion of political thought. Now, whether they join AAP, they join any Samajwadi Party, TDP, any of the political party, Congress or BJP, any political party, you need fresh infusion. My question to you is, that fresh infusion of politics from a yuva today has to happen on a binary thought process or on a carefully thought out ideological thought process, which says, I will stand steadfast on a point, I will tell someone else that what you're saying is wrong, your utterances are wrong, but I'm not going to make it personal with them. Is it not that politics that we would like to see? Now, what are we going to do to get to there? That's what. What is it that's going to inspire 1 lakh more youngsters over the next 10, 12, 15 years to join politics in the first place? I'm coming there itself. Because if we go down this line, it's going to be so negative. And then what will happen? It will be the dirt, the muck, the riffraff of society who will continue to dominate politics. It will not be intelligent people. It will not be young achievers. It will not be smart, talented people who are not only educated, but they're also rooted to the ground. They're coming from backgrounds which have seen certain discourse. Yes, Varun. That's what I'm trying to drive at. We can always keep this bashing going. It's very convenient.
I get this point, Anandji. As long as 1 lakh, 10 lakh, firstly, I welcome the statement by the Honorable Prime Minister that he needs 1 lakh youngsters across the political spectrum with infusion of thoughts, whatever agenda it is. When you have a 1 lakh people joining the political force of this Indian landscape, remember where and what agenda is driving them to come to politics. Is it the rich and the wrongful incentives that is attracted? Or is it because of an idea that is driven to solve problems right from the ground level? Or is it because of any other factor or to enjoy the power or something else? Politics is definitely not a rosy path, like as you see. If you find out across, you use your intelligence or you use your AI, you use your whatever mechanism, the country like India, the biggest challenge that we have today is, if youth wants to enter politics, I will have a subsequent question to every one of us asked amongst ourselves, why? That's the first question. All of us are asking, youth have to come to politics, but why? Why? I will have only 2 instances in this country when youth were driven into politics. One is because of the demographic dividend. So we are about 27 to 28% youth now, probably at the range of youth when we call it as youth. And if the demographic dividend keeps us giving more youngsters as a population, it's inevitable that youth will come into politics. But what is the agenda behind them going to come into politics? Have we put the rightful incentive for politicians working in this country? Or is politicians still a service-based kind of thing? So let's differentiate what is the root cause of their brains storming up to becoming politicians. I decided to become a politician in my 9th standard. At 14 years of my age, when I visited Delhi for the first time and I saw Parliament, I was mind blown. I said, people told me that this is a temple of democracy. All our fates are decided here. So that's the moment I fell in love with Parliament and parliamentarian democracy. I started studying about parliamentarian democracy. I joined, at my age 15, I joined a student organization. And it's about 16 to 18 years of journey here, and we are here. But it's very important for us to understand what is incentivized, what is the neurological incentive that younger generations of this country are asking themselves to join politics. If it is not ideology driven, if it is not governance driven, if it is not policy making driven, if it is something else, then let's wait for a moment. Let these leaders do the course correction. Let us fill that gap. Let us understand what youngsters want to come and what are they wanting to solve. And one point, I'll just conclude in the last 10 seconds. Let universities and schools have a curriculum wherein grand old problems of India since independence are being educated and taught. Let us tell our youngsters that these are the problems in politics. Come here to solve these problems. Come here to address these problems. You might not be incentivized. You might not have a power. You might not have anything. Come for the local governance. And one more thing. In a country with so much of population and with 543 MPs now, so even if you make it double the number, it won't be enough. The ratio is very thin. Have the local government strengthen. Make youngsters part of a local government where they can handle 50, 100, 200 people at a time, solve their problems, give autonomous powers to them at local level, and then come them so that they'll understand the process. They'll come back with fresh infusion of thoughts because they've solved little problems first. Please ask the students or youngsters why they want to come into politics. That's the important question.
No, why should we ask someone why you want to come into politics before we even give them a reason or give them career politics as an option? Priyanka ji, look at Aam Aadmi Party. 12 years, 2010, massive rise, India against corruption, 2012, transformation into a political party, 2025, you reach your zenith, and somewhere with the loss for Delhi, there are questions asked around Punjab. So as a political party, you will also have to recalibrate. Did you lose your way somewhere? The ideals with which many people who joined the Aam Aadmi Party, a lot of them went out. Did the goals change? Did the goalposts shift? And if the AAP model of governance or the AAP model of growth as a political party fails, then will youth want to look at other options, fresh options?
Anandji, there are two questions there.
Yeah.
I'll answer both. First is that we still got 44%, BJP got 46% in Delhi. What had happened is that, there was a systematic dismantling over the past 5 years where our leaders were imprisoned, where work was stalled, their obstacles were created. It was all a good master planning by BJP, no doubt, but still 44% people.
May I request for some silence in the audience, please? I'm going to request our next set of panelists to also please share a listen. There is a lot of noise that's filtering in. My sincere request. Thank you. Please carry on, Priyanka ji.
Secondly, I really want to make one observation that I had is, you started with people unfriending because of political differences. I saw that between 2014 and 19, the first 5 years, definitely I would say that. But the new worry is that the youth today does not want to talk politics. They say, I'm apolitical. Why did that happen? When you arrest a Disha Ravi, saying that this is propaganda, she is not working for the climate, you somewhere silence the youth into questioning you. When you arrest an Amit Sharma, a journalist, and urinate in his mouth because he questioned about train derailment, people will be like, oh, I'm apolitical. So this systematic dismantling of our institutions in a way, because you can arrest anyone arbitrarily, this systematic, this vindicative kind of politics.
But this is not a one-way street, Priyanka ji. It's not a one-way street.
I'm saying the government did it intentionally so that people say, I'm apolitical.
Every political party that once gets into power gets corrupted by this. So there are actions which happen by every political. I'm not shielding
Superman
anything.
said with great power comes great responsibility. I agree with
Yeah,
Superman.
but there is also
But here-
there's also Plato, Socrates who said power corrupts and absolute power corrupts.
corrupts,
Absolutely. So,
Yes.
so where do you draw the line? How do I tell anybody and everybody that politics is a viable option? Final 1.5 minutes so between you and Ghanshyam. Yes. Sir.
Anand, I think I want to make one thing very clear. We are the youngest country of this world. We have around 70% people who are below the age of 35. The average age of this country is 28 years old. India is aspirational. India is growing. India is not what India was in 2013. When I joined college, I was not an aspirational youth. When I joined college, the headlines of my newspapers that I used to read were that इतने scams हो रहे हैं इंडिया के अंदर, हमारी forest reserve deplete होती जा रही है, we are a fragile 5 economy. A lot of such things were there. Today, the narrative has changed. When people, when the youth, when they are going out, when the youth has so many opportunities, when India is growing, airports double होते जा रहे हैं, सड़कें ज़्यादा बनती जा रही हैं, startups from 1 unicorn to 100 unicorn. When the country is growing like that, I think it is the aspirational India which has to just ignore this noise.
No.
You have to ignore
the
noise.
aspirational India. No, here's the thing. The aspirational India also needs to see an intellectual political discourse.
Absolutely.
So raising the bar of the political discourse is a collective responsibility.
Absolutely.
It's not the responsibility of one party or another. It's everybody.
I think Anand, the young should not be blamed for changing that discourse or bringing that animosity between political parties. The young in all political parties. I think this must be a phase where probably this has happened. But I speak for everybody sitting here. All the young people who are joining politics, who are contributing on various platforms in various ways, are more acceptive of different ideas. And are also
as long as there is an allowance of multiple streams of thoughts rather than blocking one or the other. Yes, Ghanshyam, final word. Go to wind up.
I'll conclude with two simple thoughts on the core topic. One is an opportunity, one is a challenge. We spoke about 1 lakh young politicians. With the passage of Women Reservation Bill, today after 6,000 MPs and MLAs in the country, 600 are women. With the passage of that bill, there will be 2,000 women MPs and MLAs in the country. If for each of these seats there are 4 women who are contesting, we're talking about 8,000 candidates.
Yes.
And
Why were you opposing it?
Each such woman having 5 women members in their team, we're talking about 50,000 new women entering politics just because of that. The challenge for the youth is going to be, if you just look at the data, and no matter what the government says, the average wealth of a politician is rising. When you think about the average poverty lowering in the country, when you start with a prospect that jobs are not there, a lot of people are becoming delivery boys. The challenge that you will face due to wealth in politics, due to crime and corruption in politics, is rising at a very rapid pace, and it will be your biggest hurdle no matter what the ruling government says.
Well, I think we're going to wind up on that note to say that it is the responsibility of every individual political party, its patrons, its leaders, to ensure that this does not happen. What you highlighted does not happen. People don't join politics to make money, to turn it into a corrupt practice rather than to look at policy and clean governance. Thank you for an engaging conversation. Future looks bright with voices like these. Thank you very much. Thank you.
तो विकसित भारत का आधार युवा शक्ति, और इस मंच पर उन्हीं युवा आवाजों को आपने सुना है जो भारत की नींव रखते हैं और भारत के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बात करते हैं. Now, since we have shifted the gears and we are ready for another round of intense political discussions, अब आगे हम ऐसे विषय पर, ऐसे मुद्दे पर बात करेंगे जो आज के वक्त में खासतौर पर देश और दुनिया की मौजूदा स्थिति को देखते हुए काफी रेलेवेंट है. इतिहास गवाह रहा है कि राजनीति और धर्म का रिश्ता हमेशा से ही जुड़ा रहा है, एक बॉन्ड रहा है. कभी धर्म ने कानूनों को आकार दिया, कभी पॉलिटिकल मिशन में धार्मिक भावनाओं का इस्तेमाल किया गया, और कई बार राजनीतिक नेतृत्व ने धार्मिक संस्थाओं पर गहरा प्रभाव भी डाला है. तो हमारा जो अगला सेशन होने जा रहा है, इसमें हम चर्चा करेंगे कि कैसे ये आपसी जुड़ाव नीतियों से लेकर सामाजिक व्यवहार तक हर लेवल को अफेक्ट करता है। रिलीजन और स्टेट के बीच जो ये खींचतान है, जो रिश्ता है, जो बॉन्ड है, वो किस तरह से निजी आजादी और आस्था के बीच संतुलन को चैलेंज देती है। क्या राजनीतिक ताकत का इस्तेमाल धर्म को कंट्रोल करने या प्रभावित करने के लिए किया जा सकता है, या इसके उलट धर्म के नाम पर राजनीति को दिशा दी जा सकती है। तो लेट्स डाइव इनटू दिस कन्वर्सेशन। इस गहरे विषय पर हम बातचीत करते हैं, समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आज के दौर में पॉलिटिक्स और रिलीजन के बीच ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है। मैं अपने कलीग अमीश देवगन को इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी, वो मंच पर आए, सेशन को वो मॉडरेट करेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले हमारे जो खास मेहमान हमारे साथ जुड़ने जा रहे हैं, एक बार जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए। मैं तारुफ करवा देती हूँ सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी, राज्यसभा सांसद और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी हैं, शिवसेना यूबीटी की तरफ से राज्यसभा सांसद हैं, वो हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं। इमरान मसूद हैं हमारे साथ, कांग्रेस एमपी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से हमारे पैनल का स्वागत कीजिए।
जी जी,
वेलकम सर। थैंक यू अमीश।
प्रियंका इन सेंटर। यस यस यस। तो हाउसफुल है। मेरा आप सबसे निवेदन है, हमारे कैमरास बहुत अच्छे हैं, उनसे भी रिकॉर्ड करिए और प्लीज टेक योर सीट्स। जहां जिसको बैठने की जगह मिल रही है वो बैठ जाए, नहीं तो पीछे खड़े हो जाएं कैमरा से। और ये जो सेशन है इसका इंतजार है पूरे देश को, क्योंकि इस सेशन में देश की राजनीति पर बात होगी। तो जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन करिए हमारे 3 मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का। सुधांशु त्रिवेदी राज्यसभा सांसद है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के और प्रवक्ता भी हैं, उनका अभिनंदन है। प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी शिवसेना उबाटा की नेता हैं और राज्यसभा सांसद हैं, उनका भी अभिनंदन है। इमरान मसूद कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोकप्रिय नेता हैं और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, उनका भी अभिनंदन है। तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए। इस देश में बहुत से मुद्दे हैं जिस पर चर्चा होनी जरूरी है और इसीलिए हमने इस सेशन का नाम रखा है सियासत जो है वो बहुत गर्म है, क्योंकि उसमें धर्म संकट भी है, टैरिफ वाला धर्म संकट भी है, वक्फ वाला धर्म संकट भी है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी सब कुछ बुलडोज करना चाहती है, उसका धर्म संकट भी है। तो शुरुआत प्रियंका जी से करते हैं। और प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी, सवाल आपसे है कि देश में सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है या ठीक ठाक दिखाने का प्रयास हो रहा है?
आप मुझे बताइए अमीश जी, आपको सब ठीक ठाक लग रहा है? कि अभी 2 रुपए एक्साइज ड्यूटी बढ़ाई है पेट्रोल और डीजल के प्राइसेस में, जबकि पूरी दुनिया भर में पेट्रोल के दाम गिर रहे हैं, ऑयल प्राइसेस नीचे आ रहे हैं। क्या आपको ये ठीक लग रहा है कि एलपीजी गैस सिलेंडर 50 रुपए से बढ़ा दिया गया रातों रात, उस समय पर जब जनता को राहत की सांस मिलनी चाहिए थी? क्या आपको ये नहीं लगता है कि हमारे पार्लियामेंट में देश के प्रधानमंत्री, क्योंकि अगर सिंगापुर के प्रधानमंत्री को आप देखेंगे, देश विदेशों के प्रधानमंत्री को आप देखेंगे, वो जनता के बीच जाकर बता रहे हैं कि टैरिफ जो यूएस टैरिफ इम्पोज हुआ है वो किस तरीके से हमारे ट्रेड पे प्रभाव डाल सकता है। जनता को कॉन्फिडेंस में लिए हैं? नहीं लिए हैं। क्या हमारे जो कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर हैं उन्होंने एक भी बार पार्लियामेंट में टैरिफ्स के बारे में बात की है और क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा? बल्कि कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर को स्टार्टअप इंडस्ट्री को एनकरेज करने की बजाय महाकुंभ में जाकर कहते हैं क्या जिंदगी भर दुकानदार बने रहोगे, चाइना को देखिए। अरे चाइना जैसा आप सपोर्ट भी तो करिए, पॉलिसी से सपोर्ट करिए, फंडिंग से सपोर्ट करिए। आज देश के 80 लाख लोग राशन पे निर्भर हैं, रोजगार कहाँ है? तो मैं मानती हूं कि मेरे देश में बहुत कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है और अच्छा चलना चाहिए, पर हमारी जो प्राथमिकता है, जनता से जुड़ी हुई प्राथमिकता है, उस पर ज्यादा चर्चा होनी चाहिए। जिस दिन यूएस के टैरिफ रोल आउट हुए थे उस दिन रात के 3 बजे तक हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा कर रहे थे वक्फ अमेंडमेंट को लेकर। मैं उम्मीद कर रही थी कि कुछ हमें बताया जाएगा कि किस तरीके से हमने इस कदम उठाए हैं, क्या डोनाल्ड ट्रंप से बातचीत हुई है, क्या वहां के ट्रेड सेक्रेटरी से बात हुई है और कैसे हमें राहत मिलेगी, पर उसके बारे में कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई। तो बस यही है कि पटरी पे लाने के लिए वो डिरेलमेंट जो होता रहता है ना, उसको काबू में लाना जरूरी है।
तो सुधांशु जी, विपक्ष के अनुसार तो सब कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा, आपका वक्फ पे ज्यादा ध्यान है, टैरिफ पे कम है। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये आपका भी सियासी धर्म संकट है? क्योंकि मैं ऑपोजिशन जो बात बोलती है उसको कोट कराऊं कि बीजेपी मुद्दों को इसलिए भटकाती है कि उनको पॉलिटिकल फायदा हो सके।
देखिए, यहीं पे समझ में आता है कि विपक्ष की सोच और समझ क्या है। टैरिफ को लेके पूरी दुनिया में किसी को कुछ समझाने की जरूरत है कि क्यों हो रहा है? मैं चैलेंज करके पूछता हूं, दुनिया के एक स्टॉक एक्सचेंज बताइए जिसमें क्रैश ना हुआ हो पिछले 48 से 72 घंटे में। चाहे जापान का नेकेई हो, चाहे हांगकांग का हैंगसेंग हो, चाहे चाइनीज हो, चाहे ड्यूटिश मार्क हो, यूरोपियन स्टॉक एक्सचेंज हो, न्यूयॉर्क का डाउ जोन्स हो, हमारा 3.4% गिरा है। आपको पता है हैंगसेंग तो 13.5% गिरा है, 15% तक जापान का गिरा है। और अकेले अमेरिका में $7 ट्रिलियन डूबा है, 420 लाख करोड़। भारत में 17 लाख करोड़ रुपए। भाई इसके बाद भी किसी को लगे कि समझाने की जरूरत है। मजे की बात यह है कि वो पार्टी कहे जिसके नेता सबसे ज्यादा विदेश घूमते हैं, विदेश घूम घूम के खूब भारत के बारे में प्रचार करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं हो रहा, वैसा नहीं हो रहा, और उसके बाद उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि बाहर क्या। इसके लिए कहा जाता है अमित जी, समझ समझ के समझाओ उसको जिसके की समझ है, और जो समझ समझ के भी ना समझे, समझो कि वो ना समझ है। तो ना समझ को कैसे समझाया जा सकता है? अब रही बात इसकी,
तो ना समझ कौन है?
अब मैं एक सीरियस बात बता दूं। देखिए, टैरिफ्स के ऊपर रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ अमेरिका ने लगाने का निर्णय लिया। सिर्फ भारत पे नहीं, सारा दोष ये लोग मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट को दे रहे हैं, 60 देशों पे लिया है। और चाइना को तो अभी थ्रेटन किया है 50% लगाएंगे। हमारा उनके सामानों पे टैरिफ है 52%, उन्होंने 26% लगाया। दो चीजों में हम चाह रहे थे कि हमें छूट मिल जाए, एक फार्मास्यूटिकल और एक एग्रीकल्चर। फार्मास्यूटिकल में उन्होंने एग्जेम्प्ट कर दिया, जो भारत सरकार की एक बड़ी उपलब्धि है। इसीलिए अगर आपने कल का ही डिटेल पढ़ा हो तो यह आएगा, फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री में भारत की ग्रोथ रेट 8.4% है। सबसे ज्यादा हम कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, $9.8 बिलियन अकेले अमेरिका को एक्सपोर्ट करने पे कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं। तो देखिए, ये बता रहे हैं, इसको एक लाइन में बता रहे हैं,
टैरिफ पे क्यों नहीं?
होता क्या है कि दुनिया में जलजला आ गया है, ठीक, मगर उसके बाद भी अगर अपना जहाज हिल भी रहा है ना, कहेंगे जहाज के कैप्टन की गलती है, अगल बगल के जहाज उलट पलट गए, वो मत देखो भाई, वो पलट गए तो क्या हुआ, वो सुनामी आ गई है समुद्र में, मत देखो, देखो हमारा जहाज क्यों हिल रहा है, कैप्टन दोषी है। इस मानसिकता से जब चलेंगे तो देश में कुछ भी अच्छा नजर नहीं आएगा। और जहां तक इसकी बात कहूं, जहां तक वक्फ की बात है, तो ये ईमानदारी से एक प्रयास है जो कि भारत के संविधान के अनुरूप व्यवस्था को सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए, गरीब मुसलमान को उसका हक दिलाने के लिए। मैं सिर्फ एक बात पूछता हूं, वक्फ बोर्ड भारत का नहीं, दुनिया का सबसे अमीर वक्फ बोर्ड है। भारत का वक्फ बोर्ड दुनिया का सबसे अमीर, 39 लाख एकड़ जमीन है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, बताइए, छोड़ दीजिए बाकियों के लिए क्या है, एक बड़ा हॉस्पिटल बनवाया है क्या इस जमीन में? कहीं एक बड़ी लाइब्रेरी बनाई है? कोई मुस्लिम स्कॉलर्स के लिए बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई है? गरीबों के लिए, यतीमों के लिए, बेवाओं के लिए कुछ बनाया है? बाकी तो छोड़ो, अरे मंदिरों में तो भंडारा चलता है, गुरुद्वारों में लंगर चलता है, किसी को मुफ्त में 2 टाइम का खाना भी मिलता है। राम जन्मभूमि 2.77 एकड़ लैंड, 3000 करोड़ रुपए की अब तक इनकम है, 400 करोड़ जीएसटी दे चुके हैं। 39 लाख एकड़ लैंड और इनकम 166 करोड़, सरकार को 0। अब आप उसके बाद समझ लीजिए कि उसके बाद भी ये कहते हैं कि कुछ देने के लिए जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ समझने के लिए जरूरत नहीं है। तो इसीलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, सिर्फ ये बता दें गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए किया क्या है।
इमरान मसूद, प्रधानमंत्री भी राइजिंग भारत के मंच पे थे और प्रधानमंत्री ने जो बोला, उन्होंने बोला कि वक्फ से जुड़े बिल का संसद में पास होना सामाजिक न्याय की दिशा में लिया गया एक बड़ा कदम है। लेकिन ये डिबेट जो डिबेट है, मूल रूप से विपक्ष जो है वो अपीजमेंट की कर रहा है, विपक्ष तुष्टीकरण करना चाहता है। ये प्रधानमंत्री का कहना था कल इसी मंच से।
देखिए, अभी आपने 2-3 मुद्दों पर बात की, मैं केवल क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा उस पर नहीं जाना चाहता, इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि राहुल जी ने जब उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था की बात की थी, तो उस उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था की बात इसलिए राहुल गांधी कर रहे थे कि जो अमेरिका का टैरिफ बढ़ाने के टैरिफ वाला हो रहा है और उससे हम परेशान हो रहे हैं, उससे हमें परेशान होने की जरूरत नहीं। भारत अपने आप में इतना बड़ा देश है कि हमें दूसरे के ऊपर निर्भरता कम से कम होनी चाहिए
जी।
और मुझे नहीं पता, ये जो टैक्स आपने बताया कि मेडिकल की जो दवाइयों के ऊपर कुछ छूट मिलने का था, मैं चूंकि मैंने जानकारी बढ़ा नहीं, मुझे कहीं दिखाई नहीं दिया, हो सकता है आप सच हो, लेकिन आपको तो बोलने में महारत है, इसलिए मैं 100% कुछ नहीं कह सकता कि वो उसमें क्या है क्या नहीं।
कोई भी चेक कर सकता है जाके, नेट पे जाके।
नहीं, वो 5 जून तक है, फिर उसके बाद भी लागू किया जाएगा। सो डोंट भ्रमित मत करिए।
एक्सेप्ट कर लिया कि अभी है
तो 5 जून के, देखिए 5 जून में कौन सा वक्त है? दूसरी चीज, जब आपने वक्त की बात,
मैंने प्राइम मिनिस्टर को कोट किया
जी, वक्त की बात की, और प्रधानमंत्री ने जब ये एक बार जब आए, उन्होंने कहा कि मैं देश के अंदर मुसलमान के एक हाथ में कुरान और एक हाथ में कंप्यूटर देखना चाहता हूं।
गरीब मुसलमानों को हक मिल रहा है।
मैं बोल रहा हूं ना
जी जी।
जब उन्होंने ये बात बोली थी तब ये बहुत अच्छा लगा था कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये बात बोली है, लेकिन करना उसके बिल्कुल उलट है। मदरसे में कुरान पढ़ते हैं तो मदरसों पर ताला लगा देंगे। मदरसों का रजिस्ट्रेशन 2016 से रोका हुआ है कि मदरसों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा। और बच्चों की जो स्कॉलरशिप थी, जहां से कंप्यूटर पे बच्चे पढ़ सकते थे, आप सारी स्कॉलरशिप रोक देंगे। अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी, जो यूनिवर्सिटी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी है, उसके लगातार फंड के अंदर कटौती करते चले जाएंगे और 2 सेंटर उसके बंद होने के कगार पर आ जाएंगे। और उसके बाद फिर ये आप उम्मीद करेंगे कि आप मुसलमान की शिक्षा की बात करेंगे। आपने वक्फ बोर्ड के लिए कहा, सबसे पहली बात, मैं चूंकि जेपीसी का मेंबर था, मेरे पास सूचना आई थी जेपीसी में कि हमारे पास 9 लाख एकड़ लैंड है, 9,44,000 एकड़ लैंड है। लेकिन वो 9,44,000 एकड़ लैंड पिछले 8 महीने के अंदर 39,000 एकड़ कैसे हो गई, ये समझ से बाहर है। और ये कौन सा आंकड़ा आया है, ये भी समझ से बाहर है। क्योंकि आप क्या बोल रहे हो, आपको यही नहीं पता है। आपकी सरकार ने 2021 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एफिडेविट देकर कहा कि हमने 100% प्रॉपर्टीज का डिजिटलाइजेशन करा लिया है, लेकिन जब आप जेपीसी के अंदर आते हैं तो कहते हैं नहीं कराया है। आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट में बोल कर आए हो और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आपने कहा है, हमारे किरण रिजिजू साहब पार्लियामेंट में स्टेटमेंट देते हैं कि 4,99,000 से लगभग दुगनी प्रॉपर्टी हो गई। अरे भाई, दुगनी प्रॉपर्टी कैसे हो गई? किसी ने वक्फ तो किया नहीं, किसी ने वक्फ नहीं किया। इतना हिंदुस्तान के अंदर जो वक्फ है, 90% वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज 1906 से पहली है। 1906 डेट किस लिए कोट कर रहा हूं कि 1906 के बाद
ये तो देश की संसद भी किसी ने वक्फ की बोल दी। प्रयागराज में जहां महाकुंभ हो रहा था उसको भी वक्फ पे का बोल दिया।
मुझे अब बोलने का मौका दीजिए।
जी जी, 20 सेकंड।
जब पार्लियामेंट में आप बोलते हो, पार्लियामेंट में आप बोलते हो कि पार्लियामेंट भी वक्फ का ना,
मैं नहीं बोलता, क्लेम किया।
हाँ, क्लेम किया। एक मिनट,
बदरुद्दीन अजमल ने क्लेम।
एक मिनट। बदरुद्दीन अजमल कोई मुसलमान इस्लामिक वो थोड़ी हो गए कि बदरुद्दीन अजमल किस हैसियत से वो क्लेम कर देंगे? बदरुद्दीन अजमल ने अगर प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ की है तो बदरुद्दीन अजमल क्लेम कर सकते हैं। बदरुद्दीन अजमल की हैसियत नहीं है कि बदरुद्दीन अजमल क्लेम कर देंगे। वो जो मस्जिद है पार्लियामेंट के सामने, वो रायसीना गांव की मस्जिद है। 1911 में जब लुटियन जोन बनाने की बात हुई, जब लुटियंस बनाने की बात हुई, तो इन 123 प्रॉपर्टी, जिसका बार बार पार्लियामेंट में बार जिक्र हुआ कि हम एक तरफ आप बोलते हैं, एक सेकंड सर, एक तरफ आप बोलते हैं मस्जिद नहीं कब्जाएंगे, दरगाह नहीं कब्जाएंगे, ईदगाह नहीं कब्जाएंगे, कब्रिस्तान नहीं कब्जाएंगे, लेकिन 123 प्रॉपर्टी का बार बार जिक्र करेंगे पार्लियामेंट में। उस 123 प्रॉपर्टी में 123 की 123 प्रॉपर्टी ये 4 ही हैं जो अंग्रेजों से झगड़े के बाद 1913 के अंदर वक्फ को दी गई।
ठीक है, ये वही प्रियंका भी बोल रहे हैं, फिर उसके बाद सुधांशु जी आप एक साथ आंसर दीजिएगा।
असल में आपने इतना वाइड क्वेश्चन था, उसे बहुत शॉर्ट में हो नहीं रहा मुझसे। पूरा अगर कर लेंगे, बाकी टाइम मैं आपको, बाकी टाइम आप मुझसे ले लीजिएगा, लेकिन इसे पूरा हो लीजिए।
हाँ, बिल्कुल।
तो ये जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हमने ये गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए, पसमंदा मुसलमानों के लिए, आप इसमें मुझे ये मेरे पास कानून रखा हुआ है, इसमें एक जगह बता दिए पसमंदा मुसलमानों के लिए कुछ करने का किया हो। महिलाओं को दो महिलाओं को इन्होंने मेंबर बनाने की बात करी। 2 महिलाएं पहले भी मेंबर बनती थी, पहले भी वक्फ बोर्ड डिमांड की। एक बात से पूरी तरह से सहमत हूं कि वक्फ बोर्ड की इतनी भारी प्रॉपर्टी होने के बावजूद हम भिखारी क्यों हैं? वक्फ बोर्ड की हैसियत क्यों है कि वक्फ बोर्ड अपने कर्मचारी की तनख्वाह भी नहीं दे पाता, जबकि आपके पास इतनी प्रॉपर्टी है?
ठीक है,
मैं इस बात से बिल्कुल सहमत हूं, लेकिन इसके प्रबंधन का काम होना चाहिए था या इसको खुर्द-बुर्द करने का काम होना चाहिए। आपने तो इस कानून के अंदर कर दिया कि अब आपको सजा भी नहीं मिलेगी। अब यह गैर जमानती अपराध होगा कि आप किसी कोई प्रॉपर्टी कब्जा ले। और एक सेकंड, बस खत्म कर रहा हूं, एक सेकंड। और दूसरी बात, आपने लिमिटेशन एक्ट हटा करके कर दिया कि आप एडवर्स पोजीशन में चले जाइए, यानी जितने कब्जा धारक हैं वो सब मालिक बन जाएंगे। तो आपने बचाने की बात नहीं की, आपने तो खुर्द-बुर्द करने की बात कर दी।
ठीक है प्रियंका, क्या आपको लगता है वक्फ को लेकर आपकी पार्टी को भी पॉलिटिकली कॉर्नर किया जा रहा है? महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जो शिवसेना शिंदे गुट है वो बहुत सी बातें बोल रहा है, बहुत सी संज्ञा दे रहा है आपकी पार्टी को। एनी कमेंट?
सबसे पहले तो मैं नहीं, क्योंकि मैं वो कमेंट करूंगी, पर उससे पहले मैं थोड़ी क्लैरिफिकेशन दे दूं। जो फार्मा इंडस्ट्री को भी बाहर रखा है और एग्रीकल्चर को बाहर रखा है, वो टेम्पररी सोल्यूशन है, कोई फुल वो नहीं है मेजर जो लिया गया है। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप उसके पीछे भी आएंगे सूनर और लेटर, एंड आई थिंक 5 जून तक उन्होंने कहा वो डिसीजन ले लेंगे। रही बात, मैंने तो स्टॉक मार्केट की बात ही नहीं की थी। स्टॉक मार्केट कम्स क्रैशिंग डाउन, वो तो ग्लोबली स्टॉक मार्केट क्रैश कर रहा है। मैंने कहीं एक बार स्टॉक मार्केट की बात नहीं की। मैंने कहा हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स कम होंगे, हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स पे प्रभाव पड़ेगा, इसके आपको टेंशन होनी चाहिए। आपको जनता को क्या आप अगर विपक्ष को भी कॉन्फिडेंस में लेंगे कि क्या क्या बात हुई, आप पूरी दुनिया में फैलाते फिरते हैं कि अरे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने कुर्सी खिसकाकर प्राइम मिनिस्टर को बिठाया। बढ़िया बात है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की इतनी इज्जत नवाजी जा रही है, डोनाल्ड ट्रंप उनके दोस्त हैं, तो क्या हमारे लिए, देशवासियों के लिए क्या आउटकम है, हमारी इकोनॉमी के लिए क्या आउटकम है? मेरा सवाल ये था। अनफॉर्चुनेटली ही लिमिटेड इट टू स्टॉक मार्केट, क्योंकि उनको ये सूट करता है ये एजेंडा करना। अब रही बात वक्फ को लेकर, जहां तक हमारा मानना है, आज अगर हिंदू टेंपल ट्रस्ट में कोई नॉन हिंदू बैठेगा, हम सबसे आगे आकर उसके खिलाफ बात करेंगे। अगर आप केदारनाथ ट्रस्ट देखें या आप अभी राम ट्रस्ट जो बना है, राम क्षेत्र तीर्थ ट्रस्ट, उसमें क्लियरली लिखा है कि अगर कोई डीएम अयोध्या का मुसलमान होता है तो वो एडिशनल डीएम को वो चार्ज दे दिया जाएगा। आई मीन नॉन हिंदू होता है, आई डू नॉट वांट टू रिड्यूस इट टू जस्ट मुस्लिम्स। नॉन हिंदू अगर कोई होता है तो वो एडिशनल डीएम को दिया जाएगा। तो अगर हमने ये प्रावधान अपने लिए बनाए हैं, एंड विच इज एब्सोल्युटली ओके। अब वक्फ में मैनेजमेंट सिर्फ मॉस्क का नहीं होता है, ग्रेवयार्ड्स का भी होता है, रिलीजियस साइट्स का भी होता है, सब। इट्स अ वेरी एनकम्पसिंग थिंग। तो हमारी कुछ ये था, हम बहुत क्लियर हैं कि रिफॉर्म होना चाहिए था। ये खुद वो मान रहे हैं कि रिफॉर्म होना चाहिए था, कि कुछ लोग बैठकर किसी भी प्रॉपर्टी को वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी बता देते थे और वक्फ को जो रिटर्न्स मिलने चाहिए थे वो नहीं हो रहे थे। तो रिफॉर्म होना चाहिए, कोई उसमें दो राय नहीं है। पर जो अमेंडमेंट्स जेपीसी के माध्यम से रखे गए, जो इनके अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं उनके आपने कर लिए, जो हमारी तरफ से आ रहे थे कि ये अमेंडमेंट भी अगर आप कर लोगे तो और थोड़ा इंप्रूवमेंट हो जाएगा, वो टोटली रिजेक्ट कर दिए गए।
अमेंडमेंट आपने नहीं माने और आपकी पार्टियों, आपके इस बिल को जिन जिन आपके सहयोगियों ने सपोर्ट करा उन पे भी भारी पड़ रहा है। ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा, कुछ इस्तीफे आए रालोद से, कुछ इस्तीफे आए जनता दल यूनाइटेड से, उसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूं।
दोनों बातों का जवाब देता हूं। पहली बात तो प्रियंका जी तो मुंबई से हैं। अरे बड़ी स्वाभाविक सी बात है, अगर दुनिया में डाउनफॉल आएगा तो एक्सपोर्ट में कमी आएगी। एक्सपोर्ट की कमी का बिल्कुल लॉजिकल रीजन मैंने बताया है कि पूरी दुनिया के शेयर मार्केट्स में, बल्कि अगर आप जेपी मॉर्गन एंड चेस की लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट पढ़ें तो वो तो कहती है अमेरिकन इकोनॉमी में 60% चांस है रिसेशन आने का, क्योंकि वहां भी एकदम से प्राइसेस आगे बढ़े हैं। तो जब दुनिया की इकोनॉमीज में रिसेशन आएगा तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट कम होगा ही होगा, इसमें कोई बहुत दिमाग लगाने की जरूरत नहीं है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग समझदार हैं, पढ़े लिखे हैं, वो राहुल गांधी के प्रभाव से बचने का प्रयास करें जो इस तरह की चीजों में आते हैं।
राहुल गांधी के आप खूब पीछे पड़े रहते हैं।
दूसरी मैं बताना
चाहता हूं, 99 ले आए हैं।
देखिए वक्त पे एक टेक्निकल बात बता,
मैंने बोला इस बार राहुल गांधी के पीछे पड़े रहते हैं, इस बार 99 ले आए हैं वो।
अरे राहुल गांधी जी तो किसी से पीछे, अपनी पार्टी के नेताओं के पीछे पड़े। गुजरात में कहते हैं आधे हमारे हैं, आधे बीजेपी के। हमारी पार्टी के अंदर क्या क्या बताया जाए, छोड़िए वो बात को। मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूं, देखिए वक्त में बहुत क्लियर है, मंदिरों की, मस्जिदों की कमेटी, दरगाहों की कमेटी, कब्रिस्तान की कमेटी, उस पर कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ने वाला है। वक्फ का उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है। केवल जो लैंड का मामला है वो मैनेजमेंट का विषय है, उसका धर्म से कोई मतलब नहीं।
इमरान मसूद कुछ काउंटर पॉइंट
नहीं, अभी सुन ले पूरी बात। 1964 इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट जजमेंट, क्लियर कट पढ़ लीजिएगा। 1976 बशीर अहमद वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल, जिसमें उन्होंने क्लियर कट कहा है कि ये कोई कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में आर्टिकल 26 का मतलब इसमें नहीं है। अब सुनिए 1993 केरला हाईकोर्ट का जजमेंट, जिसमें कहा मुतव्वली इज नॉट इक्विवेलेंट टू महंत, ये इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट के जजमेंट में 64 में कहा गया है। तो बहुत साफ बात है, इट्स लाइक कि जैसे माइनॉरिटी इंस्टीट्यूशन है मदरसे, अब आप कहेंगे माइनॉरिटी कमीशन का चेयरमैन हमारी उसका होना चाहिए। भाई दिस इज लाइक अ माइनॉरिटी कमीशन, तो माइनॉरिटी कमीशन का चेयरमैन नहीं होगा,
हमेशा मुसलमान नहीं हो सकता।
तो इनकी वो एक सिख भी हो सकता है। ये उस मानसिकता से है कि माइनॉरिटी कमीशन का चेयरमैन हमेशा मुस्लिम होता था, इसलिए इन लोगों को ऐसा लगता है। और एक बात मैं कह दूं, फिर हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डा जी ने फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पे बोला था, जिस ढंग के प्रोविजंस यहां हैं दुनिया में किसी मुस्लिम कंट्री में वक्त में नहीं है। ना सऊदी अरब में जो इस्लाम की जन्मस्थली है, ना इंडोनेशिया में जो सबसे बड़ा मुस्लिम कंट्री है, ना टर्की में जो खिलाफत की सीट रही है, और ना आईएसआईएस वाले इलाके वाले इसमें सीरिया और इराक में, इसलिए, और ना पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश में। इसीलिए मैंने बोला था, कहावत होती हिंदी में, नया मुल्ला प्याज ज्यादा खाता है, यहाँ गैर मुल्ला प्याज ज्यादा खाता है, और इतना प्याज खाता है कि आंखों से आंसू निकलने लगते हैं।
भाई साहब ऐसा है कि कौन गैर मुल्ला, कौन हिंदू, कौन मुसलमान, उसका सर्टिफिकेट भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं देगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंदू की ठेकेदार नहीं है, नहीं थी, ना ही रहेगी। आप नहीं बताएंगे कौन सी हिंदू पार्टी है, कौन सी हिंदू पार्टी नहीं है। किसने आपको ये ठेकेदारी दी है? कोई ठेका चला रहे हैं आप? मैं एक सेकंड मुझे कंप्लीट कर लेने दीजिए। एक बोध गया एक्ट है 1949 का, उसमें 1950 में संविधान आया। बुद्धिस्ट वहां पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं बोध गया को लेकर कि वो उसमें नॉन बुद्धिस्ट ज्यादा हैं, बुद्धिस्ट कम है। टेम्पल किसका है? बुद्धिस्ट का है। वो इनसे मांग कर रहे हैं उसको भी बदलाव करिए। नहीं, उसका बदलाव नहीं होगा। अभी हाल ही में आरएसएस की मैगजीन है ऑर्गेनाइजर, उसमें आर्टिकल स्ट्रेट, चलिए वक्फ की लैंड ज्यादा है या चर्चेस के पास, क्रिश्चियंस के पास लैंड ज्यादा है। यानी आपकी आंख सिर्फ लैंड में लगी है, और ये लैंड किसको जा रही है हम सब जानते हैं। पोर्ट किसको गया? अडानी को। एयरपोर्ट किसको गया? अडानी को। लैंड किसको गया? अडानी को। अभी ये जो क्रिश्चियन लैंड होगी, अभी उस पर भी विवाद शुरू होगा। फिर आएंगे आप लोग माइनॉरिटी के हकदार बनकर के हम ही रिफॉर्म्स लाएंगे। तो कहां तक ये लड़ाई चलेगी? यही मेरा एक सवाल।
तो क्या शिवसेना में एक सवाल, क्या शिवसेना उबाटा इस वक्त में जो प्रावधान बीजेपी की और एनडीए की सरकार लेके आई है उसके खिलाफ है?
हमारे, अगर मैं क्लॉज बाय क्लॉज जाऊंगी, मैं आपको सब बता दूंगी।
पर मैं
एक मिनट, मैंने कहा शिवसेना यूबीटी प्लीज अलाउ मी टू
यू।
हाँ, सो डोंट इंटरप्ट।
जी,
हम लोग बिल्कुल रिफॉर्म के साथ है। रिफॉर्म होना चाहिए, पर रिफॉर्म ऐसा होना चाहिए जो एक पूरे वर्ग को आगे लेकर बढ़े। एक सेकंड, लेट मी कंप्लीट।
जी,
रही बात जो मैंने आपको बताया कि नॉन हिंदू अगर कोई डीएम बनता है तो वो उस टेम्पल ट्रस्ट में नहीं आ सकता है। ऐसे ही आप नॉन मुस्लिम्स को ला रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक मुसलमान के मन में शंका होगी कि क्या आप अपने लोगों को भरने का काम करें। एक मिनट।
जी।
हमने दूसरा हमारा था कि रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव नहीं होना चाहिए, प्रोस्पेक्टिव होना चाहिए। हाँ, वो टीडीपी ने भी कहा, वो जेडीयू ने भी कहा, हाँ हम मानते हैं उसमें अमेंडमेंट हुआ। ये भी अमेंडमेंट हमने कहा कि जो वक्फ लैंड होगी बाय राइटिंग होगी, ओरली कोई वक्फ लैंड डोनेट नहीं कर सकता है, वो भी उसमें लागू किया गया। तो हाँ, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। अगर उन्होंने हमारी ये बात भी सुन ली होती तो मैं मानती हूँ कि हाँ, ये वक्फ रिफॉर्म शायद कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी
आप उनकी बात नहीं सुन रहे हैं, इसलिए नहीं हो रहा।
मैं
आपको बता रहा हूँ।
देखिए, बात ये है 20 सेकंड में, केवल मुस्लिम समाज का मामला होता तो कोई बात नहीं थी। आप कह रहे हैं क्यों चर्च में मुनम्मम में क्रिश्चियंस की लैंड को क्लेम किया है कि नहीं? यमुनानगर के गुरुद्वारे को क्लेम किया है कि नहीं? तमिलनाडु के तिरुचिंदरी मंदिर को क्लेम किया है कि नहीं? तो फिर आप ये कहिए हम सिर्फ मुस्लिम लैंड को क्लेम करेंगे। क्लेम तो हम सबको करेंगे। और वैसे मुझे एक चीज जो मैंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला था फिर बोल दूं, अभी प्रियंका जी बोली, इनके तो नेता 2015 में बोल चुके हैं मुसलमानों की नागरिकता भी ले लेनी चाहिए। यस, 2015 सामना में संजय राउत जी का स्टेटमेंट है। और सुनिए, और दूसरी तरफ
संजय राउत को कोट कर रहे हैं,
गठबंधन में वो शामिल हैं, वो मुस्लिम लीग, जिसने 28 अगस्त 1947 को कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में सेपरेट इलेक्टेड मांगे। कोई जाके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली की डिबेट में पेज नंबर 270 में पढ़ ले। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, पूरी बात कर, एक लाइन बस सुनिए सर। पुराना एक गीत था ना, वक्त ने किया क्या हंसी सितम, तुम रहे न तुम, हम रहे न हम। तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं, वक्फ ने किया क्या हंसी सितम, मुस्लिम लीग और शिवसेना मिलके हो गए हम।
ओके, जवाब इमरान मसूद की बारी है अभी।
देखिए, अभी सुधांशु भाई ने बात कही और बहुत सारे मुल्कों के उन्होंने उदाहरण दिए। बस यही आप अपनी बात के अंदर अपना आप ही मेरी बात कह गए। वक्फ कोई संस्था नहीं है कि सिर्फ संस्था की बात है। वक्फ मुसलमान का एक फरीजा है जो हर मुसलमान के ऊपर लागू होता है। और जितने मुस्लिम ममालिक आपने गिनवाए, उन तमाम मुस्लिम ममालिक के अंदर इस्लामिक लॉज हैं और उसके अंदर वो वक्फ के हिसाब से चलने का काम करते हैं। और वक्फ हमारा धार्मिक कृत्य है। बस इतनी बात समझाने की तो बात है जो बात प्रियंका जी ने कही कि आप तमाम जगहों पर काशी विश्वनाथ के अंदर, मैंने एक बहुत छोटा सा बुनियादी सवाल पूछ लिया था अपने एक साथी से, जवाब नहीं दे पाए थे और दे भी नहीं पाएंगे। अगर आप मुझसे कुछ हिंदू रिचुअल्स के बारे में पूछेंगे, सनातन रिचुअल्स के बारे में, मैं सुपरफिशियली आपको सब बता सकता हूं। लेकिन अगर ज्यादा गहराई में जाकर के आप मुझसे बात करेंगे तो मैं शायद नहीं बता पाऊंगा, क्योंकि मैं जानता नहीं। ठीक इसी तरीके से अगर आपको सुपरफिशियली कुछ मैं पूछूं, आप बता देंगे इस्लाम के बारे में, लेकिन गहराई की तरह साथ नहीं बता पाएंगे। उसके लिए आपका मुसलमान होना है।
पर मेरा एक काउंटर क्वेश्चन है, 2013 में जो कांग्रेस की सरकार ने एक्ट पास किया था, क्या वो संविधान से ऊपर नहीं था, जिसके अंदर ओवर रीच थी वक्फ की? नहीं, ये मेरा पॉइंट है।
नहीं, कहीं नहीं थी। ये गलत प्रोपेगेंडा किया गया। आप मुझे बताइए, 16-17 ट्रिब्यूनल हैं, क्या तमाम ट्रिब्यूनल के फैसलों को रिव्यू नहीं किया जाता हाई कोर्ट से? ठीक इसी तरह से तमाम वक्फ ट्रिब्यूनल का फैसला, उसका भी रिव्यू हाई कोर्ट से हो सकता था। आपने कह दिया कि उसको कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता। अरे भाई, ये कैसे मुमकिन है? ये कैसे मुमकिन है? आपने कहा कि वक्फ कहीं भी प्रॉपर्टी डिक्लेयर कर सकता है। अरे वक्फ अगर इतना बड़ा पावरफुल था तो हम तो रोज पार्लियामेंट में जरा सा वक्त मिलता है, किसी कोने में जाके नमाज पढ़ लेते हैं, तो पार्लियामेंट भी वक्फ हो जाती। क्या नहीं हो सकता? जब तक वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी जो वक्फ करने वाला है, जो वाकिफ है, जब तक वो उसका 100% ओनर ना हो, उस पर किसी तरह का कोई विवाद ना हो, तब तक वो वक्फ नहीं किए जा सकती।
आप तीनों पार्लियामेंटेरियंस हैं, मैं आप तीनों के भाषणों में से कुछ कुछ कोट करूंगा और मैं जानना
मैं एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा।
क्यों कहा, मैं शुरुआत कर लेता हूं। मैं सुधांशु त्रिवेदी आपके पास आऊंगा। इमरान मसूद आपसे शुरुआत कर लेता हूं। इमरान मसूद, आपने बोला कि इस देश में मुसलमानों का गला घोटा जा रहा है, यह आपका बयान था।
गलत क्या?
नहीं, आपने बयान दिया कि इस देश में मुसलमानों को 2वे दर्जे का सिटीजन बनाया जा रहा है और गला घोटा जा रहा है, क्यों कहा?
मुसलमानों के साथ हो क्या रहा है कि मुसलमान, मैं अब वही बोल रहा हूं ना जी, मुसलमानों के साथ हो क्या रहा है कि मुसलमान घर में रहे तो दंगाई घुस करके निकाले बाहर, और बाहर निकले तो पुलिस छाती पर गोली मारे। क्या हुआ संभल में? पहले सर्वे के लिए गए, कुछ नहीं हुआ, फिर 250-300 का टोला गया, मस्जिद में जाकर के नारेबाजी हुई, लोग आए, हंगामा हुआ, और उसके बाद 5 लोगों के गोली लगी और सीधे छाती पर गोली लगी, और जिनके गोली लगी उन्हीं के लोग जेल चले गए।
अच्छा, वो संभल वाली मस्जिद एएसआई के संरक्षण में थी और एएसआई वहीं नहीं जा सकती थी।
आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, एएसआई का अजीब कानून है। एएसआई का जन्म हुआ 1871 में
जी,
और उसका प्रबंधन शुरू हुआ 1904 में, और एएसआई प्रोटेक्टिव मूवमेंट मोन्यूमेंट जितने भी हैं उन सब की मालिक एएसआई हो गई।
सुधांशु त्रिवेदी,
उन सब की मालिक एएसआई हो गई। मस्जिद, एक सेकंड, मस्जिद बनाई मेरे पूर्वजों ने नमाज के लिए, अब एएसआई तय करेगी कि हम नमाज पढ़ें कि ना पढ़ें, एएसआई तय करेगी कि हम कहीं वजू खाना बनाए, वजू करें कि ना करें।
मैं एक लास्ट के अंदर दूसरा सवाल भी लूंगा, लेकिन अभी हमारे पास काफी समय है। मैं सुधांशु त्रिवेदी, आपने सदन में एक बात बोली जिसपे दिग्विजय सिंह को ऑब्जेक्शन हुआ, देश के गृह मंत्री खड़े हुए। आपने बोला कि इस देश के मुसलमान को कभी इशरत जहां से जोड़ा गया तो कभी किसी और के साथ जोड़ा गया। क्या आपको लगता है कि आप भी, मैं मतलब आपसे मेरा तारुफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी से, मुसलमानों को एक जिसे कहते हैं मार्जिनलाइज करना चाहते हैं, यह आरोप है, मार्जिनलाइज करना चाहते हैं?
मैं एक बात कहना
पूरा जवाब नहीं होने दिया, लेकिन साहब
जी जी, आप कंप्लीट कर लीजिए, आपको
पूरा कर लीजिए।
आपने गला घोटने 2 ही सवाल किए थे ना?
जी जी जी।
गला घोटा जा रहा है, ये
सवाल नहीं, आपने बोला था उसी को
गला घोटा जा रहा है, तो ये आपको बता दिया। मुसलमान को शिक्षा से वंचित किया जा रहा है। आप हालात ये देख लीजिए कि जो मुस्लिम अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी है वो लगातार पिछले 10 साल के अंदर नीचे जा रही है, उसके फंड्स आपने रोक दिए, उसके 2 सेंटर बंद होने के कगार पर आ गए। अच्छा खासा रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट था, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, उसको क्यों तबाह करना चाह रहे हैं?
यही प्रश्न है मेरा,
उसको क्यों तबाह करना चाह रहे हैं?
ये तो पहले भी बोल चुके थे,
निवेदन है,
अब मैं जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए, इन्होंने कहा कि भाई इस्लाम के पवित्र कर्तव्य में एक वक्फ है। भाई मेरी समझ तो इतनी है, इस्लाम में 5 ही पवित्र कर्तव्य हैं, रोजा, कलमा, नमाज, हज और जकात। इसमें वक्फ कहां है भाई? और मैं ये भी बताना चाहता हूं, इसी बात में 1894 में प्रिवी काउंसिल का जजमेंट आया था, जिसमें सर सैयद अहमद ने कोट किया था कि वक्फ मूल इस्लामी परंपरा का हिस्सा नहीं है, ये शरिया का हिस्सा है। उसके लिए मुजार शब्द का प्रयोग किया। इसलिए वक्फ अल औलाद, आपको बड़ी मजेदार बात पता है, वक्फ अल औलाद यह है कि मैंने जमीन तो वक्फ कर दी मगर रहेंगे मेरे ही परिवार के लोग। मतलब मैंने अपना पैसा तो मंदिर को दान कर दिया मगर रहेगा वो मेरा। ऐसा आपने विचित्र उदाहरण नहीं सुना होगा, इसलिए वो क्वैश किया गया। मगर कांग्रेस ने 1906 में कलकत्ता अधिवेशन में प्रस्ताव पारित किया कि नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो कुछ गलत हो गया है, दोबारा किया जाए। अब मैं एक सेंटेंस कोट करता हूं, चूंकि वक्फ एक मुस्लिम प्रॉपर्टी से रिलेटेड मैटर है तो इसका गवर्नमेंट या पब्लिक पॉलिसी से कोई मतलब नहीं होना चाहिए। यही तो आज बोल रहे हैं। ये इंपीरियल लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल में अप्रैल 1913 में मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना का स्टेटमेंट है, जो कांग्रेस के सपोर्ट से इन्होंने अंग्रेजों के जमाने में कराया। 1913 से 2013 तक इनकी किस वाकफियत ही नहीं बदली। और मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, इमरान मसूद साहब तो यूपी के रहने वाले हैं, यूपी कह रहे पढ़ाई लिखाई में पीछे रह गए। पता है आपको, सैयद मुसलमानों की रेट ऑफ लिटरेसी 1931 में 24% थी, जब यूपी की 8% थी। और जातिगत सर्वे था तो यूपी में जो सबसे पढ़ी लिखी ब्राह्मण कम्युनिटी मानी जाती थी हिंदुओं में, वो 15%, क्षत्रियों में 13%, सैयद मुसलमान 24%, ब्यूरोक्रेसी में 20%। कहां चले गए मेरे भाई? आज बाकी माइनॉरिटीज को आप देखिए, सबसे पढ़ी लिखी आज कम्युनिटी कौन है? हाईएस्ट एजुकेशन में पारसी 0.001% की माइनॉरिटी। सबसे प्रॉस्परस, जो सबसे ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट करती है इनकम टैक्स में, जैन 1% की माइनॉरिटी। सबसे एंटरप्रेन्योर कम्युनिटी कौन है? सिख 1.8% की माइनॉरिटी। उसके बाद आप देखिए क्रिश्चियंस में एजुकेशन का स्तर कितना है, यहूदी छोटी सी माइनॉरिटी कितना है, और ये जबकि मैं आपसे कहूं आजादी के समय इनमें से किसी एक की भी रियासत नहीं थी, 1-2 सिख रियासतें छोड़ दें, जबकि इनकी तो लाइन लगा के रियासतें थी। पटौदी के नवाब, भोपाल के नवाब, रामपुर के नवाब, लखनऊ के नवाब, जूनागढ़ के नवाब, हैदराबाद के निजाम, और आज कहते हैं साहब हम तो मजलूम हो गए। क्यों? जो हुक्मराने वक्त थे वो आज मजलूम हो गए, क्योंकि सेक्युलरिज्म के जाल में ऐसे फंसे और उल जलूल हो गए। और सुनिए ये उल जलूल मामला क्या है। 2013 में आई सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट जो कहती मुसलमानों के हालात इतने खराब हैं कि साहब ये तो शेड्यूल कास्ट से बदतर है। और आपको पता है 1913 से 2013 तक 17 लाख एकड़ जमीन आई थी वक्त में, और 2013 से 2023 में 21 लाख ऐड हो गई। मतलब गजब का आपका लॉजिक है। एक तरफ कह रहे हैं शेड्यूल कास्ट से बुरी स्थिति है और दूसरी तरफ ऐड होते जा रहे हैं। और सर आंकड़ा तो ऑन उस पे बोला। सर आप तो सदन में हैं, आपको विशेषाधिकार हनन ले आना चाहिए मंत्री के खिलाफ अगर आपको आपत्ति है तो लाइए साहब।
सुधांशु जी
हाउस पे दिया
मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया आपने। जो था मैं उस पर आता हूँ, लेकिन प्रियंका पहले बोले।
एक लाइन बोल दूं इस पे।
प्रियंका जी,
देखिए मुसलमानों के बारे में समस्या क्या है कि आज के जमाने में लोगों को मुस्लिमों की जो लियाकत थी उसके बारे में भी नहीं पता है। एक दौर था जब मुसलमान दुनिया में सबसे पढ़ी लिखी कम्युनिटी होती थी। बैतुल हिकमत का नाम आपने बगदाद का सोचा होगा, दैट वाज अ सेंटर ऑफ नॉलेज। आपको पता है कि शुश्रुत संहिता का सबसे पहले अनुवाद अल शुश्रुत ने कराया था अरबिक में। आपको पता है कि ये मैंने जो पार्लियामेंट में ही बोला था कि जो पहले हिंदी न्यूमेरल्स वहां पे गए, जिसलिए अरबी में इनको हिंदसा कहते हैं, उससे सबसे पहले अल जब्र ने ट्रांसलेट किया, उससे अलजेब्रा बना। फिर अल ख्वारिज्म ने जो ट्रांसलेशन किया, जो मैथमेटिक्स दी, एल्गोरिथम वर्ड वहीं से आया है। कोलंबस ने जिस नक्शे को लेकर पूरी दुनिया की तरफ चला था वो बनाने वाला भी मुसलमान था, एक अल इदरीसी। उसके बाद इनका एल्गोरिथम ऐसा बदला कि 700-800 साल में कोई पैदा हुआ। सिर्फ
प्रियंका जी को आने दीजिए,
मगर अब्दुल कलाम के साथ नहीं, औरंगजेब के साथ जाके खड़े हो
ओके प्रियंका, हमारे पास बड़ी लर्नेड ऑडियंस भी हैं। वारिस पठान साहब बैठे हैं, आनंद रंगनाथन बैठे हैं। ओके बोलिए प्रियंका जी।
मैं इनकी तरह आवाज रेज करके अपना पॉइंट नहीं रख सकती हूँ कि आप आवाज रेज कर दीजिए कि कोई दूसरा ना बोल पाए। मैं बस एक ही चीज कहूंगी, अभी मैं जब उनको सुन रही थी और इतना पैशनेटली मुसलमानों के अधिकारों के लिए बोल रहे थे तो मुझे मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ही याद आ गए। जैसे मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ने आर्ग्यूमेंट दिया था और पाकिस्तान को अलग कर दिया था, इनका आर्ग्यूमेंट बिल्कुल उसी तरीके का था। तो आज ये मॉडर्न डे जिन्ना कौन बनकर बैठे हैं, आज इनकी भाषा से बहुत स्पष्ट हो गया है। जहां बता रहे हैं अरे देखिए हम लोग क्या थे, हमें क्या कर दिया, तो ये इनका
आप कह रहे हैं मॉडर्न डे जिन्ना है।
बिल्कुल, जो उस दिन अमित शाह जी ने भी कहा जिस
औरंगजेब की कब्र में मर्सियां पढ़ाने वाले को राज्यसभा आप भेजेंगे।
के लिए करते हैं हम, मुसलमानों के लिए करते हैं हम, मुसलमानों के लिए करते हैं, ऐसे ही नहीं। अरे
मैंने तो बताया मुसलमानों में क्या था और कहां से कहां पहुंचा।
अमित शाह
आपने मेरा सुना ही नहीं। मैंने कोट किया, हमने अपना तो बोला ही नहीं, सिर्फ एक डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम।
अमित शाह के लिए
जब इतना जोर जोर से चिल्लाते हैं ना तो सिर्फ अपनी आवाज सुनाई देती है, लॉजिक की आवाज कम हो जाती है।
तो कुछ सुनाई नहीं पड़ रहा आजकल।
बोलिए प्रियंका जी।
आपको समय कम मिला है शायद मुसलमानों के
नहीं प्लीज
ना मुसलमानों के अधिकारों का हनन हो रहा था, किस तरीके से वो प्रताड़ित थे, किस तरीके से वो गरीब किए जा रहे थे, सब किया। बेचारा सुधांशु जी ने उनका हक रखा है और सुधांशु जी की वही मैंने बस यही रिपीट किया। अमित शाह जी ने जो पार्लियामेंट में कहा कि हम ही मुसलमानों का हक और अधिकार की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
आपको हैरानी नहीं होती जब बीजेपी ये बात बोले कि हम मुसलमानों का
तो मुझे तो ऐसे ही साउंड कर रहा था कि जिन्ना ने कहा मुझे एक सेपरेट कंट्री चाहिए क्योंकि आप मुसलमानों के लिए हक नहीं दे रहे हैं, वही ये काम कर रहे हैं।
सुधांशु द्विवेदी, अब ऐसा बीजेपी कह रही है कि मुसलमानों के लिए हम कर रहे हैं, अब कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम सपना देख रहे हैं कि बीजेपी मुसलमानों के लिए करना चाह रही है।
सम्राट मुसलमान हृदय
जी अभी मुझे सुधांशु भाई ने बड़ी अच्छी बात है कि बड़ा मुझे अच्छा लगा, चूंकि जानकारी इनको है, इन्होंने पूरा इतिहास का ज्ञान किया, लेकिन इन्होंने जिस आदमी का नाम लिया जिन्ना का, वो तो हमारा सबसे बड़ा मुजरिम है। अगर जिन्ना ने ये गुनाह ना किया होता तो आज इस हालत में हम आप धुपका ना रहे होते। हमारा सबसे बड़ा गुनाहगार जिन्ना है और जिन्ना आपका साथी था, हमारा साथी नहीं था।
औरंगजेब
एक मिनट सर औरंगजेब मत, अभी एक मिनट सर, जिन्ना आपका साथी था, हमारा नहीं। जिन्ना के साथ सरकारें आपने चलाई, हमने नहीं। जिन्ना के साथ श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी।
गलत,
अरे गलत
कोट करिए, नाम कोट करिए, कौन था वो? प्रजा कृषक पार्टी फजलुल हक की थी 1941 में।
ऐसी बात
46 में मुस्लिम लीग ज्वाइन किए।
एक मिनट, अरे गलत, अब बहुत जोर से बोल देंगे तो आप कैसे?
अरे कोई चक्कर ले जाके भाई,
सिंध में किसके साथ सरकार, अरे सिंध में किसके साथ सरकार चला रहे थे? फ्रंटियर में किसके साथ सरकार चला रहे थे? दो राष्ट्र का नीति का पहले बयान किसने जारी किया?
फ्रंटियर में कांग्रेस जीती थी 1946 में।
अरे आप उसके साथ सरकार चला रहे थे। दिक्कत क्या है? दिक्कत क्या है सुधांशु भाई? आप इतनी तेजी के साथ बोलते हो कि आपकी बोलने वाली महारत हमारे पे आती नहीं। लेकिन हम ये कह रहे हैं कि जिन्ना आपका साथी था,
इनकी आलोचना कर रहे हैं या तारीफ कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, जिन्ना आपका साथी था, हमारा तो जिन्ना ने बेड़ा गर्क किया है। अगर जिन्ना की बात ना मानता मुसलमान, मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद की उस वक्त मान लेता मुसलमान, तो हिंदुस्तान के अंदर ये हालत ना होती जो आप हालत हो गई है। हमारी दोयम दर्जे की स्थिति आपने पूरे देश के अंदर कर दी।
किसने करी है दोयम दर्जे की स्थिति?
सबसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार ये है
जिसकी पार्टी का हुकूमत रही 67 साल।
ओके,
नहीं सच्चे देखिए, अरे ये आप लोगों ने 10 साल हो गए, आपने 10 साल से जब सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट आई, सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट का आपने हवाला दे दिया वक्त के अंदर, और आपने सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट के ऊपर एक जगह अमल बता दीजिए।
आप ऐसी बात कर रहे हैं, ये तो बिहार में सौगातें मोदी बांट रहे हैं।
हमें सौगात के अंदर शिक्षा चाहिए, सौगात में रोजगार चाहिए, सौगात में मोहब्बत चाहिए, सौगात के अंदर हमें आपकी छवैया नहीं चाहिए।
मेरा पॉइंट है, देखिए व्यूअर्स को मैं बोल रहा हूं ये बात, देखिए इस देश में देश के मुसलमानों को पहले बाबर में उलझा के रखा, उससे पहले जिन्ना में उलझा के रखा, फिर औरंगजेब में उलझा के रखा जा रहा है। मेरा निवेदन सुधांशु जी देखिए, इस देश में विकास की बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत करती है, विपक्ष भी चाहता है विकास हो। टैरिफ की एक बहुत बड़ी वॉर दुनिया में छिड़ी हुई है। इस समय देश के अंदर चाहिए कि कहीं ना कहीं एकजुटता रहे। प्रधानमंत्री एक लाइन बोलते हैं कि एक है तो सेफ है, वो एक है तो सेफ है, क्या ग्राउंड पर दिखेगा?
ये मैं बिल्कुल विद रेफरेंस टू कॉन्टेक्स्ट कोट करता हूं। दो कॉन्टेक्स्ट हैं, एक 3 या 6 जनवरी 1948 को कलकत्ता में दिया गया सरदार पटेल का स्टेटमेंट, एनीबडी कैन गो एंड चेक। दूसरा 28 अगस्त 1947 को पार्लियामेंट में जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में जब मुस्लिम लीग के सदस्य ने सेपरेट इलेक्ट्रेट की मांग की तो बोला, अब जो मैं इमरान मसूद साहब को जानकारी हो या ना हो, 1946 की कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के इलेक्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश में जो मुस्लिम इलेक्ट्रोट थे उसमें से 73 में 64 मुस्लिम लीग ने जीती थी, मद्रास प्रेसिडेंसी में 30 बॉम्बे प्रेसिडेंसी में 28 और 95% मुसलमानों ने वोट किया था मुस्लिम लीग के लिए, पाकिस्तान बनने के लिए। और जिन्ना चुनकर पूरी बात सर, अब मैंने शांति सुनी। और जिन्ना कोई रावलपिंडी, पेशावर, लाहौर से, ढाका, चिटगांव से चुन के नहीं गया था, मुंबई की बाईकुला सीट से चुन के गया था। 95% मुस्लिमों के वोट से, क्या मुंबई के 95% लोग चले गए? इसलिए सरदार पटेल ने कहा कि भारत के ज्यादातर मुसलमानों ने पाकिस्तान बनने के लिए वोट दिया है। ये सरदार पटेल का बयान है 48 जनवरी कलकत्ता में। मैं नहीं मानता एक दिन में तुम्हारा दिल बदल गया, मगर जब जो हो गया सो हो गया, उसे पीछे छोड़ो और अब यह सोचो कि देश के साथ आगे कैसे चल सकते हैं। मगर इस सेकुलर पॉलिटिक्स ने पीछे से जोड़ के रखा। यह आजादी के बाद बाबर, तुगलक, औरंगजेब के नाम पे क्यों सड़कें बनाई गई? यह राष्ट्रपति भवन के अंदर मुगल गार्डन क्यों बनाया गया? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं ना, किसने पीछे से जोड़ के रखा? वही जो बता रहे हैं, आज एआई के दौर में औरंगजेब के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं और दलगत भावना से ऊपर उठ के खड़े हो जाते हैं। और ये सोचने का, एक लाइन में सोचने का विचार है, कटिंग अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन मुस्लिम नेता औरंगजेब के साथ खड़ा रहता है, कटिंग अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन राणा सांगा के साथ नहीं खड़ा होता है। कटिंग अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन वक्फ की लैंड के साथ खड़ा रहता है, कटिंग अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन राम मंदिर हिंदू नेता नहीं खड़ा।
मैं अब इंडिया अलायंस में भी आऊंगा। ओके, डिस्कशन पूरा चेंज हो रहा है। ओके, बोलिए।
दिस इज एक्सट्रीमली डिस्टर्बिंग कि हम राइजिंग भारत समिट में आए हैं। हमें बात करनी चाहिए 2047 में क्या होगा। तो 1 सेकंड प्लीज, डू नॉट इंटरप्ट, डू नॉट। मोदी जी होंगे 2047 में, 57 में, 87 में, 97 में, जो भी आपको बोलना है करिए। हैप्पी? आर यू हैप्पी? नाउ कैन आई गेट टू द टॉपिक? नाउ कैन आई गेट टू द टॉपिक? ओके, यू आर हैप्पी?
देखिए 2047 में मोदी जी हमारे यहाँ हो ना हो, मगर इनके नेता इन्हीं की परिवार के होंगे। ये पार्टी अलग है।
ओके प्रियंका, देन आई कम टू इंडिया अलायंस। ओके,
ऐसा है, आज अगर 80 लाख लोगों के पास राशन जा रहा है तो कितने उसमें से हिंदू घर हैं, कितने मुसलमान घर हैं, कितने ईसाई घर हैं, कितने उसमें जैन घर हैं, कितने उसमें सिख घर हैं जी, और कितने पारसी घर हैं? भूखा तो सभी है जो 80 लाख लोगों के पास जा रहा है। मैं चाहती हूँ हम 2047 की बात करें। ये कहाँ पे लेकर जाना चाह रहे हैं? 300 साल पुराना, कि 300 साल पुराना इतिहास में आप बिखरे रहिए, बटे रहिए, और हम आने वाले जो सदी है, जो आने वाले हमारे युवा पीढ़ी है, जो दूसरे देशों में जा रही है, दूसरे देशों में भी प्रताड़ित हो रही है क्योंकि अमेरिका यूएस टैरिफ्स को लेकर आ रहा है, जो अभी आई थिंक घनश्याम जी ने बात रखी थी कि स्टूडेंट बनकर गए थे यूएस में और आज वो स्टूडेंट्स को भी डिसरिस्पेक्ट किया जा रहा है। हम कोई उसके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम क्या बात करें? औरंगजेब, राणा सांगा, जिन्ना, ये वो। मेरे बस एक ही मांग है, और मैं क्योंकि विपक्ष से हूं और विपक्ष में हमारी भी एक आवाज है, सिर्फ कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की नहीं है। हमारी आवाज यह है कि जो जनता से जुड़े मुद्दे हों। आज 50 रुपए इनके जेब से ज्यादा जा रहा है गैस का सिलेंडर खरीदने में, तो मुझे तकलीफ होती है। 2 रुपए एक्साइज ड्यूटी बढ़ रही है जबकि पूरी दुनिया भर में ऑयल चीप हो रहा है, तो मुझे तकलीफ होती है। मुझे तकलीफ होती है क्यों 80 लाख लोगों के घर पे राशन जा रहा है, उनको खुद नौकरियां क्यों नहीं दी जा रही हैं जहां वो अपने आप को सक्षम पा पाए। तो इन चीजों में हमारा ध्यान भटकाकर ये जो काम हो रहा है, ये बहुत गलत।
ओके,
देखिए मैं एक बात कहूं, लगता है प्रियंका जी को ना अपने राज्य का पता,
80 करोड़
सुनिए 80 करोड़ है, 80 करोड़ है। सुनिए, इनको ना अपने राज्य का पता, ना अपने सदन का पता। ये औरंगजेब का नाम कौन लाया? अबू आजमी, महाराष्ट्र के विधायक, समाजवादी पार्टी, अपने गठबंधन के।
पीएचडी इस्लामिक लॉ के हैं, इस्लामिक स्टडीज के हैं, इस्लामिक रिलीजन के हैं, आप सबके पीएचडी हैं। हम तो कुछ ना जानकर भी हम राज्यसभा में अपना पक्ष रख सकते हैं।
मैं तो बीच में
नहीं, जैसे आप बीच में टोक टोक कर बोल रहे हैं, ये कुछ नहीं जानती है। हुआ यू टू गिव मी सर्टिफिकेट, मैं जानती हूँ नहीं जानती हूँ?
हाँ, तो मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, सुन लीजिए, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा, दर्शकों को समझ में आ जाएगा। अबू आदमी कहाँ का है? महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा का, वो औरंगजेब का इशू लाया। फिर इमरान प्रताप को ये लाए, इमरान मसूद जी, ये किस पार्टी के हैं? राशिद अलवी लाए, किस पार्टी के हैं? इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी किस पार्टी के हैं? MIM किस पार्टी के हैं? और सुनिए, उसके बाद राणा सांगा कौन लाया? वो रामजीलाल सुमन किस पार्टी के हैं? अरे भैया, अपनी पार्टी का
अरे एक मिनट, अब एक मिनट,
बाकी पॉलिटिक्स
एक मिनट,
मुझे गठबंधन का पता हो या ना हो, मुझे अपनी पार्टी का
ये
पता हो या
लोग
ना
लेके
पता
आ
हो,
रहे हैं।
पर मुझे ये जरूर पता है कि देश को आप दिशा भूल करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
अरे आपके सारे एक नेता बताइए जिसने विषय शुरू किया, बताइए। चैलेंज करता हूँ, अगर आपको पता है, चैलेंज करता हूँ।
मुझे भी आने देंगे आप तीनों
लोगों ने किया।
अब मुझे भी आने देंगे आप तीनों इंडिया अलायंस पे आता हूँ, फिर रैपिड फायर राउंड है। अच्छा ये बताइए, इमरान भाई, ऑल सेट, देखिए आप तीनों बहुत अपनी पार्टी के उम्दा स्पीकर हैं और तीनों को मैं अरसे से जानता हूँ। इमरान मसूद, ये देखिए अब थोड़ी राजनीति की भी बात हो जानी चाहिए। ये सब जो चल रहा है, हम राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर है। एक बात बताइए, अब ये 27 का विधानसभा चुनाव आने वाला है उत्तर प्रदेश में। अब आपने तो इतना बड़ा बयान दे दिया है, अब बताइए क्या होगा? समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ आप जाएंगे कि नहीं जाएंगे? आदित्य ठाकरे ने तो महाराष्ट्र में बोला था, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता, कुछ नेताओं ने बीजेपी के साथ अलायंस का काम किया है। आपका क्या कहना है उत्तर प्रदेश के संदर्भ में? सपा के साथ जाएंगे कि नहीं जाएंगे?
नहीं, ये देखिए, ये फैसला तो पार्टी का होगा कि हम किसके साथ जाएंगे, किसके साथ नहीं जाएंगे। मैंने सिर्फ इतना, मेरा काम है कि मैं अपनी पार्टी के आधार को बढ़ाने की बात करूं, अपनी पार्टी के संगठन को बनाने का बात करूं।
एकजुट है कि नहीं है?
100%। आपको दिखाई नहीं दिया कि पार्लियामेंट
दिखाई दिया?
एक मिनट, पार्लियामेंट में सिर्फ 24 मेंबर मुसलमान हैं। पार्लियामेंट में सिर्फ 24 मेंबर मुसलमान हैं, जो मुसलमान मेंबर थे। लेकिन वक्फ के मामले के अंदर 232 वोट पार्लियामेंट में पड़े। ये हिंदुस्तान है, ये हिंदुस्तान है। दूसरी चीज मैं कह रहा हूं, हमें भाईजान बहुत तेज तेज बोलते हैं, हमारी समझ में नहीं आता, लेकिन मैं इतनी बात जरूर कह रहा हूं कि जिन्ना आपके आदर्श होंगे, मेरे आदर्श तो थे नहीं ना हैं। क्योंकि जिन्ना को हम सबसे बड़ा गुनाहगार मानते हैं अपनी इस हालत का, बदतर हालत का, जो आपने हमारी कर दी है।
मैं इंडिया अलायंस में रहा हूं, समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ अलायंस होगा कि नहीं होगा?
नहीं, ये फैसला तो पार्टी का होगा।
अभी क्या माहौल है? अभी क्या मूड है?
संगठन की बात रखिए ना, कुछ तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज रखिए। अभी राइजिंग भारत की बात करें
हम लोग, और हम लोग देश की, हम लोग
प्रियंका जी से पूछ लीजिए, ये एक्सपीरियंस करके आए हैं समाजवादी पार्टी को महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, सलाह अच्छी देंगी?
नहीं, देखिए, ये
बिल्कुल दूंगी और खुले दिल से दूंगी, क्योंकि मैं देश के साथ हूँ।
जी।
देखिए, हम लोग कौन किसके साथ लड़ेगा, कौन क्या लड़ेगा, राजनीतिक परिस्थितियों
पर दिल्ली में हमने एकजुटता देखी। केजरीवाल जी को एकजुटता के कारण निपटना पड़ गया। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को एकजुटता के कारण निपटना पड़ गया। दिल्ली में हमने देखा। प्रियंका
अब एक बात कह दूं, मेरे से रुका नहीं जा रहा है, मैं बोल ही देता हूं।
बिल्कुल मत रुकिए, इस मंच पे बिल्कुल मत रुकिए।
जिस दिन तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने की कसम सारे इकट्ठे होकर खाते रहेंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं हारेगी।
अच्छा, खाते रहेंगे तो नहीं हारेगी?
बिल्कुल।
तो कैसे करें फिर, हराए कैसे? ये फॉर्मूला तो बताइए महाराज, बताइए फॉर्मूला। देश सुन रहा है आपको।
देखिए, मैंने आपको बता दिया,
कैसे? जब कसम नहीं खाएंगे तब हार जाएंगे।
नहीं, हमें अपने जीतने का लक्ष्य रखना चाहिए। हमें भाजपा को हराने का क्यों लक्ष्य रखना है? हम अपने जीतने की बात करें। आज दिक्कत क्या है, देश के अंदर भाजपा ने ऐसा नैरेटिव बना दिया, हर आदमी भाजपा को हराने की बात कर रहा है। अरे भाई, तुम्हारे हराने से हमें क्या होगा? हमें अपने जीतने की बात करें कि हम बदलाव लाने की बात करें।
राहुल जी को समझाइए ना। राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि मेरी पार्टी में कई भाजपा आ गए।
नहीं, गलत पे रास्ते।
उन्होंने बोला स्लीपर सेल है हमारे यहाँ।
राहुल गांधी ने विचारधारा के लिए बोला है। राहुल गांधी ने बोला
विचारधारा बोला स्लीपर सेल है हमारी पार्टी में। कांग्रेस पार्टी में एक स्लीपर सेल है, राहुल जी ने बोला।
नहीं, अमीश जी, मैं आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछूं?
जी।
जितने अधिकार से आप कहते हैं राहुल गांधी जी को बोलिए, आप
क्या
इतने
मोदी जी के
अधिकार
लिए
से
बोल
नरेंद्र
पाएंगे?
मोदी जी के लिए आप बोल पाएंगे?
क्या बोल पाएंगे आप मोदी जी के लिए?
मोदी जी से सवाल पूछ सकते हैं?
नहीं,
बिल्कुल, देखिए, बिल्कुल हम पूछ सकते हैं।
ऐसे बयान कभी मोदी जी के सुनाई पड़ते हैं।
जैसे मोदी जी अगर बोले कि बीजेपी में स्लीपर सेल है तो जरूर
15 लाख खाते में तो मोदी जी ला रहे थे।
एक सेकेंड, अमीश जी, मैंने कभी भी कोई भी पत्रकार से ये सवाल नहीं पूछा मोदी जी से पूछते हुए कि मोदी जी आपका मतलब क्या था जब आपने कहा कि आपके मंगलसूत्र खींचकर ले लिए जाएंगे? किसी ने पूछा है? मैंने नहीं सुना। हो सकता है मैं मिस कर रही हूं।
उसके लिए जिसने कश्मीर देखा उसे समझ में आना चाहिए।
इंटरव्यू
कश्मीर 1990 सबको समझ में।
इंटरव्यू मैंने कोई देखा है। जिस अधिकार से भी आपने कहा कि आदित्य जी से पूछिए या राहुल जी से पूछिए, तो मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ उतने ही अधिकार से आप लोग, और मैं यही अपेक्षा करती हूँ अपनी मीडिया से कि हम राइजिंग भारत की जब बात करते हैं 2047 में हमारी मीडिया का क्या हाल होगा, इसके बारे में कभी आपने सोचा है?
बहुत अच्छी बात कही प्रियंका जी, प्रियंका जी के लिए ताली बजाइए। प्रियंका जी ने बोला कि ये सवाल आप मोदी जी से पूछ सकते हैं। हाँ, मोदी जी से पूछ सकते हैं क्योंकि वो इंटरव्यू दे देते हैं, लेकिन राहुल जी ने तो कोई इंटरव्यू ही नहीं दिया, पूछे कैसे? जिस दिन देंगे तो उनसे भी पूछेंगे।
ये भी आप बात गलत कर रहे हैं साहब।
84 इंटरव्यूज नरेंद्र मोदी के।
एक मिनट अमीश जी,
आदित्य ठाकरे ऑल्सो गेव इंटरव्यू। उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने इंटरव्यू नहीं दिया।
आपने बहुत अच्छी चीज कही। अमीश जी ने कहा कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर इंटरव्यूज देते हैं। वेरी इंप्रेस्ड अमीश जी, आई एम वेरी इंप्रेस्ड। पर हमारे जर्नलिस्ट ने, किसी ने उनसे पूछा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी इसका क्या मतलब है जब आप कहते हो सोने की मंगलसूत्र खींच लेते हैं?
अच्छा नहीं, एक मिनट, अच्छा सुनिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 47 में लिखा गया। ये कितने जर्नलिस्टों ने पूछा कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 47 में नहीं लिखा गया मेरे भाई? और सुनिए, उन्होंने कहा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हजारों साल पहले का है। तो भाई ऐसा अद्भुत ज्ञान जो राहुल गांधी जी के पास है, वो कहते जिसको तुम देख रहे हो वो राहुल गांधी वो है ही नहीं, वो तो खत्म हो चुका है। तो मुझे लगता है ऐसा ज्ञान।
और आप उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे जो प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे मैं नॉन बायोलॉजिकल हूं? क्या बात आप बोल रहे हैं? देखिए अब कांग्रेस का आप व्यक्तिगत
अभी आपने इतना सवाल पूछा,
व्यक्तिगत
इन्हीं के चैनल पे कहा था
हमारे
मैं किसी काम से आया हूँ, कोई अवतार।
अरे
सुनिए,
ऐसी बात कर रहे हैं।
आपने पूछा सपा और कांग्रेस साथ रहेंगे या नहीं, ये जानते क्या सवाल?
इसके बारे में आप बोलेंगे? इसके बारे में भी
इस पे सिर्फ एक लाइन बोलेंगे।
मैं पूछूंगा चंद्रबाबू नायडू और नीतीश बाबू साथ रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे?
हमारे तो वो हमेशा साथ थे, 95 से बीच में थोड़े समय के लिए अलग हुए, तो हमारे साथ रहेंगे। मगर इनके साथ जानते क्या स्थिति है? लोकसभा में साथ थे, फिर बाई इलेक्शन में अलग हो गए, फिर वक्त पे साथ आ गए, फिर अलग हो गए। इनके लिए एक लाइन है सपा और कांग्रेस के रिलेशन के लिए कि मिलो ना तुम तो हम घबराएं, मिलो तो आंख चुराएं हमें क्या होगा।
ओके रैपिड फायर राउंड है। एक सवाल, दो सवाल हैं। सबसे पहले इमरान मसूद साहब आपसे, कौन बेहतर पॉलिटिशियन है, राहुल गांधी या प्रियंका गांधी? चूज वन।
आप कैसी बात कर रहे हैं?
नौकरी खतरे में डाल
नहीं, अब मैं डबल माइक लगाऊंगा। मुझे
आप एक बात सरिए, आप पूछेंगे।
रैपिड फायर राउंड का मतलब होता है ना एक लाइन में जवाब। एक लाइन में जवाब भाई।
नहीं, आप राहुल गांधी और मोदी जी के बारे में पूछेंगे तो मैं जवाब दूंगा।
मैं पूछूंगा। ओके अब मुझे मौका दीजिए। इमरान मसूद, अगला सवाल आपसे। वक्फ संशोधित कानून मानना सही है या गलत, क्या कहते हैं आप इसके ऊपर?
मानना सही और गलत तो एक अलग विषय है। मानना जब कानून, देखिए कानून अगर बन गया और हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गए और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी इस पे मोहर लग जाती तो मानना पड़ेगा।
ठीक है,
देश कानून से चलता है, देश हमारे बात से नहीं चलता है।
प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी जी, विपक्ष का बड़ा नेता कौन है, राहुल गांधी, अखिलेश यादव या उद्धव ठाकरे? चूज वन।
महाराष्ट्र के लिए तो उद्धव ठाकरे जी हैं,
और देश के लिए?
मेरे लिए तो एज माय पार्टी लीडर उद्धव ठाकरे जी हैं। आई एम वेरी क्लियर।
देश के लिए
देश के लिए भी अगर उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में एक अच्छा मॉडल दिया तो देश का भी एक अच्छा मॉडल ही प्रस्तुत करेंगे।
ठीक है। और किसकी विचारधारा आपकी विचारधारा के, यानी आपकी पार्टी की विचारधारा के ज्यादा करीब है, कांग्रेस या भारतीय जनता पार्टी?
देखिए, हमारी पार्टी की, मैं अपनी पार्टी की विचारधारा की बात करूंगी, जिनका मैं वही कंप्लीट कर लूं, एक्साइटेड मत होइए जी। के दिल में राम, हाथ में काम, आपको किससे क्लोजेस्ट है वो आप समझ लीजिए
जी। सुधांशु त्रिवेदी, वक्त झांकी है, आगे क्या बाकी है?
वक्त आने पर बता।
मैं
हमारे यहाँ तो प्रधानमंत्री है।
आपने पूछा, सवाल हमसे क्यों है?
सुनिए, इसलिए कि आपके यहाँ अभी हसरतें हैं होने की, हमारे यहाँ ऑलरेडी है, इसलिए अंतर है।
अब पूछ लिया, आपने पूछ लिया,
सुनिए,
अब आप बता दीजिए ना, आप बता दीजिए ना आप बता दीजिए मोदी जी और अमित शाह में कौन है?
हमारे यहाँ तो मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री हैं किंतु परंतु नहीं है। आप क्या हसरतें लिए हुए 1 दर्जन लोग खड़े हुए हैं इंडी गठबंधन में।
अरे ठीक है,
मेरे ही भाग से छीका फूट जाए।
जी जी,
आपका सवाल,
अगला सवाल,
आपने सवाल क्या किया था?
अगला सवाल और आखिरी सवाल, अगला सवाल और आखिरी सवाल है, अखिलेश यादव बेहतर हैं या राहुल गांधी बेहतर है? आपकी राय के अंदर एक को चूज करना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल निश्चित रूप से अखिलेश यादव, चूंकि कम से कम कुंभ में स्नान करने तो गए,
धन्यवाद।
गए नहीं स्नान
ओके, आप तमाम लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जबरदस्त तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए हमारे तीनों सांसदों का। बहुत अच्छी चर्चा रही और तीनों ने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से हर सवाल का जवाब दिया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप तीनों का। सुधांशु त्रिवेदी, प्रियंका जी, इमरान मसूद जी, अभिनंदन आपका।
That was one fiery and insightful discussion. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारे पैनल के लिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस डिस्कशन के लिए। तो सियासत के धर्म संकट के पन्नों को हम पलट रहे हैं और अगले सेशन की तरफ हम बढ़ेंगे। और क्योंकि हम राइजिंग भारत समिट के मंच पर हैं और विकसित भारत 2047 में कैसा रहेगा, उसकी तस्वीर क्या रहेगी, उस पर हम अगले सेशन में फोकस करने जा रहे हैं। उन मुद्दों की हम चर्चा करेंगे जो आज के भारत की कानून व्यवस्था, राजनीति और समाज की दिशा तय कर रहे हैं। हम जानेंगे कि कैसे संवैधानिक बदलाव, कानूनी सुधार और सामाजिक परिवर्तन आपस में टकराते भी हैं और एक दूसरे को आकार भी देते हैं। और साथ ही ये भी जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि इस दिशा में भारत का फोकस क्या रहने वाला है और भारत इस दिशा में कैसे आगे बढ़ रहा है। आर्टिकल 370 को हटाया जा चुका है, ट्रिपल तलाक को अपराध घोषित कर दिया गया है और अब वक्फ कानून भी आ गया है। तो ऐसे में सवाल यह है कि भारत का अगला कदम क्या होगा। और इसी महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए और इस अगले सेशन को मॉडरेट करने के लिए रूबिका लियाकत हमारे साथ मंच पर आएंगी। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत कीजिए। और मंच पर हमारे साथ एक बहुत खास पैनल भी मौजूद रहने वाला है। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से उनका भी मैं तारुफ करवा देती हूँ। गौरव भाटिया जी हैं हमारे साथ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता, वो हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे। वारिस पठान जी हैं लॉयर और AIMIM से हमारे साथ, वो AIMIM का पक्ष रखेंगे। इसके साथ साथ जाने माने लेखक हैं आनंद रंगनाथन, वो भी हमारे साथ इस मंच पर जुड़ेंगे। अनुराग भदौरे जी हैं, प्रवक्ता है, राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता समाजवादी पार्टी के। आप सभी मेहमानों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत कीजिए। थैंक यू।
नमस्कार आप सभी को। जनरली गूंज जो है, जनरली क्या, हमेशा ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ है कि 4:50 आप मेरे लबों से ना सुने कि गूंज की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। लेकिन आज राइजिंग भारत का मौका है और इसीलिए राइजिंग भारत के इस मंच से ये स्पेशल एडिशन इस वक्त आप गूंज का देख रहे हैं। हमारे साथ खास मेहमान जुड़ चुके हैं। आप जानते हैं वक्त में परिवर्तन जो हुआ है उसे लेकर खूब चर्चाएं चल रही हैं और ये राइजिंग भारत का ही मंच था जहां पर कल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने पहली मर्तबा वक्फ को लेकर उनकी सरकार क्या सोचती है और कैसे वक्फ अब तक तुष्टीकरण का सबसे बड़ा हथियार बनकर रह गया था। इसी मुद्दे पर आज चर्चा शुरुआत करने के लिए आप जानते हैं खास मेहमानों का तारुफ इस वक्त आपको यहाँ पर गौरव भाटिया जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता नजर आ रहे हैं। जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत कीजिए। AIMIM के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता वारिस पठान यहाँ स्टेज पर, आज मैं खुद इनको पहली मर्तबा लाइव देख रही हूँ। बहुत बहुत स्वागत वारिस भाई आपका। उनके बगल में समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता अनुराग भदौरिया जी आपको नजर आ रहे हैं। अनुराग जी बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आनंद रंगनाथन अक्सर इन मुद्दों पर खतरनाक तरीके से अपनी बातें रखते हैं। पेशे से साइंटिस्ट हैं, लेकिन ये साइंस वाले फॉर्मूले जो हैं वो सोशल इश्यूज और पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज पर भी लगाते हैं। आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं। गौरव भाटिया, कल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने ऐलान कर दिया और वक्फ को लेकर उन्होंने कहा कि ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति थी, इसकी नींव तो बहुत पहले पड़ गई थी, भारत पाकिस्तान के विभाजन के वक्त।
सबको नमस्कार। और शुरुआत करूंगा, असंभव को जो संभव कर दे वो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं। और जब जब ये चुनौती देके कहते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी भव्य राम मंदिर बना के दिखाओ, भव्य राम मंदिर बना देते हैं। छाती पीट के कहते हैं अनुच्छेद 370 को हाथ लगा के दिखाओ, नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं जाओ उखाड़ दिया क्योंकि संविधान में लिखा है टेम्पररी है। और अब के असदुद्दीन ओवैसी के मुंह से निकला होगा जरूर कि वक्फ बोर्ड के साथ छेड़छाड़ करके दिखाओ। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा संविधान की शपथ ली है, संविधान के अनुरूप जो कार्य होगा वो करूंगा। और भूमाफियाओं की कब्र है जिसने खोदी, उस व्यक्ति का नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी। दूसरी बात, क्या ये बहुत गर्व की बात नहीं है? आप मुझे बताइए, तिरुचिरापल्ली तमिलनाडु में 1500 साल पुराना मंदिर और 1400 साल पुराना धर्म, और वो धर्म कहता है ये मंदिर और ये गांव, ये सारी जमीन वक्फ बोर्ड की है। इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट को ले लीजिए, उसकी जमीन भी वक्फ बोर्ड की है। तो मैं समझता हूं कि अगर कोई भूमाफिया बनेगा तो जरूर कदम उठाए जाएंगे। और जो संशोधन हुआ है, जो अब कानून बन गया है, ये भारत के हित में। और एक सवाल पूछ लेता हूं, ये जरूर बताएंगे यहाँ पे
अनुराग जी से कि वारिस पठान
सपा भी बैठी है और AIMIM भी बैठी है, जिनके नाम में मुस्लिमीन है जो गैर संवैधानिक है। कृपया करके ये बताइए, वक्फ बोर्ड पे कितने अस्पताल, कितने यतीम खाने, कितने विद्यालय आप वक्फ बोर्ड के बता सकते हैं बनाए हैं बेहतरी के लिए, मुस्लिमों के लिए और जो महिला है मुस्लिम समाज।
वक्फ का जो ये लोगों ने इतनी घाई के अंदर पहले बिल लाया, उसके बाद में उसको सदन के अंदर लाके कानून बना दिया, फिर फटाक से जाके प्रेसिडेंट के पास से उसका ऑर्डर भी ले लिया, नोटिफिकेशन भी ला दिया। अब उसके रुझान आना शुरू हो गए। अब इनको पता है कि ये मैटर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में डाला है, पेंडिंग है, 16 तारीख को सुनवाई होने वाली है। कब तकरीबन 14 से 15 लोगों ने पिटीशन फाइल कर दिए। कल ही के दिन जिसका हमको डर था वही हुआ। यस्टरडे योगी सरकार ने क्या किया, संभल की जो मस्जिद थी उसको बताया ASI का प्रोटेक्शन, वहां पे ASI गया, वहां पे जो ग्रीन बोर्ड लगा था उसको निकाला और संभल की जो जामा मस्जिद थी उसको जुमा मस्जिद घोषित कर दिया। तो जिसका डर था, बता रहे ना हम लोग कि 3D जो इन्होंने डाला था उसका ये लोग पूरा बेनिफिट उठा रहे। क्या जरूरत थी आपको लाने की? अब इसी तरह से हर जगह के ऊपर जाके ये लोग करेंगे। आपको सोचना चाहिए, समझना चाहिए, मैटर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सब जुडाइज है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर इंटरिम स्टे के लिए भी डाली गई है याचिका कि जब तक ये मैटर फाइनली डिसाइड नहीं होता है आप ये कानून को स्टे करिए। स्टे के पहले आपने शुरू कर दिया, साफ दर्शाता है आपकी नीयत क्या है। तो हम पहले दिन से यही बोल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी की कथनी और करनी में बहुत फर्क है। इनको मुसलमानों की कोई परवाह नहीं है, ये वक्फ को बचाने के लिए नहीं, वक्फ को बर्बाद करने के लिए कानून लाया है इन लोगों ने और उसका शुरू कर दिया। अब मोदी जी की बात,
वारिस भाई पहले जो सवाल पूछा है ये कि आप कह रहे हैं वक्फ को ये लोग बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। मैं कह रही हूँ आपने कौन सा वक्फ को मजबूत कर दिया? वक्फ का जो किरदार था सारे मुसलमानों के पास था, है ना? वक्फ की सारी जिम्मेदारी मुसलमानों के पास थी, तो कहाँ मुसलमानों का भला हो गया? कहाँ है? सिर्फ और सिर्फ भूमाफियाओं के नाम पर जाना जाने लगा वक्फ। बताइए ना आप मुझे।
बिल्कुल, अगर भूमाफिया है वक्फ के ऊपर, 11 साल के लोग सरकार, 11 साल से बीजेपी की सरकार सत्ता में, कितने भूमाफियाओं के खिलाफ क्या कार्रवाई की? आपने तो संशोधन के अंदर जो लिमिटेशन का पीरियड था उसमें यह कर दिया कि जो 12 साल से अगर वहां पे बैठा है वो कब्जेदार हो जाएगा। ये तो आप भर के और भूमाफिया को प्रोटेक्शन दे रहे हो, आप तो उसको कब्जेदार बना रहे हो। पहले के कानून में तो ये नहीं था। पहले के कानून के अंदर था कि 2 साल की सजा और नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस, आपने वो हटा के 6 महीने का किया और बेलेबल कर दिया। तो आप तो और प्रोटेक्शन दे रहे हो।
एक बात और बता दीजिए, आपने कहा कि नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस था वक्फ जब पुराना था। मुझे बताइए कितने लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया? भूमाफिया रहते हुए कितने लोगों को आपने गिरफ्तार, एक नाम बता दीजिए मुझे।
बहुत सारे केस चल रहे ट्रिब्यूनल के अंदर,
केसेस चल रहे हैं।
बहुत सारे नहीं तो जवाबदारी सरकार की थी कि हमारी थी?
70 सालों से।
जवाबदारी
भाई
अरे भूमाफिया का मैं आपको बताता हूँ ना,
माफिया
किस तरह से आया रूबिका जी। एक तो मैं मुंबई की आपको बात बताऊंगा, जहां पे आगा खान का ऑर्फनेज की जगह है, वहां पर एक सबसे बड़े देश के उद्योगपति ने अपना बड़ा महल बना दिया। तो क्या उसके खिलाफ दो लोगों ने आवाज उठाई, महाराष्ट्र से दोनों का तबादला कर दिया गया। अब मोदी सरकार क्या वापिस जगह देगी? आगा खान के ऑर्फनेज की जगह है, क्यों नहीं करते? अगर वो माफिया बैठा हुआ है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर केस पेंडिंग है, चलिए डालिए, दखलबाजी करिए, उसके अंदर निकालिए, खाली
कार्रवाई के लिए तो आपको क्यों परेशानी हो रही है?
परेशानी इसलिए है कि ये लोग हजम करना चाहते हैं। अभी दिखाया ना आपको संबल का मैटर, बात नंबर 2, ये असंवैधानिक है। नहीं, आपको कभी भी देश के अंदर है ना, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने संविधान दिया,
ये क्या अल्लाह की राह में है वारिस भाई?
की बात नहीं
क्या
करते।
आप जमीनें खा जाएंगे? ये अल्लाह की राह में है क्या कि बेवाओं के पैसे खा जाएंगे? ये अल्लाह की राह में है क्या? अरे वही मुसलमान थे, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह मोहम्मद रसूलुल्लाह कहने वाले।
मोदी जी ने शाहबानू का नाम
वही
लिया,
मुसलमान थे।
मोदी जी ने कल शाहबानू का नाम लिया, मोदी जी ने बिल्किस बानो का नाम क्यों नहीं लिया?
ओके,
गौरव भाटिया जवाब दीजिए और उसके बाद बेल दे दिया, उसके बाद उसको गार्ड किया।
अनुराग भदौरिया,
जकिया जाफरी का नाम क्यों नहीं लिया? जो इंसाफ की गुहार लगाते बताइए मेरे को, पहले महिलाएं होती थी वक्त बोर्ड के अंदर ज्यादा, आपने खाली 2 का कैंप लगा दिया।
अरे आप सवाल पूछें, जवाब।
देखिए कैसे खोटी नियत वाले एक्सपोज होते हैं। एक ही सवाल पूछा था, छोटा सा बच्चा जिज्ञासु, उसने कहा कितने अस्पताल बनाए हैं?
कितने बना दिए बीजेपी सरकार सत्ता में आके? बताओ मेरे
कोई
को।
नहीं,
मोदी ने
दर्द हुआ है, इनको बोलने दीजिए, इनको दर्द हुआ है, कांटा सही जगह लग चुका है। अब ये पूरे प्रोग्राम में ऐसे ही बीच बीच में बोलते रहेंगे। देखिए, जिज्ञासु बच्चे ने एक छोटा सा सवाल पूछा, अरे वारिस चचा कितने अस्पताल, कितने विद्यालय बनवाए, कृपया करके बता दीजिए। इधर उधर सारा घुमाया और सब गलत घुमाया।
और तुमने हर चीज घुमा के कुछ बोला ही नहीं वक्त के ऊपर।
देखिए यही फर्क है। मैं नफासत से कहता हूं, आप नहीं कहते। तूने किया, तूने, ठीक है, ये आपकी परवरिश है, मेरी नहीं। मैं आप कह के ही संबोधित करूंगा। आप सुनिए, गलतियां इन्होंने क्या करी। इन्होंने कहा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पिटीशन चैलेंज है। हाँ भैया, अनुच्छेद 370 में भी गए थे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय, क्या हुआ? सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा संवैधानिक है। इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के लिए 10% आरक्षण, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय गई थी ये मंडली, कुछ नहीं, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा संवैधानिक है।
इलेक्ट्रोल बॉन्ड में क्या कहा सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने? इलेक्ट्रोल बॉन्ड में क्या कहा? अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। फार्मर बिल भी रिपील हुआ ना, इसी तरह ये भी होगा।
ओके, एक एक करके ना, अब दो
ऐसा करे, मेरे को नहीं पता।
20 सेकंड में गौरव भाटिया बात खत्म कीजिए।
मैं आधा 1 मिनट चाहूंगा, बहुत जरूरी बात है।
आप जमीनें हड़प रहे हैं, वो आरोप लगा रहे हैं आपके ऊपर, जवाब दीजिए ना।
देखिए ऐसा है, अच्छा वो तोते भी आ गए,
बोल रहे
अभी आपका नंबर भी नहीं आया भैया।
ये भाषा शैली सिखा रहे थे अभी भाषा शैली संस्कार बता रहे थे। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बीजेपी कितनी झूठी है, अभी संस्कार सिखा रहे थे। आप तो करने लग गए। ये संस्कार है, देखो शिष्टाचार देख लो, संस्कार देख लो। अभी 2 मिनट में बीजेपी पे कौन यकीन करेगा बताओ? बताइए। अभी 10 सेकंड पहले बोल रहे थे संस्कार, और संस्कार सामने खुल के आ गए। कमाल है भाई। अब हम बोल रहे हैं, अब इन्होंने बहुत बोल लिया।
1 सेकंड, 30 सेकंड, उसके बाद
जवाब नहीं मिलेगा। हम देखिए ऐसा है, जब भी इस तरह का मंच होता है, शिष्टाचार में एक दूसरे की बात सुनते हैं, लिखते हैं, जैसे मैंने लिखा, उसके बाद अपनी बारी में बोलते हैं। ये बीच में क्यों कूद आए?
अरे लो भाई,
बेगानी शादी में अब्दुल्ला दीवाना। अरे अब्दुल्ला तो ऐसे ही दीवाना रहता है वैसे। चलिए अब मैं बताता हूँ दूसरी बात। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की इन्होंने करी, कोई भी कानून हो जो कि संसद में पारित होता है, प्रिजम्पशन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनैलिटी होता है, वो वैध माना जाता है और स्टे नहीं होता है। तीसरी बात मैं इनको बता दूं, इन्होंने कहा भू माफियाओं से कौन सी जमीन ली, तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ, बीच में ना बोलिए।
इंटरिम स्टे मिलता है, आपको पता ही नहीं। कोई सीखेगा बोलेगा क्या?
अच्छा, दोनों वकील है पेशे से, ये बता देना चाहती हूँ।
पिटीशन डाला है हमने के स्टे दो।
आप बोल रहे हैं,
रुकिए ना 1 सेकंड। हाँ,
किसी भी कानून की वैधता में स्टे नहीं होता है, इनको पता नहीं है। हो सकता है वकालत ये कोर्ट की नहीं करते हो।
शांत स्टे होगा,
शांत।
झूठ मत बोलिए
सर।
ये मत बताइए कि आप समझदार हो, आप यहाँ
गौरव जी आप दोनों रुक जाइए।
अब सुनिए, एक बात पूरी कर लूं।
पहले एक बार ओपनिंग रिमार्क, फिर मैं मौका दूंगी।
अपनी बात पूरी करना चाहूंगा। देखिए एक सवाल है, जब ये देश को विभाजित करते हैं धर्म के आधार पे, ये इनका संविधान लेके आया हूं, ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम जो पार्टी है, मुस्लिमीन। और ये क्या कहती है? ये कहती है इनका कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये पार्टी बनी है मुसलमानों का नेतृत्व करने के लिए, मुसलमानों का सशक्तिकरण करने के लिए और मुस्लिम एकता को बढ़ाने के लिए। मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, चुप हो जाइए,
क्या गलत है?
बीच में ना बोलिए,
मुसलमानों
बीच में
बात करना गुनाह है?
इसलिए गलत है कि हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी संविधान की शपथ लेती है कि वो एकता लाएगी तो सभी भारतीयों में लाएगी, नेतृत्व करेगी तो हिंदू मुस्लिम से सबका करेगी,
बीजेपी
और
एकता लाएगी।
लेकिन आप दोनों
ये
बहस जो
संविधान
है,
इनकी जो पार्टी का है, ये भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ काम करते हैं।
ओके गौरव जी, आपको भी रोक रही हूँ, वारिस पठान आपको भी रोक रही हूँ। अब अनुराग जी, आपने कल बयान सुन लिया था प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का, लेकिन कई ऐसे दर्शक हैं जिन्होंने नहीं सुना था। मैं एक हल्का सा वो बयान आपको सुना देना चाहती हूँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का, ताकि दोबारा डिबेट ट्रैक पर आए। उन्होंने कहा वक्फ में आज तक इस तरह के तगड़े संशोधन इसलिए नहीं हुए क्योंकि तुष्टीकरण उसके बैकड्रॉप में, बैकग्राउंड में था। एक बार सुनवा दीजिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राइजिंग भारत के उस मंच पर क्या कहा।
तुष्टीकरण की इस राजनीति में कांग्रेस को सत्ता मिली, कुछ कट्टरपंथी नेताओं को ताकत और दौलत मिली, लेकिन सवाल ये है आम मुसलमान को क्या मिला, गरीब पसबंदा मुसलमान को क्या मिला? उसे मिली उपेक्षा, उसे मिली अशिक्षा, उसे मिली बेरोजगारी।
तो ये सुना आपने
बिल्कुल
भदौरिया जी, आम मुसलमानों को आपने सिर्फ इफ्तार पार्टी के अलावा और दिया क्या?
देखिए, मैं पूरी बात बताऊंगा और इसका जवाब भी दूंगा, लेकिन उसके पहले दर्शक बैठे हैं तो शायद वो हमारी बात अच्छी तरह समझ पाएंगे।
ये संजय निरुपम जी का
एक बार सुन लीजिए, हमें तो
उनको भी डिबेट में आना है क्या?
मैं बोल लूं?
अरे आपके पीछे संजय निरुपम बोल रहे हैं भाई, वो रुकवाने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ, बोलिए।
हमें तो चाहिए सिर्फ काम, ना भाषण, ना झूठा ईमान। नौकरी हमें लौटा दो, सस्ता गैस सिलेंडर दिला दो, मजदूरी बढ़ा दो 2 रोटी के भाव, 2 रोटी के भाव मजदूरी बढ़ा दो। हमें नहीं चाहिए धर्म के नाम की ये राजनीति के घाव। हम जानते हैं इनका क्या है किरदार, कुर्सी पे पाने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। मेरे यहाँ मेरे दोस्त, मेरे यार, ये कुछ भी करेंगे, इन्हें कुर्सी चाहिए। ये कुर्सी जीवी लोग हैं, ये कुर्सी किसी कीमत पे चाहिए। मैं कहता हूं अच्छी बात है, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोला बेरोजगारी की बात की, तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि हिंदुस्तान में क्या हम नहीं है? इतनी चिंता आज मुसलमानों की हो गई। कैसा लगता है सुन के मुसलमानों की चिंता? सिर्फ वोट के लिए? कौन वोट की राजनीति करना चाहता है इस देश के अंदर में? आप मुसलमान वोट की राजनीति के लिए आप कह रहे हो कि बेरोजगारी की बात करो। मैं कह रहा हूं पूरा हिंदुस्तान तो बेरोजगार घूम रहा है। आप पूरे हिंदुस्तान की बेरोजगारी की बात क्यों नहीं करते? पूरे हिंदुस्तान की में शांति की बात क्यों नहीं होती? पूरे हिंदुस्तान में भाईचारे की बात क्यों नहीं होती? पूरे हिंदुस्तान के विकास की बात क्यों नहीं होती? क्यों इस बीच में राजनीति की बात करना चाहते हो? ये हिंदू है, मुस्लिम है, सिख है, ईसाई है। आज अब वक्फ बोर्ड बिल लेके आए, कल सिख का लेके आ जाओगे, परसों जैन का लेके आ जाओगे, बौद्ध का लेके आ जाओगे। अगर आपको बाकी लोगों का सम्मान करना है तो मैं कहता हूं हिंदू में यहाँ पे नहीं, बहुत न्यास हैं, बहुत यहाँ ट्रस्ट हैं, बहुत सोसाइटियां हैं। आप लाओ उसके अंदर में आप दलित का आरक्षण लाओ, आप उसमें बैकवर्ड का आरक्षण लेके आइए, उनको भी आगे बढ़ाइए। इसके मतलब आप हमेशा नहीं, समाज में जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आई है,
अनुराग भदौरिया जी,
नहीं चर्चा देखिए,
अनुराग भदौरिया जी नॉन स्टॉप मत बोलिए, झूठ फैलाने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। देश के कई बड़े मंदिर और मठ, वहां पर आपको पता है ना, डीएम और कमिश्नर, वो लोग सदस्य होते हैं। आपको पता है गवर्नमेंट का कंट्रोल होता है।
रूबिका जी, लोगों को बेवकूफ न बनाइए।
अरे क्या बात हुई?
मेंबर बनाइए।
ये क्या बात हुई?
मेंबर को बनाते हो। डीएम कमिश्नर टेम्परेरी आए और चले गए, लेकिन हम कहते हैं जो वहाँ समिति बनी तो जो न्यास होते हैं उनके अंदर में मेंबर बनाइए, परमानेंट मेंबर बनाइए।
गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल की बात कर रहे हैं ना
मेंबर। ये है, ये दर्द होता है जब सही बात बोल दो तो दर्द निकलने लगता है, डीएम याद आने लगते हैं। यही तो दिक्कत है। तंत्र से सरकार चलाना चाहते हो आप, जनता के मन से नहीं चलाना चाहते, जनता का विश्वास से नहीं चलाना चाहते। आपने विश्वास खोया है,
सच में तोते की तरह बोल रहे हैं।
खोया है,
अब आप सच में तोते की तरह बोल रहे हैं
जनता
और रुक नहीं रहे हैं।
शक होता है।
अनुराग जी की आवाज डाउन कर दें प्लीज,
मत बचाइए।
अनुराग जी की आवाज डाउन कर लीजिए, मुझे और करना आप की है, बस हो गया। आनंद रंगनाथन जी, सीधा सवाल ये है, जब सबको कहा, वारिस भाई को कहा चुप हो गए ना सर, हैं? इनको कहा चुप हो गए ना। अरे तो आपको यहाँ पर बैठे हुए तानसेन और ये राजा अकबर हैं कि आप तानपुरा बजाते रहेंगे और हम सुनते रहेंगे? आपने अपनी बात बोल दी।
बेरोजगारी की बात कर रहा हूँ तो बजाना हो गया।
अरे तो आप सुन लिया ना,
महंगाई की बात की तानसेन।
अरे सुन लिया, आप रिपीट, आपने अपना टेप रिकॉर्डर ऑन कर दिया है, आवाज डाउन कर लें। मैं हूं राजा अकबर, अभी रुक जाइए। आनंद रंगनाथन जी, इन्होंने कहा कि कल सिख आ जाएंगे, कल सिखों को लेकर ये कोई नया कानून ले आएंगे, ये हिंदुओं को लेकर नया कानून लेकर आ जाएंगे, क्रिश्चियंस को लेकर आ जाएंगे, पारसी को लेकर आ जाएंगे, और हम ऐसे ही चुपचाप बैठे देखते रहेंगे क्या? आनंद जी,
सबसे पहले तो
अरे रुक तो जाइए प्रभु, रुक जाइए। अच्छा, मैं आनंद जी के पास जाऊं कि ना जाऊं? हाँ कि ना? ले आप जनता की सुनेंगे ना आप? आएंगे आनंद जी।
अनुराग जी बोल ले दीजिए प्लीज, थैंक यू। देखिए 20 मिनट बाद मेरा समय आ रहा है। रूबिका जी, पहले तो आपको बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस पैनल पे आमंत्रित किया। 2-3 चीजें मैं कहना चाहूंगा। एक तो बहुत दुख की बात होती है जब हर चीज जो आदमी सामने ला के डिस्कस करना चाहता है, वैज्ञानिक के तौर पे कोई भी चीज डिस्कशन के अवे नहीं होती। हर चीज को टेबल पे लाओ, डिस्कस करो। हमारे देश में ही ऐसा होता है कि कोई भी चीज अगर आप डिस्कस करना चाहें, आपको इमीडिएटली कह दिया जाता है हिंदू मुस्लिम ला रहे हो, हिंदू मुस्लिम ला रहे हो। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, अनुराग जी प्लीज सुन लीजिए।
पूछिए तो रहे, मैं तो पूरा पूछिए।
मुझे लगता है हम एक सभ्य डिबेट करते हैं यहाँ पर, चीख चिल्ला खूब लिए एक दूसरे पर, एक की सुनते हैं, दूसरे की जवाब देते हैं। ठीक है, ऐसा करते हैं। ओके,
ठीक है। तो हिंदू मुस्लिम, यहाँ पे हमारे देश में अगर कोई ऑब्जेक्टिवली सोचे तो कुछ हिंदू मुस्लिम नहीं है। मैं आपको सच बता रहा हूं, हम सब एक हैं। अगर मुझे फिरनी या सेवैयां खानी होती है तो आपके घर से आती है। अगर वारिस पठान साहब ने जो विग पहना हुआ, ये तिरुपति के हिंदूज के बालों से बना हुआ है। हर कोई एक दूसरे का, नहीं सॉरी हंसते रहिए, सच में बता।
आप वारिस पठान,
मैं आपको व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस दे।
अनुराग, वारिस पठान साहब का क्या बताना चाहते हो? वारिस पठान साहब इतना अच्छा हेयर स्टाइल किए बैठे, आपने बिग बता दिया उनका। बताइए।
मैं आपकी नकली मूंछों की बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं विग की बात कर रहा हूँ।
अनंत भाई, आप खींच के देख लीजिए, असली बाल है।
हटक के नहीं, सुन लीजिए बात को एक बार सुन लीजिए।
आनंद भाई, आज अच्छी बातें कर रहे हैं आप। आज तो कम से कम अच्छे, लेकिन लास्ट में कुछ लेकिन मत लगा दीजिएगा।
पर आपने इतना कन्विक्शन से कहा कि अनुराग भदौरिया सच में टेढ़ी आंखों से देखने लगे।
अनुराग भदौरिया साहब नहीं, वारिस पठान साहब भी ऐसे करके चेक कर रहे हैं। बात को सुनिए। मैं व्हाट्सएप अपना लीक नहीं करना चाहता जैसे तृणमूल के कर रहे हैं, वरना और सारे और सीक्रेट निकल आएंगे। देखिए, दुख इस बात का होता है कि बात हिंदू मुस्लिम की है ही नहीं। बात है इनजस्टिस और इनइक्वालिटी की।
बिल्कुल सही।
अनुराग जी प्लीज देखिए, ऐसे नहीं, फिर आप बोल लीजिए। मतलब आप जरा
सही बोला, मैंने कुछ गलत कहाँ बोला भाई? सही बोला।
लेट्स गेट बैक। हाँ, अनुराग जी वो माइक रखिए, वो कुर्सी नहीं है जो उसे पकड़ के रखना है आपको, माइक रखिए। हाँ
ठीक है, अब आप कवाल की तरह ताली भी बजाना शुरू कर दें। एक बार रुक जाइए, सुन लीजिए, बात सुन लीजिए। मैं बहुत पते की बात कह रहा हूं। बात इज नॉट हिंदू मुस्लिम, बात इज इनजस्टिस, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन और इनइक्वालिटी की है। और दुख इस बात का होता है कि जो हमारी 250 मिलियन मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी है, वो जब इनजस्टिस, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन और इनइक्वालिटी देख रही है तो वो ये प्रोटेस्ट ही नहीं कर रही, वो एंजॉय कर रही है कि ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, ये इनइक्वालिटी और ये इनजस्टिस हिंदूज के अगेंस्ट हो रहा है। अब मैं आपको 3 एग्जाम्पल देता हूं। नंबर 1, क्या कभी किसी मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी या वारिस पठान साहब ने कहा कि ये गलत है कि सिर्फ RTE, राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट का 93rd अमेंडमेंट के साथ जो कंजंक्शन है, वो सिर्फ हिंदू रन स्कूल्स को कहता है कि अपने 25% सीट्स आप इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के लिए रिजर्व करो। हिंदू रन स्कूल्स और क्रिश्चियन रन स्कूल्स को नहीं कहता। ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है। थाउजेंड्स ऑफ हिंदू रन स्कूल्स बंद हो चुके हैं इस चक्कर में। कभी वारिस पठान साहब ने नहीं कहा ये गलत हो रहा है। कभी वारिस पठान साहब ने ये नहीं कहा कि स्टेट एक्सक्लूसिवली, देखिए
वारिस भाई के बारे में बोल,
एक बार सुन,
हिंदू भाई के बारे में बोल रहे हैं।
RTE
नहीं, इनको हिंदू नहीं, ये कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, इनका कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि सिर्फ मुस्लिम हिंदू। अरे हमारे साथ अन्याय नहीं हो रहा है क्या? हमारे साथ अन्याय नहीं हो रहा है क्या? हमें रोजगार नहीं मिलना चाहिए था क्या? हमें महंगाई से छुटकारा नहीं मिलना चाहिए था? हम हिंदू, मेरे साथ अन्याय क्यों हो रहा है? मैं आपसे सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, लेकिन इसका जवाब नहीं है। हम सफर कर रहे हैं, इसका जवाब क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
अनुराग जी एक सेकंड रुकिए। वारिस पठान पहले RTE
मेरे बारे में बहुत सारी बातें।
अच्छा, वो 4 पॉइंट बोल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप इंटरप्शन। वारिस भाई 4 पॉइंट बोल दें।
अब बीच में 5-5 बार इंटरप्शन करेंगे तो फिर कैसे कैसे चलेगा भाई?
समय उतना नहीं है सर, जल्दी बोल दीजिए, इतने समय में तो सरकार चली जाएगी।
आधा समय आपने ले लिया अनुराग जी।
अरे ये सपा की सरकार नहीं है कि टूटी साइकिल चली जाए, चिंता ना करिए।
सरकार तो
भाई आप बोलिए।
सरकार तो जाते जाते बच गई है।
आप कॉन्सेंट्रेट
तो जाते जाते बची है
जल्दी से।
मतलब मेरा रोल आपने स्पीकर की तरह बना दिया है लोकसभा के। बोलने नहीं दे, सुनिए।
आप 5 मिनट से बोल रहे हैं, आपकी बात
अच्छा,
मैं क्या करूं भाई? मैं 2 मिनट में अपनी बात कह चुका हूं।
अनुराग जी प्लीज, इट्स अ रिक्वेस्ट।
अरे मैं 2 मिनट बोला हूं, आपने 20 बार इंटरप्ट किया। ये 5 मिनट से बोल रहे हैं, इनकी बात पूरी नहीं हो रही है। अन्याय नहीं है तो क्या है? आपके मंच पे अन्याय हो रहा है, आप कह रहे बोलने नहीं दे रहे।
इधर मेरे ऊपर आरोप लगाने से बेहतर होगा कि आप उनकी बात सुन लें। ओके आनंद जी प्लीज ट्राई टू फिनिश इट इन संक्षेप।
बिल्कुल। अभी कभी वारिस पठान साहब ने ये नहीं कहा कि सिर्फ हिंदू टेम्पल्स पे गवर्नमेंट एक्सक्लूसिवली कंट्रोल कर रही है और बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स ले रही है। मॉस्क पे कंट्रोल क्यों नहीं कर रही? क्या ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, इनइक्वालिटी नहीं है? वो हटनी चाहिए। कभी ये नहीं कहा या वो हटे या मॉस्क को भी कंट्रोल करो। मॉस्क से पैसा लो। और तीसरी सबसे जरूरी बात, और ये मैं वक्फ पे आना चाहता हूं। देखिए, मेरा वक्फ बोर्ड से कोई भी डिसएग्रीमेंट नहीं है। मैं तो कहता हूं हजारों वक्फ बोर्ड हो, कोई there are hundreds of boards, NGOs, charities. Let them run. पॉइंट है कि वक्फ एक्ट आ गया जो कि वक्फ बोर्ड को वेपनाइज करता है। अब मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं।
नहीं सर, वक्त की कमी है, जो बातें आपने बोली जवाब दीजिए।
मेरे अच्छे दोस्त आनंद रंगनाथन ने 5 मिनट में 50 मरतबा मेरा नाम लिया, तो मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आनंद भाई, आपने बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें बोलाई। मुझे बताओ, आप लोगों को मुसलमानों की इतनी फिक्र कब से होने लग गई?
क्योंकि देश में है।
जिनको
सुनिए,
जिनको मुसलमानों की
अच्छा मेरी
2 मिनट की अजान से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमानों के 10 मिनट रास्ते पे नमाज पढ़ने से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमान की बेटियों के हिजाब से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमानों के खाने पीने से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमान अगर दाढ़ी टोपी रख के कुछ ट्रेन में चला गया तो उसको मॉब लिंचिंग कर देते, JRCR नहीं बोलने से तकलीफ है, उनको आज अचानक मुसलमानों से इतनी मोहब्बत आ गई। यही तो सबसे बड़ा शक आ रहा है हमको। यही तो आपकी नियत में खोट है। अगर आपको कुछ करना है मुसलमानों के लिए, दीजिए हमारी बेटियों को डिमांड स्कॉलरशिप। देंगे आप? नहीं देंगे? दीजिए। चकिया जाफरी मरूम को
उतना हिंदुओं के लिए भी नहीं किया। मैं आपको डेटा देता हूं।
मुसलमानों को इंसाफ दीजिए।
11 साल से
आप जितने की मॉब लिंचिंग हुई सबको इंसाफ दीजिए। जिनके घर बुलडोजरों से आपने उड़वा दिए मुसलमानों के, बिना कोर्ट के ड्यू प्रोसेस फॉलो किए, आप दीजिए, उनको इंसाफ दीजिए। और अब इनइक्वालिटी की बात करो, इनइक्वालिटी कहां मैं बताता हूँ। आर्टिकल 14 का ग्रॉस आर्टिकल 14 का ग्रॉस वायलेशन हुआ। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ,
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल और लीगल प्रोविजन बता दीजिए कि एंटी मुस्लिम है।
हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड में मुसलमान अलाउड नहीं है, गैर कौम अलाउड नहीं, लेकिन मुसलमान के वक्फ बोर्ड में आप हिंदुओं को डाल देंगे। ये क्या अलाउड है? चलिए
वारिस भाई, अनुराग जी एक सेकंड। आपने कहा कि आपने एक साथ बोला कि इनको हमारी दाढ़ी से प्रॉब्लम है, इनको हमारी नमाज से प्रॉब्लम है, इनको में हमारे बच्चों के हिजाब से प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन आपको तो जय श्री राम तक बोलने से प्रॉब्लम है।
वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप बोलिए।
आप
किसी को नहीं बोलने पे मार डालोगे तो प्रॉब्लम है।
इन्होंने गणपति बप्पा बोल दिया था, माफी मांगनी पड़ी थी।
आप बोलिए।
गणपति बप्पा बोल दिया था, माफी मांगी।
आप बोलिए। जबरन नहीं बोलने से केस से निकाल देंगे, नहीं बोलने से एंटी नेशनल घोषित कर देंगे।
कोई एंटी नेशनल नहीं है,
चीजें जो आप लाते
कोई एंटी नेशनल नहीं है। यही वो जगह है जहाँ पर गौरव जी ये कह देते हैं रुबिका जी इफ्तार हुई और आना नहीं हो पाया। यही वो जगह है जहां पर सिवैया की बात आनंद रंगनाथन कह देते हैं और आप जय श्री राम को जेसार कहने में भी घबराते हैं।
रुबिका जी, यही वो जगह है जहां हिंदू का जब परिवार होता है रामनवमी में तो मुस्लिम भाई फूल बरसाते हैं।
यही बीजेपी को पसंद नहीं है
तो हिंदू भाई मुस्लिम भाई पे फूल बरसाते हैं, हिंदू भाई मुस्लिम भाई पे फूल बरसाते हैं, मुस्लिम भाई हिंदू भाई पे फूल बरसाते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दिल में सांप क्यों लौट रहा है जब हिंदू
भाई सांप क्यों लौट रहा है आपके दिल में? गौरव भाटिया इसका जवाब दे दीजिए।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मेरे भाई ने अभी बात करी कि ये हिंदुओं का भी है, मुसलमानों का भी है, सिखों का ही सब। बिल्कुल मेरे भाई जो अभी आनंद भाई बता रहे थे, एक बार टीवी डिबेट में बोला गणपति बप्पा मौर्य 6 महीने तक गायब हो गए टीवी से। फिर
ये भी झूठ और एक झूठ। बोलो। मैं अभी आप लोग झूठ बोलते हो तो मैं बिल्कुल हंसता हूँ उस झूठ के ऊपर।
फर्क क्या है?
पिछले 7 साल से झूठ चलता जा रहा है।
प्रवक्ता अपने भाई वारिस पठान को आदर देता है, सम्मान देता है, उसकी बात सुनता है, लिखता है, फिर उत्तर देना चाहता है। ये लोग हर लाइन पे टोकेंगे क्योंकि इनको डर ये लगता है कहीं हमारा असली चेहरा सबके सामने हर लाइन पे टोकेंगे, आप देख लीजिएगा। मैं अब मैं बताता हूँ,
लोग तो गाना उतर गया है,
आपसे गुजारिश है।
अच्छा, ये बात तो सच है ना, ये बात तो सच
हर
है
लाइन
कि
पे
गौरव भाटिया ने जब बोला बीच में कोई नहीं बोला।
हर लाइन पे
अनुराग भाई जब आप बोले बीच में कोई नहीं बोला।
अरे वक्त में बताओ ना, आर्टिकल 14 का वायलेशन है नहीं है, 25 का वायलेशन है नहीं है, 26 का वायलेशन है नहीं है,
25, 26 आर्टिकल 14 वायलेशन है कि नहीं है?
7 मिनट बोले और क्या चाहिए, हम 2 मिनट बोले और क्या चाहिए बताइए।
ओके,
तो अन्याय तो हमारे साथ है ना।
जितनी सीटें उतनी बातें ना, रुक जाइए ना, जितनी सीटें आप रुकिए। रंगनाथन जी कितनी सीटें हैं आपकी? गौरव भाटिया
140 करोड़ सीटें हैं मेरी।
तो मेरी भी
अरे हमारी एक है लेकिन पूरे में भारी है।
आप दावेदार थोड़ी हो जाएंगे।
विषय पर लौट कर आइए सर, विषय पर लौट कर आइए। गौरव भाटिया
विषय पे रहते हैं, ये गोल
अभी एक वक्तव्य खुद का बोला तो शर्मसार हो गए, एक और याद आ गया, कहते 15 करोड़ हैं, 100 करोड़ हिंदुओं पे भारी हैं, ये बोल रहे थे।
और जलियांवाला बाग बनाने वाले तुम्हारे साथ बैठे हुए हैं, वो अलाउड है? शाहीन बाग बनेगा तो जलियान बाग बना देंगे, वो अलाउड है?
ये गारंटी
नहीं करेंगे,
गारंटी है। अब सुनिए,
उनको रॉन्ग प्रूव कीजिए ना, बीच में मत बोलिएगा, रॉन्ग प्रूव कीजिए।
अब मैं आपको, क्योंकि वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हूं, आपको बताता हूं अनुच्छेद 14 क्या कहता है। हर नागरिक को कानून के सामने एक जैसा देखा जाएगा, कोई भेदभाव नहीं होगा।
फिर क्यों ये बिल में डाला?
बीच में नहीं बोले,
भेदभाव
बीच में ना बोले प्लीज। रूबिका जी, इस तरह से कोई चर्चा नहीं कर सकता है। हाँ, अब मैं आपको बताता हूं, जब वक्फ का कानून संशोधन हुआ 2013 में, वही भेदभाव की शुरुआत हुई। कैसे, आप बताइए? क्या सिखों के लिए, ईसाइयों के लिए, क्या हिंदुओं के लिए कोई वक्फ बोर्ड जैसी संस्था है कि ट्राइब्यूनल में फैसला होगा कि मंदिर की जमीन है कि नहीं? 14 का उल्लंघन तब हुआ, बीच में नहीं, सॉरी, आप एक अच्छे पार्लियामेंटेरियन बन सकते हैं अगर चुप रहे तो, वरना नहीं।
जो चुप रहेगी जुबान खंजर, लहू पुकारेगा आस्तीन का। खामोश रहे 70 साल, अब खामोश नहीं रहने वाले, हक इंसाफ की बात करेंगे।
अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि जो सहिष्णु होता है और खामोश रहता है उसमें ताकत ज्यादा होती है, जो चिल्लाता है अंदर से खोखला होता है। आप तय करिए, आप खोखले हैं, बीच में नहीं। अनुच्छेद 25 सुनिए, अनुच्छेद 25 स्टार्ट होता है, सब्जेक्ट टू के वर्ड्स है, सब्जेक्ट टू पब्लिक ऑर्डर, मोरालिटी एंड हेल्थ। ऐसा नहीं है, एब्सोल्यूट राइट है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, उसमें कानून बनाने का विशेष अधिकार है टू कर्टेल रिलीजियस राइट्स, और ये पार्लियामेंट को मिला है। अब सुनिए, इन्होंने बात करी मुस्लिम महिलाओं की।
ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते, ऐसा नहीं बोल। हाउ कैन यू कर्टेल माय रिलीजियस राइट्स?
अरे
कौन से प्रावधान के अंदर कौन से प्रोविजन के आर्टिकल बताओ पब्लिक को, चलो बताइए।
कोई मैं लॉ कॉलेज तो हूं नहीं, जो मैंने 20 साल के कड़े अध्ययन से सीखा है वो आपको 10 मिनट में नहीं सिखा पाऊंगा। इसके लिए आपको संविधान पढ़ना पड़ेगा।
2 मिनट में सिखा रहा हूं।
सुनिए, अब मैं दूसरी बात करता हूं, मुस्लिम महिलाओं की इन्होंने करी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी से बड़ा सगा भाई कौन है? मुस्लिम महिलाओं को ट्रिपल तलाक को अपराध बना दिया, और ये हलाला और बहु विवाह
तकलीफ
के हमेशा पैरोकार बनते हैं।
आपने बना दिया।
तीसरी बात सुनिए,
अच्छा, अब मैं चाहती हूँ
एक बात बस समाजवादी पार्टी पे कर लेते हैं।
बाप रे,
आप बताइए, अतीक अहमद सांसद रहे, विधायक रहे, 73 करोड़ रुपए की जमीन वक्फ की
सरकार किसकी है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी की।
अरे आपको मौका दूंगी, मैं बोलने तो दीजिए, एक बार बात खत्म करें, फिर देखिए अभी टाइम है ना, मैं आपको मौका दूंगी।
दूसरा उदाहरण, आजम खान, आपको याद होगा, जिनकी भैंसे अखिलेश यादव पुलिस से ढूंढवाते थे, वो जेल में है, वक्त की संपत्ति ले गए। और अंत करूंगा एक ही बात कह के, ये गिराने की कोशिश करते हैं भारत को, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को। हमें ना मैं गिरा, ना मेरी उम्मीदों के मीनार गिरे, मुझे गिराने में कई लोग 100 बार गिरे, और ये गिरते रहे।
गौरव भाटिया ने जो बातें की, सर तुष्टीकरण का आप पर आरोप लगता है ना, वारिस भाई आती हूँ, तुष्टीकरण क्यों?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज की डेट में वोट बैंक के लिए पूरे समाज में तुष्टीकरण कर रही है। हिंदू मुस्लिम की राजनीति कौन कर रहा है? नफरत की राजनीति कौन कर रहा है? इतनी देर इन्होंने भाषण दिया, इतनी देर बात बताई, एक बार भी देश कैसे आगे बढ़ेगा उसके बारे में नहीं, यूथ कैसे सम्मान से जिएगा उसके बारे में नहीं, सिर्फ एक ही बात, हिंदू मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम हिंदू, हिंदू मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम हिंदू, इसके अलावा कोई शब्द इनके पास नहीं है। राष्ट्र को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए देखिए, आपको याद रखना पड़ेगा, ये देश संविधानों ने,
पर ये तो रिपीट टेलीकास्ट कर रहे हैं आप।
सुनिए, इन्होंने इसके पहले
नई दलील दीजिए ना।
सुनो, इन्होंने 2014 में भूमि अधिग्रहण बिल लेके आए थे, वापस किया इन्होंने, क्योंकि विपक्ष अपनी राय दे रहा था, इन्होंने राय नहीं मानी। किसान बिल लेके आए थे ये, हमने कहा मेरी राय ले लीजिए, चूंकि उसी जनता ने हमें भी चुना है, जिन जनता ने आपको चुना है। आपने मेरी राय नहीं मानी, बाद में आपको किसान बिल वापस लेना पड़ा। जिन किसानों को मौतें होगी उनकी जिम्मेदार कौन होगा? आज आप वक्फ बोर्ड का बिल लेके आए, जेपीसी आपने बनाई, हमने कहा मेरी राय ले लीजिए, जेपीसी राय लेके वक्फ बोर्ड बनाए। सुनना ही नहीं चाहता।
कवि कहना क्या चाहता है, लेकिन इसका कवि कहना क्या चाह रहा है?
कवि कहना चाह रहा है,
क्या कहना चाह रहा है?
कवि बोलना चाह रहा है कि इसको समझ नहीं आ रहा है।
ओके,
अपनाती है,
ओके,
से बिल पास करती है।
ऑलराइट,
बोलना चाह रहा है पब्लिक को समझ नहीं आ रहा है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी
आप वालों को भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
आप भी हमारे साथ अन्याय कह रहे हैं, कभी ये कहना चाह रहा है।
अच्छा ठीक है, सुन लिया, कोई समझ नहीं
तो
पा रहा है। आनंद, आपने वारिस से जो सवाल पूछे, वारिस ने उसका जवाब दिया। उन्होंने कहा
दिया जवाब?
नहीं दिया भाई, वारिस आपने जवाब नहीं
आपकी
दिया।
हर बात का जवाब दिया। मैंने आनंद भाई से सवाल किया कि ये जो नया वक्फ का कानून आया है, ये किस तरह से वायलेशन नहीं है 14 का, और आपको मुसलमानों से इतनी हमदर्दी कब से हो गई, जो इनसे इतनी नफरत करते हैं। तो आप मुसलमानों के लिए कुछ अच्छा करना चाहते हैं तो उनकी बेटियों को डिमांड ड्रिवन स्कॉलरशिप दीजिए, हमको भी हमारे हिसाब से आजादी दीजिए, हिजाब पहनने दीजिए, एजुकेशन लेने दीजिए, विकास का काम करने दीजिए, हमारा माइनॉरिटी का बजट बढ़ा दीजिए। आप जो माइनॉरिटी का बजट आप कर्टेल कर देते, और जो असंवैधानिक बिल जो आप लाए,
मिनिस्ट्री का बजट डबल हो गया है, इनको ये भी नहीं पता।
ये मैं पन्ना लेकर आई हूँ। ओके, जवाब दीजिए।
हमारा अधिकार है, हमको हमारा अधिकार दीजिए, ये तो बात है बस।
आनंद,
रूबिका जी, वारिस पठान साहब इतना झूठ बोल चुके हैं कि असादुद्दीन साहब सोच रहे होंगे अरे तुम इतना झूठ बोलोगे तो मैं क्या बोलूंगा। अब मैं एक एक करके इनका जवाब देता हूं, और बीच में इंटरप्ट मत करेगा, आपको आपके साउथ इंडियन बालों की कसम, मतलब विग वाले, ठीक है। पहली बात, हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं। मैंने इनसे क्या पूछा? सीधी सी बात पूछी, जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हिंदूज के अगेंस्ट हो रहा है आपको वो दिख ही नहीं रहा है? आपको अब वो
हमें नहीं दिखा, अगर आपको दिख रहा है तो
अरे काहे आप बीच बीच में परेशान कर रहे हैं?
कैसे बोलेगा?
रुकिए ना अनुराग जी,
मेरे
आपके बीच में नहीं बोले हैं,
कमाल है।
अच्छा नहीं लगता आपको? यहाँ वोट देने वाला कोई एक भी होगा ना तो पलट जाएगा,
वो देगा,
समझिए आप,
देगा।
ओके आनंद,
क्योंकि हम गैस की बात पूछेंगे, 50 रुपए बढ़ा है, उस पर कोई बोलने को नहीं तैयार है।
एग्जाम्पल मैंने आपको दे दिए।
अरे गैस के दाम 50 रुपए बढ़े, आप तो रोजगार पा रहे हो, जिनके पास गैस का पैसा नहीं हो कहां से मिलेगा? जरा बताइए। आप गरीबों से पूछे जाके, आप तो यहाँ बैठे एसी में, उस गरीब से पूछे 50 रुपए कहां से लेके आएगा? जिसके घर में रोजगार नहीं है, पूछो कैसे जिंदगी चलती है।
आवाज डाउन करें भाई, सुनिए, हर बार ऐसा ही क्यों होता है? मुझे आवाज डाउन करनी पड़ती है। अनुराग जी, लड़ने से कुछ नहीं होगा, यहाँ सभ्य तरीके से डिबेट हो रही है ना। ओके अनुराग जी, रुक जाइए। आनंद
की बात करना आपको
आनंद, एक मिनट।
मैंने सिलेंडर की आवाज क्या उठाई, आप चिल्लाने लगे?
अरे सर,
आपको
सर,
आपने गरीबी देखी है कभी?
सर सुनिए,
गाँव में पूछे लोग कैसे जी रहे हैं?
डांट क्यों रहे हैं भाई?
डांट रहे, हमको
ऐसे नहीं बात करते हैं, समाजवादी पार्टी का ऑफिस थोड़ी ना है।
अरे भाई,
सम्मानित लोग आ रखे हैं,
आप आनंद ले रहे हो, आपको
का ऑफिस नहीं है।
मैं एक आंकड़े लेकर बताती हूँ, आंकड़े बताती हूँ। आप जिस तरीके से चीख रहे हैं ना, ये सच्चर की रिपोर्ट बताती है प्रशासनिक सेवा में मुसलमानों की भागीदारी 3%, आईएएस और बाकी जो है उनकी 4%, आईपीएस जो है वो 4%, पुलिस बल में मुसलमानों की भागीदारी तब 7%, रेलवे में 4%। आज मोदी सरकार 2025 में ये आंकड़े मैंने निकलवाए, यूपीएससी क्रैक करने वाले मुस्लिम छात्र 5.12% बढ़ गए, यानी 3% से आगे गए। रेलवे में जो 4.5% मुसलमानों का आंकड़ा हुआ करता था, वो 14.16% पहुंच गया है, जिसमें 463 गैजेटेड ऑफिसर हैं। अगर मोदी को सच में मुसलमानों से इतनी एलर्जी थी तो ये आंकड़ा बढ़ते हुए कैसे दिख रहा है? आनंद रखना था।
सीधी सी बात है, देखिए डेटा कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता। अब जॉब्स की कोई बात कर रहा है, अब ये भी बात झूठ बोलेंगे कि जो केम्स रिपोर्ट है आरबीआई की कि पिछले साल 47 मिलियन जॉब्स वर क्रिएटेड, ये भी झूठ है। जीडीपी भी, हर चीज झूठ कहेंगे तो उसका कोई इलाज नहीं है। और आप ठीक कह रहे हैं, अगर आपको पावर्टी देखनी है ना सर, तो आप वहां जाइए सफाई में, जहां फेस्टिवल हुआ था सफाई में, जहां पे बॉलीवुड को अब सुनने, अब देखिए ये गलत बात,
आप गलत बात बोलेंगे। आपको देखना है तो बोलेंगे गोरखपुर जाइए। आप कैसी बातें करते हैं? आप कल्चर प्रोग्राम बोलेंगे सैफई जाइए, सैफई से इतना प्यार, चले जाइए आप, आइए आप देखें क्या क्या हमने गांव का डेवलपमेंट किया।
अरे तो आप एंग्री यंग मैन की तरह क्यों बिहेव करते हैं?
चले जाइए, गरीबी देखनी है तो।
अरे
गरीबी देखनी
है,
है,
आपको इतना गुस्सा होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको पता है,
कमाल की बात कर रहे हैं,
आपको पता है, सुनिए मेरी बात सुनिए।
उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं है,
अनुराग जी,
देश में नहीं है।
अनुराग जी, ये रेगुलर डिबेट नहीं है।
कैसे हो गया गाँव, कैसे उन्नति कर गया?
अनुराग जी, ये नॉर्मल, ये अनुराग जी अनुराग जी, अनुराग जी हद कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं आप? अनुराग जी एक सेकेंड, ये एक तो ये कॉन्क्लेव है, एक तो ये कॉन्क्लेव है, और जाट मूवी कल रिलीज हो रही है। सनी देओल की एक्टिंग आप ना करें, वो जाट मूवी कल रिलीज हो रही है।
की बात होगी तो
क्या क्या किस बात में टोकेंगे? क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
करेंगे बैठ के गांव में, अगर वहाँ बॉलीवुड आ गया, इनके पेट में दर्द हो गया।
चलिए अब समय हम लोग
ओके, अब समय ओवर हो गया है। मैं आखिरी 30 सेकंड सबको देना चाहती हूँ। पहले आप ले लीजिए पेड़ पहले आप बोल दीजिए 30 सेकंड, ठीक है? 30 सेकंड, ओके?
देखिए, मुझे दर्द इस बात का होता है जब आप सैफी चले जाते हैं, एक ऐसा गांव जिसको एक मॉडल की तरह से पूरे देश को लेना चाहिए कि एक गांव में क्या क्या सुविधाएं हो सकती हैं, ऐसा गांव आपको हर भारतीय जनता पार्टी
बॉलीवुड वालों को कितने पैसे
बनाइए।
ओके,
आपको रोका?
30 सेकंड ओवर, ठीक है? आनंद,
गरीबी देखनी है ना तो सफाई में जाके देखिए, 500-600 करोड़।
सैफी तो बोलना सीख जाओ, सफाई नहीं है, सैफई है।
अच्छा ठीक है, सैफई।
सैफई, यही दिक्कत है। शहर वाले लोग प्रोनाउंसिएशन हिंदी नहीं कर पाते गांव का, तो गांव की बात करेंगे।
ओके,
अब मैं तमिलियन हूँ, अब आप कहेंगे कि मुझे हिंदी अच्छी बोलनी नहीं आती, तो धिकार है मुझ पे मेरी तमिल। आप तमिल में बुलवाऊं आपसे? तमिल तेरी माँ,
आप सफाई बोल रहे हैं तो
आप तमिल तेरी याद है।
देखिए, अब ये भारतीयता है, ये सीखिए आप रूबिका जी से। हर चीज में चिल्लाने का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि आप अपना पॉइंट्स रख रहे हैं, लोग समझ रहे हैं। आपने गरीबी की बात करी, मैं आपको सैफई की बात बता रहा हूं कि जो आपने 100 की तादाद में करोड़ों रुपया खर्च किया, वो गरीबों को भी दे सकते थे। बॉलीवुड हीरोइंस को क्यों दिया नाचने के लिए?
अरे भैया,
ये बता, इसका आंसर करिए।
अरे तो इसके मतलब बॉलीवुड यहाँ जो बुला रहे हैं, तो इसके मतलब क्यों बुलाते हैं बॉलीवुड?
ओके सर, अब आखिरी कुछ मिनट में देना चाहती हूँ वारिस पठान, और उसके बाद जवाब देंगे गौरव भाटिया।
देखिए, बात गरीबी की हो रही है ये बात गरीबी की हो रही है, इसलिए बताना चाहूंगा कि हम लोग जो ये लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं वक्फ के लिए, ये गरीबों के लिए तो लड़ रहे हैं जिनके ऊपर इनका अधिकार है, वक्फ की जमीन के ऊपर, बेवाओं का, यतीम बच्चों का, उन्हीं के अधिकार के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। और हमारे यहाँ पे वक्फ बोर्ड है, वक्फ ट्रिब्यूनल है, और आप जो झूठ फैला रहे हो कि ट्रिब्यूनल के ऑर्डर के नहीं जा सकते, गलत है। हाईकोर्ट के अंदर आप रिवीजन फाइल कर सकते हो। अब ये जो कानून आपने लाया है पर से असंवैधानिक है, आर्टिकल 14, 24, 25, 26 का ग्रॉस वायलेशन है। गौरव भाटिया जी, हिंदू एडवोकेट बोर्ड के अंदर आप किसी मुसलमान को रखेंगे नहीं रखेंगे? मुस्लिम बोर्ड के अंदर आपको क्यों लाना है? बात नंबर 2। दूसरा, एक खाली 10 सेकंड में अपनी बात कंप्लीट कर दूंगा रूबिका जी। वहां पर कोई भी डोनेशन दे सकता है, कोई भी वक्फ कर सकता है, लेकिन अब यहां पर आपको मुसलमान वक्फ के अंदर आप वक्फ नहीं कर सकता। 5 साल के लिए आपको प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम बताना पड़ेगा। प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम कैसा होगा बताइए मुझे? यहाँ पे आपने लिमिटेशन डाल दिया, बल्कि आपको हटा देना चाहिए थे जो वहाँ पे बैठ गए हैं एनफोर्समेंट करके, उसको तो बल्कि 12 साल से जो बैठा उसको आप बना रहे हो। तो तमाम चीजें को मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमारा ये बोलना है कि मोदी सरकार ये बिल वापस ले ले, जिस तरह किसानों का बिल वापस लिया था, इस बिल को वापस ले ले। सुप्रीम कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट
शांत हो जाए मेरे भाई,
करेगी जरूर।
धन्यवाद। देखिए, सबसे पहले तो इन्होंने विरोधाभास बात करी। इन्होंने कहा वक्फ बोर्ड पे नॉन मुस्लिम्स कैसे आ गए? जब हिंदू, सिख, ईसाई अपनी जमीन देते हैं वक्फ बोर्ड को तो कहते हैं लाओ 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 ले लेंगे, लेकिन बोर्ड पे रहेंगे तो कैसे रहेंगे? हटाओ इन्हें। तो ये विरोधाभास है। दूसरी बात, ये हिंदू वर्सेस मुस्लिम नहीं है, ये है संवैधानिक और गैर संवैधानिक की लड़ाई। और सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आपको बता दूं, ये कहते हैं कि इसका समर्थन जो है केवल हिंदू कर रहे हैं। नहीं, आप बताइए, केरला में बिशप जो एसोसिएशन है, कैथोलिक बिशप एसोसिएशन, उसने समर्थन किया। 70 साल के मुस्लिम बुजुर्ग ने आके समर्थन किया, उसको पीटा गया। और अंत करूंगा, कश्मीर में क्या हुआ, वहां पे घर जला दिया गया एक मुस्लिम आदमी का, क्योंकि वो समर्थन कर रहा था। तो गुंडागर्दी बीच में नहीं बोलिए, मैंने देखिए पूरी इज्जत दी थी, घर में नहीं मिलती, मैंने तो दी थी, लेकिन हाँ थैंक यू नहीं, आप अपनी बारी में, मैंने भी लिखा, बहुत करेक्शन है। अरे नहीं, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा। तो सकारात्मक बात करते हुए सिर्फ अंत करूंगा। देखिए, आगा खानी, बोहरा, पसमानदा समाज, जिसको अलग थलग कर दिया था, उनको बोर्ड में जगह मिलेगी, सशक्तिकरण है। महिलाओं को बोर्ड में जगह मिलेगी, सशक्तिकरण है। तीसरा, कानून पढ़ा नहीं होगा इन्होंने,
पहले ज्यादा किया, अब तो है
बीच में नहीं,
ये अच्छा किया आपने, नहीं, वाह, पहले नॉन अवेलेबल था, अवेलेबल कर दिया, अच्छा किया।
सर, मेरे पास वक्त की कमी है, वक्त की कमी है, वक्त की कमी है,
एक लाइन बोल के अंत कर रहा हूं।
हाँ, वक्त की कमी है मेरे पास,
क्रिश्चियनों की जमीन के ऊपर आ गई,
वक्त की कमी है,
अब क्रिश्चियन की जमीन
पर अब वक्फ के पास दलीलों की कमी है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी का मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। गौरव जी, वारिस पठान, अनुराग भदौरिया, आनंद रंगनाथन। मुझे पता है वक्त की कमी थी, लेकिन यहाँ अपनी अपनी दलीलों की नहीं। देखते रहिए न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
तो देखिए, बफ के पास दलीलों की कमी है या नहीं, अगले सेशन में भी हम इसी पर चर्चा करेंगे। लेकिन मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू प्लीज बी सीटेड फॉर अ नेक्स्ट सेशन। तो क्योंकि हम राइजिंग भारत समिट के मंच पर हैं और ऐसी इंटेंस डिस्कशंस हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बफ को और बेहतर समझने के लिए हम अपने अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। क्योंकि भारत एक ऐसा देश है जो संस्कृति और धर्म की विविधता से समृद्ध है। यहाँ पर वक्फ संपत्तियों और उनके मैनेजमेंट से जुड़ा सवाल बेहद अहम हो जाता है। और हमने जितनी भी डिस्कशंस अभी की, हमने देखा है कि सबसे ज्यादा हीटेड टॉपिक इस वक्त वक्फ ही बना हुआ है। वक्फ एक्ट आज उन चर्चाओं के केंद्र में है जो वक्फ संपत्तियों के एफिशिएंट यूज और उनके गवर्नेंस से जुड़ी हैं। क्योंकि इन संपत्तियों का मकसद ये है, क्या ये लोगों के हित में काम हो रहा है, या जो मैनेज कहा जा रहा है कि जिन चीजों को मैनेज किया जा रहा है वो उस उपयोग में आ रहा है। ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल यहां पर बना हुआ है। लेकिन आज इस सत्र में हम ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि क्या वक्फ एक्ट अपने मौजूदा ढांचे में देश और नागरिकों के बेस्ट हितों को पूरा करता है, या फिर जरूरत है किसी सुधार की, ताकि अकाउंटेबिलिटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और हमारे समाज की बदलती जरूरतों के मुताबिक इस सिस्टम को ढाला जा सके। इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी राहुल शिवशंकर को। प्लीज वो मंच पर आए, बिकॉज वही इस अगले संवाद को मॉडरेट करेंगे। और मैं पैनल से भी आपका तारुफ करवा देती हूँ। हमारे अगले पैनल में सुधांशु त्रिवेदी होंगे, राज्यसभा सांसद। वारिस पठान जी हमारे साथ होंगे, AIMIM का पक्ष रखेंगे। विष्णु शंकर जैन हैं हमारे साथ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के वकील हैं। और शाहिद अली लॉयर हैं, समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से हमारे साथ, वो अपना पक्ष यहां पर रखेंगे। वेलकम एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We promised to be better behaved than the panel before this, but we're going to discuss something very interesting. The Prime Minister has spoken for the first time on the Waqf Amendment law, and he's come out and said that it is the Congress that perpetuated iniquity in our society, and it is because the Congress believes in appeasing the hardliners that the Waqf Act of 1995 came about, giving one community privilege over all others. How does our panel this evening react to this statement by the Prime Minister and the debate that it has sparked across the political spectrum? Let's get a sense of that. I want to first begin with Varis Pathan, who is, of course, the irresistible force on this panel, and he will, of course, be taking on the immovable force, Sudhanshu ji. So, Varis bhai, I want to understand something from you. You say that the Waqf bill perpetuates inequality and discriminates against Muslims. Can you explain how?
Well, Rahul, the apprehensions which we are having regarding the Waqf Act, they are coming true now. As we rightly said that by incorporating Article 3D in the amendment, they will now say that it is ASI protected thing and they will take away the property. Their intentions were right. And so what happened yesterday? In UP, the ASI came there at the Sambal Mosque. They removed the green board. They put a blue board and that instead of Jama Masjid, now they have written it Juma Masjid. This will go on and on. That is why we say this bill, which Act now is totally unconstitutional. It is a violation of Article 14, 24, 25, 26 of the Constitution, which is given to us by Dr. Babasaheb. And I say why? Article 14 talks about equality, Rahul. Equality should be everywhere, whether with the Hindu Endowment Board or with the Muslim Waqf Board. In Hindu Endowment Board, you cannot have a non-Muslim, non-Hindu. In Waqf Board, you can have Hindus. In Hindu Endowment Board, anybody can give Waqf. But in Muslim Waqf Board, only a Muslim who's practicing 5 years as a Muslim religion is only entitled to live. Now, why is the discrimination? That limitation period. Now, Modi said that we want to remove encroachment and all. There was a bill brought in 2015, but they've removed that. Now, if a person is there encroaching the property for 12 years, he will become the owner of that property. You have removed that, whereas this is not there in their property. So here also there is a discrimination. The right to practice religion is a fundamental right guaranteed to us by the article which is given to us by the Constitution. Article 26, I have my right. You cannot interfere into what I am doing in my religious affairs. This is the private property. This is a personal religious affairs. You cannot just enter and say, no, we will take up. You talk about corruption. Well, corruption is not there. Corruption is everywhere. When the last time what we saw in the video which is viral everywhere, a judge's home, 15 crore rupees more than that were stashed in a storeroom. So corruption is, so that means, does this mean to say that Modi government take away the entire judiciary? Okay. If corruption is there, what did you do for 11 years to remove those corruption?
Okay, so
you should have taken steps to remove the mafia and everybody.
Point by point.
That's why we say it's per se illegal and this has to be repealed.
Okay, so you're making 3 points. Number one, that the state gets through the back door control over Muslim properties, especially religious properties, exclusively religious properties. You're saying also that on Hindu temple boards, you have now a new dispensation in which you cannot appoint non-Hindus, while this is going to happen on our Waqf board. And the third, which is a point that you have been making for a while now, that fundamentally you have a situation where you feel, and I find that strange because for 75 years, the state has exercised control because they apprehend corruption in Hindu temples on temples. So I don't see how you're being singled out as Muslims because the majority has suffered this for 75 years. But Sudhanshu ji, जरा आप विस्तार से ये बताइए कि ये बिल जो ये कह रहे हैं कि मुसलमानों के राइट्स को सर्कमस्क्राइब करता है, वो आप क्यों इससे डिसएग्री करते हैं?
There are three aspects. One is a technical aspect, one is a political aspect, another is a moral aspect. On technical ground, it is categorically clear. Number one, it has nothing to do with the committees of mosque, dargah, and qabristan. They are going to be unaffected by this. It has to do only with the management of the land. And it is being categorically and unequivocally stated by several high courts. In 1964, Allahabad High Court has used the word that the mutawalli cannot be an equivalent of mahant because it's not a religious act. In 1976, Calcutta High Court has clearly said that it has having no religious connection and it is not come under the purview of Article 26 of the Constitution. And in Kerala High Court judgment of 1993, they have also clearly said that this is not a religious activity. It is just doing with the management of the land. And now, come to the political question. It's a very peculiar thing to understand that from 1913 to 2013, first I would like to say there is a statement that since the matter is related to the Mohammedans and related to Mohammedans law, so there is no question of public policy arise. Means government should not have any role. You know whose statement this is? This is the statement of Muhammad Ali Jinnah in April 1913 in Imperial Legislative Council while trying to pressurize the British government, and with the help of Congress, they try to get it done. Today, they are the same language in 2025. From 1913 to 2025, nothing has changed. So, strictly on politically speaking, I would like to ask that they are having from 1913 to 2013 17 lakh acre land. And 2013 is the date in which such a committee recommendation came. And it said that the Muslims are in a worse condition than scheduled caste. But from 2013 to 2023, 21 lakh acre land has been added. It's a very peculiar, you can say, mind-boggling logic. And second thing, out of this 39 lakh acre land, I would like to ask, now political question, how many institutions, hospitals, universities, how many libraries, even the centers of Islamic excellence are there? How many for orphans, for widow, for divorcee, for the poor? Nothing. And what is the earning? Just net profit is 1 crore 25 lakhs from 39 lakh acre land. On the other hand, Ram Janmabhoomi is having 2.77 acre, 3,000 crores earning, and 400 crore contributed to the tax. So that shows they are not having any apathy even towards the Muslims. And one more thing. If they are having so much of sentiment for Islam, why there is a separate Muslim Shia Waqf Board and Central Waqf Board? It means no is having any trust if the issue of land has come. There are several examples. There are several examples of having this farmhouse, just one line, farmhouse on land. There are several examples of having commercial property, mall. Lalu Prasad Yadav ji has said, Patna mein sab kabja kar liya gaya hai, kada kanun chahiye. There are examples of 5-star hotel, but quote me a single example of hospital, library, orphanage or others. That shows कि ये सिर्फ जमींदार बनने की एक ललक है और वोट के ठेकेदार बनकर जमीन पे जमींदारी।
सुना आपकी बात जरा, मुझे एक सवाल का जवाब दो सुधांशु भाई, आपको अचानक से मुसलमानों से इतना प्रेम कैसा हो गया? यही तो शक की बात है। आपको हमारे 2 मिनट की अजान से तकलीफ है, 10 मिनट अगर कोई रास्ते में नमाज पढ़ लिया उससे तकलीफ है, आपको हमारे हिजाब से तकलीफ है, आपको हमारे खाने पीने से तकलीफ है, आपको हमारे दाढ़ी टोपी से तकलीफ है, आप अगर कोई चला गया शक की बुनियाद पे JSR नहीं बोला आप उसको मारते हो, आपको इतनी सारी चीजों से तकलीफ है, आप बिल्किस बानो के बलात्कारियों को खुले फिजाओं में छोड़ देते हो, जब छूट के आते बेल पे आप उनको गार्लैंड करते हो, टिकट देते हो, जकिया जाफरी इंसाफ मांगते मांगते मर गई, उनको आपने इंसाफ नहीं दिलाया। आपको अचानक से मोहब्बत ये जो आई है ना सुधांशु जी, ये वफ को बचाने के लिए नहीं, ये वफ को खत्म करने के लिए आप कर रहे हो, झूठ फैला रहे हो, आप भरम फैला रहे हो देश में। आप अगर आप यकीन में इंसाफ की बात करते हैं
आपके
तो
जवाब
मुसलमान बहनों को दीजिए डिमांड
आपके जवाब देने से पहले मैं एक चीज छोटी बात कहना चाहता हूं।
मुसलमान जेल में बेकसूर बंद है,
वारिस
छोड़िए
पठान
उनको, क्यों नहीं देते हो बेल उनको?
वारिस पठान साहब
नहीं देंगे
नहीं, आपको उन मुसलमानों से आज तकलीफ है जो वक्फ एक्ट को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। मणिपुर में घर जला दिया, नहीं आप मेरी बात सुनिए।
वायलेंस इज कंडेम्नेबल, मैं बोल रहा हूं आपको।
दैट इज नॉट इजी टू से, नो, बिकॉज द चिलिंग इफेक्ट of that act, and it's not just against one Muslim in Manipur. There have been several incidents where Muslims who have supported the BJP's position on the Waqf Act have been attacked. The chilling effect that goes through the community means that hundreds and thousands of other Muslims, women, pasmandas, others from different communities who are benefiting will also now keep quiet. So this is not an exception. And this doesn't mean that there's one incident. But one second, let him respond.
Jafar in our community.
Let him, no, Mir Jafar.
Peculiar gains and benefits are
so if people follow the constitution.
Because Modi has given them
okay,
post,
so one second.
they want something from Modi, that's why they're
no, one second. Are you saying,
knowing that they are going
are you
against
saying
the
that
Muslim
people
orphans?
who respect the constitution are Mir Jafars?
No, this is the question of not respecting
the Constitution.
We are respecting the Constitution, okay. And that is why we have moved the Supreme Court. Had we not respected the Constitution, we would not taken the due process of law. We have gone to the Supreme Court.
Good.
We have filed an appeal before the Honorable Supreme Court.
That's a good thing. I'm not denying.
But there are certain people who want to just sit with that
so
Modi gives them something.
They have a right.
And for their peculiar,
that is democracy,
personal peculiar gains and benefits.
That doesn't matter. That is also democracy.
He has used the word that he is against violence. But Afzal Halat ka mara hai. Who was the mastermind of attacking parliament. याकूब मेनन की जुडिशियल किलिंग हुई है, जाकिर नायक शांति का मसीहा है, इशरत जहां बेटी है, हाफिज साहब है, भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाल्लाह कहने वाले भटके नौजवान हैं। गजब की डाइकोटोमी ऑफ द कैरेक्टर है कि आई एम अगेंस्ट वायलेंस बट आई एम इन फेवर ऑफ दोज। आप ऐसे मुस्लिम्स के साथ रहते हैं। लेट मी कंप्लीट द सेंटेंस सर, सुनिए,
वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट आई वांट टू मेक।
व्हेन मनमोहन सिंह वाज प्राइम मिनिस्टर, हु वाज इनवाइटेड टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर हाउस? यासीन मलिक, हु वाज accused of murdering several IAF officers. When Modi ji became prime minister in 2015, which Muslim was invited? it was the 50th year of the martyrdom of Veer Abdul Hamid. His entire family and his wife was invited and respected. That is quite clear कि वीर अब्दुल हमीद जैसे अच्छे और सच्चे मुसलमानों के साथ हम हैं और अपराधियों और आतंकवादियों के साथ आप हैं।
आपके आपके खुद के एलाय शिवसेना के लीडर संजय निरुपम ने कहा कि अगर आप शाहीन बाग बनाओगे हम जलियान वाला बाग बना देंगे, जनरल डायर तैयार कर देंगे। आप उसके खंडन करते हो नहीं करते हो? बोलिए क्या स्टेप लिया आपने उसके खिलाफ है, क्या एक्शन लिया आपने उसके खिलाफ है? आप जलियान वाला बाग बनाएंगे, जनरल डायर बनाएंगे। उसके बाद भगत सिंह पैदा हुआ था और वारिस पठान बोल रहा है आप बनाएंगे, आप बनाओ जलियान वाला बाग, वारिस पठान आगे खड़ा रहेगा, मारो मेरे सीने पे गोली, आएंगे गोली हक की इंसाफ की लड़ाई के लिए।
सुनिए, हाँ ये वायलेंस के अगेंस्ट है। 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा लो तो देख लेंगे। 20% 100 करोड़ में भारी पड़ेगा।
जलियानवाला की बात तो जुदा नहीं कर रहे हो।
क्या छोड़िए,
बुल्ले काटे जाएंगे, राम राम चिल्लाएंगे, उसका कंडेमनेशन करो नहीं करेंगे।
प्लीज वारिस भाई, look, we are
coming to the serious aspect.
We're one stage today.
Can he quote a single Muslim country in which Waqf board is having this type of provisions which India's Waqf board is having? I challenge him. Second thing, can he quote a single minority community in India? Does Buddhists have this right? No. Sikhs have this type of right? No. Christians have this type of rights? No. Parsis have it? No. Jews have? No. Even the Christians, the Catholic Bishop Council of Kerala has written a letter on 31st of March this year that this should be amended because 400-acre land of Christians has been claimed by them. This is the fundamental. दोनों में से बता दीजिए, एक
दूसरी जगह पे संविधान है क्या?
भारत से बता दीजिए,
दिया हुआ संविधान है क्या? सऊदी के अंदर कानून आप चोरी करोगे, हाथ काटने के वो भारत में लाना चाहते हो क्या? अभी आप जलियांवाला तो बनाने वाले हो ना यहाँ पे, बनाओ जलियांवाला बाग, आएंगे भगत सिंह बन के खड़े रहेंगे सामने, मारो गोली। अरे टेक ओवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट, you have a right to protest, you don't have a right to impose full penalty on us. Under what provision of law did you impose full penalty on us?
Okay, I'll have to shut down your mic, please. Let's not shout at each other. Please, we're within earshot. For God's sakes, there's a whole live audience. Calm down. Okay, let's look at the constitutional question, because the matter now is going to go to the courts. We've tackled the politics here. Let's go to the constitutional question. Vishnu Shankar Jain, you've been arguing. In fact, you might even be moving the courts. I want to ask you, is this bill legally infirm? I see certain precedents that have been cited, and I have them here. In fact, there are several. There is the Shri Adi Visheshwari of Kashi Vishwanath Temple versus the state of UP, where legal precedents support state oversight. There are Supreme Court rulings. So, can you explain a little bit of that? And then I want Ali Saab also to come in.
First of all, I want to ask a question that what does this Amendment Act 2025 has done? Let me give you a very brief glance. Section 40 used to say, Rahul, that Waqf board has the power to declare any land as Waqf property. That has been deleted. Section 104 used to give a provision that a non-Muslim can also donate to Waqf, which was against the Islamic tenets. That has been deleted. Section 107 gave an exemption of the Waqf from the Limitation Act. That has been deleted. The Administration of Evacuee Property Act, which all the properties were of central government, that was given to Waqf by Rajiv Gandhi government by Section 108, that has been deleted. So the unfettered and unchecked powers which were there under the Waqf Act 1995 has been curtailed by the present Amendment Act 2025. Now, let's come to the constitutional aspect of it. The first Waqf Act in this country was introduced pre-independence in 1913, and the next Waqf Act came in 1923. And Rahul, if you will have the provisions of those two acts, the only provision was there to get the Waqf property registered before the district judge. It is over a period of time, over these 100 years, that so much powers have been given that today we know a very well-known saying is there in the legal terms, power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it is because of that Surat Municipal Corporation was declared as Waqf property. Allahabad High Court's land, a portion of Allahabad High Court's land was declared as a Waqf property matter, traveled till the Supreme Court. Then Bed Dwarka was claimed to be Waqf property. Chandrasekhar Azad Park was claimed to be the Waqf property. So the present Amendment Act has only curtailed the unchecked powers which was given to the Waqf board. And Rahul, let's analyze. The major ground of challenge is what? That you have introduced two non-Muslim members in the Waqf Council and in the Waqf board. This is the major ground of challenge. Now in the Waqf Council, how many members are there? 22 members are there. And these two non-Muslim members will not be ex officio. It is mentioned in the act. These two non-Muslim members in the Waqf board will not be ex officio. So when you were receiving money from the non-Muslims under section 104, then also they were there. And I want to ask you a question. वारिस भाई भी मुझे बताएं, दो बातों का जवाब दें. Where is, in which Quranic text or in which hadith the concept of verb by user is there? Please tell me. Point number one. Point number two, Waris bhai, please bataiye whether the Waqf Act 1995 does not apply, whether the Waqf Act 1995 applies to non-Muslims or not. It applies because of the judgment of the Supreme Court, Rahul and Rashid Wali Beg. So if it applies to non-Muslims, just let me finish. If the Waqf Act 1995 applies to non-Muslims, why should non-Muslim members should not be there in the Waqf Council and Waqf Board? If it applies to me.
Okay, now
and according to my submission, it applies.
Acha, Vishnu, you have raised a very nice question. I'll rebut it. You spoke about equality. You spoke about the constitution. You say why it should not be applied here, why is applying there. Hindu Endowment Board. Why don't you allow Muslims to be a part of it? Because no, in Hindu Endowment Board, you will allow other people from other community to give waqf, to give donation. But that is not
it's not a masjid committee.
Do you have removed now?
About temple committees.
And anybody can donate now. But as per the new amendment, Muslims can only donate to Muslims in our waqf. That too 5 years you have to show that you are a practicing Muslim. Now what is the criteria to show that a person is practicing for 5 years? Okay. What is the criteria? I want to know that because Rahul, if I want to donate, I should know the criteria for donating for 5 years.
बहुत साफ बात है. देखिए ये बात मैंने पार्लियामेंट में भी बोली थी. I want to make it very clear. इस्लाम में बहुत क्लियर मान्यता है कि जो गैर मुस्लिम है उसकी तो दुआ नहीं कबूल होती तो दान कैसे कबूल हो जाएगा. इट इज इन रिस्पेक्ट टू, अदरवाइज दुआ कबूल हो जाए तो कन्वर्जन की जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई.
दुआ तो सब मानते हैं, दुआ हाथ जिसके नहीं उसकी दूसरी बात क्या बात करते हो, सबकी दुआ कबूल होती है. ये झूठ आप फैलाओ मत सर. पूरे बड़े पार्लियामेंटेरियन हो, आपकी बात लोग सुन
रहे हैं. हमारे माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर गए, वो मदीना में एक लेवल तक जा सकते, उसके आगे नहीं जा सकते बिकॉज ही इज अ नॉन मुस्लिम. तो भाई इबादत नहीं कबूल हो सकती है, जायदाद कैसे कबूल हो सकती है? इट इज स्ट्रिक्टली इन अकॉर्डेंस विद द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ इस्लाम. वरना कोई मुल्ला मौलवी मुफ्ती मुकर्रम बारी हाफिज से कहलवा दें कि गैर मुस्लिम की दुआ अल्लाह मियां कबूल कर लेते हैं तो मैं मानने को तैयार हूं. यहां पे पॉइंट दिखाई पड़ता है कि यू वांट टू मैनिपुलेट द थिंग्स एज पर योर पर्सनल चॉइसेस. बट वन थिंग इज वेरी क्लियर that as he has pointed out कि जो लीगल प्रोविजंस हैं, लीगल प्रोविजंस बिल्कुल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के हिसाब से किए गए हैं. जो अधिकार सबको हैं वही अधिकार आपको है. मगर अफसोस जानते क्या होता है? जिनके दिमाग में आज भी बादशाही बैठी हुई है, जिनके दिमाग में आज भी हम तो कभी हुजूर नवाब थे हुक्मरान वक्त, जिस जमीन पे उंगली रख दी वो हमारी हो गई, वो अब दौर खत्म हो गया.
यही गलत है, यही झूठ है. जिस जमीन पे हमने रख दी कहां से आ गया? अरे जो अगर वक्फ करता है तो बताता है मेरी प्रॉपर्टी है, सर्वे ऑफिसर अपॉइंट होता है, ऑफिसर रिपोर्ट बनाता है, गैजेट होता है, नोटिफिकेशन होता है, उसके बाद वक्फ होता है. ये आप लोग ने फैला नहीं, ये जगह मेरी, ये होटल मेरा. ये झूठ बोल बोल के आपने पब्लिक को डराया. ये तमाम बातें झूठ है. भू माफिया बैठा हुआ था वो भी डराया. भू माफिया तो आपने निकाला क्यों नहीं? 11 साल से क्या मदद किया आपने भू माफिया निकालने के लिए?
अहमद था भू माफिया, उसको निकाला भाई. 100 करोड़ की वक्त प्रॉपर्टी हड़प के बैठा.
निकाला किधर? उसके बाद यहाँ पे मुंबई के अंदर आगा खान ट्रस्ट की जगह है, ऑर्फनेज. निकालो आप उसको वहां से. उद्योगपति ने बड़ा बंगला बना दिया वहाँ पे, नहीं निकालेंगे आप.
जो वारिस भाई प्रोसीजर बता रहे हैं यही बात सेक्शन 3B में आई है. जो वारिस भाई प्रोसीजर बता रहे हैं यही बात सेक्शन 36 में आई है कि वफ अब बिना वफ डीड के नहीं होगा. इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या? और मैं एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं, जस्ट कीप द रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट. वफ में द मैनेजर ऑफ द वफ इज नॉट द वफ बोर्ड, द मुतवल्ली इज द मैनेजर ऑफ वफ, नॉट द वफ बोर्ड.
शाहिद अली, लेट मी ब्रिंग हिम इन आल्सो. ही इज बीन सिटिंग.
और पूछा था कैसे डिसाइड होगा कि प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम है. इट्स वेरी क्लियर. हम सबको हर जगह अपना रिलीजन लिखना पड़ता है. तो जिस समय सेंसस में अगर आपने अपना रिलीजन मुस्लिम लिखा हुआ तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. इफ यू आर कन्वर्टेड then you have to get a certificate from a Maulvi. And that should be 5 years old.
ये हिंदुइज्म में है?
नहीं, हिंदुइज्म में तो कन्वर्जन का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है भाई. हमारे यहाँ कन्वर्जन का कॉन्सेप्ट
क्या करेंगे आप? कन्वर्जन भी अप्लाई करेंगे क्या?
हमारे यहाँ कन्वर्जन का कॉन्सेप्ट.
टाइम भी दे दीजिए इन दोनों को, कोई मसला नहीं.
सॉरी,
मेरा टाइम भी इन दोनों को दे दीजिए, कोई मसला नहीं.
ओके, नो क्यों?
If they have been continuing, they have been this speaking, my time may also be given to them. I have no objection.
Okay, no, please make your point, sir. Make your point.
So, this Waqf Amendment Bill, which has been brought into this Act, Waqf Act, this is not only against the Constitution. I will tell you, This is against the secularism. This is against the preamble of Constitution. This violates basic features of India. Basic features cannot be amended or cannot be abrogated by anyone. So since by virtue of these provisions of these amendments, they have abrogated the basic feature, we believe that this will not stand before the Honorable Court. How this violates not only the preamble, but Article 26(14), I will tell. India is standing on three pillars basically, the executive, legislative and judiciary. Now by virtue of these amendments, they have curtailed the powers of judiciary and they have conferred power upon the executive in the form of DM. So presently the power will lie were with the Waqf board, or with the Waqf tribunal. Tribunal basically is the court, judicial court. So they have taken the power from the Waqf tribunal and they have conferred power to the DM. He will ascertain as to who has the title. In India, here is a judicial system. Only the courts, judicial system can try and can establish and can tell by way of passing a judgment as to who is the owner. The title can be decided only by the honorable courts, not by executive officer. So by taking power from judiciary, they are conferring power from executive. So you have been demolishing one of the pillar of India. So whether India will be standing on two pillars, which is standing on three pillars?
But do you know that some people will say that this is an attempt at equalizing the distinctions? Because for Hindus, this has been the case for 75 years, sir. So let's put that into perspective. Let's put that out there also. There's been an inequity. Anyhow, very quickly, Vishnu Shankar Jain, on this point that he has made, I'll leave it at this then. Very quickly.
According to me, Shahid Bhai is relying upon the principles of secularism. That dichotomy is that when secularism was introduced in the constitution, there was no JPC which was constituted. The stakeholders were not allowed to participate and there were no discussion. But anyways, but Shahid Bhai is saying that there are certain rights which have been violated. So point is this, Rahul, according to me, according to my legal scrutiny, this present Amendment Act is completely in consonance with the provisions of the Constitution. Only those provisions have been deleted which were violating the principles of fundamental rights and which were making the other sections of the society feeling discriminated in violation of Article 14, 25 and 26 of the Constitution.
Well, viewers, this is an unending debate, as you can see.
One thing I would like to ask, he has asked about secularism. I challenge anybody, even the listeners.
I accept the challenge.
Sir, let me complete. Can you quote a single secular country in the world which is having provisions like Waqf board, triple talaq, Mehram, Halala, Hajj subsidy? And if there is a conflict between Sharia and Supreme Court, Shabano case, then the Parliament trounced the Supreme Court and established Sharia over the Supreme Court. I challenge, just name one secular country.
I accept this challenge. I accept this challenge. Farmer bill. I accept this challenge and the debate may be convenient.
No, but I'll just say one
example.
I accept all this.
It happens only in Muslim countries. So they tried to convert India a partial Muslim country in the garb of secularism.
Absolutely not.
Otherwise,
okay, we leave it at this. We'll close the debate. Run out of time. Run out of time. Run out of time. I've run out of time.
In the Constituent Assembly debate, anybody can go and check. The secularism, what was proposed by Mr. K.T. Shah, and who has participated in the debate was Dr. Ambedkar.
We are going off track.
It was rejected
Gentlemen,
because
please.
Dr. Ambedkar said, अगर minority होगा तो secular नहीं होना चाहिए, secular होगा तो minority नहीं होता. किसी secular देश में minority नहीं होती.
We're off out of time and we're off topic now. I'll leave it at this. Please. Too quarrelsome, please. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. It's all over. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, let's cut this. Thank you. It's over. The debate is over, sir. The debate is over.
Clearly said. I would like the audience and your entire nation to know that Mr. has said that they want to remove the secularism from the constitution. अरे आवाज आएगा ऐसा भी है. Outside also जा सकते.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Rahul, for that very fiery discussion. As many of you are aware, the global trade environment has become increasingly complex in recent years, as has the politics of our nation. And one of the most significant shifts has been the imposition of reciprocal tariffs by the United States. This move has placed India in the spotlight, highlighting the delicate balance between economic growth, trade policy, and international relations. This upcoming session today will focus on understanding how these tariffs are affecting India's trade dynamics, the challenges they present for Indian industries, and the broader implications on the economy. To provide a deeper understanding of how India can best respond to these tariffs while continuing to thrive on the global stage. My colleague Shivani Gupta will be moderating the session today. Shivani, the stage is all yours. And joining Shivani with us is Gusharan Singh, who is a renowned economist, Dipanshu Mohan, Director, Center for New Economic Studies, and P.K. Basu, economist. What a stellar set of experts Shivani has. And I'm sure you all can't miss this discussion. It's the topic of discussion today. In fact, Dr. Jaishankar was with us, and he couldn't help but touch upon that topic as well. The stage is all yours.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Akansha. I know that we've had a few fiery rounds and people need a break, but a big round of applause, please, for the three gentlemen joining me here on stage. Actually, this is the burning issue of our times, isn't it? But we're going to have a much sober debate. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but let's have it at it. Let me begin with you, Gusharan Das, and I'll dive right in. India is in a precarious situation because we're kind of doing okay. We're kind of okay as far as the heat from US tariffs, reciprocal tariffs is concerned. But, you know, we are not the major player in the market. So we have to be very wary of the headwinds that come our way because of others that are getting affected, namely US and China. So US increased its tariff in a fit to 104% on China. Just yesterday, China has increased its tariffs on US goods to 84% now. Are we all going to burn in this fire, which is primarily between US and China? That's the big question.
Well, first, I would say that India is in a relatively better position because we are not an exporting country. Now, that's not something to be proud of, but in this circumstance, it means that the impact will be relatively modest. And secondly, in the products that we sell to America, the tariffs on our competitors are higher than they are to us. So we have that particular advantage. Where we are going to get hurt is because the global economy is weakening as we speak, moving to a recession, and it will, and that recession in the world will hurt us.
But actually, Gusharan Das, interesting you talked about a global economy. Many believe the global economy is dead. There is nothing called globalism going forward.
Well, I wouldn't say quite that, but I would say that this is also an opportunity for India. If we play our cards well, this may be the opportunity to really become an exporting country, which is to say that the reality today is partly why we are not an exporting country is because our tariffs are too high. And therefore, we have not been able to join the global supply chains. And as a result of that, we have, frankly, the main issue for India, there's only one big issue for India, and that is jobs.
Right.
Half of India's population is still on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
And the farms only need those, and that's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no future of rising. We're talking about India rising.
Mm.
They have no future. So the only way that this can be done will be through creating a larger manufacturing base.
Mm.
Every country that rose up, since 1991, India has grown at 6.35%. Now, this is very good for democracy. We have lifted 450 million people out of poverty. the middle class has grown from 10% to 30%. Now, this is all very good.
But we have to do so much
But
more.
we have not created an industrial revolution.
Yes, and that has been a pain point for quite some time. We've been hearing
Correct.
about it for the last 15, 20 years at least. But Dipanshu, sticking to the tariffs, I want to press on this question with you. Is the global economy, the way it used to function, dead? Is that order dead? What is going to come after this if this is what is going to happen?
Okay, thank you for having me here. Much more civic in terms of what I was listening in the last 2 sessions. So it's a very critical point in economic history and political history for nations. There are turning points in history for every century. This is precisely one of them. So a lot of things would look clearer 6 months, a year down the line. Where I think India is in a relatively better position is that it started aligning with other regional groups much earlier in the conversation. I think thanks to a little bit of foresighted thinking by the current administration, at least on projection purposes. So one good example is what India's been doing in BIMSTEC, within conversations as part of BRICS. It's trying as much as possible to be part of regional groupings where they have strategic interests.
Is that the way to go? Regional more than global?
Absolutely, because in the rise of multipolarity, there are multiple poles of strategic alignment. And you have regional competitive advantages. Where I think India has been affected economically is that it's been very vulnerable on a few sectors, which I am sort of worried, which is agriculture, sectors like dairy, poultry, which will be big contesting points in its FTA conversations with the US. That's under a sort of discussion point. It's been a larger trade issue for many developing countries.
Yes.
And I think because we have lesser leverage given what the US is doing, you would find these sectors to be very critical in the way how India positions itself.
Okay.
As of right now, if you really look at the information out, we don't really have a very clear, cohesive trade policy vision. And I'm using the word trade policy because it's different from broader foreign policy. There are strategic, military interests, where you have a clear understanding who your principal trade partners are, not by the data, but by the vision of your alignment. And India has right now an FTA negotiation even with the EU. I think the diversion of the trade conflict from what you're going to see between the US and China will have ramifications on India as well. And I think it is there where there is a case for a better alignment of India's partnership within the Asian continent and in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, you know, of course, a lot of people are also suggesting why don't India and China get together better and kind of ride this out. But we all know the problems we have, the geosecurity issues, the national strategic issues that we have. So if I have time, I'll try and touch on that. But P.K. Basu, I want to ask you this. Donald Trump is saying countries are coming to him and begging him. Should India also join that queue, or should we stand our ground? What is the best way to negotiate with Donald Trump?
Well, let's get away from some of the rhetoric and the sort of abuse of Trump that is now sort of the global consensus. Donald Trump has been very clear, since 1988 at least, that America is being taken for a ride. I think in 1988 he was perhaps a little bit ahead of his time. But the simple fact is that what America faces and the world faces is one economy, China, that is not a market-based economy. And I have been saying this for 25 years, and I'm glad that Donald Trump now also says something similar in roundabout ways. But the simple fact is this. So if you look at China, in the year 2000, I'll just start with steel. Steel is a very basic thing that is produced all over the world. In the year 2000, world steel production was 840 million tons, of which China produced 128 million. And it was already the largest amount of steel produced by any country in history. By 2007, that went to 400 million tons for China. And at that year, in March 2007, 18 years ago, Wen Jiabao, the premier of China, used the 4 uns, that the economy is unstable, uncoordinated, and unsustainable, etc. So he was referring to overcapacity in China then. Guess what? Steel production in China in the year 2020 reached 1,065 million tons. Way more, 200 million tons more than the whole world was producing in the year 2000. So now, this is just one. But if you look at automobiles, semiconductors, solar panels, everything, China produces way more than the rest of the world combined. Is this because China is very competitive? No. It is because China does not respond to market signals. It just keeps... this is the same thing as the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union had too much steel capacity, it built up massive inventories. When China has too much steel capacity, it exports it to the world at below the cost of production, which is called dumping.
Yes.
Now, that is defined as dumping. Okay? So, what we have now is a situation where the US is dealing with China. Now, thank goodness, Trump is dealing with China on our behalf. We should all have been doing this.
We should be thanking him.
We should have been doing this 20 years ago.
So
now,
don't curse Trump.
Okay, now let me just complete this.
Yeah,
the complete point is that most of the rest of the world is negotiating. We have already started negotiating with the US long before April 2nd. We've been negotiating, and we are going to negotiate a mutual reduction in tariff. Once there's a mutual reduction in tariff, there will be no question of a global recession. But global trade will be very disrupted because at the moment, a lot of what is called these global supply chains, they're all centered around China. They used to be centered around ASEAN before the 98 Asian crisis.
So
they are now centered around China.
If I get you correctly, you're saying this is an opportunity for the rest of the Asian
So the simple fact is, for India, the opportunity is this. The opportunity is that most of our competitors are now paying more. So let's just look at Vietnam and Bangladesh. They were paying 0 tariffs in the US for textiles and garments. They will now pay 37% for Bangladesh and 46% for Vietnam. We lost our GSP benefits in the US market in June 2017. Trump took them away. But he didn't take them away from Bangladesh and Vietnam. So now we have a huge advantage. Now, Gurchan correctly pointed out that labor-intensive manufacturing is the one area where we've completely missed the boat. We've missed the boat. We find every opportunity once a decade to miss the boat there. This time we have a real opportunity to do that well. Now, I also saw...
Minute each to both of our guests. They've raised their fingers. Yes.
So, I would just say, let's think of this moment as another 1991 moment for India. Trump could be our best friend because ultimately, and PK has shown the way, that really it is only through labor-intensive manufacturing via the global brands, because we forget Indian market is actually relatively small, and we need the best story for India today is Apple, the iPhone. If we just duplicate the iPhone model to all the labor-intensive sectors, and it can be done, but it means work. Forget the work of reforms but you know, when the Prime Minister of Vietnam heard that India had got the iPhone, he flew to Cupertino, California to talk to the head of Apple, and he said, now we have lost the iPhone, give us the tablet, give us the iPad. And he got it. Now, every chief minister in India has to behave in that way. And it can be done.
So opportunity, but it needs to be grabbed. And as you were saying, gentlemen, that we have missed those opportunities in the past. Dipanshu, very quickly, I have a final round of questions.
But one thing we have to be clear. We have 10 years of data. of the current government and what it has done. My problem is a lot of this has been said year after year. They've had number of opportunities. What you would find it difficult to understand is the issue around precursor to labor-intensive manufacturing is human capital development. And if you see year after year, the natural weightage of budgetary allocations towards areas of human capital development has repeatedly been falling. Now, where you would find India to become ready is investing in a medium to long-term vision, which I feel is more or less lacking. And I think unless and until, because we're talking about Rising Bharat, if you don't have a long-term vision to become another Vietnam, or to become another Bangladesh, or to become another, South Korea, the evidence right now is we're falling more in a Latin American trap of high debt, government putting a lot of money, private sector not investing enough, consumption demand weakening, and you have a situation where you're sort of battling for yourself. So we have to be very clear that what is our vision, not just in policy, but in action. And I think I am not convinced by looking at the last few years that we're able to do it. We started doing it in 2014. The first 2 years of FDI data is very promising, even for private investment. But America is facing its demonetization moment now, like we did in 2016.
Okay.
So you have a big issue with the intent being there to do the right thing, but the way this is being done is going to erode a lot of good faith.
Let me ask a couple of rapid fire. P.K. Vasu.
But can I just respond to this?
Okay, go ahead.
You see, the basic thing that most people don't understand is that we lament the fact that private investment hasn't really picked up in India.
In India, yeah.
Private investment has been stagnant pretty much around the world for 25 years because of China. You look at the level of investment spending in the United States today compared to 25 years ago. The CAGR is less than 3%. You look at Korea, CAGR growth, compound annual growth rate for private investment spending in Korea is less than 1%. So Indonesia, Jokowi was president for 10 years. And during that time, he came in saying, I want 7% growth. What did he achieve? Less than 5%. Why? Because he couldn't get investment spending going. This is not specific to us. In fact, we are the second fastest growing in terms of investment.
He doesn't agree
Second
with you.
point is, it's completely, this is data. Now, the final point I'll make, one more, is that, we often say that we haven't industrialized. We missed the industrial revolution. Not true. India is the second biggest producer of steel, aluminium, cement in the world, with the fourth biggest producer of cars in the world. Electronics and labor-intensive manufacturing are the two areas where we failed. Electronics is picking up. If you look at electronics, they're now about 10% of our merchandise exports. This year, they've grown about 40%. They've continued to grow strongly for the last 5 years. So we're beginning to see a pickup there.
Okay.
But there's a lot of
I'll take
space to grow.
precursors from previous panels. If the government has to do its bidding, let the government do its bidding. I mean, you have to look at the facts. Indonesia has done remarkably well in drawing private capital formation. India has not invested enough in human capital development. There have been studies last 3 decades of higher functional illiteracy. You have more enrollment in schools, colleges, but you have a situation of higher youth unemployment than ever before.
Okay.
And this is something we have to be very practical about.
Okay, I have a rapid fire question set for you. So, Gushan, very quickly, please add to this, then I'll go to my rapid fire. You wanted to add to this?
Well, all I want to say is, let's not worry about why we failed so far to become a manufacturing powerhouse, why we seem to have skipped from a green revolution, making agriculture a surplus sector, to a leader in the IT economy. What now is a golden moment, because with the tariffs against China being so high, every multinational company is scared. And China +1, which we have not been able to harvest that strategy, this is almost like waiting, a fruit that's almost falling on the ground that we should grab.
But we said that after COVID too.
Yes, that's exactly my point, sir. We have been saying this year after year. I've been part of so many budgetary discussions as well. This is your 91 moment. This is an intellectual bankruptcy because I've been part of those conversations back and forth.
I disagree with what he's saying.
And I think this has to be put in
I think we have on my left
I didn't know this
a
was going to
Senate.
be so heated.
Sorry.
Okay, one by one.
No, so let me just point out. Our public debt as a percent of GDP is coming down. Our external debt as a percent of GDP was 24% in 2014. It's now 17%.
82%.
It's coming
Where is
down.
it coming down?
24% to 17%. External
The
debt
IMF has just warned us.
So
have you looked at the report of the IMF, which has just warned that your government debt to GDP is going over 80%, which is a red marker? I've been studying financial crisis
in the United
for
States,
15 years.
what it is in Indonesia, or what it is in Korea.
India is
So
not
what are you talking
Indonesia.
about?
India is not Indonesia.
So the point is, the point I just like to make on industrial.
Very quickly.
So let us just look at steel, for instance, right? I started with steel. Steel production in China and the world has been declining for the last 3 years. The only one of the top 10 steel producing countries in the world that has seen an increase in steel production is India. It's gone from 100 million tons in 2020 to 149 million tons last year.
Let me say, there is a silver lining.
India's deindustrializing. It is industrializing and growing rapidly.
The macro questions from the sectoral questions. If you want to talk about sectors, I mean, we can talk the whole day.
So
the macro picture has to be put in perspective.
Macro picture is really good.
I have to intervene, running out of time. So, silver lining to the dark cloud. And of course, we can look at it as half glass full or half glass empty. But I do want to fire 2-3 rapid questions very, very quickly. PK Basu, I'll start with him. Because I asked you the question about Trump. Friend or foe? Donald Trump.
Friend.
Dipanshu? Donald Trump, friend or foe?
Yeah. Friend, yeah.
Well, the same here. Grab the opportunity. This is the moment.
Is he a friend
Go
to us
for
or
it.
a foe to us?
Well, thanks to him, China's tariffs are 100 and whatever you said.
Yeah.
And thanks to him, we have every multinational now wants to leave China, and this is the time to grab the opportunity.
Okay, next question then. Tariff war, in the larger scheme of things, good or bad for world economy?
Obviously bad for the world economy short term.
In the long term?
Good for US manufacturing strength in the medium term, and hence good for a broad-based industrial recovery in the US, which is good for the world.
Dipanshu, same question.
I just said, I mean, in the long term, we're all dead. That's what Keynes said. You have to be very honest.
Okay.
It is bad because, as I said, this is America's demonetization moment.
Okay.
We can capitalize, but we are not showing any
Rapid
promise.
fire. Good or bad? Tariff wars.
It is very bad for the world economy.
Okay.
It's also very bad for the United States. So this, I mean, there was a reasonably good order. And what we needed was to reinforce and return to a multilateral system.
Okay, but at the same time, you all agree this is an opportunity for India, right?
No,
yes,
yeah.
yes, and yes.
I want to just say one last thing.
I do accept this cynic here.
Most people are now saying that China is about to take over the world. You know, you must understand the Chinese economy is a colonial economy. Even Chinese, China still has 40% of its population living in rural areas.
Yeah.
They provide the cheap labor that drives China's economy. So 10% of China, which is the Communist Party membership, benefits, and the rest are slaves.
Okay,
so
we can discuss Chinese
we
system
don't want to be
versus
part of
our
China.
system
Separate
till
discussion
the
on
cows
China.
come
We
home.
need
That's
a
a separate
separate
discussion. But I did want to end on a nice, slightly better note. The RBI has cut rates today, so consumers are a little happy. We don't know what the markets will do, how they'll behave, but generally speaking, India not
But
as
you
bad
have to
as
see
the
whether
rest.
it is passed on by the banks to the consumers.
Sure enough.
Just because RBI has cut rates doesn't mean
Sure
banks.
enough, the government does need some sentiment boost. And let's hope that at least as far as India is concerned, it's going to be in a better stead than the rest of the world. I do have to thank our guests for joining us. Pleasure talking to all of you, and thanks a lot for making this heated. Thank you. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone, for our esteemed guests. 3 economists never agreeing on anything, that's a good sign.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you, esteemed panelists. As Malcolm X rightly said, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. And so, as Sir said, let's seize the moment. I'm sure you all enjoyed that very insightful conversation. As I was saying, that External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar was also here with us at Rising Bharat. And he also spoke extensively about it, but good to hear all those varied insights. And since we are now talking about future, let's also talk about the past. Up next, we are about to embark on a journey through time, exploring how India's rich history shapes its present and will influence its future. In this session, we will have to ask ourselves those crucial questions. How do we learn from our past to shape our present? What role does history play in crafting the identity of modern India? And perhaps most importantly, what kind of India do we envision for generations to come? Let's dive into this dialogue and see where it takes us. And for that, may I invite Anand Narasimhan to please moderate this session for us. Anand, the stage is all yours. And joining us for this session are Mr. Uday Maharkar, who is a former CIC, Professor Makhan Lal, who's a historian and author, and Sanat Pular, who's a historian and art collector. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Anand, the stage is all yours.
Namaste. This is a conversation I've always loved to speak about, our history. The past, present and the future, let's have a historical dialogue. That's the thought process. Uday Maharkar ji and Makhan ji and also Sanat. Thank you very, very much. My first question is, to understand our past, कहते हैं कि अतीत को समझना आवश्यक है, यानी भूत को, we have to understand. और भूत, if you are able to understand our past, reconcile with our past, accept it, that's when we can live in the present and perhaps look ahead to the future. How much do we know our history? And how much do we need to know our history to even be able to perhaps understand the present circumstances so that we can course correct for the future?
I think there are many false and true narratives going around, in terms of history. I think if we don't interpret history properly based on true history, then our future is difficult. You need to identify true history and then interpret it properly. So I think there is a need for National History Interpretation Commission. I think so. Correct. Now I'll put 2-3 things. Sultanate period. Amir Khusro. Correct. Amir Khusro is sold as a great Sufi and great symbol of Hindu-Muslim brotherhood. But he was supporting Alauddin Khilji also. If you look at the Sultanate period, you see one big, we have a very ordinary sense of history, Now, entire Muslim period is clubbed as Mughal period. It is not correct. Sultanate period is the worst period for Hindus in their entire history. There is not a single ruler during Sultanate period from Iltutmish to Lodi, Tughlaq, Firoz Tughlaq, Muhammad Tughlaq, who can be called secular by any yardstick.
So this you're saying...
So that is the most painful period. Then comes Akbar. No, I'll tell you. I am not pitching for a ultra-right narrative as such. Then comes Akbar. Akbar initially is a fanatic, and after 1570, he turns to modern interpretation of Islam and, becomes a moderate for that matter. Now, Akbar is the first person who withdraws jizya tax. He is the first person who puts a stop to temple destruction. So now this whole narrative where Akbar is being compared virtually with Aurangzeb, I think it's not correct. Aurangzeb was certainly most fanatical person, but he was only half fanatical as compared to Khiljis and Tughlaqs.
Okay.
Get your point?
Okay.
Second, you see, the period between 8th and 12th centuries, when these Khajuraho-like temples were made, where even orgies were, depicted on the walls, correct? That is being sold as a golden period. My sense of history, my understanding of history, based on very good books, says that that was a decadent period of Indian history. Because Vamachari Tantric cult had taken over the society. There were Kapaliks who were doing sex in the open in the 8th and 9th century and 10th century. Correct? And that was the reason why Islam got a foothold in India. So what is being sold, by people who want to serve perverted content, sexually perverted content, that we are a land of those temples.
Liberal values, open values.
I don't think so, because that is the decadent period, because it was the period where Vamachari Tantric cult took hold of the society.
Correct. What I am asking you, Udayji, is why is it that a nation or a civilization, and Professor Makhanlalji, I'm going to ask you this question again, that we have an itihasa of more than 7,000-8,000 years if you were to go by what Rakhi Ghadi has shown us. How is it that that is all concised into 500-600 years, 1,000 years, jo hamara atit tha? Is that what is going to help us define who you are going to be in the future? Is 10,000 years of history, is that so much so difficult to accept, understand, grasp, that कि इसको अब इतने में ही सीमित कर देते हैं, भाई ये वाला पीरियड है, इसको निकाल लो, जैसे इंस्टा शॉर्ट्स हो गया, तो हिस्ट्री शॉर्ट्स नहीं हो सकता. That's exactly what's happening.
I'm very grateful to you for asking this question, and this question I answer you as a university professor for 45 years. I taught in Banaras Hindu University, Cambridge University, Aligarh Muslim University. So this question is very dear to me. Why history? Why 500 years history or 10,000 years history? Let me explain it in simplest possible word, which I learned as teacher. Every time you fill a form, you write your name, you write your date of birth, you write your village name or city name, you write your father's name, mother's name, your qualification. What that form is, that's your history. That's your identity. Remember that. That little form is your identity. Because of that, एक कलम उसमें और रहता है. Is there any criminal case against you? That also is part of your own history. And therefore, same is applicable on nations. Whichever nation it is, they are your identity. History is your identity. And deeper the identity, deeper you are more stable. I will explain that briefly. But at the same time, always remember, why history is identity? Imagine a person who has lost his memory. ऐसा नहीं है कि we do not know. हम अब सब लोगों का वास्ता ऐसे लोगों से पड़ा है जिनकी मेमोरी नहीं है. जिसकी मेमोरी नहीं है, is he able to relate himself with anybody? मेमोरी जिसकी खो गई है, क्या वो अपने पिता को, अपने माता को, अपने बहन को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को पहचान पाता है? He has lost his complete identity. आप उसको कहीं भी ले जाइए, he will not be able to understand कि जहां मुझे ले जा रहे हैं वो मेरे फायदा का है, गलत है. Same thing happens with a nation which forgets its history. History is not only its identity, history is also its future. And therefore, all the time I am asked this question, why history? क्या देती है हमको? अरे history gives you your identity, who you are. And that is why it's very important to study history, to know history. Believe me, to go to England, go France, go Germany. Even the most smallest house will have a rack full of history books to know their own people. Now I'm coming on very briefly, I will tell you why 500 years, why not 6,000 years. That is where the problem begins, when you become selective. History does not allow you to be selective. History does not allow you to write selectively. History does not allow you to write balanced history. No. history should be written as it is.
Ji.
And we the people, consumer of history, must learn to live with history and not in history.
Yeah, very nice. Live with history, not in history, and accept all of our history.
Yeah.
That ye jo acceptance hai na, Uday ji, and Sanad, I'll come to you in a bit. I'm just going to push Uday ji on this. This is what my grouse is, sir. If you believe that the Nehruvian historians balanced it out or tried to revisionize history, how is raking up the past in tones to say, this is the truth, this is what happened, going to help? Or is it to say, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this also happened, and this also happened, and all of this makes us? When are we going to adapt that tone? When are we going to say that we were an advanced civilization 5,000 years ago because we saw the Harappan civilization and, of course, the entire Saraswati civilization, but society decayed. We became decadent. We reinvented the wheel. We came back again. And there were different times, different shapes to Bharatvarsh. Eventually, this is the shape. Now, this is an accepting tone. When will we adopt that?
No. Let me add to what he's saying. That it is, very essential that we know correct history and we interpret history in the right way. Correct. Now, you see, in that sense, Gandhiji's murder was a big jolt to the nationalist movement. Because those who did not believe in the original ethos of this country, they took over. And then this narrative started coming, Now, the Harappan civilization, there is always an attempt to whitewash the positive aspects of the Harappan civilization.
Right.
Idea is to ensure that India doesn't become a great nation. It is being done by a set of leftist historians, communist historians, and Islamist historians.
Okay.
The first thing which happened after independence, R.C. Mazumdar and Sir Jadunath Sarkar, two very balanced historians but patriotic people, they were sidelined soon after independence.
No, Udayji, what I'm saying is, I'm not contesting all of this happened. Let's accept this happened. Jadunath Sarkar ji, R.C. Mazumdar ji were not allowed to present Itihasa as it happened. There were people who corrupted the interpretation to say as it should be interpreted or as we want them to read it. ठीक है. How are we going to correct that? To tell all of Bharat, it's not with an agenda, it's not with venom, it's not with spite, nor is it with pride or arrogance. It's with a sense of realism to say all of this is what has made us who we are today. Ye kab hoga? And I'm asking you this again, is unless this happens,
I will repeat.
Do you ever think that by 2047, that generation will be an accepting Bharatiya generation which knows कि ये मेरा भूत था, ये सब कुछ हमारे साथ हुआ है.
How history is taught?
And this is how it is.
History is taught through schools.
Right.
The first lesson of history a child gets is from the school.
Correct.
So I'll repeat again. We need a National History Interpretation Commission based on scholars who will identify correct history and draw correct lessons from them. Otherwise, these false narratives, you can't tackle them. They'll continue.
Ji Makhala ji.
Can I intervene?
Ji.
Very simple way history is. Narrate the facts, all facts, first. So that people know what are the facts. There is lot of space for your own opinion, for interpretation, and always remember, you people have equal right to interpret the facts, not only historians.
Correct.
Therefore, I have always been of the view that first job of the historian is narrate the bare facts. Don't say this, that, and facts alone. Afterwards, you give the opportunity for people to make up their own mind about the fact. After that, you have all the time for interpretation. You have all the time for balancing. That will be history written by you, not necessarily the history itself.
Right.
That is your opinion of history, but public which reads the facts, they will be also able to form their own.
Now, the point is, how do I teach these facts? How do I make sure that every person sitting here understands the same set of facts and it is left to their interpretation how you want to interpret those facts? So that means a half glass full, half glass empty, and an empty glass after you drink it. There are three possibilities.
Anand, that can only happen when we set up a National History Interpretation Commission.
Sir, the point is, again,
that is the only way. Otherwise,
there
all sorts of material is there in the market.
Okay. Let me give just one example what is history, because he is also sitting quietly and very shy, not so aggressive like us. History, I'm telling you how to write. You may have a different opinion. He pointed out Gandhiji's murder. One fact is Gandhiji was murdered by Nathuram Godse. Other fact is court case went on. Those files are there. And third fact is Godse's own testimony, which was blacked out for almost 70 years.
Correct.
Now it is out. Now, these are three bare facts. You cannot amend any of this. You cannot hide away.
Exactly.
You cannot hide away Godse's statement. You cannot hide away. G.D. Khosla was the judge. He said, if there was a jury and all the people sitting in the hall were made part of jury, Godse would have been acquitted. That's Justice Khosla.
I'll just...
Anand, let me complete it. Let me complete it.
I'll add something.
Let me complete it. Let me complete it.
Ji.
But Justice Khosla gives a different judgment. Beyond that is all interpretation. Why Godse killed, what Godse meant in his testimony, why G.D. Khosla said if the entire hall was jury, Godse would have been acquitted. Now, all this is matter of your own interpretation.
Correct.
Facts have to be there.
Correct. So what you are saying is put out rather than.
Anand, I want to add one point. One point before giving me a chance.
Ji.
Now.
Yeah,
you see, take Savarkar's example. Savarkar is still being accused of Gandhi murder.
Correct.
In spite of other commissions,
right.
Declaring him innocent,
Correct.
Now, in 1978, Manohar Malgaonkar, the great author, literary figure, he wrote a book, The Man Who Killed Godse. By no means he was a Hindutva person.
Correct.
He was an honest, patriotic Indian,
Right.
He met Digambar Badge, the person on whose statement Savarkar was arrested.
Right.
The one who became approver.
Right.
Badge told him in 1978, 30 years after Gandhiji's murder, that Savarkar had no role to play, had given the statement under the pressure of the then government.
Right. No, I understand. What I'm saying is, our itihas or history is...
He was not part of the...
Savarkar
was not part of the trial. He was acquitted right in the beginning.
Yeah, he was not. What I'm saying is, this has got to be history. What the judges said, what the accused said, what the incident was, and what the prosecution said. All of this, should it not be out for us to consume? If some of it is masked, that means you are being fed partial information, so that your opinion, our opinion, as a society, as a people, is doctored in a particular direction. Now, thank you for your patience, Sanat. Now, he is doing something which is very different. What he is doing, he is collecting art. Because art is a huge representation of our history. Over a period of time, how art evolves, how art is shown, and what happens also is a reflection of how we evolved, what were our influences on us, our society. So you got a lovely book, what's called Gems of Indian Art, Sanat. So let's talk about it, and let me understand your perspective. How would you want us to understand our itihas, our history, and what kind of a dialogue would you want on our history, say, 20 years down the line?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I would like to thank you, the fellow panelists, and the entire News Rising Bharat team for giving me this platform where I could talk about the book, Gems of Indian Art, which was unveiled by the Honorable Vice President of India, including various other senior cabinet ministers. And this book actually was written in the memory of my late grandfather, who started in our house the process of collecting art, because he was the person who believed in Indian history. And he said that art is something which will stay till eternity. If the artist is not alive, but the painting created by the modern contemporary artist, or the artists such as Raja Ravi Verma or Amrita Shergill, who were of the pre-colonial era, exist, we can see the painting and understand the artist's perspective and their view, what they used to think of an ideal Bharat. The old Bengal school was set up as History of Indian Modern Art of the Bengali artists, set up by Sri Rabindranath Tagore ji, and Rabindranath Tagore ji was also a part of it. They were the people who saw how Indian art can grow, because actually the problem what has been not only in Indian art about Indian history is few people have only thought that the British history or the Western part of the history is superior to our history. They have always neglected that India was the richest country if it had not been looted by the people who looted India when it was the richest country, country in the world.
In the colonial period, like you say, from 1890 onwards till about 1920, the biggest loot happened. Yeah.
And then after that, a process came of demeaning the Indian history, only showing how superior their kings, their queens were. Why don't they talk? Why they never talk about Maharana Pratap or the Indian kings who conquered the world? Why didn't they think that Sikandar, who came down everywhere, he couldn't conquer India? Why don't they realize that? Because of the way the Indian Maharajas fought.
Correct. So that aspect, is it captured in art? Have you been able to collect art that shows the interpretation of how we would like to say? As Bharatiya, how we interpret those times and also the previous periods. Have you been able to collect from those periods?
Of course, they have been art. I have an artwork of renowned artist M.B. Dhurandhar, and I would like to talk about that. That is a painting, that is a huge canvas painting showing the Darbar of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and how he used to...
Is it there in the book?
It's not there in this book. It will be there in the volume 2 of this book.
Volume 2. So we look forward to
that is the treasure which we have. And that painting, actually what it reflects is how Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used to conduct his court. Now I'm unfortunate not to see how Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used to conduct his court, but he is an inspiration for us to see that how actual governance is done. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and the Maratha Empire set up the principles of governance, how rape accused or how people accused of murder or serious heinous crimes should be convicted, should be punished, and how an ideal Bharat should exist. He showed that. Now the problem today is everybody is trying to alter history, as Sir also mentioned, for their own vested interest. People are trying to interpret. You should have the history put, you should have the paintings, you should have other forms so that people can decide these things.
It's there. So the idea is, do you agree with that, Udayji? Yes, we should have people who will interpret the history in the right perspective. That is the Bharatiya perspective.
I would like to add one thing.
Yes, please. Yes, Anand, complete.
For the same thing, I also, as Sir said, I would like to urge from your platform, the Ministry of Culture, to make up a platform where Indian art and culture could be moderated by a regulatory body where Indian history can be preserved. Because today what is happening is people are preserving only their business interest. Because it has been regulated by private individuals, few people who are actually intermediaries are trying to control this art market, thinking that they are, because there is very less government interference. Because the government feels that Indian art is only $144 million in India. They don't see what the larger picture we are forgetting is, it is $60 billion in the world.
Yeah.
Because the world market is always trying to demean Indian artists, because of which artists such as F.N. Souza, M.F. Hussain had to take inspiration from Picasso.
Right.
Indian artists have now become something for which the newer artists which are coming will take inspiration from the Indian artist, the great history of India, to make paintings of the great history of Bharat, so that the future generations, 1,000 years down the line when we are not there, but the history, that painting exists, which is a part of the history, that should tell the world how the ideal Bharat looks like.
Right. Very nicely put together there. But at least overall, do you agree that yes, we need to have someone who would interpret the facts based on how we want to shape the narrative for our country? But most importantly, we need to put the facts out, not dress it up, not darken the lines, not shade what certain versions, but all of it should be out for everyone to consume. Because when you accept something, you have to accept all of it.
Correct history is something which is the need of the hour. If we want to become a great nation, then we need to know correct history. Howsoever bad or good it might be for our needs.
Yeah, final word.
You see, I think we are ending. We all are stakeholders in history for one very simple reason. History is our identity. Our means each and everyone. So therefore, we must be gracious enough to accept our history the way it is, because there is no country in the world which does not have history, but only those people become great, those who accept the failures, successes, and everything else in the same spirit. You cannot be selective in history. Again, I will repeat one sentence. Please, please learn to live with history, not in history, and own everything. Good, bad, ugly, that is part of us. Not that this is not mine, this is not yours, this is yours. No. Collectively, it belongs to all of us.
I
would like to add one more thing.
Live with history, don't live in history.
One thing I want to add.
I've got to wind up. Yeah, final words. Yeah, Ji.
You see, take example of Akbar. Akbar is today compared with almost with Aurangzeb, you know. Now, Akbar is the most hated figure in Deobandi madrasas. If you go to Deobandi madrasa, Akbar is, you know, sold as a non-Muslim almost.
Right.
You get my point? So this shows what kind of history is being narrated, you know.
Correct. So
from both the sides.
Yeah. So I'm just saying one has to have the understanding, and we need to see all of what happened. So in a lifespan of about 30 years, lifespan about 40 years, lifespan about 20, 25 years, everything hasn't been good, even in our own personal history. We've all made mistakes. We've all shown colors of gray, colors of black, shades of black, but largely we've always been green, or we've always been good, right? So we have accepted ourselves as to who we are. So that is the same thing that we need to do as a country. And yes.
I would just like to add one more thing, that talking about history shows us, history does two things. First of all, it gives the other person and ourselves an idea of what we actually are and what mistakes we did in order to correct those mistakes for a new future. Because if you have done one mistake, it doesn't mean that you have to continue doing that mistake. You can correct yourself as well. And one more thing on history, I would like to add, the Western influence during the previous era, when I was not there and nobody in this room was there, the Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya was considered one of the best universities in the world. People from abroad used to come in to the Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya. They used to see that how can we get admissions. They were not admitted in our great university, Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya, or universities such as Banaras Hindu universities or other. They were not admitted over there. But today what the trend has started is that you have to go to Harvard, you have to go to Oxford to study, and then only you are considered of that level. I'm not saying that those universities are bad, but what I want to make the point here is...
that is again where we are. It's a fact that there were great universities like Takshashila and Nalanda in Bharat. It's a fact that today we lack some of those kind of universities. It's also a fact that there are still potential to build such universities in our country. Now, all these three are facts which we need to put forward. How you look at it and how you interpret it, that we should leave it to the people.
We need to correct our immediate history, you know.
So correction, the
role of revolutionaries.
Sir, correction is very simple. Correction is you saying this is right, I saying this is right. My point is,
the problem is everybody's
dialogue on history can only happen when
it.
everything is put forth and we accept कि ये सब हुआ था, ये हुआ था, जो fact हुआ था वो सब हुआ था. सिर्फ इसको देखो फिर उसको मत देखो, इसको देखो उसको मत देखो. That we shouldn't do. That's where I'm trying to.
Some authority has to do it. You see, it can't be done by people themselves.
Yeah. So
therefore, the National History Interpretation Commission.
Sir, I think there will be people who will question the word interpretation. The National History Factual Commission or Revelation Commission. That is perhaps a better word than saying interpreted, because there again it is colored. That's where finally we are having a conversation about our history, and it's an engaging one. It's not a boring lecture. So I think that's why I need to thank all of you that putting perspectives here. And itihas mein bahut kuch hai seekhne ke liye. And all these facts, I think as a generation, we need to have the curiosity to learn, to know. So that हम कौन हैं, कहाँ से आए हैं, कहाँ पर हैं और कहाँ तक जाना है, इसमें absolute clarity है. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Anand, for that very straightforward conversation. And as they say, history is a great teacher. We've learned quite a bit today as well.
With that, it's also time to discuss about something that's extremely relevant today, the Indian judicial system. The judiciary is the backbone of any democracy, entrusted with the responsibility to uphold the rule of law and protect citizens' rights. But in order for it to remain effective, it must not only be impartial, but also accountable to the people it serves and transparent in its processes. And in this next upcoming session, we have top legal minds of our nation who will offer their views on judiciary's role in shaping the future of our courts. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Avishankar Singhvi, who is an advocate at the Supreme Court, Arghya Sen Gupta, who is a legal scholar and founder and research director at Vidhi, Sumit Chandar, who is an advocate at the Supreme Court. This one is going to be my seat. And Ashish Dikshit, who's a senior lawyer at the Supreme Court too. Thank you for joining in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. I have the pleasure of also moderating this session. I've been very economical over here, MC, and also moderating. Avishankar. Avishkar, okay, so you've been spelt as Avishkar. But Avishkar, if I may begin with you, I just want to keep the tonality very informal because I happen to be a mother to a 13-year-old who always tells me, I want to learn more, but the legal jargon sort of gets boring. But I want to actually bring to the point why we are having this discussion is, of course, the month of March, which saw some international headlines, and that was also the case of Yashwant Verma. And that's why I want to ask you, when the Allahabad High Court says that you can't make us the dumping ground, where is the onus? Who takes accountability?
Well, I'd start by saying that the Supreme Court is currently cognizant of the matter and a 3-member committee has been formulated. So I would exercise restraint in saying anything about the impending investigation. But the
about the
larger
accountability
issue,
bit.
Yes, precisely. On the larger issue of, judicial independence and accountability and transparency, these are two constructs that go hand in hand. You cannot have one or the other. The independence of the judiciary lies at the heart of our constitution, and it is part of the basic structure. And it is an uncompromising value that and a virtue that we must all live by. Because the judiciary is the foremost institution when it comes to protecting the liberties and freedoms of our citizens. When it comes to accountability of judges, the Indian system is unique insofar as it has the collegium as opposed to the other jurisdictions in the country. The Indian courts, function by judges appointing judges, and there's a long evolution of the law. I don't want to take you through the judgments, but the upshot of this whole thing is that today we have a system where the collegium, the top 5 judges of the Supreme Court, appoint all the judges. And it happens in a rather opaque manner. So the collegium is not the best system that is there. However, the alternate that is there, which is the appointments by an executive interference, would also not, in my view, be a system that would be desirable. Because the collegium, for whatever follies it is still the best option in safeguarding the independence of the judiciary.
But when you're talking about the follies, I want to bring you in on that note. In the year 2022, the law minister shared a figure of 1,600 cases where there were complaints against High Court and Supreme Court judges, but there could be no action taken. What do you do about it then? I'd like to bring
Yes.
So I think the Indian judiciary has a serious accountability problem. And I think we must all be open in admitting that. The fact is that the provisions for accountability of the judges that were made in the Constitution were limited to impeachment. Because we felt that these are persons of such high stature that it's unlikely that there will be too many allegations against them. And by and large, this is largely correct. But over the course of time, as society has gone in the way in which it has, it's foolish to think that judges will become islands of excellence and will remain immune from the rest of what we see in society. Judges are part of the society, and so So if the society is going to become more and more corrupt, then the judiciary is also going to go the same way. So if we were to come to the immediate instance of the Yashwant Verma case that you're talking about, my three co-panelists are argue in court every day, so they may be a little bit more restrained. I don't have that restraint. But the point is, while not commenting on the case itself, because as he rightly said, there are three judges who are inquiring into the matter. I think there are 2 points that need to be made. The first is that we can't transfer judges about whom there is some suspicion. Transfer of judges cannot be done on the basis of the fact that there is something problematic about a judge, because an Allahabad High Court or earlier a Sikkim High Court or Guwahati High Court has a right to have judges who are entirely above board. So just because there is a cloud transfer, the gentleman somewhere, is not a solution. So my sympathies with the Allahabad
Bar. So where is the solution? Perhaps pause a bit and think what should have been done. Maybe demand the resignation, maybe just pause the transfer, go for an inquiry. Wait for the inquiry?
So the inquiry is happening, and I think the answer lies in 2 things. The first is that I think there needs to be a quick time-bound inquiry that needs to take place with a quick resolution as to whether the gentleman is, in this case, is that cash, which is allegedly been found burning in his house, did that cash in any way belong to him? Because it's really unfair on the gentleman. We all know Justice Yashwant Verma is one of the finest judges in the Delhi High Court. This is if by any chance he is innocent, then this has damaged his reputation irreparably. So we need, not only from the point of view of judicial accountability, but also fairness of the person. And the previous gentleman was talking about fairness during Chhatrapati Shivaji's time. I think fairness in constitutional democracy in India requires the fact that there be a quick and speedy resolution. If the person is guilty, then make sure that impeachment proceedings happen quickly. And if the person is not, then please make sure that he can continue doing his work in the Delhi High Court.
You've used a very interesting word, impeachment proceedings. I want to bring Sumit on that note. Impeachment. So far, we've not seen any impeachment of a Supreme Court or a High Court or a lower court judge. Why so? Should they be enjoying such impunity?
See, there is a provision in the Constitution which provides for impeachment in certain cases. Now, just because in the impeachment process, you need majority of both the houses of the parliament. If they feel that yes, things need, a certain judge needs to be impeached, by all means that process should go on. Now, just because that is not happening or not happening at a greater speed doesn't mean that you start getting involved into the collegium system. You start blaming the entire judicial system. There's an investigation process that is happening. Impeachment is an act of the parliament. The parliament needs to do it. If the parliament is taking time to do it or not doing it in certain matters, you can't again go back to the judiciary and say that, listen, it's because of the judiciary that the parliament is not acting upon. Impeachment is a process in law. It can happen. It should happen in cases where it is deserving.
All right. But Ashish, if we look at the overall process of in-house inquiries also, proponents would, in fact, of those who feel that this can also be an executive decision, say that as far as in-house inquiries are concerned, they lack transparency. And that, is this going to be reliable enough a procedure? Questions are being raised about the authenticity of an in-house inquiry as well. We've had multiple cases where judges have been exonerated. The Karnataka High Court judges who were exonerated from sex scandals some years ago. I think it was 2014. So now they're saying that it's high time that the NJAC should be brought in. Your take.
See, we have to see the background in which all these provisions were included in our constitution. We have to understand that initially, before this first judge's case came, the appointments were being done by the executive. But it is only when in the 1970s, the judges were superseded and executive and the parliament and the government of that day exercised much greater influence. I think this concept of appointment by collegium was introduced, and it's not in the constitution. It's an interpretation of the word that when the consent of the CGI is taken, that is interpreted to be binding. Now, this is the system which is going on for last 30 odd years, and we have seen that yes, collegium system will have its issues. The government tried to bring in an NGAC, but the difficulty with the NGAC was the composition of NGAC. It included the CJI, 2 sitting judges, law minister, and the difficult part was 2 eminent persons who were given the voting rights, and those people were to be selected by the government. So this was the situation wherein the Supreme Court said that if these people who are so-called eminent people are not given voting rights, then it can be considered. And there is a misnomer in the general public that the government has no role in the appointment. In every appointment, government has a very important role, and government views are taken, IB views are taken, and it is a consultative process. Yes, there has to be a little bit more transparency, but that also has its negative side. Because if suppose a person is a candidature for a judge, if he is rejected and that is declared in public before, then his entire practice gets affected. So that part has also to be balanced. Now, coming to the specific case of Justice Verma, as my friends have said, he's one of the finest judges we have seen in Delhi High Court. We all are surprised, and the inquiry is on. Perhaps the judges who were conducting the inquiry have now gone back and started holding their courts. Maybe we are going to see something very soon. But the difficulty is the protection which has been given to the judges in the Constitution, and the purpose for which the judiciary is there, that it is the watchdog of the Constitution. Eventually, it is the judiciary where everyone will go when their rights are violated. So we need to create a mechanism where those people are also protected. If you see Election Commission of CIC and all those people.
I think that's a very valid point.
Because these people have to be protected.
How do you weigh in on that? And when we look at the collegium being challenged, many are saying that, it is going to be anti-constitutional also because it is diluting the division of powers.
See, ultimately, we have to follow the dicta of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said authoritatively with 9 judges. The NJAC was merely following the earlier judgment of the second judge's case in the 9 judges. So there was no doubt in my mind that the NJAC would have been struck down and the 99th constitutional amendment would be declared unconstitutional on account of it being violative of the earlier judgment. Now, the issue today is more fundamental. It is at the stage of selection of the judges. That is the area where you can employ more safeguards in the collegium system and actually have a more, robust mechanism where it is not as opaque as it is today. Today, the collegium system suffers from opacity, it suffers from arbitrariness, it suffers from a lack of judicial oversight, it suffers from other follies, but those follies are not, to my mind, equivalent to render the entire system undesirable and to have an NJAC sort of system, because as Soli Sorabji famously said that these are all human beings. Ultimately, human beings will be, they'll be falling foul to the integrity, to other issues. So you cannot ensure or legislate independence. Independence comes from within, and independence of the judiciary will only come by selecting the right people. And that is what should be emphasized today. And whatever happens in a particular case is not the reason for you to take a knee-jerk reaction. It must be well debated. So I'm not for a particular system. I think the current system must be reworked, tweaked, but you cannot go to NJAC, definitely.
No, but has that been a knee-jerk reaction, what we saw earlier, when Prime Minister Modi during the 2014 tenure brought it in? That. Also, when you look at talking about a corruption-free India, is the onus just left on to the executive? We expect each and every organ of the government to be corruption-free. Why should the judiciary be granted this kind of impunity?
So let me put it a little bit differently. So your daughter is 13 years old and she wants to know more about the judiciary. But she feels that this is stuck in this legal jargon, and everywhere you talk about the judges, people say that, "Arey, ye to lawyer wali baat hai." So, you suddenly feel that, oh, this is a no-go area for me, because this is a technical matter. Now, this is the mindset that we need to change, because law is not something that is filled with mystique. Law is an instrument that is meant to order society and meant to make our lives easier. This seems a laughable proposition today in India, right? Because if anything, law doesn't make your life easy. No one wants to go anywhere near a court of law if they can have their way.
So how do we make this easier? How do we reduce this shroud of opacity and make sure that law is something that the layperson can engage with? Three things, which is related to appointments and accountability. I mean, there are many more. But on appointments, I mean, I have a different view from Avishkar. I think the collegium system started with all good intention, but is completely discredited at this point of time. And the reason is that it is a closed system. There is a view that it's only people appointing themselves, and there is a kind of closed brotherhood that is appointing people. Some merit to it, maybe not entirely. But I think every system has its time. This had its time. This is a system that needs to go. There needs to be a bipartisan commission of some kind. As Ashish was saying, we could think of the NJC with some tweaks. It doesn't have to be exactly the same composition, though I must point out that the eminent persons were not appointed by the government. They were appointed by the Chief Justice, the Prime Minister, and the leader of the opposition. But we can still tweak it. But we need some kind of system that is neither the government nor the judiciary on its own. On accountability, as I said, that this appointments commission also needs to be an appointments plus accountability commission, so that inquiries are held in a manner that doesn't feel like judges are only judging themselves. So you feel like nothing will come out of it. If you looked at the Chief Justice of India, Gogoi, had a 3-member inquiry committee that was set up against him. No one really believes that that was a credible process. I mean, whether it is credible or not is a different matter. It's a great disservice to the judges also who did that, because no one believes that it was credible. So we need to ensure that this commission, which is in charge of appointments, also takes into account accountability. And the last point on transfer, transfer should not be done in these kinds of situations.
I'm taking
it
those
cannot
as
be
closing
punitive.
thoughts.
Yes, that's fine.
See, please keep in mind, I think there's been independence of judiciary is, I think, one of the core factors which should be respected. There is the three pillars of the Constitution, as we say it. We have the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. We all the three pillars have their own roles for the governance. The fourth pillar, of course, being the media. Now, when there will be an interference between one pillar and the other, that itself will create a chaos. Any kind of a control over one over the other will go to the very premise of creating a situation where things may not work independently. If there is an involvement of the government in judiciary in any manner, whether be it appointment or in any other manner, towards the end, would that not influence judiciary? Then we are depending again on an external factor. And you think that today, if there are incidents, which are of course being taken care of, but if there are incidents, will the involvement in the appointments by the government in any manner, do you think it will create a purest form of system? No. There is a system which is created and created in a manner to protect the very institution itself.
But why hasn't the judiciary been able to ensure that, if the collegium was so reliable?
Yes, so investigation is being taken place, at least in this case.
But then again, we are questioning how reliable are the in-house judicial processes
I'll answer
themselves.
that. I'll answer that. Why? Because see, everybody deserves a fair investigation. There are accusations, of course. In this case, there was allegedly what we call a purple banana being found in one of his rooms. And of course, that bag full of money, should we, just because it was found there, no investigation should be made at all? Secondly, who came out with that video? Towards the end, it came from judiciary itself. They said, yes, let this come to the media.
There have been calls for a CBI or a TD investigation. Why not go ahead with that?
Exactly. So executive is already doing the investigation. Judiciary is, of course, keeping a check on what the investigation is. There are judges from different states who have been appointed for the purpose of this investigation.
Okay. I'm running short of time, so I have to quickly wrap that. Ashish, I want your closing thoughts, but as we discussed earlier, Mr. Chandrachud was here. And he made a very interesting point that just like the Indian Administrative Services, perhaps he's in fact one of those proponents who believe that it should also be applied to judiciary, that we should have a national level examination which is as stringent in perhaps ensuring that the best of the talent is the one that qualifies, and that he believes that it's not happening at a state level so far.
See, I'll just make one comment on NGSC. We must understand that the biggest litigant in this country is the government of India. So if you want a litigant to have a complete say in the appointment of judges, do we expect a fairness or a procedure where the good judges will be appointed? That's the thing which we have to see. No one is against the government in a consultative consultative mechanism. But whether the government should have the final say in the appointment is the part where, for the sake of independence of judiciary, we all have to oppose it. Now, coming to this larger issue of having the All India Judicial Service examination, this idea has been mooted for long. As of now, the examinations are conducted by the High Court. Because the district judiciary is subordinate to the High Court of that state, the examination is conducted by the High Court. And High Courts have resisted this thing because eventually it is the High Court who is responsible for the implementation of law and the manner in which the cases are decided. When we say that there is a huge pendency, government is not blamed. It is the judges who are the blamed. So they have to see whether which kind of candidates are appointed. Justice Chanchud has a view. He did say that yes, there should be a commission, there should be a exam. And I must tell you, the examination which is done by the High Courts is equally tough, if not more. So it can be said that there can be a different mechanism, but I think as of now, the High Courts are doing a good job. The results are there. We are finding new judges. There is so much of diversity, and so many women have come forward in the district judiciary. 30 to 40% we see that there are women judges in the district judiciary. And High Court is also cognizant of this.
I'd like to give you 15
I'll just
seconds.
say that if independence of the judiciary is part of the basic structure of the Constitution, then no matter what law Parliament brings, the Supreme Court will always have the right to strike it down if that law falls foul or impinges on the independence of the judiciary. And that was the precise reason for striking down NJAC. Today, they are free to bring any law in Parliament under 368, but that law must be within the structure of the Constitution, and it should not impede in any manner the independence of the judiciary.
All right. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, all of you will agree that institutions are just not known by the strength of their decisions, but also by the integrity of their designs. Thank you so much for a very insightful conversation. As we all know, as far as Bharat is concerned, dharma is historic for us. It's in our civilization. Many thanks to you all for being part of Rising Bharat. It was a pleasure having you all over here.
And I'm back. Last session tonight, we have a very special guest over here, a master chronicler of the forgotten and often overlooked stories that have shaped our world. His work has always sought to illuminate the complex and sometimes forgotten pasts of cultures, empires, and individuals whose stories are too often sidelined. Whether it's his exploration of the Mughal Empire, the Silk Road, or the history of the East India Company, he has a unique way of bringing these hidden histories to light. I'll say hidden gems to light. Tonight, in fact, we'll delve into this process of uncovering these often elusive narratives with one and only William Dalrymple, who will reflect on how these hidden histories are just as vital to our understanding of the world today. And also, to have that conversation, I'd like to invite somebody who's a personal favorite, Rahul Shiv Shankar, to take this conversation forward. Yeah, enough.
Is there anything more left for me to say after that sterling introduction? Let's get straight to it, William Dalrymple. We've, of course, spoken right after the release of your book, and that was quite a well-heralded podcast with you. You've long chronicled British and Mughal India. But now you've come up with the golden road that pivots back to ancient India. Why? And what's the central thesis here?
So, I spent 20 years working on the East India Company. 4 books: The Anarchy, White Mughals, Return of a King, The Last Mughal. And I think everyone, particularly my family, had thought that was enough East India Company and Mughals for one lifetime. Also, my beloved translator, Bruce Wannell, who worked very, very closely with me, had a spectacular ability to read any Persian text, any Mughal text,
as easily as you and I can read the Times of India, died of cancer in 2019. And in some ways, I felt I'd sort of lost the key to Narnia. I could no longer just walk into libraries in Tonk or in Patna and access the texts which we've been looking at. So I went back to the subjects which had interested me as a teenager. I was originally keen on archaeology and ancient history. And it was very exciting, after 20 years, really, working the same world, to completely discover a new world, the world of early India, of this extraordinary period when India was completely the center of Asia. It was the center initially of the trade and the economy. The monsoon winds blowing in one wave 6 months and back again for the next 6 put India very literally in the center of things, connected to the Roman world, where it was Rome's principal trading partner, but also connected to Southeast Asia and to China. And one of the main ideas in the book is that the Silk Road has come to dominate our understanding of ancient Asia. The idea that there was this sort of motorway overland running from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. But the idea of the Silk Road is entirely Sino-centric. It connects everything with China, and the idea that silk was the principal trading commodities is nonsense. It isn't reflected in any of the sources. And in fact, the idea of the Silk Road was invented in 1877 by a German geographer called von Richthofen. It's an entirely modern idea. No ancient source talks about it. What the ancient sources say is that India is the center of things. Pliny talks about a major balance of payments problem, just like Trump today worrying about America's balance of payments and inflicting tariffs. In the Roman period, Pliny is worried because he says India is the drain of all the world. Great Indian exports like pepper, cotton, ivory, nard, and silk, because actually Chinese silk came to Rome via India, were major exports, and they suffered a 30% tariff at the border, not so different from what Trump is proposing for this country now. And this provided as much as a third of the entire Roman imperial budget. So the idea in this book is that the Silk Road never actually existed before the Mongol period, when Genghis Khan's conquest did create a motorway that linked Mediterranean with the South China Sea. Before that, maritime routes rather than overland routes, and India rather than China.
Well, it's interesting because I would have thought that for someone coming in from the West, you would have been at least passably acquainted with this huge legacy, and therefore would have been curious about it. But you seem to suggest that it's the translator's fault, that you sort of did not, that ancient India remained marginal in your work.
No, it was the first thing that I loved when I came. My very first trip to India, I went straight to Gwalior, Sanchi, Khajuraho, Ajanta, Ellora. But over the course of time, got obsessed with the East India Company. The idea that a corporation could take over a continent seemed to me an extraordinary thing. And of course, it's something that's happening at the moment. We're worrying about this, the oligarchs in Trump's world, the way all the tech moguls were there at the inauguration. These huge companies like Amazon and Meta, and Apple and Microsoft, all of whose annual profits are greater than the GDP of most continents. This extraordinary power that corporations now have. It seemed to me a very interesting subject. But I have loved going back to this. And this was a lockdown book. We were all locked down. I had my library, and it gave me a wonderful opportunity to read very widely across different fields. And what I found was that the history of this period is often locked into different silos. So the Buddhist history is often told as part of a Chinese story, the Silk Road. The story of Sanskritization of Southeast Asia, how Indian epics, Indian language, Hindu kingship spread to Angkor Wat, where the largest Hindu temple in the world is built not in India, but in Cambodia. But the largest Hindu empire in the world is the Khmer Empire. The way that Indian mathematics spread through the Arab world to to give us the number system we all use, the nearest thing we have to a universal language. These seem fascinating ideas, and what I was trying to do was bring them all together under one roof and connect the dots, which I think people haven't done. The last time a book like this was written is probably A.L. Basham's Wonder That Was India, which is written in 1954.
Of course, we've had some historians that have looked at that, but at that period. But wanted to ask you, because it's an interesting thought experiment, and it points to the rising Bharat that we see today. So it's not an accident, is it?
So my view is that, I mean, if you look at Angus Maddison is the historian who studied trade figures historically, GDPs per head, and tried to work back from present figures to the sort of thing that was going on in Mughal India or medieval Ming China, for example. And it's unequivocally the case, although you can quibble details in these figures, because obviously ancient economic figures are hard to come by and don't have the same veracity as modern figures. But nonetheless, it's completely clear that for most of history, maybe as much as 70, sometimes 80% of the world economy was generated by the lands that are now India and China. That both of these had terrific trading traditions, both over land and by sea. Both of them had extremely advanced credit systems, groups in society who dominated the mercantile world. And this was the case not just in ancient India, but as recently as the Mughal period. When people discuss the Mughals, they often think of, Aishwarya Rai and Hrithik Roshan lying back in the palace, dropping mangoes into each other's while white pigeons flutter around. What people forget is that those sort of riches, that incredible wealth, was generated, as anywhere else, largely by trade and industry. And so in the Mughal case, it's the incredible textile trade. Something like 1 million handlooms in Bengal alone, which is why the Portuguese and the Dutch and the British and the French and the Danish all turned up in the 17th century, because India was a major manufacturing center and was making the greatest, for example, cotton in the world. And the East India Company realized that the Mughals didn't have a navy, that they could be the exporters. So for most of history, India has been the richest region of the globe. Sometimes China pips it to the post, as in the Ming period. Sometimes India is ahead. But the dip comes, the freak comes, if you like, when the Europeans turn up. And with gunboats, from the moment that Vasco da Gama starts bombarding Calicut, India and China and Southeast Asia, all of them end up seeing gold for the first time in history pour into European pockets and disappear into distant parts of Europe. Then in 1947, the British disappear, the whole colonial system begins to self-destruct. It takes 20 or 30 years, it spreads through Africa, but by the late 70s, decolonization has largely happened. And what we see now, 75 years later, is not some freak of either of the brilliance of the administration in this part of the world, nor some strange quirk of economic history. It is things reverting to their natural place. India has always been a rich country. It has 2 harvests a year. It has rich minerals. It has gemstones. It has spectacularly fertile soils. It has innovative people. And so, seen from the long view of history, the rising Bharat that this summit is celebrating is not anything at all surprising. It's just the natural equilibrium of the world reasserting itself after 400 strange years of European colonialism.
I want to ask you a little bit more about, you've sort of talked a little bit about, a lot about the trade aspects of things, the economy. But this was also a knowledge system of vast study.
Correct.
So build on that a little bit. You've really delved into that in your book. There's Nalanda, and before that also you sort of talked about other stuff.
Yeah, no, so Nalanda is the subject that the last panel but one was talking about. And they were quite correct to say that Nalanda was the main center of learning in Asia. Our main source for Nalanda is a Chinese monk, Xuanzang, who comes overland by foot in the 7th century. And he leaves a very detailed account of this place, which he regards as the NASA, the Harvard, the Ivy League, the Oxbridge of his day. And we know that not just Xuanzang, but hundreds of other monks from China, from Korea, from Japan, come to this place because it has the best library in Asia, 9 stories tall, 3 sections, all the books in the world. You can borrow any of them as long as you put them back in your pigeonhole in the central courtyard in the evening. And Xuanzang is like some sort of bright-eyed undergraduate that's just turned up at Harvard for the first time. Everything is wonderful. Everything is extraordinary. The monks are men of genius. They all work hard. They all study. And it's something which I think has been forgotten. And when people go from this country to Southeast Asia, to Vietnam, to Cambodia, they see the effects of this period. From the 7th century right through to about the 12th century, Sanskrit is the common language of both culture and diplomacy, all the way from Kandahar to Java to Bali. And the renown of Indian literature, like the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, the Puranas, are being read in all these countries. Men are renaming themselves, the small kings at the edge of an estuary in Malaysia. A chieftain in Java suddenly becomes not Kadunga like his father, but is Mahendravarman, Suryavarman. They take these Sanskritic names, and the landscape is renamed and reimagined. So you have a new Ayodhya outside Thailand, outside Bangkok, a new Kurukshetra in Laos. The Mekong, some etymologies say, is just the Khmer pronunciation of Ma Ganga. So, and most of the main Shaivite shrines in India find their names cropping up again with the new Khmer pyramid temples that are being built in the jungle in Cambodia. So India has terrific prestige during this time. It starts with the economy and with trade, but it grows into a whole civilizational diffusion. And the most remarkable conquest, if you can call it that, of the imagination, important to say this is a conquest of ideas, not a conquest of swords. It was not done with jackboots and spears and shields and swords. This was an empire of ideas, an empire of the spirit. The most remarkable conquest is China. And under China's only woman empress, called Wu Zetian, Wu brings in monks and scholars from Nalanda, some of them Chinese, some of them Indian. You have an Indian called Gautama Siddhartha running the Bureau of the Astronomy and Astrology and Mathematics. You have other Indians in senior places of government. And this is the high watermark of Indian influence. China becomes, for this one reign, a Buddhist country. It becomes the state religion. Confucianism and Taoism are both demoted. And again, I don't think people in this country are quite aware of the extent to which, often China and India are seen as rivals with, 2 different spheres of influence. I don't think many people have taken in the fact that an Indian religion born in Bihar becomes the state religion of China for a period of history. And I think it's hugely important now, as India is perceived now, rightly, as a rising economy, as a rising force, and will be, whatever happens, one of the 3 main economies of the world by the end of this century, if not sooner. It's very important to understand that it's not something, it's not a freak or kind of some weird quirk of modern politics. This is the natural order of things reasserting themselves.
Well, the economic miracle that was India was put to the sword, literally, or crushed under the jackboot of the Brits. But the knowledge system that it was also crushed, some people say, by the sword. Nalanda, for example, was sacked. And that led to what many people today describe as the great vandalism of what was an Indic culture, which predated Islam and, of course, then the Brits. How is it that we have not looked back and examined that sort of got lost in time? That narrative, that vandalism that took place, why was that ignored?
I don't think that's true.
You've portrayed the Mughals that followed as refined, rooted, and Indian. How do you now view critiques that this framing glossed over conquest, destruction, and displacement? You've been hard on the British, but not so.
So there are a long period of Islamic rule in this country. the worst destruction unquestionably took place in the early years of the 12th and 13th century. That's when Bakhtiar Khalki burns Nalanda. You get, at this period, as before, rulers who are violent. You get rulers who are great examples of civilization and refinement. It isn't as if violence was introduced to Eden in the 12th century. If you read about Chola conquests, for example, completely destroying the Chalukya capital of Vatapati, ploughing it under so thoroughly that we don't even know where it is today with satellite imagery or anything. We can't find this capital because the Cholas destroyed it, or burning the temples of Sri Lanka, as the Pallavas and Cholas did. Violence has always existed. The Cholas also raided Buddhist monasteries at Sompur Mahavihara, which is the equivalent of Nalanda in what is now Bangladesh. So violence is there throughout history, but you're quite right that there's a terrible things that happen, and the burning of a great library, whether it's Alexandria in the 8th century or whether it's Nalanda in the 12th, is one of the great horrible tragedies of world history. Not everything is lost. It should be said that a lot of the manuscripts from Nalanda make their way both before the destruction and as the destruction is happening to Tibet. There are monasteries in Tibet that contain great works of Nalanda monks. The tradition lives on in Tibet and abroad, and much of the learning of Nalanda continues because it has been an international center of Buddhism. You have monks coming from Korea, from Indonesia, from Tibet, and so on. So while what happened is one of the great tragedies of world history, and I would entirely agree with you, it isn't that it's totally extinguished. There is a great deal which survives, and we actually know a great deal of Indian history from Chinese manuscripts translated out of Sanskrit into Chinese, and we have to translate back, like with Xuanzang, in order to understand our own history here.
Would you agree with some of those who say that while the Hindu kings that you describe who went about invading other kingdoms, other Hindu kingdoms, they weren't necessarily supplanting a way of life? The Muslim invasions led to a break in the continuity of a particular tradition, of a Hindu tradition, of an Indic tradition, of a Buddhist tradition, call it what you want. So there's a distinction. Would you agree with that?
I say it's more complicated than that. It isn't as if Sanskrit is wiped out. You get the great epics surviving. They are translated into Persian and into other languages. A lot is lost. I'm not for a minute denying that, and I think a great disservice has been done to history by anyone that has ever denied that destruction. But India remains a great center of learning. People come to study in the centers of learning in India. And when, for example, Genghis Khan destroys the great universities of Central Asia, it is here in Delhi that new universities get built. When you go to House Khas village, that is the great university of Firoz Shah Tughlaq, which was full of scholars, refugees from Central Asia. So there is a long tradition of scholarship continuing in this country under all sorts of different religious and linguistic banners. There are spectacular examples of places where Indic learning continues even under Muslim rule. For example, in Bijapur, where the Sanskrit classics are translated and a lot of the learning. So history is full of violence. There are destructions through all periods of history. But I would say that the tradition has continued. There is a long thread that runs through Indian history, which is not one of continual destruction, but is this remarkable survival.
Where did Indians lose thread of this ancient India?
Say again?
Where did Indians lose the thread?
I think it's here. I think it is very much retrievable. I don't feel that I'm living in a country which has lost its civilization or lost its civilizational bearings. I think the fact that it is here, the fact that we are discussing this all now, and that India has still a rich tradition. I mean, it'd be not true to say that India has the same reputation it had during the age of Nalanda when all the great scholars were coming here. But it's possible to imagine that will happen again, that there are traditions of learning and knowledge here which are remarkable and which can still teach the world a huge amount. And I think we need to...
That is...
We also, I think, should also, I should say, be more aware of our history and do more to preserve it. For example, Nalanda itself, only 10% has been excavated. 90% remains unexcavated. How is it that in the 21st century there is a tiny site museum there with strip lights and a couple of dusty cabinets? There should be, I mean, even countries like Turkey you go today and you find enormous provincial museums, beautifully spot-lit, fantastic displays of objects in glass cases. Nalanda is a remarkable example of how India can showcase its past and show off its incredible traditions of soft power, traditions which have been lost, but which can be taught again. I'm very optimistic. I think there is so much that can be done. There are so few really first-class, world-class museums in this country, but there is great material here. A decision by government to invest more in museums and archaeology could see this become a major centre of tourism and of cultural display.
So let me lead you on to the two final questions because we're running out of time. Obviously, there's a growing movement within India to reclaim civilizational memory from colonial and Islamic overlays. And you know that there's been a thrust, even politically. How do you view some of these efforts?
Which efforts are you referring to?
This reclamation of the ancient history. And there are now obviously some amount of tensions that are building up in certain sites across the country where people are hoping that one community would abet in this great reclamation project by giving up their own control, so to speak, or their own rights.
India is not unique in that it's a country with many different layers and civilizations, many different periods of different dominance. If you go to, for example, an island like Sicily in the middle of the Mediterranean, there are successive Arab, Byzantine, Spanish, Neapolitan. That island has been ruled from many different places. The answer, it seems, when you have a complex and nuanced history, is to write complex and nuanced books about it, and to teach it in a complex and nuanced way. That if you go to Sicily, the Spanish rulers who were very unpopular, who were toppled by Garibaldi and the Risorgimento, their statues are not toppled, they're still standing there, they're still in the museums, their objects are on display. History is complicated. There are many parts of the world where civilizations lie in different layers like sediment, like geology. And the attempt has to be made to teach it with nuance. History is not a matter of heroes and villains, of angels and demons. There are grey areas. People, human beings everywhere have both good and bad qualities. And I think that it's very important to try and teach and present history with nuance and with...
So what would you say to those people who are accused of poking the majority community in the eye by going out there and celebrating the Aurangzebs of the world or other controversial figures in history, maybe making even a case for preserving roads that have been named after British colonialists and so on and so forth? How do you react to those?
I think history is rich, and that to politicize the presentation of history and just to pretend that only one people have ever lived and ever ruled is a mistake.
You would apply that same principle?
I don't believe in knocking down statues or changing rules, changing roads. I think...
Or cancelling out authors and so on and so forth from your textbooks, even if they've said vile things. Like in the West, there is this...
I think you've got to struggle to have accurate history and nuanced history and to try and understand history. You don't learn about history by coming with a set political view and trying to find the facts that prove that view.
So you would say that
find the facts.
Rudyard Kipling, for example, who is now sort of held up as somebody who was a person of his times but no longer relevant because his, frankly, racist views, etc., are offensive to one section of the world and therefore needs to be expunged or not read. What would you say to that lobby?
I mean, I think all of these things are interesting matters to be treated with proper scholarship. I'm not a believer in removing characters like that from the curriculum. I think they are of their time. They should be read. Ditto with Aurangzeb. He's not someone that I admire or hero worship, but he's someone who is part of history, who did certain things, and we should try and understand what he did. History is all about understanding. It's not about lecturing and sort of turning people into whiter than white saints and darker than black villains. It's the science of trying to understand the complexity of our past. And so to cancel people, to knock down statues, to remove things from a complex history which is full of complexity and variety and many grey areas seems to be completely the wrong way to approach these matters.
Well, William Dalrymple, thank you for resurrecting the Golden Road, and a road that takes us back to the glories of ancient India and hopefully runs right through and connects us to the present.
As a foreigner coming to this country, I am in awe of the variety of the different periods of history. In the sense, I don't have a dog in this race. I don't support one team or the other. And I can get as much pleasure from visiting the Taj Mahal or watching a Mughal manuscript as I can from visiting Vijayanagar or going to the Tanjore Great Temple and being amazed by the Buddhist frescoes of Ajanta. It's all a very rich history and it should all be celebrated.
We leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
To sum this conversation, I'd like to quote William himself from White Mughal. India has always had a strange way with her conquerors. In defeat, she beckons them in, then slowly seduces, assimilates, and transforms them. Many thanks to you, William, for those precious insights. Now, as we come to the end of these 2 impactful days at the Rising Bharat Summit, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being part of this incredible journey. The ideas and discussions we've had here are a testament to India's dynamic potential and the collective determination to rise, grow, and redefine the future. I hope that the conversations we've had here will not only inspire action, but also foster collaboration among all of us to push the boundaries of what's possible. The Rising Bharat journey doesn't end here. Let's take the momentum, the partnerships, and the ideas from this summit and turn them into real-world impact. As we conclude this enriching summit, we would like to reiterate our heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you to our co-presenting partner, Dream Sports Associate Partners, Max Estates, Vikram Solar, Suntel and Reliance Industries Limited, Workspace Partner, IndiCube, our exchange partner, National Stock Exchange, Logistics Partner, DTDC, Energy Partner, Crown LNG, Insurance Partner, Insurance Dekho, and State Partners, Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Thank you everyone for making this summit a grand success. It wouldn't have been possible without your support. Thank you so much.